Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 109, Second Assault on Arkham, Part 6. Talia sneered coldly. I don't need to explain myself to you. Bane, his enormous head glistening with sweat, stared her down without flinching. Now's not the time. Their gazes clashed midair, sparks invisible but palpable. Finally, Talia flicked her wrist. 100 black-clad assassins instantly lowered their bows. I'm done for today, she said coolly. You can play all you want. Then, with a mocking smile, she blew Thea a kiss and strode off with her people. Thea's expression darkened. Do you dare defy the will of the League? Her glare could have frozen stone, her tone dripping with the same ruthless pride Ra's al Ghul was infamous for. She was so deep into the role now that even her own pulse seemed to beat to the League's rhythm. To be fair, Bane was wary of the demon's head. Plenty of villains, powerful, insane, or both, treated Ra's like a plague to avoid. The man had lived 8 centuries, no one knew how many traps, contingencies, or secret weapons he'd left behind. Bane, for all his bravado, wasn't stupid enough to challenge that. But with so many people watching, he couldn't exactly back down either. Talia had at least fought for half an hour, he couldn't flee without throwing a single punch. He'd taken money from the Court of Owls, after all. At the very least, he had to act like he earned it. I mean no disrespect to the League, Bane said, his tone almost deferential. I honor its laws, but that man must live. The words sounded almost pitiful coming from him. In all his years of battle, he'd never sounded so subdued, and it burned him inside. Privately, he cursed Penguin for getting him into this mess. You useless bird, meddling fool. Normally, Thea would have taken the opportunity to step down gracefully. She really didn't want to fight this guy, he was the definition of big head, thick neck, infinite strength. A brute force monster like him was every agile fighter's worst matchup. But she'd backed herself into a corner. The Ra's al Ghul act that scared Bane was now also her cage. If she just said, fine, let's both go home, it would instantly ruin her image. Everyone here would smell the fraud. No, this theater performance had to go on. Then come try me, she said, voice dropping to an icy whisper. And before anyone could blink, she drew her bow, nocked an arrow, and loosed. Not aiming by sight, but by sense. Her sharp perception locking straight onto the unconscious Penguin. Bane had been expecting an attack. But he'd never actually seen Thea shoot, he only knew from Talia that she wasn't as good as me. He wasn't prepared for this level of speed and precision. By the time he realized where she was aiming, it was too late. The green tubes on his back began to froth violently, pumping a surge of venom into his veins. RRRGH. His biceps swelled like inflating balloons. With one massive hand, he snatched a nearby thug off the ground and hurled him toward Thea's arrow. The human projectile intercepted the arrow midair. There wasn't even a scream, just a thump as the poor man collapsed, lifeless. The watching crowd gasped. They saw strength. Thea saw physics. Her bow's draw power gave an arrow velocity of roughly 300 feet per second, about 90 meters. That's 300 kilometers per hour. But Bane's reflex throw. Easily over 500 kilometers per hour, more, factoring in the mass and air resistance. Ancient wisdom was right, she thought, half in awe. Pure brute force really does work miracles. This guy couldn't be beaten head-on. He had to be outsmarted. Meanwhile, Bane was feeling the venom's price. The chemical high sharpened his rage, numbed his pain, but gnawed at his sanity. All his earlier restraint was gone. Typical League treachery, he roared. You assassins only know how to sneak attack. Come face me, coward, fight me one-on-one. Thea rolled her eyes. One-on-one. With a tank like you? Not a chance. She tapped her comm. Layla, tell the snipers to get ready. Let's see how tough he really is. Give me a couple of rounds to test his defense. Couple of rounds was an understatement. The Heaven's Eye agents understood perfectly. From 3 different positions, 15 shots fired in less than 10 seconds. The air cracked with rapid-fire bangs. Bane didn't even try to dodge. He covered his chest and head with his arms and took all 15 hits. Each bullet, powerful enough to pierce 4 millimeters of steel, flattened harmlessly against his muscle. The worst left faint scratches. Within moments, the bullets began to pop out of his skin, pushed out by his monstrous regenerative ability. Even Thea had to admit, if sniper rounds couldn't break through, her arrows didn't stand a chance. And as for close combat, not happening. This was Batman's problem. She'd just stall. But Bane wasn't about to let her walk away. The venom burned through his brain. And his temper snapped. He charged, a roaring freight train in human form. Oh, so it's me you're fixated on, huh? Thea's temper flared too. She wasn't afraid, she just didn't want to get pancaked. Drawing 2 special arrows, she knocked them simultaneously. Let's see how Eastern technology handles Western muscle. She fired. 2 white streaks embedded themselves in the ground a meter before Bane's feet. And a flood of glistening white filaments erupted outward, filling his field of vision in an instant. He blinked. What the? He tried to push it aside. But the moment his hands touched it, they stuck. Thea smirked. Perfect. With a grunt, Bane flexed, his 2-ton strength yanking against the sticky mass, which promptly recoiled, snapping back to splatter all over his head and shoulders. The harder he struggled, the worse it got. Bare-chested as he was, his skin stuck fast to the expanding glue. Within 10 seconds, he was completely cocooned. A giant, furious white silkworm thrashing in vain. From a distance, he looked more like a grotesque mummy than Gotham's ultimate bruiser. Stop gawking and start attacking already, Thea shouted, glancing at her own side's stunned troops. What, did you forget why we're here? Her tone cracked like a whip. The soldiers jumped to attention. The Second Battle of Arkham had just truly begun. Chapter 110, Second Assault on Arkham, Part 7. Thea didn't wait for anyone to react. Lifting her sword, she twirled it once with a flourish, the blade glinting as it pointed toward the sky. For the honor of the League. She caught herself just in time and coughed. No, wait. For the freedom of Gotham. As the first gunshot rang out across the battlefield, Thea had already slipped behind cover. She wasn't ashamed of it. After half an hour of dueling Talia, her body was drained and her shoulder still throbbed from the earlier cut. A quick check confirmed it was only a surface wound. Still, her current battle outfit looked great but offered 0 protection. Next time, she decided, she'd borrow a high-density Kevlar suit from Batman. Ignoring the ongoing firefight, she vaulted over a barricade and ducked into the rear lines to patch herself up and grab a drink. She had barely taken 2 sips when Felicity whispered breathlessly in her earpiece. And Thea nearly choked on her water. What did you just say? Sisters fighting over a man. Apparently, the Talia versus Thea rumor had reached its final evolution. The entire battlefield now believed the 2 women had been dueling over Batman. Thunder could have struck her and she wouldn't have been more stunned. How do people even come up with this? She thought blankly. What happened to don't spread rumors? Half these idiots should be in prison for slander. When Felicity confirmed that everyone in the area, both sides, was gossiping about it, Thea honestly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She squinted toward the field, calculating silently. Maybe. If she just wiped them all out, the rumor would die with them. It was tempting. Unfortunately, killing everyone on the field was a bit inconvenient. Her earlier satisfaction at trapping Bane had already faded. Now she was both the scapegoat and the stand-in target. Meanwhile, the actual couple, Batman and Catwoman, were saying nothing. You 2 seriously aren't going to clear this up. Annoyed, she slumped back behind cover, not even pretending to fight anymore. Watching from afar as Catwoman pummeled the pigman senseless. And Barbara and Robin fought side by side against 2 Talons. Catwoman looked torn between anger and catharsis. Her starring role had been completely stolen by Thea's sister drama. And now she was venting all that frustration through her whip. Each strike cracked across Pigman's oversized head like thunder. If she kept that up, he'd be drooling by morning. Barbara and Robin were holding their own, their teamwork smooth and instinctive. But the Talons, elite assassins brainwashed and trained from childhood by the Court of Owls, were no easy opponents. For now, it was a perfect stalemate. Thea, I know you're recovering, Bruce's voice came through the comms, calm but urgent. But you can't hold Bane for long. Yeah, I know. Thea lazily glanced toward the giant white cocoon that was Bane. Bruce was right, the brute hadn't really been trapped, he'd passed out briefly. After absorbing too much of the web compound's chemicals. Now, his ridiculous metabolism was already flushing the sedatives out. He was stirring again. Counting her remaining arrows, Thea frowned. She had 5 ice arrows originally. 2 used on Killer Croc, 1 wasted on Penguin, that left 2, one of which she'd just fired. Only 1 left. The distance was far, so she aimed high and loosed another in a long arc. Accuracy didn't matter much, as long as it landed nearby, the freezing reaction would trigger. A burst of blue mist exploded where it struck. And in seconds, frost spread across the ground, crawling up Bane's legs. Within 10 seconds, the brute was refrozen solid. You can use ice powers too. The voice came from behind her, Firefly. Watching with a strange, almost offended tone. Thea glanced at her warily. The way the pyromaniac's eyes lit up. You'd think she was ready to fight the cold itself. No, Thea said quickly. It's not me. It's the arrowhead. Chemical reaction. And that, she added, wincing at her quiver, was my last one. Firefly still looked unconvinced. If she ever met the likes of Captain Cold or Killer Frost, Thea thought, this woman would probably have a full-blown nervous breakdown. Over comms, Batman's analytical voice cut in. Interesting design. Liquid nitrogen. Or liquid ammonia. He sounded genuinely curious. It was the first time he'd seen her tech in action. First the web arrow, now this. Knowing she couldn't fool him, Thea shrugged. They kept the talk surface level, exchanging a few quick words about the chemistry. Hey, can we not do a science podcast right now? Barbara snapped over the line. A little help here. Thea sighed. Fine, I'm coming. Not because she wanted to play hero. But because she had other plans. After all, she hadn't come to Gotham for charity work. And who in Gotham had more money than the Court of Owls? Dozens of ancient families, 2 centuries of hoarded wealth. It was practically begging to be stolen. But she'd need to be subtle about it. No one could suspect a thing. She drew one specially designed arrow from her quiver. A prototype containing a microscopic tracking chip. It was a gift from one of Malcolm's subordinates. Stolen from Ray Palmer's company. Even Felicity didn't know she had it. Her plan was simple. Mark one of the talons. Track them back to the court's hidden vaults. Spotting her target, a slightly slower Talon locked in combat with Robin. She waited. Robin's baton came down hard, the assassin dodged sideways, opening his guard for an instant. Thea moved like a shadow, loosing her arrow at the perfect moment. Her aim was deadly. The shaft struck clean into his side. Arg. Even brainwashed assassins felt pain. The Talon roared, whirling his blades in a storm to force Robin back. He yanked the arrow from his abdomen, eyes scanning the crowd. Searching for the sniper who'd hit him. By then, Thea had already melted back into the chaos. A quick glance at her visor display confirmed it. The nano-tracker was active, embedded deep in his organs. Perfect. She smiled faintly and shut the signal off for now. Later. Thea, Layla's steady voice broke in. Our informants report multiple crime families mobilizing. They're heading this way fast. How far? Less than 2 blocks. Thea frowned. Was this premeditated, or an improvised counterattack? She guessed the latter. Talia's retreat had thrown the balance. And the court must have decided to intervene. If they got surrounded, they were finished. She scanned the field again. Selina, fall back to me. What is it now? Catwoman asked. Having just sent the dazed pigman staggering away with one final crack of her whip. Thea handed her a magnetic arrow. You've seen this one. My magnetic charge arrow. I need you to plant it behind the incoming enemies. Somewhere that covers at least 50 meters of range. Chapter 111, Second Assault on Arkham, Part 8. Commissioner, Thea called out, tell your men to wait for my signal. Once the enemy's weapons are down, we'll rush in and finish them off first. The field was far too wide for her bow to reach that far. So she had to rely on Catwoman, the best parkour runner in Gotham, to sneak behind enemy lines and plant her magnetic arrow. Thea, thermal imaging shows enhanced soldiers are almost out. Felicity reported anxiously from the monitor station. Robin, get the wavelength emitter ready, Thea ordered. Firing a volley of arrows to force back the talons and cover Robin and Barbara. As they retreated toward the main group, Catwoman sprinted and vaulted across walls and rooftops, moving through the maze of wreckage with feline precision. After several twists and turns, she finally reached the rear of the enemy line. With the grace of a knife thrower, she hurled the magnetic arrow down, embedding it perfectly in the ground behind them. All set, she murmured into the comms. Good. Now find somewhere with a thick wall and stay put. Thea glanced at the timer, then pressed the switch on her bow. A low hum began to rise, VMMM, followed by several sharp whooshes. A piercing sound wave rolled across the battlefield. And one by one, Arkham's convicts stumbled and clutched their heads. Too dazed to realize their weapons had vanished from their hands. Attack. Commissioner Gordon didn't even hesitate. If he'd had a bugle and a flag, he'd have led the charge like it was Normandy. Pistol in hand, the old man charged first, seeing their commander throw himself forward. And with the enemy now unarmed, the cops and volunteers behind him. roared like men possessed and surged ahead. The kill ratio shifted instantly. Bare-handed thugs stood no chance against armed officers. It was like the native tribes facing the first colonists. Rage burning in their eyes but no power to resist. Within moments, they were falling one after another. Gordon felt a twist of pity, but he knew there was no time for hesitation. Reinforcements were coming, and he'd fought enough battles to know. Mercy could wait, survival couldn't. No one mentioned Miranda rights or arrest procedures. In the blood-red chaos, they weren't cops anymore, they were soldiers. Later generations would call this day the Gotham Massacre. Countless human rights advocates would sit in air-conditioned offices, condemning the Gotham Police Department for brutality. But that was all history. Right now, no one realized they were living through a future headline. The cops were relatively restrained. But the ex-soldiers and enthusiastic civilians, they were ecstatic. Their pent-up rage exploded in full. And they tore through Arkham's forces with relentless fire. In under a minute, the blackened earth of Arkham Square ran red with blood. Scarecrow's elites, Penguin's loyal followers. They dropped like wheat before the scythe. Batman watched the carnage in grim silence. It sickened him, but he couldn't stop it. This was war. Either the good die, or the evil do. There was no way to knock everyone out and tie them up neatly. Thea and Gordon's call wasn't wrong, just ugly. Thea herself felt no guilt. These were villains, imprisoning them didn't stop the rot. She noticed the veterans beginning to lose control. And leaned toward Lila, speaking quietly. The enhanced soldiers are breaking out from the west. Lead those guys over there, hold the first wave. They both knew who those guys meant. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind Arkham's chaos began to panic. Watching his forces being slaughtered, he detonated the western wall, blasting a hole wide enough for nearly 200 enhanced soldiers to storm out all at once. And the ones standing in their way, the blood-drunken veterans, lured there by Lila's disguised operatives. Thea didn't give the signal to fire the sonic weapon immediately. She simply watched. Let the chaos burn off the unpredictable elements. Let the enhanced ones all step into the trap first. Only when the last of them emerged, and the veterans were being overwhelmed, did she glance at Robin and nod. The next moment, a deep vibration rippled across the battlefield. Unlike Thea's improvised magnetic arrow, this was a true infrasonic weapon. Bruce Wayne's own design. Before anyone could notice what was happening, over 200 enhanced soldiers began to stagger, their movements faltering as their nervous systems crashed. Looks effective, Thea said coolly. Commissioner, keep firing. Gordon hesitated. Isn't there any way to save them? Thea shook her head. Their genes have been rewritten, Commissioner. They're not citizens anymore. History would later dub him Butcher Gordon. But right now, he just exhaled and muttered. 300, 500, what's the difference now? He raised his hand. The firing resumed. The enhanced troops were terrifyingly tough. Many took 4 or 5 bullets before finally collapsing. But as their numbers fell, the remaining few faced concentrated gunfire from all sides. Blood pooled in the cracks of the pavement. And the continuing low-frequency pulse of the sonic weapon only hastened their deaths. Then, boom. A thunderous explosion tore through the eastern flank. Thea whipped her head around, her heart sinking as she saw it. The ice was cracking. Fracture lines spiderwebbed across the frozen mound. And a massive arm, thick as a tree trunk, burst free from within. Bane. That sound had been his punch, smashing through his own frozen cage. It was the first time Thea had ever seen anyone literally punch their way out of ice. Violent, but undeniably impressive. Thea. Batman's voice cut sharply through the comms. Get clear, he's lost control. No kidding. To shatter that kind of ice from the inside, the sheer power was insane. Bane's eyes glowed blood-red. With a roar, he tore the rest of the ice apart. Muscles bulging like mountains. Green venom flooding through his veins. The tanks on his back were already 1/3 drained. And more toxin was still pumping into his system. Oh great, Thea thought grimly. I've made him go berserk. Anyone who got close now was a dead man. The helicopter squad that had been on standby was forced into the fight early. Lila, Thea snapped, use the chopper's cannons on him. Try to draw him away from the crowd. If that fails, use the missiles. She even sliced a hand downward to emphasize blow him up. What about Batman's fated duel with Bane? She wasn't thinking about that. Seeing Bane like this, even Bruce wouldn't stand a chance. Better she solve his problem early. The gunship roared onto the scene. rising from its hidden position and diving low. A barrage of rounds rained down on the green-tinged monster below. Bane barely flinched. Venom-fueled and unstoppable, he ripped chunks of debris from the ground and hurled them into the air with monstrous force. The helicopter pilot saw he'd taken the bait and immediately switched tactics. Shoot, fly, shoot, retreat. Luring Bane farther and farther from the main force. Chapter 112, A Great Victory. In truth, the best outcome would have been to lure Bane straight toward the incoming crime families and let them tear each other apart. But no one was that foolish. Those families had surface-to-air missiles. No pilot in their right mind would dare get close. The irony wasn't lost on Thea. America's military, so proud of its freedom and democracy, had grown so undisciplined that it could barely function. A perfect system, on paper. In practice, everyone wanted to fight easy battles, and the moment things got dangerous, entire squads mutinied. She couldn't trust that an order given from 8 blocks away would actually be obeyed. Just as she was preparing to call for retreat, Barbara came running toward her, cheeks flushed and eyes shining. Retreat? Why retreat? And honestly, she wasn't wrong. Today's fight had been a massacre, in a good way. By Thea's conservative estimate, they'd wiped out at least 1/3 of Gotham's criminal population, permanently. Even Batman, with his no-kill rule, would have needed 2 years to achieve that. Barbara lifted a limp figure by the collar, grinning ear to ear. Look who I caught, Scarecrow. Ha! The former professor of fear was unconscious, a bullet wound in his shoulder still bleeding steadily. Seeing that he hadn't lost any limbs, Thea felt a little regret. Now that he'd been captured alive, killing him outright would be inconvenient. As for Barbara's question, Thea didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. She simply lowered her voice. We're running low on ammo. Barbara froze. No ammo, that meant they'd end up just like the unarmed thugs they'd slaughtered moments ago. She turned toward her father. His silence was confirmation enough. Then she looked back at Thea, desperate. Then what do we do? Relax. The area's huge. I've already sent Catwoman to scout ahead, she knows the terrain. We'll circle around and head back to camp. Thea knew the second battle of Arkham was over. Next time, it would be Batman's turn to lead. A strange sense of melancholy welled up in her chest. She glanced at Scarecrow being carried off and asked about the rest. The report came quickly. The 2 Talons had escaped. Penguin's whereabouts were unknown. And Pigface, due to his size, had been mistaken for an enhanced soldier and gunned down on the spot. The Talon's escape worked in her favor. If Penguin was alive, Talia would deal with him soon enough. They hadn't destroyed Arkham entirely, but the enemy's core strength was gone. A costly fight, but a decisive victory. She ordered the main force to regroup with Catwoman and follow her detour route through 7th Avenue and Poplar Street, looping back to camp. Before leaving, she instructed Firefly, whose pyromaniac skill tree was clearly maxed out, to plant incendiaries along the perimeter. It would block pursuit, and finally burn that cursed asylum to the ground. The retreat went smoothly. The major crime families, motivated only by the Court of Owl's money, had no interest in fighting to the death. With a silent, mutual understanding, both sides disengaged. Back at camp, things finally calmed down, at least for Thea. She didn't rush to activate the tracking beacon. The Court of Owls wasn't desperate enough yet. There was still time to wait. During dinner, the team gathered to discuss their next move. This time, Thea said little, quietly transferring command responsibilities back to Batman. Both of them understood the silent shift perfectly. Her turn was over, his had begun. Partway through the meeting, an officer leaned down to whisper something in Gordon's ear. I'll handle it. Be right back, the old commissioner said, rising from his seat. But before he could even reach the door, a shrill, panicked voice rang out from outside. Jim. Old friend. You have to help me, arrest me. Please, arrest me right now. There was a scuffle outside, someone trying to restrain the screeching man. Voluntarily turning himself in. That was a first. But there was only one man who'd call Gordon old friend. Oswald Cobblepot. The Penguin. Thea almost laughed in disbelief. So the stubborn bird had survived after all. Considering even the hulking Bane had nearly lost his mind after taking one of her freeze arrows. The fact that Penguin was still alive and walking was, frankly, impressive. Take him to the observation room, Bruce said, his voice firm. We'll question him there. He couldn't risk letting the men barge in. Half the people in this room weren't wearing masks. And while it didn't matter for Robin or Barbara, both Bruce and Thea had public identities that couldn't afford exposure. Dinner was forgotten. Everyone followed Gordon to the surveillance room. Penguin's appearance could only be described as pitiful. Hair wild, face pale, clothes torn. He looked more ghost than man. His crippled leg had gone completely black with frostbite. And he was barely standing, supported by his loyal men. He seemed to know he was being watched through the camera. Looking straight into the lens, he broke down, confessing his crimes and begging for arrest. As if imprisonment was his only hope of survival. "What do we do with him?" Gordon asked quietly. Everyone could tell what this was: fear. He wasn't surrendering out of guilt, he was running for his life. But as commissioner, Gordon couldn't just throw him out either. His eyes shifted instinctively toward Thea. She knew what he was really asking. What did the League's rules demand? Would accepting a fugitive under her banner mean betraying some ancient vendetta? Could this one decision doom his entire precinct? Thea sighed inwardly. The hole she'd dug earlier, all that League of Assassins mystique, was now swallowing her whole. She couldn't just say, "Oh, that was all an act." Mystery was her best armor. So she passed the burden neatly. Let Uncle Bruce decide. And with that, she turned and left the room. Batman could only stare after her, half amused, half exasperated. With his intellect, he'd already pieced it together. Talia must have been the one who terrified Penguin into this state. Thea didn't care, but he couldn't ignore it. He didn't want to see Talia, yet he couldn't let a criminal go free. For a moment, he actually considered pretending to be sick again and dumping the problem back on Thea. But she was long gone. In the end, principle won out. Lock him up. Humph. Catwoman, who'd been watching silently, caught the hesitation in his eyes. She didn't need to be a mind reader to know he was thinking about his ex. Jealousy surged hot and fast. She slammed the door and stormed out. Batman sighed heavily. Misunderstood again. Irritated and restless, he stepped outside for some air. And found Thea sitting high up in a tree, staring off toward the dark skyline. He approached quietly. "What are you thinking about?" Thea jumped down lightly, landing beside him. "My father, and my brother." It wasn't a lie. She didn't know whether she'd disrupted Oliver's destiny. But she realized she didn't care anymore. All she wanted was to bring him home. To have their family together again in Star City. As for the League, the Green Arrow, or Talia al Ghul, they could all go to hell. Chapter 113, A Family of Three. Batman, a master of psychology and micro-expression analysis, instantly knew she wasn't lying. For a brief moment, a sense of shared melancholy passed through him. He'd lost his parents, she had lost her father and brother. Their fates weren't so different after all. Still, he couldn't help but press the issue. So many people died today. Don't you feel guilty? They were bad people, weren't they? And it was the police who killed them. We live under the rule of law. When criminals resist arrest, death is the natural consequence. Thea honestly couldn't comprehend the logic of these so-called heroes sometimes. But now wasn't the time to argue. She simply shifted the angle, throw the whole thing on the police. It wasn't her order. It wasn't her hand. Her conscience. Spotless. Batman stared at her, momentarily stunned. Technically, she was right. Flawlessly right. Still, he tried again. Even if they were criminals, killing them outright doesn't seem right, does it? Thea sighed internally. She could tell he wasn't going to let this go until she gave him an answer. So she adopted the same calm, logical tone she'd once used debating with Malcolm Merlyn. When you capture a criminal and hand him to the police, that's law enforcement. When they resist arrest and die in the process, that's still law enforcement. There's no contradiction. What we did today wasn't a simple police operation, it was a war. A war between justice and evil. And in war, there's only one victor. This war isn't over yet. There are still thousands of people waiting to be saved. Before he could respond, she continued smoothly. I do admire what you've done, truly. But from what I've seen of Gotham lately, this city doesn't just lack a Batman, it also lacks a Bruce. What do you mean? Batman frowned. Just what I said. You spend your nights as Batman and your days pretending to be a careless playboy. That's wasting the influence and reputation of Bruce Wayne. Have you thought about what happens when Commissioner Gordon retires? Who's going to run Gotham during the day? You're suggesting. Bruce's mind was already piecing it together, but he wanted to hear her say it. That you should take over the position once Gordon steps down. With your money, connections, and leadership, you could do better than him, maybe even make real change. She didn't mean it seriously, she just wanted to redirect his attention toward politics and bureaucracy, so she could handle the Court of Owls without interference. But Bruce Wayne, being Bruce Wayne, took her words seriously. For the first time, he considered it. He'd known Gordon since the man was a young officer. They'd worked together for decades. And Thea was right, the old man was getting tired. He'd risked his life for years, been kidnapped more times than anyone could count. Maybe he deserved rest. And as for Bruce? He wasn't afraid of being kidnapped. He nodded slowly. I'll think about it. Then, full of new thoughts, he turned and walked away. When he was gone, Thea found a clean patch of grass and sat down. He's far enough. You can come out now, big sister. A shadow shifted behind a tree. Talia al Ghul stepped out. No bow this time, just a blade hanging at her hip. You're not my sister. Obviously. With her hood and glasses off, it was plain to anyone that they shared no bloodline. Talia didn't attack. Instead, she sat across from Thea, about 3 meters away, studying her with sharp, assessing eyes. Where did you learn to fight like that? Thea just smiled faintly. Nice try. Talia wasn't surprised by the silence. She started reasoning it out herself. You weren't trained in Nanda Parbat, that's clear. You must be a descendant of one of father's lieutenants. Raz al Ghul had lived for centuries. He'd had countless subordinates, most of whom had died in Nanda Parbat, but there were always exceptions. It wasn't impossible that one of their bloodlines had reached Gotham. You don't want father's attention drawn to Gotham either, do you? Exactly. Finally, something they could agree on. Then according to League protocol, I'll withdraw. I won't interfere here again. Her tone softened slightly. Consider it a favor, a warning. The Court of Owls has discovered some kind of secret weapon. They've already begun activating it. A secret weapon. Thea frowned. What kind? No idea. Talia smirked. All I know is they've halted their enhanced soldier experiments. A certain Dr. Hugo is leading the new project. She tossed a small metal tag to Thea. You've earned a favor. If you ever need me, find me in Russia. And with that, she turned and disappeared into the forest, her figure melting into the dark like a shadow fading with the wind. Thea let out an exasperated sigh. Does anyone in this world ever finish a sentence? She rolled the tag between her fingers, brow furrowed. A secret weapon. What could Gotham possibly still be hiding? She looked to her right. You heard all that. Any idea what kind of weapon she meant? I've got no clue, Catwoman answered, dropping down beside her and lying flat on the grass, a blade of dry stalk between her lips as she stared at the sunset. Thea chuckled under her breath. So all 3 of you, Bruce, Talia, and now you, come to me for therapy, huh? Fine. Let's talk. She's gone, isn't she? Catwoman muttered. Good. You and Bruce can have your 2-person world again. Next time you two go on one of your weird little dates, don't pick Star City. Go to Metropolis instead. No way. I'm broke. That bitter tone made Thea wince. Lady Shiva had really gone overboard. To ensure her daughter's character growth, she'd practically starved her financially. Before Thea could reply, Catwoman cut her off and rummaged through her bag. Here. Got this from Killer Moth. A painting. Take a look, maybe you'll buy it. A painting. Thea blinked. No one in her family, for 8 generations, had ever shown a hint of artistic talent. Why couldn't they just talk about weapons or gadgets instead? And besides, she was broke too. Still, rejecting it outright felt rude. So she took it. The scroll was small, less than a meter in either direction, clearly old, repaired in several spots. Judging by the clean cut along one edge, Catwoman had liberated it with her usual enthusiasm. Its market value had probably been cut in half. The painting itself was simple, a dense forest with a winding stone path cutting through the trees. No people, no animals. Just a quiet landscape. Peaceful, almost dull. Chapter 114, The Strange Painting. At first glance, it looked utterly ordinary, just a simple old painting. And yet, staring at it, Thea felt something inexplicable gnawing at her mind, as though her willpower were slowly being drained away. From the painted sky, from the trees, even from the empty spaces between, faint whispers seemed to echo, soft as a breath of wind, impossible to catch. No matter how hard she tried to focus, she couldn't make out a single word. Hey, what's wrong with you? Catwoman's voice broke through the haze. She'd been waiting for Thea's reaction for ages, and when she still didn't respond, Selina gave her a little shove. Ah. Thea blinked, realizing she'd gone completely still. She glanced back at the painting. The strange pull she'd felt before was gone. But the whispers. The whispers were still there, faint and fluttering like something just beyond hearing. There was definitely something wrong with this thing. But was it affecting only her? Or everyone? She decided to test it. What do you think? What period is this painting from? Software says. Catwoman caught herself mid-sentence, almost blurting out that she'd asked Felicity for help. She coughed. I think it's at least 1,000 years old. Thea barely noticed the slip. She was too busy watching Selina's expression. She unrolled the canvas again and asked casually. And what do you think of the brushwork? Any idea which master painter might have done it? Catwoman had already examined it several times. If she'd been able to identify it, she'd have sold it ages ago. She just shrugged. No clue. Thea watched her carefully. Nothing. No dazed look, no trance, just lazy disinterest. The contrast with her own reaction was striking. So it only reacts to me, she thought. A ridiculous phrase suddenly popped into her mind, this item and I are fated. Well then, fate or not, she'd buy it. When she asked the price, Catwoman hesitated. Selling a damaged, obviously stolen artifact to a friend wasn't exactly noble. But she was dead broke, and even heroes had to eat. So after a moment of guilt, she named what she thought was a low, friends-only price. Thea, though technically broke herself, was still a Wayne-level, broke billionaire. She tossed out a few wads of cash without blinking. The deal was done, and both sides walked away satisfied. Catwoman, smug that she'd finally scored some quick money. Thea, amused that she'd probably just bought something truly unusual. When Selina dashed off, likely before Thea could change her mind, Thea just shook her head. If this thing was as strange as she suspected, she hadn't been conned at all. In fact, she pitied Catwoman's lack of vision. Poor thing, destined to stay broke forever. Back at camp, the group gathered to discuss the superweapon Talia had mentioned. Batman, ever the master of selective hearing, didn't ask where Thea had gotten the intel. Gordon and the others, less suspicious, simply listened. They tossed ideas back and forth but got nowhere. No one local could recall any hidden weapon project in Gotham's history. Gordon interrogated Penguin and Scarecrow again, nothing. Lila's undercover agents came up empty as well. The only new information was that Bane had finally recovered his senses after 2 days, now refusing all visitors and hiding out in Arkham to heal. Meanwhile, the surviving crime families were tearing each other apart over territory and leftover manpower. The Court of Owls didn't intervene. In short, aside from the mysterious superweapon, everything else was going unusually well. Thea had retired her red leather jacket and switched to the high-density Kevlar combat suit Batman had provided. Wayne Enterprises' biotech and composite materials divisions were world-class. And the suit could stop a handgun at close range, even rifle fire at 100 meters would only dent the fibers. Of course, she had to keep her personal flair. The color scheme stayed red. As for the cape that came with it, she politely declined. Sure, it looked cool, but it was also the #1 thing enemies grabbed to slam you into the ground. How many times had Supergirl's cape nearly gotten her killed? Some lessons, it seemed, no hero ever learned. Still, the material was high quality, and she didn't want to waste it. So, under Batman's mildly offended gaze, she handed it off to Felicity as a souvenir. At least her trip to Gotham hadn't been for nothing. Batman's recovery progressed rapidly, far faster than any normal human could manage. In less than a month, he was nearly back to full strength. Thea, now wearing Wayne Tech armor, spent hours sparring with him to aid his rehabilitation. Though not yet at his peak, Bruce still held his own, their fighting styles, his heavy and precise, hers light and fluid, balanced perfectly. With every bout, Thea's skill improved. Her combat instincts were evolving toward mastery, already developing a distinct personal style. Give her a bit more time, and she might just earn a place on Prometheus's list of the world's 30 greatest fighters. When Barbara asked about Wing Chun, both Thea and Bruce admitted they knew it, though in Bruce's case, his stiff, awkward movements made Thea cringe. She ended up becoming his impromptu instructor. Oddly enough, since Thea had stepped back from command, Barbara's attitude had softened. The girl who used to challenge her at every turn now occasionally invited her out for coffee or shopping. Their relationship was no longer nearly as tense. In her free time, Thea threw herself into crafting new arrowheads. With Wayne Industries footing the bill, it was open season on resources. By the end of the week, she'd restocked all her high-tech arrows, and, thanks to Firefly's black market connections, added 10 new fire arrows fueled by her signature napalm. As for Gotham's leadership, with Bane in hiding, Gordon had rescued the captured city officials. They looked annoyingly healthy, not at all like people who'd suffered. The mayor, terrified by Gordon's growing influence, practically handed over full control of the city's affairs, citing serious injuries as his excuse for hiding at home. Days passed. By night, Thea found herself drawn again and again to that painting. She'd analyzed it with every instrument available, carbon dating confirmed it was indeed 1,000 years old. But nothing matched its imagery to any known artwork or culture. One sleepless night, restless and irritable, she found herself staring at it again. That faint, elusive whisper returned, closer this time, curling around her ears. No matter how she strained to listen, the words remained indistinct, until suddenly, a low, muffled voice rose through the haze. Come to me. I can help you. I'm not a bad person. The tone was different this time, deeper, echoing as if from far underground. Thea's instincts flared. Go take a look. Of course, it wasn't because the voice claimed to be not a bad person. Every villain in history had started with good intentions. She'd just check for herself and deal with whatever it was accordingly. Chapter 115, Bloodline. Ever since she'd switched to the Kevlar combat suit Batman provided, Thea had retired her old anti-shock armor. The new suit resisted pressure, bullets, and blades, all while being breathable and temperature regulating. It wasn't quite rip your shirt and fly off level like Superman or Supergirl, but compared to her old gear, it was fast, efficient, and sleek. Once she suited up, she told no one. She strapped on her weapons, jumped onto her hoverboard, and shot off in the direction of the mysterious voice. Though she was no longer in command, she hadn't stopped keeping tabs on Gotham's weather. Every few days she'd tell the old commissioner to light up the sky, and out of respect, he always did. The expense barely registered for Batman, the fuel for one Batsuit jet was enough to cover it. The clouds, however, didn't stand a chance. Her constant atmospheric tweaks had made Gotham's nights strangely clear, where there had once been endless gloom, now even the moonlight felt pure and silver. Crime rates. Who knew? But at least the city looked cleaner. Under the bright moon, Thea oriented herself. The whispering voice kept calling, soft and deliberate. Come to me. I can help you. It was coming from the south. Gotham was a port city, sea to the east, inland connections north and west. But south was nothing but endless marshland. No people, no lights, only fog and mud. Despite her unease, Thea steadied her breathing, slowed her hoverboard to a cautious glide, and scanned the terrain below. No alarms from her sensors, no heat signatures on infrared, no sign of anything alive. Then, a voice, deeper now. I'm here, young one. She instantly knocked an ice arrow, bow drawn, and began to descend. Her body tense, her eyes darting for any sign of movement. But at 20 meters above the ground, she saw nothing. No person. No animal. Just mud, reeds, and silence. Where are you? It felt ridiculous yelling into the swamp, but she truly couldn't see who, or what, was talking. I'm coming out. I'm not a bad person. A wet gurgling rose from below. The swamp churned violently. Then, with a splash that sent mud flying high into the air, someone, emerged. A massive, green, humanoid creature hauled itself from the mire, vines trailing like veins, sludge pouring from its body. Every movement shook the ground, gallons of muck raining back into the swamp. 5 meters tall. Easily several tons. Green. Hulking. Alive. Thea just stared, wide-eyed and frozen. Her hand tightened on the bow, but for the first time, the weapon gave her no sense of safety. Could my arrows even hurt that thing? Her hoverboard hummed beneath her feet, her one comfort. If I can't beat it, I can at least run, right? The giant shifted in place, flexing its shoulders and wiping its mossy face. When it didn't attack, Thea took a gamble and shouted. You're the one calling me. The distance between them, 50 meters, maybe more, forced her to raise her voice. For a long 30 seconds, the creature didn't respond. Her nerves twisted tighter with every heartbeat. Finally, in a voice like the rumble of earth itself. Yes, young one. Thea's eyebrow twitched. Great. A talker. And a slow one. Still, he didn't seem hostile. She exhaled, lowering her altitude to meet him at eye level. What do you, want with me? It's a long story. You'll need patience. Thea nodded politely. Patience wasn't exactly her strength, but she could fake it if it kept her alive. I'm not a bad person, he added again. She almost rolled her eyes. They always say that. Every villain in history started with, I only wanted to help. I was once a botanist, the creature said slowly. Because of an experiment, I became this. My name was Alec Holland. Now, they call me Swamp Thing. There was a wistful note in his voice, but it passed quickly. Our world has many supernatural forces. I am one of them. And my superiors have sensed something within you. Something beyond the ordinary. That is why I was sent to make contact. What? Thea's mind blanked. Wait, me. I have what kind of reaction? Supernatural. She. That made no sense. Thea Queen 1.0 had been painfully normal, no powers, no magic, just trauma and bad luck. Her dad dead, her mom dead, every boyfriend doomed. That wasn't supernatural, that was a cosmic joke. I don't get it, she said warily. Are you here to warn me, or to capture me? Because in this world, people who made contact often followed it up with burning, cutting, or experimenting. Swamp Thing's massive head shook. I am here to help you. As I said before. Right. That phrase again. And every helper she'd ever met had come armed with knives, bombs, or mind control. She stayed silent, waiting. You've come into possession of a relic, he continued. That relic has awakened your bloodline. You are not a mere human, you carry the legacy of an ancient sage. A relic. That part was easy to guess, the painting. The one Catwoman had liberated from Killer Moth. She'd brought it with her, tucked safely in her pack. As for the bloodline talk, that was harder to swallow. Was this something infused by the relic, or something she'd always had? It sounded lofty, sure, bloodlines, hidden powers, ancient inheritances, but her. Really? Still, she drew out the scroll carefully, wary he might try to take it. You mean this? This is the relic you're talking about? And, could you maybe explain the bloodline thing? Swamp Thing's mouth, or what passed for one, curved into what he probably thought was a gentle smile. To Thea, it looked terrifying. Only you can know your own bloodline, he said. I was once human, but no longer. I cannot trace your origin. The answer lies within you. Only she could know. That was absurd, she didn't know anything. But as she opened her mouth to protest, something stirred in her mind, a sudden flash of clarity. The winding forest path from the painting. The strange whispers. And, her surname. Merlin. Her thoughts froze. Bloodline. Legacy. Merlin. The pieces clicked together, and her heart began to pound. Chapter 116, Entering the Secret Realm. The Great Mage Merlin, a name that echoed through every corner of Western legend. The wise counselor of King Arthur, the man who stood beside the Knights of the Round Table, his legend was so well known that even children could recite parts of it. But, could that Merlin have anything to do with Malcolm Merlin? Thea's head spun. She'd spent so long tracing the Quinn family's tangled bloodline, chasing half-mythical records, and yet, could the truth have been right beside her all along? Or was this just another illusion? She looked down at her hands. Long-fingered, pale, steady. Hands that could string a bow, wield a sword, or flip a dagger with ease, but not, as far as she knew, summon fireballs or ice spears. And if it really came down to bloodline, shouldn't Old Man Malcolm's be purer? He'd spent a lifetime scheming, manipulating, playing the game from the shadows, yet in the end, he died miserable and powerless. She'd never seen him awakening any ancient magic in his blood. Thea pictured him in a wizard's robe, flinging fireballs. Yeah. No. That image was too ridiculous. Still, the swamp creature before her didn't look like it was joking. She pointed to herself. So, my bloodline's awake now. Because honestly, I don't feel any different. The creature didn't answer immediately. Instead, dozens of vines rose from the muddy ground, curling and weaving into a thick tangle. From the center of that mass, they lifted a dark red vessel, small, smooth, shaped almost like a goblet. It was spotless despite having come from the swamp. Now that, Thea thought, was a real example of, untainted by the mud. Definitely a treasure. Just, probably not hers. Sure enough, the creature spoke again in that deep, patient tone. This is the chalice of awakening, gifted by Lady Xanadu, our leader. It can awaken your dormant bloodline. Whether you succeed or fail, depends on you. Lady Xanadu. Thea had never heard the name, but anyone who could command the swamp thing clearly ranked among the big players of the mystical world. Fine then, she said. How do I use it? Drip your blood into the cup. It will seek out the relic bound to you, and open the path to your inheritance. Maybe realizing how terrifying he looked, the creature gently placed the cup on solid ground and backed away a few steps. He clearly assumed any normal girl her age would have fainted 10 minutes ago. Thea, of course, wasn't any normal girl. Hoverboard still humming beneath her, she descended but didn't step off. Circling the cup twice, she studied it from every angle. No traps, no strange energy. All right then, she muttered. Let's do this. She rolled up her sleeve and made a shallow cut along her arm. Crimson drops fell into the goblet, pooling at the bottom. At first, nothing. Then. A sharp tug, right at her navel, like a hook yanking upward. Wind roared in her ears before she could scream. Her body shot forward, wrapped in crushing pressure, as though she'd been shoved into a narrow tunnel made of air. The world blurred into motion, up, down, sideways, until she lost all sense of direction. When she finally slammed to a stop, her first coherent thought was, "That was the worst ride of my life." Groaning, she pushed herself up, and froze. Her combat suit was gone. In its place hung a rough, brown cloak, coarse, scratchy, and about 1 step above beggarware. Okay, maybe 2 steps. It looked thick, but the fabric felt cheap, almost itchy against her skin. And, her underwear was gone too. Oh, great, she muttered. Whoever designed this initiation clearly hates women. Still, she was a fighter, modesty could wait. Her Kevlar suit, bow, and daggers were gone, but lying nearby was one familiar weapon, Azrael's sword. She picked it up, testing its balance. Same weight, same sharpness. At least that hadn't changed. Glancing around, she realized where she was, or thought she did. The forest path around her looked exactly like the one in the painting, tall trees, thick canopy, winding stone trail leading up a misty hill. Great, she sighed. Walk into the painting, why not? No choice but forward. Drawing her sword, she took a few experimental swings against a nearby tree, clean cuts, solid steel. Good enough. With a deep breath, she forced away the lingering discomfort of her missing underlayer, steadied her focus with the meditation techniques Lady Shiva had taught her, and started up the trail. The path was surprisingly even, laid with smooth stones. Was this real? Or some kind of illusion crafted by the relic? Either way, she saw no animals, no movement, only the sound of wind through leaves. Then her instincts flared. A prickle of pain stabbed her temples. Danger. Ambush. A shadow dropped from above, a figure clad head to toe in armor, its face hidden by a cloud of black mist. Thea's reflexes kicked in instantly. The attacker came down in a heavy vertical slash, perfect mid-air exposure. But she didn't know how strong its armor was. Instead of countering, she rolled aside. The blade smashed into the ground where she'd been standing, kicking up dirt. Before the echo faded, she twisted, sweeping her sword low at the figure's unarmored legs. The knight moved fast, lifting one foot to block her strike, then bringing its massive greatsword down toward her head. Strong one, huh? Thea leapt back, analyzing, defending, waiting. Her plan was simple: study the rhythm, find the opening, then end it in one blow. After several exchanges, she had it. The opponent's style was unmistakable, refined, disciplined, definitely no random brawler. A real swordsman. A deadly one. But also, familiar. Thea narrowed her eyes. That stance, the weight of the swing. Old English formation swordplay. She almost laughed. So this bloodline trial was a duel. Shouldn't a wizard's inheritance involve spells? Runes? Maybe a glowing staff? Instead, she got a medieval knight swinging a blade like a hurricane. Still, she recognized the patterns, and the counters. After all, Ra's al Ghul had studied every ancient combat form on Earth. He'd made her memorize them all. Using what she'd learned from the League, she dissected the knight's every move. When he lunged forward in a two-handed thrust, she pivoted, sliding her blade along the flat of his, deflecting the strike, then surged forward, driving her sword straight toward his mask. The blow hit clean. The knight froze, mid-motion. The oppressive aura around him evaporated. He shifted his grip, resting his sword in one hand. Then, with slow, deliberate grace, he dropped to one knee and lowered his head, offering a formal salute Thea didn't recognize. A moment later, his entire form dissolved into mist, scattering like smoke on the wind. Thea exhaled, sword still raised, heart pounding. Okay, she muttered, scanning the empty forest. If this is step 1 of my bloodline test. I really hope step 2 doesn't involve a dragon. Chapter 117, The Second Trial. After cutting down the Black Mist Knight, Thea didn't relax for even a second. She continued carefully up the mountain, every step alert and ready. The climb after that was uneventful. Too uneventful. By the time she reached halfway up, she had already figured it out. This trial probably wasn't meant to make apprentice wizards hack their way past armored knights. More likely, it was a test of reaction and instinct, who flinched, who ran, who survived. In other words, a selection for those who knew when to flee and ran fast enough to live. Merlin, bless his ancient genius, clearly hadn't accounted for a descendant like her, someone who solved problems with a sword to the face. If the old archmage could see how she'd just punched her way through his sacred trial, he'd probably cough up blood in his grave. That knight's skill was no joke, though. Even in the modern world, he'd count as elite. Thea could imagine Merlin's medieval kin scrambling for their lives back then. People loved to say ancient warriors were stronger, but that was nonsense. Every craft improved with time. Swordplay too, sharpened by generations of refinement. Well, unless you had true energy or chi or whatever, but clearly that didn't exist here. Otherwise, Ra's al Ghul would have ascended to heaven ages ago after 8 centuries of training. Finally, she reached the top. Phew. She exhaled, stabbing her sword into the ground. The climb had no more enemies, but her nerves had been taut the entire way. She wondered how many of her medieval ancestors had puked their guts out running this far uphill. Hopefully, Trial 2 wouldn't be worse. The mountaintop was no peak, it was a flattened plateau. A vast stone plaza stretched before her, and at its far end loomed a grand palace, distinctly British in design, though weathered and ancient. The front gates towered 10 meters high, flanked by massive, half-broken statues of armored knights. Thea didn't rush forward, charging headfirst into unknown magic doors. That was how people died in movies. And honestly, those doors looked too heavy for her to even budge. Then, with a low groan of ancient hinges, the gates opened on their own. Thud, thud, thud. Each echoing step made her chest tighten. From the darkness within, something enormous emerged. Horns curved from its head. Eyes burned red gold like molten iron. 4 legs, 2 wings, a body armored in scales that shimmered like flowing magma, and a tail long enough to flatten a building. A red dragon. A fire dragon. Whatever it was, Thea knew one thing: she couldn't win. Not her, not even Bane on a triple dose of venom. She stared, half in awe, half in despair. Was Merlin's wizard selection really dragon slaying? No wonder half the medieval peasants never made it past level 1. Or maybe, she thought grimly, the system had decided to scale up difficulty just for her. Because she didn't follow the rules in the first round. She glanced down at her sword. It didn't look remotely like it could slay a dragon. Maybe it was another agility test. Dash between the fireballs and sprint through the door behind it. But the dragon wasn't even standing, it just sat there, crouched like a bored cat guarding the entrance. Her mind spun through every theory she could think of, from video game mechanics to fairy tale logic, and none of them fit. Then the dragon moved. Without warning, its jaws opened. A fireball the size of a dinner table exploded toward her. Oh, come on. Did Merlin expect every wizard to be a dragon-killing hero before even learning their first spell? Was this the medieval version of, if you want to study magic, first go slay Godzilla? She dove aside just in time. Flames roared past, searing the ground where she'd stood. Another blast followed, and another. Thea ducked, rolled, sprinted, every near miss making her curse louder. Fine. Fighting this thing head-on was suicide. But she wasn't going to die without thinking first. When the next fireball hit the ground, she noticed something strange. The flames burned, but the ground underneath wasn't charred. No oxygen-depleting combustion. No heat shimmer. Fake fire. Illusionary magic. She crouched low, edged closer to one of the fire pits, and waved her hand over it. Cool. No heat. To double-check, she touched the edge with her sword. No damage. No temperature change. Well, well, she murmured. So that's your game. She tapped the sword against the edge again. The collision was real, solid resistance. Not illusion, exactly, but something like a construct. A simulation. Thea's eyes lit up. So it's not about strength, it's about imagination. She grinned. If the trial responded to thought, then, anything she pictured could become real. She closed her eyes, thought hard, and whispered. Beretta 92F. A pistol materialized in her hand. Solid weight. Metal cold against her palm. She aimed, fired. The recoil, the sound, the bullet strike, all perfect. Got it. This wasn't a combat trial at all. It was a creativity test. Defeat the dragon by whatever means your mind could conjure. So that was it. Merlin's idea of testing a magician wasn't power, but imagination. You think a dragon's scary, she said with a smirk. Let me show you what my world can do. First, she pictured the classic option, a Terminator. Not the cheap model either, the Governor edition. A towering, muscled cyborg appeared beside her, hefting a Gatling gun. Go get M, big guy. He charged forward, roaring, the minigun spitting endless bullets. The dragon snorted, unimpressed, and launched a volley of fiery orbs. The Terminator didn't even last 30 seconds before melting into light. Figures. Thea wasn't discouraged. If at first you don't succeed, scale up. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and imagined the largest, most unstoppable weapon she'd ever seen. A Jaeger. A red giant, 150 meters tall, forged from steel and fury. Crimson Typhoon. The ground shook as the mecha rose behind her, triple-armed and gleaming, each hand gripping a saw-edged blade. When the dragon looked up, its molten eyes widened. Even in its magically reconstructed memory, it had never seen a creature like this. A titan. It thought, bewildered. Then Crimson Typhoon moved. 1,000 tons of steel thundered forward. One arm seized the dragon's throat, pinning it to the ground. The other two came down like guillotines, blades flashing red. The first strike carved through scale. The second smashed bone. By the third, Thea wasn't even bothering with technique, just raw satisfaction. Now that's what I call problem solving. If this was Merlin's imagination test, then she'd just aced it. With extra credit for style. Chapter 118, The Written Exam. The pitiful red dragon didn't even get the chance to spread its wings or breathe shadow fire before Thea pinned it down and hacked it to pieces. In theory, cutting off the head should have done it, but this was obviously an illusory dragon, not a real one. Fatal injuries didn't seem to follow normal rules here. Still, Thea didn't care about theory. She just kept chopping. Hack. Slash. Slice. By the time she stopped, the once mighty dragon looked less like a mythical creature and more like ground meat. She poked through the steaming remains, no dragon crystal, no core, no crafting loot. Figures. Then, as she caught her breath, she finally noticed what the trial's real mechanism might have been. At the entrance stood 4 broken knight statues, headless, limbless, scattered like discarded junk. It clicked. The intended challenge wasn't solo the dragon. The statues were reference points. The exam's original design probably wanted the test taker to reenact the classic knight and mage cooperation to slay the dragon scenario. But one of her distant ancestors must have misunderstood. Either that, or they decided to prank their descendants, turning the statues into actual combat puppets that went toe-to-toe with the dragon. Now, all that was left of them was rubble. Great. So I passed, but in the dumbest way possible. Shrugging, Thea had her giant mech carefully set her down. 150 meters was a long way to fall. She wasn't about to get flattened by her own creation. Sword in hand, she skirted around the mountain of dragon bits and walked straight into the palace beyond. The moment she stepped inside, the heavy doors slammed shut behind her. Ugh, how original. From outside, the palace had looked massive. Inside, not so much. A few steps later, she found herself standing before a messy desk. Stacks of parchment were scattered across its surface. 3 quill pens lay at odd angles, and a tiny ink bottle, nearly dry, rolled lazily on the floor. Thea frowned. This setup didn't match the style of an ancient magical trial at all. So disorganized. So unmage-like. Had the test fallen into disrepair? Or had the invigilator been on vacation for a few centuries? Either way, she couldn't just stand there. Fine. First rule of exams, tidy your desk. She started stacking the parchment. But the moment her fingers touched them, the air in front of her shimmered, and a massive hourglass appeared out of nowhere. Grains of sand trickled down at a steady pace. Roughly an hour's worth, she estimated. Okay, but what exactly am I supposed to do for that hour? She glanced around the room again, fine carpets, wall paintings, ornate lamps. Pretty. But useless. No puzzles, no clues, no magical sigils to study. Still, better safe than sorry. She gave the place a thorough search. 10 minutes later, her conclusion was clear: decoration, all of it. The only things that mattered were the desk, the parchment, and the ink. Sighing, she picked up the first sheet and squinted at the scribbles. What in the? The practical applications of mana within the secondary relationship between water and earth. She tossed it aside. Yeah, sure. Totally something a medieval farmer would understand. After sorting through all the sheets, she managed to find a few she could actually read. Those, thankfully, were basic, things about the composition of the world, the fundamental elements of creation, and similar, 101, material. Child's play. With her boosted cognition and the learning discipline honed from a lifetime of exams, Thea devoured the text like a machine. Even the sections that contradicted her modern understanding of physics were no problem. She memorized them all verbatim. Then came the dense stuff, half alchemy, half nonsense. She didn't bother understanding it. She did what every good student does when faced with impossible material: memorize first, think later. Her mind ran like a high-speed scanner, cramming page after page of archaic drivel. In less than half an hour, she had memorized over 10 sheets, tens of thousands of words, and spent another 10 minutes sorting it all out in her head. The knowledge was chaotic, fragmented, clearly cobbled together from different sources. It felt less like the coherent wisdom of an archmage and more like someone's attic full of random magical trivia. Maybe the original came with a manual. She muttered. Too bad it's probably been lost for generations. Still, it didn't matter. She could feel the trial's end approaching. Finish this, and she'd clear the relic's test. Taking a deep breath, she centered herself, calming both body and mind. When the last grain of sand fell, the old parchment vanished. A single fresh sheet appeared on the desk. The ink and quills remained. Right. Pop quiz time. There were fewer than 20 questions, things like, how many elements compose the world, what colors does fire burn in under differing mana conditions, and, explain basic light refraction. Elementary stuff. Thea rolled her eyes. You've got to be kidding me. All that studying, and the real test turned out to be multiple choice for toddlers. Whoever designed this. I hope your beard catches fire. Still, she answered each question seriously. 5 minutes later, exam done, double-checked, flawless. Then came the awkward part. So, who do I hand this to? No response. Hello? Anyone? I'm done. Her voice echoed off the stone walls. Not a whisper answered. She slumped forward, groaning. Don't tell me the great Merlin left the timer long enough for people who just learned to write. Honestly, it was possible. In the Middle Ages, literacy was a luxury, even kings could barely sign their names. Most nobles used signet rings to stamp their autographs. Sitting back, Thea drummed her fingers on the desk. Fine. If no one's grading, I'm looting. She stood and started searching the room again, this time properly. Using the treasure-hunting tricks Catwoman had taught her, she ran her hands along the walls and fixtures, checking for hidden seams or magical catches. It took a while, but persistence paid off. The walls yielded nothing, but in one of the decorative antler mounts, she found something gleaming. A dagger. Black as shadow. Well, she murmured, twirling it in her hand, at least someone here knows how to give proper rewards. Chapter 119, The Ferocious Ant. The dagger was barely the size of her palm, double-edged, plain, and unadorned. No carvings, no runes, no fancy craftsmanship. Just a simple, utilitarian weapon. Thea turned it over a few times in her hand, but nothing about it screamed special artifact. Still, better safe than sorry. She slipped it into her belt and continued searching the chamber. Time passed quickly. After checking every corner again and again, she was certain the place was empty. Judging by her sense of time, she'd been here over an hour. No clock, no sun, just silence. She propped her legs up on the table and closed her eyes, half dozing. Then, without warning, her exam paper vanished. And the next instant, pain. A violent, invisible fire erupted inside her body. Wah, what the hell? She couldn't see it or touch it, yet it burned from within, searing through her veins. Her blood felt like it was boiling, racing toward the inferno in her core, transmuting into something unearthly. Every second dragged like an eternity. Her mind grew sluggish. Her limbs went numb. Who am I? Where am I? Her body acted on instinct alone as her consciousness slipped away into the void. When awareness returned, she was lying back where it had all started. The painting's world was gone. The swamp was back. And across from her, the Swamp Thing watched silently, his red eyes gleaming in the dark. Her Kevlar suit was still intact. The dagger now hung clearly at her waist. But none of that mattered, her whole body felt like wet cotton, soft and weak. What happened to me? And how long was I out? Her voice trembled, barely louder than a whisper. The Swamp Thing leaned closer, examining her carefully. Under that heavy, moss-covered gaze, she couldn't help getting goosebumps. At last, he rumbled in his slow, earthy tone. You possess remarkable potential. Your bloodline has awakened. Potential. She didn't feel remarkable, she felt like a blood donor on her last leg. Her strength was down to maybe a third of normal. Her pulse was faint, her steps unsteady, she broke into a sweat just standing. Even her skin had lost its usual elasticity. Great, she muttered hoarsely. I've awakened into anemia. She tried to sense the so-called power in her veins but nearly blacked out from dizziness. Definitely a textbook case of blood loss. The Swamp Thing, seeing she could barely stay upright, added in that slow, rumbling way of his. Do not fear. This is good. The first awakening refines the blood into its pure form. As for your weakness, I cannot say. I am no expert in magic. He even spread his enormous hands as if shrugging, though on a 5-meter-tall plant giant, it looked anything but cute. You've got to be kidding me. Thea groaned. That explanation was as useful as a PowerPoint with no text. Still, she didn't have the strength to argue. At least she had her hoverboard. She could still glide back to base, slowly, carefully, and hopefully without fainting midair. She waved weakly at him. Thanks for the trauma, big guy. I'm gonna go nap before I die. The creature didn't stop her, instead, it raised a massive, vine-covered arm and offered her something. A fruit. Green as jade, shining wetly under the moonlight, its surface carved with strange organic lines. What is this? A gift from the earth, he replied. It will further awaken your bloodline. I do not know which ancient sage's power you carry, but the earth nurtures all. I have seen Gotham through your rainstorms, you brought light back to the city. You are a good child. Justice needs your strength. Being handed a "you're a good kid" award by a 5-meter moss giant was surreal, but Thea couldn't help smiling faintly. Maybe all her weather manipulation hadn't gone unnoticed after all. She accepted the fruit carefully. Right, appreciate it. But I'll, save this for later. No way was she taking another bite of anything mystical right now. Her blood pressure couldn't handle another awakening. As the swamp thing slowly sank back into the mire, Thea climbed onto her board and wobbled skyward, heading home. Luckily, Gotham was quiet tonight. After 2 Arkham raids and several gang wars, most of the city's crooks were either dead or hiding. No rockets. No car chases. Just a mercifully uneventful glide back to base. She landed softly outside the safe house, planning to sneak into her room and collapse. No such luck. Next door, Felicity and Catwoman were in the middle of a gaming marathon. The moment they heard her door creak open, both stuck their heads out. Thea, whoa, what happened to you? Catwoman, who'd been avoiding her lately to dodge paying back debts, immediately froze. Thea's pallid face and wobbly stance erased all pretense. She rushed over, catching her by the arm. You look like death. What's going on? Thea hesitated. What was she supposed to say? Oh, just awakened my ancient Merlin bloodline and almost died of mystical exsanguination. Yeah, no. Batman would have a field day with that one. She was still searching for a believable lie when Felicity, bless her wild imagination, snapped her fingers. Wait. I get it. You're on your period, right? Wow, that must be one hell of a heavy flow. It took Thea a solid 5 seconds to process what she'd just said. Then her face went blank. You what? Sure, she'd lost about 1/3 of her blood, but not that way. Still, it was an excuse. And honestly, it fit better than the truth. After a long pause, she sighed. Yeah. Something like that. Instant understanding flashed across Catwoman's face. In an instant, the world-weary thief turned into a caring big sister. You poor thing. You should have said something sooner. She half-carried Thea back to her room and declared. Sit. Don't move. I'll make you some brown sugar tea. Within minutes, the news spread. Barbara, hearing Thea's hurt, immediately dashed over, whether out of genuine concern or sheer curiosity, who knew? Meanwhile, Batman, in the middle of rehab exercises, caught wind of the commotion and came running too. But the moment he opened the door and saw a room full of women fussing over Thea, his brain connected the dots faster than any detective board could. His super-genius intellect drew the only logical conclusion. And he vanished. Silent as a bat, gone without a trace. Chapter 120, Talent. Over the next few days, Thea continued using the excuse of being ambushed by her period to avoid every mission, meeting, and interrogation that came her way. And honestly, it worked like magic. Everyone she met gave her that warm, sympathetic smile, the kind reserved for the terminally ill or the very brave. People spoke to her gently, asked if she needed rest, food, or a blanket, as though a single harsh word might finish her off. Meanwhile, Catwoman and Barbara kept sending over nourishment, red sugar water, black-bone chicken soup, and other home remedies. By the 3rd day, Thea had recovered nearly 70% of her strength and could finally start sorting through what she'd gained from that nightmarish trial. That very first night back, she'd received information. It hadn't come from a voice or a book, it simply appeared in her mind, as though it had always been there. No need to read, no need to think, she knew. Every descendant of the Merlin line, it said, upon successful awakening, would gain a natural ability, something instinctive, almost like a biological spell. It didn't require mana or chance or gestures. If you had the stamina, you could use it. For her, the mark manifested as a silver-white unicorn tattoo on her left shoulder blade. It could appear or vanish at will, and, intriguingly, it held 2 forms. Sun by day, the tattoo was bright, absorbing sunlight. When activated, it could summon a unicorn companion to fight alongside her until dismissed. Crescent moon by night, the mark turned dark, drinking in moonlight. Then, it granted her the power to create a shadow double, a clone identical in body and skill to her true self. A unicorn, huh? She glanced around to make sure no one was watching, shut her door, sealed the windows, and whispered. Please don't explode. Please don't explode. Then she focused her mind on the tattoo and triggered the ability. A thin mist shimmered in the air, and with a soft poof, her faithful steed appeared before her. Thea stared, deadpan. It was tiny, barely bigger than her hand, with a fluffy mane and a stubby little horn poking out of its head. You've got to be kidding me. The miniature unicorn blinked up at her, dazed. It looked around her room, clearly confused by the unfamiliar setting. Then, spotting Thea, it relaxed and gave her hand a tentative lick. Despite herself, she chuckled. Okay, fine. You're adorable. She stroked its silken mane. The fur was unbelievably soft, like stroking a warm cloud. Still, a palm-sized unicorn wasn't exactly battlefield material. What, you gonna nuzzle the bad guys to death? That night, she tested the other half of her new power. The result? surprisingly solid. Unlike certain enemies' shadow clones, hers were tangible, fully real, able to speak, fight, and take hits. They didn't dissolve into smoke when struck, though fatal injuries still counted. The clone could perfectly replicate her combat ability but couldn't copy her gear, so, if her enemies knew the trick, all they had to do was aim for the version holding the sword. Still, flaws aside, the skill was incredible. With a bit of creativity, say, giving the clone a dagger while she wielded her sword, she could easily confuse most opponents. She experimented a few times. Stamina consumption doubled, but damage to the clone didn't affect her body. In theory, her duplicate could die 100 times, and she'd be fine, though the reverse was true too. If the clone learned something, she didn't automatically gain that knowledge. They could share basic information, but not complex understanding, a trade-off she could live with. Both forms, she found, could be trained. The sun strengthened the unicorn. The moon empowered her clone. Given enough sunlight, the little unicorn would mature into a full-grown steed, and eventually, perhaps even sprout wings to become a royal unicorn. Once it reached adulthood, they could merge, granting Thea the creature's speed, endurance, and magical strength. The moon's blessing worked differently. With enough energy, her night clone would gain greater intelligence, agility, even the potential to create multiple copies at once. Thea grinned to herself. Guess I'm officially solar-powered now. In the future, she could easily imagine herself lounging beside Superman and Supergirl, soaking up rays while training her bloodline. Make room for me on that rooftop, guys. She wondered what her ancestors' talents had been. It was easier to just call them that than bloodline manifestations. Either way, her shadow duplication ability fit her perfectly. Her combat style was aggressive and tactical, having a double essentially doubled her fighting power. If she didn't mind revealing it, she could already outmatch Batman one-on-one, at least without his gadgets. That strange, blood refinement from before, she realized, was what caused her collapse. Even with limited understanding, the process was clear. It burned away the ordinary to distill the divine. She could feel it, deep in her heart. 2 droplets of golden blood pulsed faintly. The trial had pushed her body far beyond normal limits. What was supposed to purify a single drop had overachieved, refining too. That explained why she'd nearly died. Most people lost 15% of their blood and fainted. She'd lost 30 and walked away. Barely. She glanced at the glowing green fruit the swamp thing had given her. Yeah. I'm not eating that anytime soon. The painting that caused all this had been completely destroyed, but just before it vanished, it had transmitted one final, fragmented message. Through broken flashes of memory, she pieced together fragments of a tragedy, an ancestor, long ago, forced into the trial because of love, coerced, then betrayed. Before dying, he destroyed the key to the family's true inheritance, likely a parchment or a manual, leaving future generations blind. Thea exhaled slowly. So I basically did a hell mode run with no instructions. Great. Still, the story served as a warning: never flaunt your power. That ancestor had probably been too arrogant, showing off until others grew envious, and in the end, envy killed him. If I had something that others didn't, I'd probably get hunted too. And who fit that description perfectly? A man with no powers, no magic, yet centuries of obsession and cunning. Ra's al Ghul, the demon's head. He'd lived 800 years on borrowed life, seen gods and aliens, and yet remained merely human. Thea didn't believe for a second that he didn't covet supernatural power. The more she thought about it, the more everything clicked. In the ArrowVerse, the 1.0 version of Thea had been gravely wounded by Ra's ambush, an injury that crippled her for life. Was it truly random? Or had he known what she carried? He'd only ever personally targeted 2 people, Oliver Queen and Thea Queen. Coincidence? Yeah, right. And then there was Malcolm Merlin, her father, who'd somehow been accepted into the League after his wife's death and promoted to lieutenant within 2 years. Ra's, with his centuries of insight, couldn't have missed Malcolm's ambition. It all fit too well. He knew about the bloodline. Maybe even better than the descendants themselves. And Batman. Perhaps Ra's interest in him wasn't just philosophical, maybe it was bloodline-related too. After all, the Wayne family's history stretched back to the Crusades. Great, Thea muttered, rubbing her temple. Now I'm giving myself a migraine. She picked up the dagger she'd found in the trial. At first, she'd thought the darkened blade was just rusted, but after polishing it, she realized the black hue was deliberate. Etched where the blade met the hilt were several old words. With her newly acquired mage trainee knowledge and a few search engines, Thea spent an entire day deciphering them. When she finally got the translation, her eyes widened slightly. Black Mist. Chapter 121, A New Equipment Concept. Ever since her bloodline awakening, Thea's senses had undergone a complete transformation. The vague, intangible perception she once possessed had merged with her blood-born spiritual power, forming a faint but steady energy source, something she decided to call mana. When she channeled this mana into the dagger's inscription, it transformed the raw energy into another form before releasing it. The consumption on her end was minimal, the dagger itself provided most of the energy, she merely acted as a conduit. But that little difference, between producing and directing energy, was what separated ordinary people from mages. Having played countless RPGs, Thea quickly figured out the dagger's function. It could create a dense sphere of pitch-black fog within her line of sight. As for the design logic behind it, who knew what the original creator was thinking? Outsiders couldn't see through it, those inside were blind as well, including Thea herself. So basically, a medieval smoke bomb. Probably designed for quick escapes. But with modern technology already providing better smoke screens and heat vision goggles, this ancient magic felt a bit underwhelming. The black mist only blocked human vision, thermal imaging would still pick up silhouettes. She tossed the dagger lightly in her hand, spinning it through the air a few times before catching it. Other protagonists trip over magic rings and dragon eggs. I get a fog machine. Figures. To keep her mind sharp, she recopied the scattered fragments she'd memorized from those old parchments, cross-referencing them with the dagger's carvings. The results weren't great, too few reference points, too little context. Online searches didn't help either. There were myths about Merlin and ghosts, Merlin versus Yetis, and other nonsense, a total mess of half-truths and fanfiction. Thea didn't dare experiment blindly. It was one thing for powerful sorcerers to go mad with mana, but quite another for a rookie like her to blow herself up on day one. She thought briefly of the Swamp Thing, who'd mentioned the Lady of Shandu. But even he'd said she was elusive, an ancient being, possibly immortal, older than Ra's al Ghul by centuries. If she ever decided to show up, it might be a decade too late. There were a few magical heroes in this world, Constantine came to mind, but considering his reputation as a walking disaster magnet, Thea decided it was best not to get within 10 meters of him. With no mentor and no clear path, she decided to take it slow. First, recover her strength. Then, once her body was back at full capacity, she'd try the earth fruit the Swamp Thing had given her. Even while resting, Thea didn't idle. If magic couldn't be mastered overnight, then her next focus would be tech, something tangible, improvable. After all, her enemies just kept getting stronger and weirder. Magic might take years to master, but technology could be built. She thought of Shazam, the teenage boy who yelled a word and instantly transformed into a muscle-bound wizard after being struck by lightning. Yeah, no thanks. That's not learning, that's body snatching with extra steps. Such instant power didn't build foundation, it burned it away. Those types wouldn't last a day in a proper cultivation world, they'd get possessed before lunch. Using her good relationship with Batman while it lasted, Thea made a bold request. Can I take a look at your utility belt? To her surprise, Bruce agreed. Finally, she could see the legendary belt up close. Everyone described it like it was a divine relic, but in truth, its brilliance lay not in mystique, but in design. Dozens of nanotech compartments, modular gadgets, and precision engineering, elegant, compact, efficient. What caught her eye most was the nanotech integration. Batman's nanotech differed from Ray Palmer's. Bruce used it to miniaturize weapons, Palmer used it to shrink himself. Same origin, different philosophies. Figures. The control freak and the scientist, both geniuses, zero overlap. If Batman ever had to wear the Atom suit, his pride would implode before the armor even powered on. And Palmer, with his limited combat experience, could never handle Batman's gear. Still, the belt gave Thea an idea. Her skateboard had reached its upgrade limit. It was agile, yes, but against monsters like Bane, it was practically useless. What she needed now was raw strength. And she knew exactly where to start, by borrowing a page from the Winter Soldier. Not literally, of course. She wasn't insane enough to chop off her arm. Her plan was to replicate the idea, using Batman's nanotech approach. She drafted the concept on her tablet. A modular, nanotech-based metal arm system divided into 3 wearable components, a bracelet, a wristband, and an armlet. Each piece looked like a normal accessory, feminine, fashionable, inconspicuous. But when activated, the ring expanded and rotated, forming a metallic glove. The bracelet extended into a forearm guard. The armlet unfolded into an upper arm plate. All 3 segments connected seamlessly, powered by a compact Queen Industries energy core. Maximum output, 10 tons of force. She even added 3 claw slots to the palm, retractable adamantium-style blades. Sorry, Logan. I'm borrowing your brand. The design was born partly out of paranoia. If Ra's al Ghul really was watching her, she wanted to be prepared. She couldn't walk around with a sword at all times, this was the next best thing. As for whether to equip 1 arm or 2, she settled on a single, left side build. Right arm for archery and firearms, left arm for smashing things. Practical and efficient. With the blueprints ready, she brought them to Bruce for advice. He didn't plan to use the design himself, it clashed with his combat systems, but he was genuinely impressed by her creativity. Together, they refined the schematics, merging Wayne-Tech precision with Queen Industries' energy research. The end result, a lighter, faster, more powerful prosthetic arm system. Batman, however, raised an eyebrow at her inclusion of hidden claws. You realize that counts as a concealed weapon. Thea coughed lightly. Well, you know how it is. Sometimes, women's outfits don't have pockets. Bruce stared at her for a long moment, visibly trying to process that logic. In the end, he sighed, the sigh of a man too tired to argue with Thea Queen, and gave his silent approval. Chapter 122, The Third Assault on Arkham, Part 1. After a full week of rest, the strike force was finally ready to move again. They'd wanted to storm Arkham much earlier, but considering Talia's warning about a secret weapon, and the fact that Thea, one of their strongest assets, had nearly bled herself dry, they'd reluctantly waited 7 days. Could they have gone without her? Maybe. But everyone agreed that bringing Thea was safer, and really, what were a few extra days compared to the firepower she brought? During that week, Thea had even dragged a few of them out to the Wayne family's private beach for a photo shoot. She had told Moira she was in Malibu, after all, might as well take a few pictures to make the lie look convincing. It was then that she noticed something new, she'd grown taller. And the scars she'd once had from training, faint marks across her arms and back, had completely vanished. Her skin was firmer, smoother, luminous even. Westerners, especially women, tended to have slightly coarser pores, fine from afar, but up close the texture wasn't as soft as that of Asian women. Thea's skin now was silk smooth, glowing under the sunlight, so flawless that even the other women couldn't help gasping. Her looks, once a solid 90 out of 100, had jumped to 95. She'd spoken quietly with Batman about leaving Gotham once this final assault was done. Whether or not they succeeded, she'd have to return to Star City, her mother's campaign was ramping up, and her own college plans were coming due. Batman, of course, said nothing to stop her. She'd already done more than enough, fought beside him for 2 months, helped deal with Talia, that alone was a massive favor. 7 days later, at dusk, the army moved. When Thea first heard that the attack would begin at night, she was a little surprised. Still can't show your face in daylight, huh? But fine, Batman wanted nighttime. Nighttime it was. Their command structure was familiar. Both Batman and Thea preferred to give orders remotely through their earpieces, while the ever-reliable Commissioner Gordon handled things on the ground. No one knew what kind of secret weapon they were walking into, so Batman had brought everything he could carry. Felicity's reconnaissance showed that most of Arkham's original inmates had died during the previous massacre. The Court of Owls had tried to stabilize the situation, but Gotham's crime families refused to play along. Turf wars and ambushes broke out every other day. To avoid chaos in the cramped facility, they agreed to bring only 50 veterans and 200 police officers for the assault. Thea nearly choked when she heard that number. 200 cops against Arkham Asylum. Sure. Why not? But she kept her sarcasm to herself. It wasn't her operation this time. Bruce might have been fluent in Mandarin and Cantonese, but his understanding of certain cultural tactics clearly hadn't caught up. This time, Thea wasn't about to get cocky. Regardless of whether the battle would be indoors or out, she came fully armed and armored. Entry was unexpectedly smooth. The fires Firefly had set during the last retreat still scarred the complex, a full third of the asylum was a charred ruin. And after weeks of gang warfare, no one had repaired the place. Still, no one let their guard down. Batman stayed out of sight, disappearing somewhere above to do his usual, brooding in the shadows, routine. Thea teamed up with Firefly again for long-range support. Their relationship was distant but functional. After several missions together, they developed a thin sliver of teamwork. That teamwork didn't last long. Batman detected a signal, Mr. Freeze. Firefly, his voice crackled over the comm, you're up. Seconds later, the two pyromaniacs were already trying to burn and freeze each other to death. Then two talons dropped out of nowhere, blades flashing, and Batman immediately reassigned Barbara and Robin to deal with them. Random gunfire echoed through the halls, black market thugs were taking potshots from every corner. Their formation thinned with every skirmish. By the time they reached the inner corridors, Gordon's escort had shrunk to barely 50 people. Gunfire and explosions rolled through Arkham like thunder. This is turning into a war of attrition, Thea muttered. It was a brutal, grinding advance, the kind where even victory meant losing half your strength. But with no choice left, they pressed on. Raya! A roar shook the hall. From a side passage charged a hulking brute wreathed in green vapor, a massive tank strapped to his back. He lunged straight for Gordon, his fist aimed squarely at the old man's head. But before he could swing, a batarang struck his arm. The design was almost identical to Thea's, barbed hooks that dug in and refused to let go. The trailing wire whipped taut, anchoring to a concrete pillar behind him. If he kept moving, his arm would tear off before he landed a punch. Bane. Batman's gravelly voice echoed from above. Thea couldn't help rolling her eyes. You were literally right behind us, old man. You waited just to make a dramatic entrance, didn't you? Finds the enemy, immediately grapples up to the rafters, drops one ominous line, classic Batman. And after everyone's finished gawking in awe, then he'll jump down to fight. She sighed. Yep. Totally Ra's al Ghul's son-in-law. Same flair for theatrics. He's mine. Keep moving, Arkham's got lower levels. Batman's command came through the comm just before he dove into battle. This time, Bane wasn't juiced up on venom, probably still traumatized from the last encounter with Thea. He fought on pure muscle and technique. And, credit where due, he was good. Thea admitted that one-on-one, she couldn't beat him head-on. But if she used her shadow double, 2 Theas versus 1 Bane, he'd last less than a minute. Still, she didn't interfere. Batman needed this fight to exorcise his own demons. So she and Catwoman guarded Gordon, leading the remaining squad deeper underground. It was Catwoman who found the hidden elevator first. Master Thief, Master Locksmith, 3 flicks of her wrist, and the doors slid open. No enemies awaited them below. No secret weapon. What they did find were people. Hundreds of them, huddled together, pale, trembling, half-conscious. Over 1,000 Gotham citizens, all imprisoned beneath Arkham. Many were barely alive. With fewer than 50 people left in their unit, it was impossible to evacuate them all. The elevator could only carry a dozen at a time, and above them the asylum was a war zone. Every minute, another civilian collapsed. Gordon turned to Thea, the unspoken plea clear in his eyes. Batman's busy. You've got the brain. What now? Thea took a moment to think. Felicity, how deep underground are we? Run a 3D scan, see if there's any alternate passage nearby. There was no way they were going to haul 1,000 people out one elevator at a time. At that rate, they'd be here till next year. Chapter 123, The Third Assault on Arkham, Part 2. There should be a surface tunnel somewhere nearby. You, try to find it. Batman's voice came through the comms, broken and uneven, enough to make people wonder what exactly he was doing. Of course, the old man still had his dignity. The labored breathing wasn't from anything indecent, just from the fact that Bane was proving to be one hell of a workout. Half the officers split off to search for an exit, while the rest cobbled together makeshift stretchers to carry the wounded and the weak. Thea and Catwoman sat off to the side, catching their breath, watching Gordon scurry about giving orders like an overworked commander. It didn't take long for the scouts to find something, though exit was a generous term. It was an old, abandoned sewer line. The tunnel was huge, wide and tall enough to drive a truck through, clearly built in an era when Gotham saw a lot more rainfall. The masonry was still solid, but the floor was caked in filth and decades of grime. No signs of recent activity. Thea, Catwoman, and Gordon all hesitated. The place was pitch dark, rank with mold and rot. If there was an ambush waiting inside, it'd be a massacre. The height's fine. I'll go in first on the hoverboard. As their strongest combatant, Thea had no choice but to take the lead, the kind of dangerous, thankless job no one would ever remember later. Catwoman felt guilty for letting her go alone, but she knew she wasn't as agile. Be careful, she murmured, pulling Thea into a quick, firm hug. I'll signal once it's clear, Thea promised, lighting a torch and pocketing a few incendiary sticks before gliding into the darkness. A few minutes later, when the light behind her had faded completely, Thea activated her bloodline ability. Shadow Clone. From her body, a ghostly silhouette peeled away, faint for a moment, then solidifying into a perfect duplicate. Same face, same clothes, same expression, like looking in a mirror. The sensation was bizarre, one mind, 2 bodies, 2 perspectives overlapping. The clone could mimic her gear, but the replicas were purely cosmetic. When she tested the sword it held, it couldn't even cut paper. Fine, she muttered, handing it a torch instead. You scout ahead. The clone gave her a very human eye roll before trudging forward into the dark. Much safer this way. Thea whispered, gliding a short distance behind. No way she'd put her real self on the front line if she could help it. 10 minutes later, she radioed the all-clear. Tunnel's disgusting but safe so far. Selina, you take the rear. I'll lead from the front, Gordon ordered, still full of old-school gallantry despite being nearly 60. He led the first group of officers in, descending the access shaft himself. With only Thea's scattered torches for light, it took almost 20 minutes for the entire column to file into the sewer. Once the last of the civilians had entered, Catwoman followed, sealing the hatch behind them. The rescued Gotham citizens, over 1,000 of them, were mostly young, strong men. Though weak from captivity, adrenaline and the instinct to survive kept them moving. The comms stayed quiet. Each hero was busy fighting their own battle elsewhere. Catwoman, impatient with the pace, was just about to ask how much farther they had to go when. Ah. Thea's voice cracked through the earpiece, sharp and startled. Everyone froze. What happened? Several voices demanded at once. Oh my God. I'll draw it away, you guys move. Hurry. Her words cut off mid-sentence, swallowed by a violent explosion that echoed through the underground. Thea. Catwoman shouted. No response. Above ground, Batman's growl cut through the comm channel, rage flaring. What are you planning, Bane? Bane didn't answer, he only sneered, hammering another crushing blow into the Dark Knight's armor. Batman had no choice but to focus on surviving the onslaught. Then, a thud, followed by a deep rumble. The ground itself shuddered. The tunnels trembled like an earthquake. SSSHHHKKK, Thea just blew open the surface. Felicity's voice came in, urgent and panicked. She must have hit a gas line. Something's chasing her, something big. Something big enough to chase Thea Queen. That thought alone made everyone go still. There weren't many beings in Gotham capable of forcing Thea to run. Oh my God. Felicity whispered again, eyes wide at the feed on her screen. It's a humanoid monster, at least 3 meters tall. The description didn't help much. 3 meters, humanoid, terrifying, that could describe half the rogues in Gotham. Then Thea's voice returned, ragged but alive. Huff, huff, this thing's too strong. I'm luring it out of the city, just go. Get the civilians topside. She barely had time to explain what had happened. One moment she'd been gliding behind her clone, bored and relaxed. The next, the clone had vanished, snuffed out like a candle. Then, out of the shadows, lumbered a giant, over 3 meters tall, skin iron gray, muscles like stone, hair long and ashen, and eyes glowing a hellish red. A corpse, but alive. Solomon Grundy. Her brain short-circuited. That wasn't possible. He wasn't supposed to wake up for years. And yet here he was, the walking dead titan who, by all accounts, could fight Superman to a standstill. Nope, she muttered, already activating her board. Absolutely not. This had to be the secret weapon Talia had warned them about. The Court of Owls must have revived the undead brute early, setting it loose as an ambush. Thank God she'd sent a clone ahead. If her real body had been at the front, she'd already be pasted on the tunnel wall. Thea had zero intention of fighting Grundy underground. With a flick of her wrist, she activated the Black Mist dagger, unleashing a thick, unnatural fog that swallowed the monster whole. The darkness was absolute, even light seemed to vanish inside it. To test it, she spawned another clone and had it circle the fog's edge. It worked. Grundy, blind and furious, swung wildly in every direction, smashing pillars and walls but hitting nothing. Perfect. Thea shot upward, skating past him through the air, the whistle of her board echoing off the concrete. Once she'd put 30 meters between them, she risked a glance back. If this thing found the evac team, the result would be a massacre. She had no choice but to draw him away. She raised her bow, knocked an arrow, and pulled the string back to full draw. No need to aim, the target was enormous. The arrow sang as it flew, streaking straight into the heart of the Black Mist. Chapter 124, The Third Assault on Arkham, Part 3. The giant corpse must have sensed the incoming attack. It barreled straight out of the Black Mist, roaring, following the direction of the arrow. Thea glanced down. Her arrow lay snapped on the ground. Perfect. Wonderful. Didn't even scratch him. No hesitation, she turned tail and ran. But she had underestimated just how fast a 3-meter undead tank could move. With that much muscle packed into its frame, even its sheer momentum was terrifying. It rounded corners without slowing, plowing through concrete like wet clay. At that rate, it would catch her in seconds. Thea split off another clone and sent it sprinting the opposite direction, buying herself time. As expected, the monster hesitated, its half-rotted brain trying and failing to decide which Thea to chase. She couldn't afford to play tag in these narrow tunnels. She needed open air. Now. Spotting a corroded gas main along the wall, she shot upward, aligning her board above the pipe. Then she loosed a flame arrow straight into it. No, that wasn't enough. Just to be sure, she tossed a Black Mist charge down the passage, another blind zone for the brute, and created yet another clone. This one she armed with a pistol and pointed toward the pipe. You handle the fireworks, she ordered. The real Thea blasted backward, putting as much distance between herself and the bomb as possible. Moments later, the world erupted. From above, Felicity's sensors registered a tremor that rippled through half the city. The explosion tore open the gas line, carving a crater 20 meters deep and 30 wide in the Arkham district. Out of the inferno burst Thea, soaring skyward on her board, and behind her, exposed for all of Gotham to see, the towering corpse of Solomon Grundy. Wish. Wish. 2 arrows streaked through the air, one frozen blue, one burning orange. Both hit dead center. Both did nothing. The flames didn't scorch. The frost didn't freeze. The thing was immune to everything. Bullets, blades, fire, water, useless. It was a wall of rotting flesh and impossible power, with only one flaw: it couldn't fly. Thea stayed low, keeping just out of reach. Her goal wasn't to kill it, it was to drag it out of the city. If I can lure it into open terrain, maybe Swamp Thing can help, or Batman can bring the cavalry, she muttered, weaving through the skyline. She patched into comms. Batman, I've got your secret weapon. Pulling it out of Gotham now. Both Batman and Gordon immediately approved, anything to move that thing away from civilians. But the moment she described the monster's size and strength, the line went silent. Even Batman hesitated to believe her. To his credit, the old man didn't panic. His voice stayed calm, steady. Maintain distance. Keep it occupied. We're on our way. Yeah, right, Thea muttered. You and Bane will be hugging it out for another hour. Counting on Batman's immediate response was wishful thinking. She'd have to rely on herself. Every so often she slowed down, firing a few arrows back to keep Grundy's attention. None of them did any damage, but at least it stopped him from turning around and rampaging back toward the evac routes. After a dozen minutes of cat and mouse, Thea noticed something strange. For all his strength, the monster wasn't smart. Legend painted Solomon Grundy as a tragic, half-conscious brute, slow but cunning in battle. This one was barely sentient. It followed her like a wind-up toy, smashing anything that moved, completely unthinking. Still, its sheer power was frightening. Every step cracked asphalt and shattered cars, streetlights bent under the shock waves. She led him south, out of Gotham's core, past the old industrial zone and into the southern marshlands. The same swamp where her fate had changed only days ago. She circled twice, hoping the Swamp Thing would intervene. Nothing. The marsh lay still and silent, no vines, no rumbling earth, no emerald giant. Guess you're off duty today, she grumbled, steering the fight westward. Thea led the chase out of the swamp, skimming low over the water as Grundy thundered behind her, each step sinking into the mud. When she tried luring him toward the eastern shore, he balked at the sight of the open ocean. He took a few steps into the waves, realized it was seawater, and stomped angrily back to land. So much for washing you away, Thea sighed. Left with no better plan, she veered west again, radioing for backup. The first reinforcements to arrive were ArrowVerse gunships. They'd held fire earlier in the city, but now, out in the open, they didn't hesitate. 8 anti-tank missiles streaked through the night sky and slammed into Grundy's chest. The explosions lit up the horizon, and when the smoke cleared, he was still standing. Untouched. The hulking corpse bellowed at the helicopters, the roar so deep the pilot's instruments shook. One of the gunners swore he could feel his teeth rattling. Thea clenched her jaw. Scared now, huh? Try chasing him for 40 minutes, then we'll talk. She dove between the gunships, firing off a few flame and frost arrows to drag Grundy's attention away before he swatted anyone out of the sky. Back in the city, Batman was growing frantic. He could hear the chaos through the comms, the thunder, the roars, the detonations, but Bane refused to let him leave. The brute had learned from last time. No venom enhancements this round, just pure, disciplined combat. He knew his orders: stall the bat, no matter what. Their duel was brutal and grinding. Batman attacked cautiously, his guard unbreakable, 4 parts offense, 6 parts defense. Bane, remembering the insanity of his last overdose, fought conservatively too. He didn't need to win. He just needed to keep Batman busy. But Batman wasn't fooled. He saw the pattern, the restraint, the smug confidence, and made his move. A smoke pellet clattered to the floor. Bane's instincts kicked in. He lunged, thinking Batman was retreating, a grappling hook getaway, same as always. Instead, Batman stepped into the charge, left hand snapping upward, seizing the mask that fed venom into Bane's skull. You've relied on this long enough. With a savage twist, he ripped the mask free. Bane's scream rattled the chamber. The device wasn't strapped, it was grafted to his nervous system. Tearing it loose shredded muscle and skin alike. He stumbled out of the smoke, face a ruin of blood and torn metal, eyes dull with shock. Batman didn't hesitate. He tackled him to the ground and pummeled him unconscious. Seconds later, he was on comms. Thea, report. Thea's report came between ragged breaths. Still alive, mostly. But this thing. It's immune to everything. Don't bother unless you want to sightsee. By now, she and the ArrowVerse gunships had developed a grim rhythm. She'd bait Grundy north, they'd unload rockets, he'd shrug them off, repeat. They dragged the monster from the southern swamps all the way to Gotham's western outskirts, and now he was heading north again, tearing a path of ruin as wide as a freeway. Through the comm link, she could hear Batman's engines roaring to life. Within minutes, the Batwing sliced through the night sky, its afterburners glowing blue. When Batman finally saw Grundy with his own eyes, even he froze for a moment. "This isn't man-made," he murmured. "It's natural. Like something the Earth coughed up." He didn't doubt Thea's warnings about its invulnerability, but he had to confirm it himself. The Batwing's cannons opened fire, a thunderous, precise burst of kinetic rounds. A cloud of dust enveloped Grundy. And when it cleared, the undead giant was still there, roaring up at the sky. Chapter 125, The Third Assault on Arkham, Part 4. The Batwing was, without question, one of Earth's most advanced flying machines, fast, maneuverable, and devastatingly armed. In the future dawn of Justice battle, even Doomsday at full speed hadn't been able to outrun it. That said everything. Now, facing the corpse-white, muscle-bound giant known as Solomon Grundy, the Batwing was an apex predator. Its acceleration alone was a blur. Even Thea, with reflexes far beyond human limits, could only make out a streak cutting through the night, followed by the roar of its cannons. A storm of bullets rained down. High-caliber rounds hammered Grundy's skull, eyes, and chest in a relentless barrage. Caught off guard, the undead giant howled as hundreds of shells tore into his body. For a full 30 seconds the sky thundered, metal rounds, incendiary bursts, armor piercers, pouring down like a metallic monsoon. Every hit sparked against pale flesh, explosions flared and died. From a distance, Thea winced. "And people call me rich, that's at least a few $1 million in ammo, gone in half a minute. Pure big dick energy, Bruce." When the smoke cleared, everyone backed off a little, watching closely for results. Grundy staggered out of the haze. The damage was real, one eye blown out, half an arm torn open, his chest cratered with bullet marks. But none of the wounds had pierced through, the bullets had stopped inside his muscle. No blood, only twitching, writhing flesh that pulsed and healed right before their eyes. "He's regenerating," Thea muttered, zooming in through her visor. The view made her stomach churn, layer upon layer of gray tissue knitting back together. And fast. Batman's voice came through her comm, "Can your freezing arrows slow it down?" He didn't sound hopeful. A little. But not for long, he breaks out in seconds. To demonstrate, she swooped in low, fired an ice arrow that struck the monster's shoulder, and watched a thin frost layer spread, only to shatter a moment later as Grundy flexed. Batman examined the feed, voice grim. "It does inhibit his regeneration." "No kidding," Thea muttered under her breath. "Everything's slower when it's frozen." He ignored her sarcasm. "You have any better ideas?" She sighed. "If I did, I'd be selling them to the Justice League." Realistically, there were only two options. Call in several powerhouses to smash him to paste, which Bruce would never agree to, or find a way to immobilize him permanently. Laser weapons won't do much. "Nukes are out of the question," Thea said. "Maybe, freeze him solid and bury him deep. Permanently." It wasn't a bad plan, and, as it turned out, exactly what Batman had been thinking. His own version involved luring Grundy into a canyon and flooding it with quick-drying concrete. Neither idea was elegant, but both exploited the same weakness: Grundy couldn't fly. The problem was logistics. Thea didn't have enough frost arrows to encase something that size, and Gotham wasn't exactly surrounded by handy, villain-sized valleys. While the two debated, Catwoman's voice broke through the channel. "The Talons escaped, but we caught Mr. Freeze. Think his ice gun could help?" Her voice trembled slightly. Clearly, capturing the cryogenic villain had taken everything they had. Batman's eyes narrowed. That could work. It was the best lead they'd had. Thea's magic arrows couldn't last, her spells were still too new, and open magic use was risky. True large-scale sorcery had been gone from the world for ages, and even when it had existed, fireballs had never matched the punch of a missile. Magic was mystery, not firepower. "Then we go with the freezing plan," Batman decided. Scouring the countryside for a canyon big enough to trap Grundy would take too long, and he wasn't about to trespass on another hero's territory. The League already thought he was territorial enough. Together, the two of them ran through the practical issues, and found plenty. For one, Freeze's gun wasn't designed for long-range combat. Even under duress, and with Catwoman holding a knife to his throat, Victor Fries admitted the effective range was only 50 meters. 50. That was suicidal. At that distance, Grundy could rip a lamppost out of the ground and skewer you before you pulled the trigger. Even Thea, with her enhanced reflexes, wouldn't dare get that close, and Freeze, with his slow, cryomutated body, definitely wouldn't survive. "We need to restrict its movement," Batman said flatly. That was the key. Thea thought fast. Her frost and flame arrows, when used together, could create devastating temperature shifts, thermal shock. Even carbon-based monsters had limits. Heat expansion followed by sudden freezing could crack anything. Theoretically, if she alternated ice and fire, she could damage Grundy's tissues at the atomic level. Batman could do the same with sustained firepower, but neither of them wanted to waste the sheer amount of resources that would require. Two billionaires, two tightwads, neither willing to burn money unless it was the last resort. Then Gordon's voice chimed in over the comm. "We've captured Hugo Strange." According to him, the monster came from the river. Their team fished it out when the water level rose. It wasn't awake. They forced it to move by implanting a false personality. Thea's stomach turned. So that was why Grundy seemed dumber than legend. It wasn't truly alive. It was running on a glitching AI. Gordon kept reading from the files he'd seized. The Court of Owls had fused radiation-based enhancement tech with brainwashing, hoping to control Grundy through a virtual persona. But the mind was too weak, and the body too strong. Within hours, the program had crashed, leaving a berserk corpse rampaging on pure instinct. They'd abandoned Arkham in a panic, dumping their creation on the hero's doorstep to clean up. Typical, Thea muttered darkly. Kill it and run, let the heroes do the burying. And as Grundy's roar shook the hills again, the burying part was starting to sound less like a metaphor and more like an urgent necessity. Chapter 126, I'm Superman. The final plan they agreed on was simple enough, at least on paper. Thea and Batman, the two who could fight in midair, would cripple the zombie's legs, and then Mr. Freeze would move in for the kill shot, flooding the monster with cold until it froze solid. Old man, Thea asked skeptically, what if it doesn't work? You got a backup plan. She couldn't help but frown. The more delicate a plan was, the more likely it was to fail. Villains made this mistake all the time, grandiose, elaborate schemes that collapsed the moment one piece went wrong. Batman was silent for a few seconds before answering. I called for backup. Don't worry. You. Calling for backup, she said in disbelief. Didn't think your ego allowed that. Still, she decided to trust him, for now. Seeing she had no further objections, Batman mentally went over the entire operation again, found no holes in it, and gave his orders. Selina, bring Mr. Freeze and get here fast. Thea, keep it occupied for a few more minutes. I'll scout for the right terrain. He started typing into the Batwing system to access his satellite data, but frowned when his own password was rejected. Oh, don't bother. I already found one, said Felicity Smoke cheerfully over comms. Northwest of you, there's a natural cliff face. If you lure it beneath and blow the supports, the collapse should trap it for a while. Batman froze mid-keystroke. She had hacked his satellite. Again. As always, he stuck to his personal policy when it came to dealing with women, pretend not to notice. Thea, meanwhile, could only pinch the bridge of her nose. Girl, did you really have to hack his satellite while he's on the line? Worse yet, Felicity hadn't even bothered checking who owned it, she just booted Bruce's clearance out entirely. Batman, to his credit, didn't comment. He simply nodded once, maintaining that stoic calm that said, I'm silently judging everyone here, and told Thea not to lose the target before flying off to inspect the site himself. When he reached the area, he found it acceptable. The cliff stood about 10 meters tall, the connecting ridge thin enough that the Batwing's cannons could easily shatter it. If they could draw the monster right beneath it, collapsing the whole formation might bury it for good. He circled the place once to confirm no civilians were nearby when Catwoman's voice came through, low and uneasy. We've got a situation. Batman listened quietly, his jaw tightening. Then he switched channels. Thea, bring it toward me. I'll pick up Selina. He sent her the coordinates and angled the Batwing back toward the city. When he saw Mr. Freeze, he almost didn't recognize him. The once pristine scientist was now a wreck, hair matted, face bruised and pale, and a row of bright red slap marks across his cheeks. Catwoman and the others had holed up in a refrigerated chamber, because without his helmet, Freeze couldn't survive above sub-zero temperatures. Selina stood over him in a thick coat, knife pressed to his neck. The others were shivering violently, teeth chattering. Freeze needed the cold to live, Selina refused to let him have his helmet. They'd been locked in a frozen stalemate. Batman sighed. To him, this was embarrassingly basic. He took a small capsule from his belt and tossed it into Freeze's mouth. Plastic explosive, he said flatly. Now put your helmet on and move. Then he handed a remote detonator to Catwoman. You watch him. Freeze's hand went instinctively to his throat. He didn't dare test whether the threat was real. Grim-faced, he donned his helmet, grabbed his frost cannon, and climbed into the Batwing beside Batman and Selina. Barbara and Robin, seeing the cockpit was packed, stayed behind. Batman didn't want them anywhere near this fight anyway. With Felicity monitoring via satellite, they could at least follow the live feed. By the time the Batwing reached the ambush site, Thea was still leading the lumbering monster in circles. Grundy's speed was pathetic, but his attacks weren't. Every few minutes, he'd hurl a car or uproot a tree at her. She couldn't build up much flight speed like that. Her energy was draining fast. By now, she'd been at it for hours, from night until dawn. Her quiver was half empty, and her concentration was starting to fray. Thank the heavens for her awakened bloodline. Her yang mark allowed her to absorb sunlight and recover stamina, or she'd have dropped from exhaustion already. When she finally reached the cliff area, she was greeted by the sight of Mr. Freeze. Her eyes narrowed. The last time they'd crossed paths, her shoot-the-canister trick had wrecked his armor and weapon system beyond repair. He'd been stuck thawing out in a freezer for 10 days, the only reason he wasn't dead was because he literally couldn't warm up fast enough to rot. She, of course, had no idea. She was just curious about his upgraded suit and gun, already thinking she might borrow them for study once this was over. Then, boom. A thunderous shockwave rolled across the sky. The trio looked up instinctively. Is that a bird? Catwoman asked, her feline instincts perking up. That's a plane, Freeze said dryly, unimpressed. That's Superman. Felicity's voice suddenly screamed through the comms, fangirling so hard it made everyone's ears ring. Thea's eyebrow twitched. Okay, we get it. You don't have to blow my eardrum, woman. But she had to admit, the figure was unmistakable. Blue suit, bold red cape, and that giant S on his chest. The Man of Steel. He hovered high above, sunlight glinting off his shoulders, faced the very image of calm confidence. A living symbol of hope and pure, radiant power. He didn't say a word, didn't descend, just watched from the sky, arms crossed, an untouchable presence. Thea exhaled in relief. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Guess I can relax now, no way that zombie's walking out of this one. Then, suddenly, she felt it, a sharp prickle in her mind. Someone was watching her. Intently. Her head snapped upward. Superman's eyes were glowing faintly, focused directly on her. Oh, come on, she muttered, crossing her arms over her chest. Really? You're using X-ray vision on me now? What are you, some kind of? She cut herself off, glaring at the sky. I take it back. The whole sunny farm boy hero act. Totally fake. You're a creep, Kent. Chapter 127, Superman vs. Solomon Grundy. It took Thea only a moment to realize what had happened. Superman wasn't using his X-ray vision to ogle her, he must have sensed something unusual about her and instinctively checked it out. She let out a heavy humph. So, her secret was out. Figures. Trying to hide something from these walking cheat codes was impossible. That golden light pulsing in her heart might as well have been a neon sign. Next time I'm adding lead shielding to my combat suit, she thought darkly. Too many perverts with X-ray vision these days. All it takes is one with bad intentions, and I'm done for. But when she glanced back up at him, she noticed Superman's expression. His brow was furrowed, unsure, he seemed to sense something but ultimately said nothing. Instead, he gave her a brief nod of acknowledgement, then turned his gaze elsewhere. Huh? Had he not actually seen through it? Could it be that the bloodline of Merlin came with built-in anti-surveillance properties? Thea wasn't sure if she was right, but the thought pleased her. She made a mental note to casually fish for information later. Within 5 minutes, small black dots appeared on the horizon, the rest of their team approaching. The Batwing couldn't outpace the lumbering zombie by too much, so Batman was forced into a frustrating rhythm. Shoot, fly a bit, shoot again. It was agony for a pilot of his precision. His craft could fire backward, but the stop-and-go routine was maddening. He also had to stay alert for every car, boulder, or lamp post that Grundy hurled skyward like a deranged shot-put athlete. Even so, watching how long Thea had managed to keep that monster chasing her, Batman couldn't help but feel genuine respect. You two stay hidden. I'll check the situation, he ordered. The Batwing might have been powerful, but Thea's hoverboard was far nimbler. She could weave and dodge in tight spaces far better than his craft ever could. Seeing that Superman was still hovering up there like a glowing statue, she decided to take the initiative. She was halfway there when disaster struck. Batman must have relaxed for a split second, or maybe the Batwing hadn't banked sharply enough. Either way, a massive boulder, easily weighing 100 kilos, came hurtling through the air. Grundy's throw hit home. Crack. The left wing of the Batwing snapped like a twig. The entire aircraft spun out of control, plunging toward the ground. Thea reacted instantly, surging forward at full speed. She loosed 4 grappling arrows, embedding them into the earth below. Her gamble worked. The webbing, a repurposed rescue design originally meant to stop suicide jumpers, stretched taut and caught the crashing Batwing like a gigantic spider web. Superman's eyes widened slightly in surprise, watching as Thea swooped down to extract a very sooty, very embarrassed Batman from the wreckage. His once imposing black armor was now charred, dented, and streaked with grime. Even the half of his face exposed under the cowl was blackened. He didn't say a word, but Thea could practically feel the fury radiating off him. Losing face like this in front of Superman. Yeah, that one was going to sting for a long time. Note to self, Batman thought grimly, next Batwing upgrade, triple the maneuverability. With the Batwing out of commission, their bury it alive plan was officially dead. Fortunately, their late arriving reinforcements were finally ready to step in. Superman descended a few meters, still silent, then raised his head slightly, his eyes ignited. Twin beams of molten red light lanced out from his pupils, striking Grundy square in the chest. The zombie staggered back 2 steps, roaring in fury. The heat vision left smoking pits across his torso, but to Superman's surprise, it didn't melt through him. Instead, Grundy just ignored the pain, grabbed a chunk of debris the size of a car, and flung it skyward. Superman rolled aside with effortless grace, twisting through the air as the rock whooshed past him. But his calm expression had tightened. His heat vision had barely scorched the thing. And that regeneration rate, it was terrifying. The wounds were already sealing. This isn't normal, he thought. Not for anything on Earth. Its healing factor was rivaling Kryptonian physiology. Superman clenched his jaw. No more testing. He drew back his left arm, coiling power through his torso, right fist pulled high, a pose every villain in the multiverse had learned to fear. Then he charged. The distance between them vanished in a blur of air and light. Grundy didn't retreat. His conscious mind was gone, but his monstrous instincts remained. With a guttural roar, he swung his enormous fist to meet the incoming blow. Boom. The collision detonated like a thunderclap. Air exploded outward in every direction. Nearby trees splintered instantly, rocks vaporized under the pressure wave. Batman and Catwoman were already ducked behind solid cover, and Thea shot upward, barely clearing the shockwave. The sheer force was absurd. No wonder Batman couldn't stand him. How could anyone compete with that? All those years of martial arts mastery meant nothing when the other guy could level a mountain by accident. Even Thea, with all her confidence, felt a pang of envy twist in her chest. So this is why people hate Superman. You can't spar with him, you just get flattened. Still, she comforted herself with a thought, Kryptonians might be walking tanks, but they had one glaring weakness, magic. If she ever advanced her spellcraft enough, one good charm or mind control hex could make the big blue Boy Scout kneel and sing, conquered. Feeling much better, she focused on the battlefield again. The fight had turned cataclysmic. Superman darted around Grundy at blinding speed, weaving in tight circles, punching from every angle. Grundy swung wildly, but most of his attacks hit empty air. Where his fists did connect, entire trees and boulders shattered. The landscape was being torn apart. Craters, fissures, and uprooted terrain stretched for hundreds of meters. Watching from above, Thea realized she was safer in the sky than she'd ever been on the ground, but even that wasn't saying much. Superman's habit of grabbing enemies and hurling them halfway across the battlefield made safe zones meaningless. And he kept doing it. Grab. Throw. Pose dramatically. Who taught him to fight like this? Thea wondered, exasperated. Is this some Kryptonian wrestling tradition? You've got a punch that could knock planets out of orbit, and you're playing bowling with corpses. Grundy, to everyone's disbelief, started mimicking him. Superman threw him, he threw Superman. Back and forth they went, a contest of strength and sheer destruction, turning the once green valley into something out of a nuclear apocalypse. Thea eventually gave up staying airborne and dropped down beside Batman, who was calmly watching from a shallow crater. Now you see why people hate working with him, he muttered. He's like a walking demolition company, Thea agreed. We could shoot a post-apocalyptic movie here now, don't even need CGI. 10 minutes passed. The Earth was ravaged, the mountains half-flattened. Grundy was visibly weakening, but Superman still hadn't managed to finish him off. Frustration flickered across the Kryptonian's face. Then, seeing an opening, he darted behind Grundy in a blur of red and blue. And drove a full-force punch straight into the back of the zombie's skull. Chapter 128, The Dust Settles. The massive zombie had long since abandoned anything resembling thought, only pure instinct remained. Sensing the rush of wind from his flank, it didn't even hesitate. A pale, colossal hand lashed out and caught Superman's punch mid-swing. A feral grin twisted across Grundy's corpse-white face. Superman tried to pull free, once, twice, nothing. The monster's grip didn't budge. Its strength just spiked, he shouted, surprise cracking through his usually calm tone. In his mind, Grundy had to be some grotesque byproduct of human science gone wrong, a Frankenstein's monster birthed by Gotham's madmen. Surely the locals knew more. But Batman and the others had never fought it head-on before, they'd been too busy running, retreating, surviving. No one had any idea what had triggered the sudden power surge. Fortunately, Thea did. She vaguely remembered something about Grundy's decaying gray aura. She focused, narrowing her spiritual sight, and there it was. A faint haze of ashen mist curling around the zombie's body, flickering like smoke. "Tell Superman not to aim for the head," she said quickly. "Remember what Gordon said, the Court of Owls implanted a false personality to control him. Look, those gray wisps. His rising power means the original mind might be waking up." Batman blinked. "What mist? I don't see anything." Thea froze. "Oh crap, don't tell me I'm the only one who can see it." Two tiny versions of herself popped up in her mind's eye, a black-clad Thea furiously slapping the white-clad one. "Serves you right for running your mouth." Smack. Smack. She wiped imaginary sweat from her brow and coughed lightly, saying nothing more. Batman gave her a long, suspicious look, but said nothing either. "Then we stick to the plan," he decided at last. "We immobilize it." He murmured something into his comm far ahead. Superman suddenly adjusted his movements, then changed his strikes to target Grundy's legs instead of his head. "So they have a private channel now," Thea mused. "What a weird friendship, half rivalry, half bromance." Batman spoke again, low and clipped. "Take Selina and Freeze, get up there and lock him down." "On it," Thea replied. She motioned to Catwoman and Mr. Freeze, hopping back onto her board and soaring toward the chaos. Superman, following Batman's instructions, avoided the head entirely. He hammered at Grundy's limbs, legs, arms, joints, forcing the gray miasma to waver and withdraw back into the creature's body. Soon, the power dynamic shifted again. The Men of Steel regained the upper hand. Once Superman fought at full strength, the difference was staggering. Punches, kicks, searing heat vision, Grundy's limbs were breaking faster than they could heal. Even his prodigious regeneration couldn't keep up under the sustained assault. "Now," Superman called, waving toward Thea's group. "Go, go." Catwoman yelled, brandishing the remote detonator at Freeze. "Do it." Freeze hesitated, reluctant to get that close, but a hard shove from Selina's boot sent him stumbling forward. He landed near Grundy's massive form, aimed the cryo-cannon at its head, and fired. A wave of white frost engulfed the zombie's body. Freeze could hear the muffled rumble of Grundy's growls beneath the forming ice, and the sound alone drove him to panic. He kept firing, spraying faster, covering every inch he could reach. Superman followed up immediately, his own freezing breath joining the assault, a roaring blizzard blasting from his lungs. Not to be left out, Thea loosed an ice arrow for good measure. Freeze didn't stop until his tank ran dry, the last vapor hissing from the cannon. He stumbled back, panting, eyes wide with fear but alive. Above them, Batman had turned the half-destroyed Batwing into an improvised bat helicopter. From Wayne Enterprises, he'd hauled in a massive 10 cubic meter metal crate, pure solid tungsten, capable of withstanding 3,000 degrees Celsius. With surgical precision, he lowered the box over the frozen giant. Then came the concrete. Truck after truck of high-density quick-drying cement poured in, filling every crevice until the creature was completely sealed away. Before long, Solomon Grundy vanished from sight, entombed in steel, ice, and stone. Thea hovered quietly above, watching the makeshift burial with mixed feelings. Somewhere inside that monstrous corpse, she had felt it, a spark of immense, ancient power. Not brute strength, but something deeper, more transcendent. If she could have studied it, maybe it would have advanced her own magic. But this wasn't the time. Not with Superman and Batman both standing guard, and her control over her own abilities still shaky at best. Trying to siphon that energy now would be suicide. Her musings were cut short by a voice behind her. "Are you Kara Danvers?" "My cousin." Superman hovered closer, brow furrowed in confusion. There was something deeply strange about her, he realized. His X-ray vision couldn't penetrate her body. Every second, solar energy flowed into her like a current, just as it did into him, only different. It reminded him of Krypton, of Kara. Batman's head snapped up instantly. Wait. Cousin. If she was related to Superman, and also Ra's al Ghul's daughter, did that mean Talia was an alien too? For one horrifying second, he seriously considered strangling his son on the spot. Meanwhile, Thea's face went pale green. No. Absolutely not. You've got the wrong person. Seriously, could these people stop giving her random relatives? Being mistaken for Superman's cousin, right in front of Batman, of all people, her reputation just tanked by a few thousand points. Superman, realizing he'd embarrassed her, simply nodded. Understood. My mistake. He turned to Batman, exchanged a curt word of farewell, and then, boom, broke the sound barrier as he rocketed away, disappearing into the horizon in a streak of red and blue. Batman, ever composed, turned back to Thea with his usual stoic tone. You all right? Tired? Any physical discomfort? Thea wanted to scream. Great, she thought bitterly. He's making small talk like I'm his kid after a field trip. Her reputation was definitely dented, but thankfully not beyond repair. Maybe she could ask Catwoman to whisper some nice things in Bruce's ear later. If not, she'd bring Talia in too. Double the pillow talk, double the recovery rate. So what now? She asked finally, nodding toward the sealed coffin of tungsten and ice. Even Freeze looked relieved. A monster like that didn't belong in Gotham, a city where most battles were fought with wit and intellect. Something that big and dumb and invincible broke all the unspoken rules. We bury it, Batman said simply, voice low and firm through his modulator. And so they did. Commissioner Gordon arrived soon after, ever the unkillable bug of Gotham. He brought a fleet of diggers, cranes, and construction crews. After a brief exchange, the work began immediately. Batman's order was clear, the deeper, the better. Thea privately thought it was a colossal waste of effort, but she had no real argument against it. The project supervisor, however, made the final call. 10,000 meters, he said. Any deeper and we'll hit oil. Drill bits can't take it. At that, Thea lost all interest in watching. 10 kilometers down. She thought incredulously. You're not burying a zombie, you're starting an oil company. With that, she made a polite excuse about needing rest, waved to the team, and took off into the morning sky. Leaving behind Gotham's latest disaster, finally sealed beneath the earth. Chapter 129, Simplified Mind Control, Version 1. Catherine, come down and play with us. Mommy, it's so dark here. Come play with me. You filthy woman, I'll never forgive you, even in death. The lavish bedroom echoed with whispers that didn't belong to the living. A middle-aged woman jolted awake, drenched in sweat. No. Stay away from me. Tick, tick, tick. The steady rhythm of the clock grounded her back to reality. She glanced around, realizing she was in her own room. The reflection staring back from the mirror was ghastly, ashen, exhausted, and tinged with fear. She rubbed her forehead, muttering under her breath, third nightmare in a row. Damn it. I can't stay in this cursed house. Slamming the call button by the bed, she waited for her bodyguards to escort her to another safe house. 3 minutes passed. Nothing. Only her own ragged breathing filled the silence. Her stomach dropped. Something was wrong. She snatched a pistol from her nightstand and scanned the room, finger trembling on the trigger. Evening, madam, a polite voice greeted from the window. She didn't think, just fired. The intruder toppled backward out of sight. Relief flooded her, for about 3 seconds. Then the same voice came again. Evening, madam. The same tone. The same figure. The same window. Her third shot came shakier than the first. By the time the fourth identical figure appeared, her nerves were hanging by a thread. She was sure her bullets had hit, she'd practiced enough to know her aim, but these things didn't bleed. What are they? What am I dealing with? Trying to calm herself, she clutched the pistol tighter, telling herself to think. When the figure returned again, she held her fire, desperate to know what it wanted. The shadowy intruder, wrapped in swirling black mist, seemed to smile, though no human face was visible. Seeing her hesitate, it vaulted casually through the window. Don't come any closer. Catherine's voice cracked as she raised the gun, hands shaking uncontrollably. The smoke-covered being was wrong, unnatural. No living body could move like that. But the real terror came when the figure snapped its fingers. Give me the gun. The words sank into her like a command from her own brain. She knew she shouldn't obey. She knew she was still conscious. But her body betrayed her. Step by step, she walked forward and placed the weapon gently into the intruder's hand. Her mind screamed. Her body wouldn't listen. Logic collapsed, reason shattered. This is it, she thought numbly. I've done too many terrible things. Now I'm going to die for them. Fear, disbelief, and despair twisted together as she trembled before the being. The shadowy figure, of course, was none other than Thea Queen, Gotham's newest, friendly neighborhood problem solver. After the Solomon Grundy incident, Thea knew her time in Gotham was nearly up. Moira's campaign work and her studies both demanded her return to Star City, but before leaving, she wanted to deal with the Court of Owls once and for all. The court, she'd learned, wasn't so much an organization as a decadent social club, Gotham's old-money aristocrats who had ruled the city from the shadows for 2 centuries. Batman had smashed a few of their operations in his youth, but the core members had always slipped away to rebuild later. Now, with Gotham in chaos, they were creeping back into power. Thea didn't need to find all of them, just one weak link. 3 days earlier, she'd activated a nanotracker planted in a Talon's corpse. The signal led her straight to this woman, Catherine Monroe, the court's external liaison. For 3 nights, Thea had invaded Catherine's dreams, weaving terror after terror, chipping away at her sanity until tonight, when the woman's will finally crumbled. Not that she'd ever admit it, but part of Thea's motivation for researching mind control magic might have had something to do with a certain red-caped muscle god who'd gotten a little too curious with his X-ray vision. A total coincidence, of course. Thea sighed. The process had been clumsy and exhausting, but it worked. If Merlin himself could see how long she'd struggled with a basic dream entry spell, he'd probably claw his way out of some distant dimension just to smack her upside the head with a fireball. Such was the pain of being self-taught. Her so-called spellcraft was a Frankenstein of half-remembered notes from the trial realm, runic etching techniques from the dagger she'd studied, and assorted online theories, most of them dubious at best. To make the illusion more convincing, she'd even used 3 expendable shadow clones as cannon fodder inside Catherine's nightmares. Every time Catherine thought she'd found an escape, Thea, or rather, one of her clones, would drag her back into terror, pushing her mind right over the breaking point. By the 4th night, the woman's psyche was soft clay. Now Thea pressed her palm against Catherine's forehead. Her eyes glazed over, irises flickering with faint silver light as she began reading the woman's memories. Strictly speaking, reading wasn't accurate, memory wasn't a flat page, but a tangled, multi-layered scroll. Even with preparation, Thea had to stop after 3 surface layers, the sheer flood of mundane thoughts was overwhelming. She exhaled, shaking off the noise, shopping lists, petty grudges, gossip. None of it mattered. She only wanted what connected to the court. Chuckling softly, a sound distorted by her voice changer into something more demon than human, Thea sat cross-legged on the bed, opened a notebook, and began tweaking her spell. Catherine Monroe stood motionless beside her. She wasn't paralyzed by fear anymore, her mind was simply broken. The rough extraction had scrambled her neurons, she couldn't tell dream from reality. After analyzing what went wrong, Thea revised her approach, no more wide-area, surface sweep. She'd use point-based extraction, targeting only what she needed. It would be faster, cleaner, and less noticeable. On her next attempt, something odd happened. Catherine's top-layer thoughts were filled with, "Is this still a dream?" and "When will I wake up?" Interesting. Her consciousness hadn't fully surrendered, she believed she was still trapped in a nightmare. All the gunshots, all the encounters, the mind had buried them under denial. Classic ostrich syndrome. Thea smiled thinly. Originally, she'd planned to extract a few names and leave. But now she saw a better opportunity, why settle for one puppet when she could seize the entire court? Focusing deeper, she pushed past ordinary recollections into the core memory strata, the part of the mind that stored trauma and instinct. There it was, a cluster of jet-black memories, the nightmares Thea had implanted earlier, still humming faintly with residual magic. That dark seed was devouring nearby memories like a parasite. If left unchecked, it would consume everything and kill Catherine from sheer psychological collapse. Can't have that, Thea thought. She's far too useful alive. An obedient, influential woman with a fragile will, perfect material for a proxy. Adjusting her focus, Thea began rewriting the nightmare seed. Because it already contained traces of her magic, it didn't resist. Gray fragments of fear-laden memory dissolved, replaced by threads of her own power, woven into a simple, elegant pattern, a loyalty contract. From this moment forward, Catherine Monroe would obey Thea's commands from the deepest level of her psyche. Outwardly, she would seem perfectly normal, her speech, habits, even skepticism intact. Inwardly, fear itself had been erased, replaced by absolute devotion. As a final safeguard, Thea left behind a tiny shard of her own consciousness, an invisible tripwire. If anyone tried to mind wipe or reprogram Catherine, the shard would detonate, scrambling her mind into harmless idiocy. In Gotham, with telepaths and empaths lurking in every shadow, that was just good practice. Phew. Thea withdrew from the woman's mind, feeling the drain hit her like a wave. Even with her post-fusion mental strength, the exertion had nearly fried her circuits. Dissipating the black mist around her, she decided to test the results. She snapped her fingers. Catherine blinked, then gasped softly. Awareness returned to her eyes, followed by a blooming, almost manic joy. Thea. You're here. Let me get you something to eat. Do you need me to do anything? Just say the word. Thea smiled faintly, rubbing her aching temples. Mind Control 1.0, complete. Chapter 130, Remote-Controlled Court of Owls. Catherine's sudden enthusiasm nearly overwhelmed Thea. A few quick command tests confirmed it, the mind control spell worked beautifully. Of course, she wasn't so tasteless as to impose some perverse, master-servant contract. Having a middle-aged woman kneeling and calling her master would have been ridiculous. Maybe if it were a charming young maiden, but no, not this one. Instead, she'd chosen a friendly pact, a bond of loyalty with minimal psychological resistance. In modern society, especially in a place as freedom-obsessed as America, the very idea of servitude was repulsive. Forcing that kind of contract risked creating subconscious rebellion that might expose the control. A friendly contract, however, allowed the subject to retain full intelligence and autonomy, save for commands directly contradicting survival instincts. Everything else would be obeyed automatically. Even a skilled hypnotist or telepath wouldn't detect anything without a deep, invasive memory scan. Over the next 2 days, Thea repeated her success, this time on another major figure within the court, Luigi Falcone, current patriarch of Gotham's notorious Falcone crime family. His late brother, Mario Falcone, had been gunned down years ago by Gordon himself. Though Luigi had secretly celebrated it, he still spent the next 2 decades loudly demanding blood for blood, until he practically convinced himself of his own grief. Using Catherine as bait, Thea lured Luigi into her trap. No subtle dream-weaving this time, one clean strike to the back of the neck, and he was out cold. From there, she worked her magic the hard way, brute-forcing control. It took 2 grueling days. Luigi's willpower, honed by decades of gangster politics, far outmatched Catherine's. But eventually, the crime lord's defiant glare softened into docile obedience. Now, watching the bald, age-spotted titan of Gotham's underworld bow respectfully before her, Thea felt an undeniable sense of accomplishment. Catherine Monroe represented the old nobility of Gotham, the city's blue-blooded founders. She could steer the court's strategic direction. Luigi Falcone embodied the criminal aristocracy, his influence stretching through every illicit corner of the city. Together, they represented the 2 great factions within the court, the traditionalists and the opportunists. Thea had no intention of uniting them. Harmony bred awareness. Chaos bred dependency, and dependency meant control. So long as they continued funneling resources to her, she was content to let them bicker as usual. Each reported directly to her, but not to each other. If one ever betrayed her, the other would act as a counterbalance, until Thea decided what to do next. From now on, she said evenly, I want 3% of the court's monthly financial flow wired into my private account. Both subordinates nodded without protest. Satisfied, she continued. And instruct every family under the court to collect any and all books or documents related to the arcane, especially originals. The older, the better. 3% didn't sound like much, but coming from dozens of elite Gotham families, it was a fortune, and for a cash-strapped Thea, a godsend. As for the books, the motive was clear. Many of these families had archives going back centuries, grimoires, journals, alchemical notes gathering dust in locked studies. Better those relics serve her than rot unread. She also demanded the court's biological experiment records and resurrection research reports. Impressive, she murmured, flipping through the files. The court had apparently begun experimenting with reanimation over 50 years ago, an effort pushed, unsurprisingly, by paranoid old aristocrats terrified of death. Progress had been painfully slow, but 2 decades ago they'd achieved their first partial success. Using cells from animals with high regenerative capabilities, they'd synthesized a hybrid biomaterial. By bombarding it with radiation and embedding it into a dead subject's DNA sequence, they could, at least temporarily, restart biological activity. Electric shocks, fire baths, cryogenic cycles, they'd tried it all. Some corpses twitched. A few even stood. But none stayed. Recent notes were bleak. The process only worked on those who had died unnatural deaths. Natural aging. Useless. A 10% success rate. Thea snorted. 50 years of research and billions down the drain, for that. She tossed the report aside, then noticed a small vial on the desk, inside, 3 translucent drops of gray-white fluid. Her eyes widened. Solomon Grundy's heart's blood. Now that was something. The court had apparently found Grundy's body before his recent awakening and attempted to harvest it, spending 15 days extracting trace amounts of fluid from its heart tissue. To most scientists, it was just another inexplicable anomaly. But to Thea, attuned now to the supernatural, those drops burned with power, dense, corrosive, and utterly alien. Just brushing the edge of its aura made her skin prickle. Death. Decay. Corruption. The energy radiating from it was immense, but it was wrong. Her instincts screamed a warning. Absorb it and you'll die, or worse, become what he was. She capped the vial carefully. Dangerous, yes, but not useless. There were still ways to harness it, indirectly. Her gaze shifted to the sword of Azrael, lying across her table. Once carried into divine trials, it had always radiated a faint trace of sanctity. Yet something about it had always felt incomplete. Through studying her enchanted dagger, Thea had realized why. The sword was meant to be a magical weapon, but the final steps, inscriptions, circuits, enchantment matrices, had never been finished. Now, perhaps, with Grundy's blood, she could complete it. But that would take time and expertise, and time was the one thing she didn't have. Her stay in Gotham was nearing its end. For now, she would lay the groundwork. She ordered her subordinates to go to ground, keeping their distance from Batman but quietly supporting him if he ever ran for police commissioner, mainly to bog him down in endless bureaucracy, charity galas, and social functions. Keep him tied up in red tape, she told them. If he's busy debating policy, he won't be watching the shadows. As for the court, she assigned them a new mission: absorb Gotham's criminal underworld, Penguin's rackets, Scarecrow's labs, everything. Publicly, they'd maintain their old facade of neutrality. Privately, they would steer the city from behind the curtain, under her invisible leash. And the resurrection research? Thea considered it, then shrugged. You've spent half a century on it already. Might as well see it through. Let the dead men chase immortality. Meanwhile, she had her own kind of eternity to build. Chapter 131, Commissioner Bruce. After the Arkham crisis was resolved and hundreds of civilians were rescued, life for Gotham's Dark Knight had, for once, become almost pleasant. Catwoman's jealousy storm, her signature emotional weapon, had finally been neutralized by Bruce Wayne's relentless charm offensive. The two had fallen back into their familiar rhythm, all dangerous grace and teasing affection. With Gotham streets quieter than usual, Bruce even found time to refocus on his protégé's training. Once he got serious, though, Barbara quickly realized what training under Batman really meant. She had classes in the daytime, patrols at night, and every spare minute in between was consumed by drills so intense she barely had time to breathe, let alone sneak in any romantic mischief with Robin. Still, whenever she thought about quitting, she'd catch sight of Thea's faintly mocking smile. Pride alone kept her going. Thea, meanwhile, spent her free hours alternating between perfecting her mechanical arm project and sparring with the group. Even Batman had to admit she could now hold her own against him for quite a while. As for Barbara and Robin, well, let's just say if they ganged up on her, she could still mop the floor with them given a little effort. But while they trained, Bruce's thoughts were elsewhere, specifically, on Thea's offhand suggestion that he run for commissioner. He'd been mulling it over for days, consulting the people closest to him. And, as it turned out, one voice carried more weight than the rest: Alfred Pennyworth. Alfred's argument was simple and irrefutable: being commissioner of police sounded a lot better than being Gotham's eternal playboy. From the Wayne family's reputation to Bruce's personal safety, the job was an upgrade on all fronts. The old butler had watched his young master grow up; he didn't want to see him burn out in an endless crusade. The broken back incident had nearly given the 80-year-old man a heart attack. Though Alfred had never met Thea, his gratitude toward her was immense. From then on, he practically nagged Bruce daily: "Take the job, Master Wayne." And when Alfred spoke, Bruce listened. Commissioner Gordon, graying, weary, and all too aware of his own approaching retirement, also approved. The department wasn't in terrible shape, but it wasn't great either. Handing over the reins to Bruce Wayne, a man both competent and incorruptible, seemed like a final act of redemption for Gotham's oldest cop. With both his father figure and his mentor backing the idea, Bruce found himself running out of excuses to refuse. Still, his caution wouldn't let him jump straight in. So he tested the waters first, by quietly applying for the Gotham Police Union presidency, a position so ceremonial that no one had cared about it in decades. It was supposed to be a small, anonymous trial balloon. Instead, it turned into a hurricane. By the next morning, headlines were everywhere. Gordon, who had quietly tipped off a few reporters, and Thea, who had not so quietly pulled the strings of the Court of Owls through Catherine and Luigi, had orchestrated the perfect PR storm. Prodigal son returns: Bruce Wayne joins Gotham law enforcement. Gotham Times. A beacon of hope for the GCPD, the Dark Knight of industry. Gotham Evening Post. Tomorrow's commissioner. Bruce Wayne steps up. Morning News Channel. At 6 a.m., an unsuspecting Lucius Fox was ambushed by reporters on his way to work. He had no idea what they were talking about, but being a diplomat at heart, he smiled, improvised a few glowing compliments about Bruce's commitment to the city, and suddenly the story caught fire. In a matter of hours, Bruce Wayne's public image transformed from frivolous billionaire to Gotham's savior-in-waiting. Watching the broadcasts from the Batcave, Bruce was utterly dumbfounded. Do I really have that kind of approval rating? Is this some villain's mind game? But then he saw Lucius's earnest face on screen and sighed. No, this wasn't a setup. Seeking reassurance, he turned to Catwoman for an opinion. Go for it, she purred instantly. To her, the idea was deliciously ironic: the same cops who'd chased her for 20 years would now have to salute her as the commissioner's wife. Even Robin and Barbara supported the move. Robin had always wanted to become a cop; seeing his mentor lead the department was a dream come true. Barbara's reasons were simpler: if he's busy with paperwork, maybe I can finally rest. After a full round of consultations, Bruce realized no one in his entire circle opposed it. Not one. Even his paranoia, sharpened by years of crime fighting, couldn't find a single red flag. Fine then. He'd do it. Once Thea received confirmation that Bruce had officially filed his application for commissioner, she allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. No matter how secretive the Court of Owls tried to be, there were always threads to pull, and now that she had Gotham's greatest detective preoccupied with bureaucracy, she could redirect resources out of the city far more freely. She instructed Catherine and Luigi to mobilize their networks in politics, business, and law enforcement. Their mission: keep Bruce busy. Flood him with meetings, press conferences, and charity galas until his focus was completely diverted. From the moment Bruce appeared in public to the day he finally claimed the commissioner's chair, Thea estimated she'd have a clean 2 years of breathing room, plenty of time to funnel technology and capital from both Wayne Enterprises and Gotham's underworld. Because the truth was, the Court of Owl's sprawling network of families quietly held majority control of Wayne Enterprises. Add in Thea's own hidden shares, and the math became absurd. Of course, none of it could ever see the light of day. The court had spent 20 years blocking Bruce from gaining full authority within his own company, and though the conflict stayed within legal limits, the tension was constant. Thea had no interest in corporate politics anyway. What she wanted wasn't ownership, it was power. And Wayne Tech's advanced technology gave her exactly that. Every device, every prototype, every cutting-edge weapon they had access to could now pass through her hands. It was the perfect foundation for her future. Her armor project was almost ready. As she wrapped up her affairs, Thea knew her time in Gotham was ending. There would be no dramatic farewells. No poetic partings in the rain. This was the modern age. Everyone had phones, video calls, encrypted channels. Goodbyes were a formality. Still, on the day of her departure, Bruce and his closest allies gathered at the Wayne Enterprises helipad. Gordon, Catwoman, Barbara, and Robin were there to see Thea and Felicity off. To Thea's amusement, Catwoman and Felicity had become inseparable in just days, whispering and giggling over something on their phones that probably involved hacking, or blackmail, or both. "Even though I've said it before," Bruce said, offering his hand, "I'll say it again, thank you. Meeting you was an honor." Thea smiled, shaking his hand firmly. The honor's mutual, Commissioner-to-be. She exchanged a few respectful words with Gordon, whose weary eyes still held a spark of admiration. To Barbara and Robin, she simply waved, there'd be time enough to meet again. "Take care, everyone." She climbed into the helicopter, gave one last casual salute through the cockpit window, and pulled up on the controls. As the rotors thundered and the skyline of Gotham fell away beneath them, Thea let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Next stop, Star City. Chapter 132, The Campaign Mascot. Thea had barely set foot back in Star City when she was practically ambushed by Moira, who'd been waiting for her, impatiently, for 3 whole days. Moira Queen was now deep into her campaign preparations. And to win over voters, appearance was everything. She had to look humble, relatable, certainly not like the billionaire she actually was. In the game of politics, donating all your assets to charity was for fools. The standard trick was simple: transfer your wealth to your children. It was like taking off your pants just to fart, pointless but mandatory. Every candidate did it. The trick was to make yourself look clean and poor, the sort of person who could understand the struggles of the people. Some went as far as moving from their mansions into rundown neighborhoods just to stage photo ops in tiny kitchens and peeling living rooms. Moira had no intention of going that far, she had limits. But to appear modest, the family fortune still had to be shuffled around. So, the morning after Thea returned home, she found herself surrounded by nearly 50 lawyers. Before she knew what was happening, she'd spent the entire morning signing papers, contracts, trusts, ownership transfers, legal declarations, all funneling Queen family assets under her name. If she hadn't been afraid of causing a public scandal, she would have summoned her clones just to help with the paperwork. By noon, she'd signed her name over 1,000 times. Her wrist was sore and her patience gone. Of course, it was all legal theater. On paper, Thea was now the sole inheritor of Queen family holdings, but since she was still technically a minor, Moira remained her legal guardian. In Star City, adulthood came at 17, and Thea still had a year to go. So, the reality was simple: Moira still held every string of control. Still, a victory was a victory. The first step of a long march. As she rubbed her cramped wrist, Thea couldn't help thinking that if she found this exhausting, those ancient princes who had to fight their way to a throne must have been living on the edge of a heart attack. Her move to absorb the Court of Owls had turned out to be a masterstroke: money, connections, manpower, all secured. If she'd waited for Queen Consolidated to naturally pass into her hands, she might have been middle-aged by the time it happened. The morning vanished into signatures and seals, the afternoon brought a new performance. Not at the company. Walter Steele, the ever-reliable COO, was running things just fine, but at the campaign front. Because Thea Queen, beloved daughter, would now serve as the campaign's living mascot. Her job? To smile, wave, and radiate youthful charm while proving what an outstanding mother Moira Queen was. In short, visual proof that this candidate raised good stock. Perfect bait for family-minded voters, especially suburban women. Today's event was a community outreach rally in a low-income district. Thea's stylist, a bearded man with the dramatic flair of a Broadway costume designer, had promised her something subtle and wholesome. Thea should have known better. When she stepped out of the dressing room, even Moira's jaw dropped. The pastel red dress was lovely, yes, but the plunging backline exposed so much smooth skin it could have qualified as a public hazard. Thea shot her stylist a glare that promised murder, but it was too late. Cameras were already waiting. Even Moira had to admit her daughter looked stunning. The pale glow of her skin seemed to reflect the stage lights. No makeup could have achieved that kind of radiance, it was something else entirely. In fact, Thea had changed, though she hadn't told anyone. Before leaving Gotham, she'd eaten the strange green fruit the Swamp Thing had given her, a sort of pseudo-demonic seed infused with elemental energy. Thankfully, its effects were gentle. No bleeding, no agonizing metamorphosis. Just a few days of indigestion, and then transformation. Her lungs felt cleaner, stronger. Her body's regenerative system had sharpened to something almost supernatural. If before it took a year for her divine blood to distill a single drop of gold essence, now it would take 3 months. Her resistance to toxins had doubled. Her skin had become luminous, her body subtly reshaped, muscle lines hidden beneath smooth, graceful curves. Even without trying, she now radiated vitality that made nearby women subconsciously glance away in envy. Moira, however, wasn't worried about being outshone. Her concern was entirely maternal. My daughter is getting too beautiful. Who on earth could possibly be worthy of her now? When Thea had sent her those beach photos from Malibu, actually Bruce Wayne's private coast, artfully photoshopped by Felicity, Moira had just glanced at them out of curiosity, until she spotted a familiar figure in the background. Bruce Wayne. Every woman in America knew that face, the nation's #1 billionaire playboy. Moira's imagination had immediately gone into overdrive. Had her daughter been seduced? Was Bruce Wayne some sort of silver-haired sugar wolf? But the more she thought about it, the less upset she became. Well, they are kind of a match. He's older, but rich, accomplished, and if it doesn't work out, divorce exists. After all, there weren't many men left in the country who could match Thea in both pedigree and potential. The poor ones weren't worthy, the worthy ones were all decades older. A mother worried about many things, but this one worried about that. She'd quietly sent investigators to Gotham to check Bruce's background, but the results came back empty. Gotham was chaos incarnate, and Bruce's privacy defenses were practically impenetrable. So Moira shelved the matter for now, planning to bring it up with her daughter when the time was right. Unaware of her mother's suspicions, Thea trailed one step behind Moira at the event, smiling gracefully as Moira shook hands with a crowd of enthusiastic housewives. Her mind, however, was elsewhere, specifically, on the necklace around her throat. A delicate piece of sky blue crystal, it was the same one Malcolm Merlyn had given her long ago, see Chapter 13. While unpacking, she'd noticed faint inscriptions carved on the inner rim, and to her surprise, they were the same type of runic markings she'd seen on the Black Mist dagger. The dagger had 4 basic sigils. The necklace had 15. Her pulse had spiked. Even with her limited understanding of magical language, she could tell this was something extraordinary. The craftsmanship, the complexity, this wasn't some trinket. This was an heirloom artifact, passed down through the Merlin line until its power went dormant. Her glee was short-lived, though, because the more she studied the runes, the more her excitement turned to frustration. She could decipher maybe 2 of the 15, barely. Without proper grimoires or reference texts, she was working blind, guessing meanings by feel and intuition. One mistake, and she could burn out the enchantment permanently. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. The necklace wasn't going anywhere. She could study it later. For now, she had a part to play. On stage, Moira Queen was passionately championing women's rights and child welfare, every sentence punctuated by waves of applause. Thea clapped politely along with the crowd, her expression the perfect blend of warmth and poise. Just smile and wave, mascot. Smile and wave. The campaign had officially begun. Chapter 133, Laurel's current situation. It turned out that even pretending to be a model citizen wasn't as easy as it looked. After 3 days of playing the dutiful daughter and campaign mascot, Thea was already bored to death. Her blank expression, really just the result of her mind being elsewhere, deciphering runes on her necklace, was quickly seized upon by the media. By the 4th day, a tidal wave of gossip hit the airwaves and headlines. Queen family heiress too proud for the people, former classmates speak out. Thea Queen, party girl gone wild, spotted drinking until dawn. The tabloids had gone feral. Moira told her not to take it to heart, it was nothing but political sabotage from rival candidates. And Thea understood that. She'd been put on stage as a lightning rod, someone had to take the hits. Gossip was the oxygen of politics, after all. In America, the press never needed proof to assassinate a reputation, only a slow news day. At least, she thought wryly, she had it easier than Bruce Wayne. He spent his nights saving Gotham and his days being crucified by reporters. Compared to that, her PR nightmare was mild. Still, the campaign's PR team of fresh-faced, young professionals was panicking. To them, optics were life and death. So one brave soul was elected, unlucky him, to go talk to Thea Queen. "Miss Queen, he began, visibly trembling. He'd memorized his talking points 10 times over downstairs, but standing in front of her now, seeing that calm, sharp, almost ethereal presence, his mind turned to mush. This was a woman who had personally fought through Gotham's bloodiest urban battles, left hundreds of corpses in her wake, crippled thousands more, and bent fate itself through sheer will. Of course, he didn't know that. But some primal part of him felt it. Her aura wasn't human, it was predatory, ancient. At that moment, Thea was lost in thought, her mind circling around the 7th rune on her necklace. That one symbol was a bridge between 2 entire sequences of the enchantment. If she could crack it, the rest might fall into place. The young man's nervous stammer shattered her focus. Irritation flickered across her features. She raised her gaze slightly, eyes gleaming like polished glass, silent, expectant, faintly threatening. "Say it. Then leave." The poor man nearly dropped his clipboard. He swore her eyes were glowing. Was that a trick of the light? "We, the campaign team, we were hoping you could, be a bit more approachable." "Why less, cold," he managed, voice cracking at least twice. Then, before she could respond, he plastered on a sickly smile, nodded too fast, and bolted out of the room. Thea exhaled through her nose. Not a suitor, then. Good. Ever since she'd returned from Gotham, she'd been surrounded by an endless parade of self-proclaimed admirers, sending flowers, inventing excuses to bump into her, or lingering at events just to talk. She could handle criminals and mercenaries with bullets and blades, but this swarm of buzzing insects. There was no socially acceptable way to shoot them. Just a few more days, she told herself. Once Moira's citywide tour was over, she could finally rest. As for the so-called cold expression, she couldn't help it. Her mind was always elsewhere, half in magic, half in theory. How could anyone smile and giggle while mentally translating ancient enchantment syntax? The campaign interns took politics far too seriously anyway. The outcome had already been decided long before the first speech. In the city council, Malcolm controlled a block of loyalists. Moira had her own faction. The Court of Owl's invisible tendrils, despite their supposed Gotham exclusivity, could still sway a few key votes. Add in the influence of ArrowVerse, and the election was essentially a scripted play. Public opinion. Decorative. The result was already printed. Shaking off the thought, Thea returned to her rune analysis. "Take the car home first, honey," Moira said later that day, slipping on a tailored jacket. "I've got a dinner event to attend." Perfect. Thea loathed those networking dinners, an ocean of smug, overweight, self-made men whose bodies oozed cholesterol and hypocrisy. She gave her mother a hug, waved off the bodyguards, and climbed into the driver's seat herself. With her own combat ability, she could take down 10 of those guards barehanded anyway. Armed and empowered, she could level a city block. The extra muscle was just for show. Still, she checked the car's undercarriage before starting it up. Not for assassins, no one was suicidal enough to target her, but because of paparazzi. Just 2 days ago, at another event, a man had suddenly rolled under her car as she stepped out. She'd thought it was an assassination attempt, until security dragged him out and he confessed he was a tabloid photographer trying to get upskirt shots. That day, she had been so furious her face had gone white. Killing him wasn't an option, unfortunately, so she settled for breaking a few bones and a warning he'd never forget. Those trash magazines had only a handful of employees, but they were too small to intimidate and too crazy to fear death. Against that kind of madness, even Malcolm's assassins or the court's talons were useless. So, yes, Thea checked the car every time now. The city lights blurred past as she drove aimlessly through Star City, realizing she had nowhere in particular to go. Felicity was out of town, visiting her mother for the Festival of Light. Guess it's time to check on my future sister-in-law, she thought. When Laurel Lance opened the door and saw Thea, she broke into a surprised but genuine smile. The two had known each other since childhood, not exactly best friends, but close enough that catching up felt easy. They grabbed dinner at a small bistro nearby. Over soup and salad, Thea vented about the campaign circus, at least, the parts she could talk about. No mention of Gotham, magic daggers, or multidimensional bloodlines. Then the conversation shifted to Laurel. And Thea quickly realized that her friend wasn't doing so great either. Star City's crime rate had plummeted recently, thanks largely to Moira's massive job creation program. When people had stable work, they didn't have time to riot. The few rabble-rousers who used to stir up trouble had been transferred elsewhere, quietly and permanently. With no crimes and no unrest, Laurel's law office for the people had gone quiet too quiet. Her firm, once 8 partners strong, had already lost 3 to resignations. The rest were quietly looking for other opportunities. Legal fees had dried up, rent and utilities hadn't. The financial pressure was eating through Laurel's modest savings fast. And, to top it off, Tommy, her wealthy, usually reliable boyfriend, had been increasingly absent lately. So absent that Laurel had begun to wonder if he was seeing someone else. Thea sipped her coffee and thought grimly, Star City may be safer, but happiness sure isn't. Chapter 134, A Conversation with Laurel. Today Laurel looked the picture of professional poise in her beige suit, long legs crossed beneath the table, heels tapping softly against the floor. But the moment Thea mentioned Tommy, the lawyer's eyes clouded over with melancholy. She grabbed the glass of wine the waiter had just set down and drank deeply. Tommy's still training under Malcolm. Thea thought. Even if so, that's no excuse to vanish on your girlfriend. Though it felt a bit like prying, Thea decided to ask anyway. Tommy hasn't contacted you recently? Laurel waved a hand, her tone airy but her eyes betraying a hint of frustration. We talk on the phone sometimes, but it's been a while since I've actually seen him. Her cheeks flushed as she said it, legs shifting under the table. Thea, whose perception had long since evolved into a full-fledged spiritual sensitivity, immediately caught the spike in her heartbeat. This wasn't fear or illness, this was yearning. Oh boy. She glanced sidelong at Laurel's generous figure and sighed inwardly. Yeah, that tracks. She'd seen this look before, beautiful woman, long-distance boyfriend, emotional drought. What was she supposed to do, tell Laurel to go home and take care of things herself? That'd be the end of their friendship. Blissfully unaware that she was unintentionally seducing a minor, Laurel took another drink and, perhaps loosened by the alcohol, began recounting stories from her and Tommy's relationship. And not just the cute ones. Apparently, a night of funny little incidents between them often ended in considerably more intimate activities. She described, with a tipsy smile and no small amount of candor, Tommy's stamina, his preferences, even a few positions that made Thea nearly choke on her drink. Thea wasn't embarrassed, exactly, after everything she'd seen, this kind of talk was almost quaint. But she couldn't help thinking that Tommy always seemed a bit passive. Laurel clearly ran the show in that relationship. So what about Oliver? Thea asked suddenly, her tone a little too curious. What was it like when you two were together? Laurel's expression softened instantly. Her hands folded in front of her chest, and a wistful smile curved her lips. Oliver was different. Gentle. Strong. There was always this spark when I was with him. He made everything feel exciting. Thea rolled her eyes so hard they nearly stuck. And that, she thought sourly, is why Oliver Queen has managed to sleep with every woman in the show except his sister. Strength and charm, a deadly combination. Always exciting, huh? In other words, creative, adaptable, and impossible to quit. Of course. Laurel, fiery and sensual, Oliver, the eternal adrenaline junkie, they really were the perfect, official couple. No wonder the moment Oliver reappeared, Laurel's heart had started to wobble. Poor Tommy never stood a chance, hardware-wise, he simply couldn't compete. Thea, meanwhile, was already planning her next move. Once Moira's campaign phase was over, she intended to head for Lienyu, the hellish island that had birthed Green Arrow. Whatever Oliver's personal wishes, she'd at least give him the chance to come home. And while she was there, she'd rescue Shadow, Yao Fei's daughter, that stoic, sharp-eyed girl who radiated an unmistakable Eastern grace. Thea liked her, enough to want to rewrite her tragic fate. And if she was lucky, maybe she'd even find Sarah Lance, Laurel's sister, still alive out there. Hey, Thea, Laurel's slurred voice broke her thoughts. The older woman leaned closer, eyes glassy. Do you have a boyfriend? Or, have you ever, tried? Thea blinked. Then her face twisted into a mortified grimace as she realized what tried meant. Oh, you sweet summer child. If only Laurel knew. Thea's experimentation made anything Laurel had done look like Sunday school. She'd once tested the limits of her duplication spell, 2 perfectly synchronized bodies, one mind split in mirrored pleasure, feeding off each other's sensations in an endless feedback loop. It had been educational. Terrifyingly so. Afterward, she'd sworn never to speak of it again. If Merlin's ancient spirit ever found out his descendant was using his sacred arts for that, he'd probably blast her into ash from across the multiverse. They play at friction on the physical plane, she mused wryly. I've already stepped into the magical era. When she advanced enough to sustain 2 or 3 clones at once, well, best not to think about that. Realizing her thoughts were going somewhere wildly inappropriate, Thea shook her head hard. No. Focus. You're not a pervert. It's just side effects of bloodline refinement. Right. That's all it is. She was about to invent some imaginary boyfriend to shut Laurel up when. Bang. Bang. The sharp crack of a .45 echoed through the bar. Thea's instincts kicked in instantly. She snatched the nearest utensil, a metal fork, and gripped it like a throwing knife. A coarse voice barked across the room. From today, this bar's under the protection of the Bottinery family. The speaker was a burly man with a thick beard, flanked by two goons wielding rifles. Their swagger filled the room like a bad smell as they scanned the patrons, looking for someone to intimidate. Really? Protection rackets? How cliché can you get? Thea slumped slightly in her seat, torn between annoyance and disbelief. She had zero interest in dealing with small-time thugs, but she also couldn't ignore gunfire in public. Deciding to test something new, she whispered a quick incantation under her breath. The spell was an offshoot of her dream entry magic, one she'd been developing to dampen presence. A subtle weave of spirit and illusion that made onlookers subconsciously overlook her. Drawing 2 runes in the air with invisible strokes, she felt a faint drain on her magic, then her aura vanished. It worked. The tension in the room seemed to pass right over her. You. Come here. The bearded thug barked suddenly, yanking a young waiter by the collar. The boy froze, trembling as the man shoved a pistol against his forehead. What family did I say I'm from? Repeat it, the thug snarled. The poor kid blinked in terror, mind blank. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Can't remember. The thug grinned, yellow teeth gleaming. Heh. Shame. Thea's hand tightened around the fork. Her disgust was palpable. These had to be new recruits for the Bottinery crime family, too crude, too stupid, no discipline whatsoever. She could kill all 3 of them before anyone blinked. A single gun, a flick of magic, done. But killing in front of witnesses would cause chaos. It could even damage Moira's campaign if word got out that her daughter had turned a bar into a massacre scene. The waiter's eyes squeezed shut. The gun barrel pressed harder. Think, Thea. Think. Where the hell were Star City's heroes when you needed them? Wasn't this exactly the kind of thing a masked vigilante was supposed to stop? She clenched her jaw, fury rising. Honestly, could the local crime fighters at least learn something from Gotham's efficiency? Chapter 135, The Second Black Arrow. Stay down and don't move. Laurel whispered urgently. Thea had just been silently cursing Star City for having 0 decent heroes when her friend, armed with nothing but courage and optimism, stood up. Stop right there. Laurel shouted. For one brief, blinding moment, every head in the bar turned toward her. Thea nearly fainted. Of course. Of course Laurel would do something like this. Here Thea was, quietly evaluating the situation like a rational human being, and Laurel just had to leap into the spotlight, blazing with righteous fury. So this is what real, heroic spirit looks like, Thea thought bleakly. No wonder villains always outsmart the heroes, half the time, it's because of impulsive idiots like you. Laurel's father had taught her a few self-defense moves at best. Against 3 armed gangsters. She was walking into a death trap. But Thea couldn't let her get hurt. Friend or not, she had power, and that meant responsibility. Apparently, tonight she was the one stuck playing the leading man. Grimacing, Thea gripped the fork in her hand and prepared to strike first, planning to take out the bearded ringleader before he could pull the trigger. The man spotted Laurel and froze for a moment. Then his greasy lips twisted into a leer. Well, sweetheart. You talkin' to me? He turned to his cronies, laughing crudely. Say it louder, baby, I can't hear you. He punctuated his taunt with a few obscene hip thrusts, sending his men into fits of laughter. You disgusting pig. Thea's gaze shifted from his eyes to his mouth, mentally marking the spot. One flick of this fork, and I'll teach you how to swallow your own teeth. Laurel, meanwhile, was trembling. She wasn't yet the Black Canary, just a newly minted lawyer with more idealism than sense. Her legs shook, but she refused to back down. That defiance only enraged the gangster further. Scowling, he raised his gun and aimed straight at her. Now. Thea's wrist twitched. The fork left her fingers, then stopped midair as her psychic senses caught something strange. She yanked her power back just in time. A whistling sound cut through the chaos. Thunk. A black-feathered arrow struck the thug squarely in the shoulder. His shot went wild, bullets spraying harmlessly into the ceiling. An arrow. Thea blinked. Who else in Star City still used a bow besides her? She snapped her head toward the source, and nearly bit her tongue in shock. A figure stood balanced on the wall outside the bar, cloaked in black from head to toe, face hidden beneath a dark hood. In his hands was a weapon she recognized instantly, a sleek, black recurve bow identical to Malcolm Merlin's. Dad. No. Not quite. The outfit was close, but not the same, the cut, the leather pattern, the posture. The hooded archer froze when their eyes met. Then, clearly panicked, he shouted, "Run!" The wounded gangster roared in pain. "Shoot him! Kill that bastard!" His men swung their rifles up and opened fire. Bullets tore through the air, and to Thea's horror, one found its mark. The archer jerked violently, then toppled backward off the wall, crashing to the ground. Definitely not Dad. Malcolm would have dodged that with his eyes closed. But whoever it was, they were going to die if she didn't act. Thea snapped her wrist. The fork spun across the room and smashed into the chandelier above, plunging the bar into semi-darkness. Guns were dangerous, not because she couldn't use them, but because they left evidence. Gunpowder residue, ballistic trails, powder burns. Forks were much more discreet. Amid the confusion, she grabbed Laurel, who was still frozen mid-heroic pose, and dragged her toward the exit. Once they reached a side alley, Thea scanned the walls for cameras. None. Perfect. She split her magic, creating a shadow duplicate cloaked in dark mist. The clone dashed toward where the fallen archer lay while the real Thea kept Laurel out of sight. The double reached the crumpled figure and lifted the hood. A stunned laugh escaped her lips. Tommy. Of course it was. Her dear, lovesick brother. So this is where you've been hiding. He'd clearly picked up some of Malcolm's training, at least enough to look the part. The imitation leather suit, the custom bow. He wasn't a full-fledged assassin, but close enough to cosplay as one. And apparently, tonight's dramatic entrance had been for Laurel's sake. Typical. The idiot had probably been tailing her for weeks, waiting for the perfect chance to play hero. And look how that turned out. The wound wasn't fatal but serious, gunshot to the abdomen, bleeding heavily. Without medical care, he'd be dead within an hour. The clone vanished, and Thea herself carried him to her secret hideout. Thankfully, Felicity was still out of town, fewer awkward questions to answer. What followed was practically routine for her now: disinfect, anesthetize, extract the bullet, stitch the wound. One seamless operation. She glanced at his pale face, sighing. You've been training for what, a few months? And already jumping in front of guns. Idiot hero complex runs in the family, huh? If she hadn't been there tonight, he'd have been just another nameless casualty on tomorrow's newsfeed. Malcolm would have lost his mind. Once the sutures were done, she pulled his shirt back down. To be fair, he had improved, less baby fat, more muscle definition. Nowhere near Oliver's level, who could do salmon ladders before breakfast, but at least Tommy finally looked like a man instead of a spoiled heir. Tommy stirred weakly. His eyelids fluttered open. Who are you? He reached for her arm on instinct. Thea easily dodged. She could have broken his wrist in a blink, but she didn't want to aggravate the wound. Who was she supposed to be right now, anyway? Thinking quickly, she decided to keep her identity hidden. She mumbled a few nonsense phrases in Chinese, lowering her voice. To Tommy's ears, still half delirious, it sounded like %2 and M #and. What the hell, he muttered, confused. He tried to ask again, but they just ended up babbling past each other like two people from different planets. After a few minutes of incoherent mumbling, his strength finally gave out and he passed out cold. Thea wiped imaginary sweat from her forehead. Lying is exhausting. She picked up his bow and examined it, same design as Malcolm's, but lighter draw weight. Daddy's boy, she thought. Conveniently forgetting that she herself had once stabbed her father in the waist. Curious, she used her spirit sense to probe his bloodline. The connection was faint, just enough to confirm they were related, but nothing like the fiery resonance she'd felt when her own Merlin blood had awakened. Apparently, the family's ancient power wasn't something everyone could inherit. She couldn't decide if that made her relieved or disappointed. Either way, as the last living bearer of Merlin's bloodline, Thea felt the weight of that legacy settle heavier on her shoulders. Protecting her father and brother wasn't just duty anymore. It was destiny. Chapter 136, Fooling Malcolm. Feeling the faint thread of kinship between them, Thea left a subtle suggestion buried deep in Tommy's mind, one that would make him wake up later, forget everything about the base, and think nothing unusual had happened. She was careful not to overload his neural pathways. Her magic flowed like a whisper, precise and delicate. When she confirmed there was no backlash, she released her clone, merging its memory back into herself. At that moment, her real body was sprinting full speed with Laurel in tow. And say what you would about Laurel Lance, the woman had potential. She was running in heels, with two impressive D-cups threatening to defy gravity, yet somehow managed to keep up. All right, let's rest for a bit, Thea finally said, slowing down. Ever since eating that green fruit from the swamp thing, her lungs had been nearly indestructible. She could run all day and not even sweat. Laurel, however, was gasping for breath. She didn't even sit down right away, glancing back over her shoulder first to make sure they weren't being followed. Thea, your stamina is insane. Family genetics, Thea said smoothly. You've seen Oliver, right? He's the same. Strong genes. She gave Laurel a meaningful look. Laurel blinked, not entirely catching the innuendo, and nodded awkwardly. They moved on to lighter conversation, the city's crime rate, local news, small talk. Then Thea's consciousness fully reintegrated with her returning clone, flooding her mind with the details of last night's events. She leaned closer. Do you know who fired that arrow? She asked, lowering her voice like it was a state secret. Laurel blinked at her. How would I know? Everything happened so fast. I remember being terrified, Laurel said thoughtfully, arms folded under her chest as she tilted her head. Then suddenly that thug went down, the lights went out, and you dragged me out of there. Classic heroine behavior, the Lois Lane syndrome, nearly gets herself killed, rescued by a mysterious masked stranger, and immediately develops an obsession with uncovering their identity. Thea could already see the pattern forming. Lois Lane, Iris West. Laurel Lance would fit right in. She glanced at Laurel's strategically enhanced figure and smirked. You can keep guessing, sweetheart. The truth's right here, and I'm not telling. The next day, after another long morning of campaign running and photo ops for her mother, Thea made an excuse to slip away. She checked in briefly with Moira's staff, then headed to the Merlin Group headquarters by late afternoon. Hey, Thea, Tommy greeted her weakly from outside the CEO's office. Her psychic skin brushed across him, his recovery was excellent. The mental seed she'd left in him had already dissolved, meaning it had either done its job or been absorbed into his psyche. Either way, no harm done. You look awful, she said, feigning concern. Tommy rubbed his neck, looking embarrassed. Didn't sleep well. Thea leaned against his desk, completely ignoring office etiquette. You and Laurel, what's going on there? I talked to her yesterday, you know. Talked being a generous word, it had mostly been a drunken, very explicit girls' night out confession about Tommy's performance. He had no idea Thea knew his romantic history in such mortifying detail. Mentioning Laurel instantly soured his mood. His father's words echoed in his mind. If you want to be a hero, fine. But be ready to lose the people you care about. Because the moment you drag them into your crusade, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. It wasn't so different from Oliver's philosophy, both men had that same self-sacrificing streak. They'd even fallen for the same kind of woman, stubborn, righteous, impossible to deter. Tommy looked at his sister, momentarily dazed. She was beautiful, radiant, even. If Oliver's sister can change this much in just a few years, maybe I should stay away for everyone's sake. I've got something to take care of, he said abruptly, grabbing a file from his desk and hurrying out before she could press further. Thea blinked, caught off guard. Weird. He's acting so distant. Did the hypnosis backfire? Her first instinct was to suspect her magic. After all, if something went wrong with a psychic suggestion, the results could be unpredictable. But after a moment's thought, she shrugged it off. Probably not worth worrying about. Anyway, she was here for someone else. Malcolm Merlin's office smelled faintly of sandalwood. The man himself sat serenely behind his desk, pouring tea like a monk with a vendetta. Thea, he said pleasantly, setting out another cup. A rare visit. What brings you here? Thea hesitated for a moment, then reached into her collar and pulled out the blue pendant hanging around her neck. This, she said simply. You gave it to me. Malcolm's eyebrows rose. And it suits you, he said with an easy smile, assuming she was about to thank him. Of course it suited her, she'd long since discovered the thing was a genuine magical artifact. Returning it to him would be like tossing a fortune into the ocean. I wanted to ask about its origin, she continued carefully. Where did you get it? Or who had it before you? That caught him off guard. His pupils contracted slightly before he covered it up with a genial laugh. Oh. Something wrong with it? Come, drink. Tell me what's on your mind. Thea took the cup but didn't drink. She'd rehearsed this conversation in her head. After Gotham, after Solomon Grundy, after everything, she knew Malcolm must have heard something. There had been thousands of witnesses to that battle, his network couldn't possibly have missed it. Still, she trusted him, or at least, trusted the version of him that loved his children. For all his ruthlessness, Malcolm Merlin wasn't cruel by nature. In another timeline, he had even died smiling to save Thea. Whatever else he wasn't without humanity. So she decided to show him a little of what she could do. With a subtle roll of her shoulder, her shadow rippled, and a second Thea stepped cleanly out of it. Malcolm's serene composure shattered. The cup clattered in his hands, tea splashing across the desk as his jaw dropped. He sputtered mid-sip, nearly choking. Wah, what the hell? The two Theas spoke in perfect unison, their tone calm and measured. This is what I discovered in Gotham. And this is why I came to you. Malcolm stared, wide-eyed, scanning back and forth between them. He even blinked rapidly, half expecting the illusion to fade. But it didn't. There were two of her, identical in voice, aura, and expression. No smoke. No mirrors. No trick. For the first time in years, Malcolm Merlyn, master manipulator, league assassin, and seasoned killer, was completely, utterly stunned. Chapter 137, Hooked. Thea dismissed her clone, holding back a laugh as she began to explain what had happened, 7 parts truth, 3 parts carefully edited fiction. She told Malcolm how Solomon Grundy had chased her through half of Gotham, how she'd been driven to the brink of death, and in that moment of desperation, something ancient within her had awakened. The memories buried deep in her blood had whispered the name Merlyn and revealed fragments of lost knowledge. Merlyn. Malcolm murmured, the name rolling off his tongue with strange familiarity, like a man who'd lived his whole life in a slum, only to be told his house was sitting on a gold vein slated for redevelopment. Excitement. Disbelief. Awe. All tangled together on the face of the usually imperturbable Malcolm Merlyn. At last, he couldn't help himself. Do you think I could have this kind of power too? Thea had already expected that question. Every man dreamed of power, and especially one like Malcolm, a man broken, scarred, and desperate for control. Of course, the truth was, probably not. He didn't have the spark. She couldn't sense even the faintest resonance of the awakened bloodline in him. But telling him that outright would crush him, and she still needed to keep this parental relationship warm. And maybe, just maybe, he could awaken someday. Miracles existed, right? Thea thought for a moment, then gave him a measured, ambiguous smile. I don't know yet. The memories I've inherited are incomplete, I'm still fumbling through the basics myself. But, there's hope. Malcolm started pacing in small circles, the idea already consuming him. He stopped suddenly, pointing at the blue pendant around her neck. That necklace, does it do something? Have you figured it out? Ah, that was a topic Thea was proud of. From what I can tell, she began, sitting straighter, the world is built on 4 primal elements, earth, fire, water, and air. Later, light and darkness were added. This necklace contains both water and air energy. My personal affinity leans toward fire and air, so I've only been able to decode the wind aspect so far. Malcolm listened with a skeptical squint, the kind that said, aren't we made of atoms? But after seeing her clone with his own eyes, he wasn't about to question her cosmology. The Merlyn bloodline, she continued, has always been tied to the wind. That's why this part is so vivid in my memories. Here, I'll show you. She gripped the pendant tightly in her left hand and began tracing complex sigils in the air with her right. This spell was leagues beyond her comfort zone. The 7 runes took 30 whole seconds to carve, each shimmering emerald glyph draining more of her strength. By the end, her mana reserves were completely empty, she was only standing thanks to the necklace amplifying her. Malcolm's eyes widened as faint green light coiled around her fingers. Before he could speak, Thea pointed lightly at him. A soft gust of energy enveloped him instantly. Startled, he flinched, almost jumping out of his chair. Relax, Thea said, smirking. It's called windstride. Try walking. Malcolm hesitated, then, with the solemn air of a man trying to look dignified in front of his daughter, took a careful step forward. Thud. His body shot forward like a spring-loaded cannonball. His left foot missed the ground completely, his right foot pushed harder than intended, and before he knew it. Bang. He rocketed straight into the ceiling. Thea collapsed onto the sofa, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Malcolm rubbed his head, grimacing, his carefully maintained image of stoic grace completely shattered. Still, once the shock wore off, he tested his balance again. Within moments, his frown began to melt into wonder. He dashed around the office, light as air, even managing to run 2 steps along the wall before gravity reclaimed him. It's incredible, he said, his voice breathless, his face uncharacteristically bright. I feel weightless. How long does it last? He asked, glancing back at her. For me, about 30 minutes, she replied smoothly. For you, we'll see. Why's there a difference? He pressed, frowning. He was probably already thinking, is my aptitude too low? And, well, he wasn't wrong. But Thea wasn't going to explain magical physiology to a man who still thought physics solved everything. It varies, she said vaguely. Different people, different energy flow. You'll get used to it. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, the last trace of green shimmer faded from his body. Thea discreetly noted the difference in duration, half as long when cast on others. Useful data. Then, she gently steered the conversation toward what she really came for. I'm still missing pieces of the Merlyn inheritance, she said. Do you remember anything, family archives, heirlooms, letters, anything that might help? Now that he'd felt real magic firsthand, Malcolm was even more desperate. He rummaged through decades-old memories, trying to recall anything his father had ever said. And then it hit him, or almost. His father, Thea's grandfather, had died during the Cold War, leaving behind nothing but a shoemaking kit. That was it. The old man had taught him to mend shoes before passing, and Malcolm had tossed the box aside when he went to work in shipping. Was there something in that? A secret? A clue? The longer he thought, the darker his expression grew, red, then blue, then black. Thea quickly interrupted before he could spiral into existential despair. Think bigger, she said. How long has our family been in Star City? What about before that? Any surviving relatives? Maybe overseas. That brought him back to the present. Relatives, he muttered. The Merlins have been around for centuries. There could be thousands in America alone. In Europe? Even more. Finding any of them would take forever. Thea smiled inwardly. Exactly. Still, she said sweetly, it might be worth tracing the lineage. If we can find someone who knows more about our bloodline, it could unlock more of our potential. Malcolm's expression hardened with resolve. You're right. I'll start digging immediately. Perfect. She watched him mentally assembling research teams, genealogical searches, travel plans, all the busy work that would keep him too occupied to stir up any trouble. It was the same trick she'd used on Batman, keep geniuses and zealots busy. Batman she trapped with responsibility. Malcolm, with ambition. Different bait. Same hook. And judging by the gleam of obsession in his eyes, Thea knew. He was already hooked. Chapter 138, The Demon's Hidden Scheme. There's something else, Thea began carefully, already turning over her wording in her head. Malcolm perked up immediately. Something else? His mind was still spinning with family trees, birth certificates, and genealogical leads. He looked ready to storm the U.S. Immigration Office and demand every record since the country's founding. Hearing that there was more, he leaned forward, expectant. You know I've met Talia, right? Thea said slowly. According to her, Ra's al Ghul didn't take you in purely out of goodwill. Of course, she wasn't about to tell him she knew that from future events. Better to shove the blame on Talia, the woman was halfway across the world in some hidden mountain fortress, Malcolm couldn't exactly go fact-check her. At the mention of Ra's al Ghul, Malcolm's face stiffened. He forced a dry laugh. Ah, that's just Talia playing her games. She's probably trying to deflect the League's attention away from herself. Classic misdirection. Thea, you're too smart to fall for that. There it was, that hallmark of every self-made schemer, pathological suspicion. He saw plots behind every shadow but his own. Southwest Thea decided to drive the dagger deeper. Really, she said, voice deceptively calm. You think it's normal? Out of all the people in the world who've lost loved ones, why did the demon's head pick you? Took you in, trained you, gave you access to his secrets, his resources, all for free. You never once wondered why. Her words landed like hammers, pounding straight into the cracks of his subconscious. Malcolm froze. He'd never seriously questioned it. But now her words tore open something buried deep inside. He staggered backward, clutching his head as a stabbing pain ripped through his mind. Fractured images flashed before his eyes, incense smoke, whispers in an ancient tongue, a ceremonial blade gleaming in dim torchlight. He braced himself against the desk, trembling, gasping for breath. What the hell? Thea's eyes widened. She hadn't expected this kind of reaction. Hey, are you? But there was nothing she could do. He was trapped in the flood of returning memories. Half an hour later, Malcolm finally straightened up, sweat glistening on his temples, face pale but eyes burning with fury. That bastard, he hissed. That old demon, he tampered with my mind. Who? Thea asked, though she already knew. Ra's al Ghul, he roared, ripping at his tie as though it were choking him. He hypnotized me. No wonder I never saw it. That's why I ignored the obvious. Ah. That explained it. It was the same trick she'd used with her own mind control spells, only Ra's had used something ancient and alchemical instead of magic. You still remember what happened? Thea asked. You never noticed anything all this time. I remember being cautious at first, Malcolm muttered, voice shaking. But his chambers always smelled of incense, intoxicating, soothing. At some point, I just stopped noticing the strange things. I thought I was relaxing. Damn it, damn him. He slammed his fist against the desk, fury boiling over. Thea, watching quietly, pieced it together. Old-fashioned hypnosis, aided by alchemical herbs or some kind of psychoactive vapor. Modern spy agencies used similar methods with truth serums, Ra's had simply perfected it over 8 centuries of practice. When Malcolm calmed slightly, she asked, do you remember anything specific? Anything he did to you? Malcolm furrowed his brows, thinking hard. When I first joined the League, he handed me his sword. Told me to cut my palm and swear loyalty in blood. I wasn't trained back then, I thought the dizziness was just because I wasn't used to blood. But now. His voice trailed off as realization dawned. His sword, he whispered. He never unsheathed it again after that. Not once. I thought it was respect for me, that he didn't want to use his personal weapon in training. But, what if? Thea whistled softly. So that sword really was something special. A magical artifact, most likely. And in the original timeline, it was that same sword that had run her through and crippled her powers. Her fingers itched just thinking about it. Should she hunt him down for payback? No. Not yet. Not until she was stronger, much stronger. Malcolm finally regained a measure of composure, his calculating expression returning. Did he steal my bloodline power? Is that why I can't awaken like you? Thea hesitated. The answer was yes, or at least partly. Whatever had been done to him had certainly interfered with his potential. But she couldn't tell him that directly. So she gave him a different kind of hope. My gift, she said smoothly, is to summon a creature from a higher realm, a unicorn. Once it matures, I'll be able to merge with it. That'll grant me access to light-based spells, healing, purification, even regeneration. If I can heal my own body's damage, maybe I can help you repair yours. Malcolm blinked. A unicorn. He stared at her, utterly speechless. His worldview had already been shattered tonight, this just smashed the remaining pieces for good. But curiosity still won out. Can you show me? Now. Thea hesitated. It's night, it might not. But what the hell, worth a try. She focused and called out mentally. Normally, her little unicorn appeared instantly, bright-eyed, shimmering with sunlight. But this time, it took nearly 5 minutes before a puff of silvery mist appeared, and the small creature stumbled out, looking distinctly grumpy. It let out a soft snort and sent Thea a psychic message full of irritation. Too dark. Don't like it. Thea cradled it like a sulking toddler and turned toward Malcolm, forcing an awkward smile. The unicorn peeked over her arm, and froze. Its big, luminous eyes narrowed. Then, with all the righteous indignation of a spoiled child, it spat. 3 perfect globs of sparkling unicorn saliva hit Malcolm square in the face. PFF, PFF. Malcolm blinked, stunned, droplets of shimmering saliva sliding down his cheek. His expression darkened by the second. Thea let out 2 nervous laughs, frantically wiping at the creature's mouth. Haha, it doesn't usually do that. The unicorn flicked its tail, unimpressed, then vanished back into its pocket dimension with a sparkle and a huff. Thea smiled weakly at her fuming father. So, yeah. That's the unicorn. Malcolm stared at her in silence, jaw tight, eyes twitching. His face had gone from gray to thundercloud black. Thea gave an apologetic cough. Guess it doesn't like men with dark energy. For the first time in a long while, Malcolm Merlin was completely, utterly speechless. Chapter 139, Target, Lian Yu. Malcolm's face turned several shades darker as he pointed at the spot where the little unicorn had vanished. His voice was low, cautious. My bloodline power isn't going to summon that thing, is it? Thea shook her head. Getting a definite no made him visibly relax. The last thing he wanted was that fluffy, cutesy creature tagging along beside him. That sort of thing suited a teenage girl, not a nearly 50-year-old man who valued his image. The thought of summoning a unicorn before a fight made his skin crawl. He'd rather keep shooting arrows for the rest of his life than suffer that kind of humiliation. Thea spread her hands. You saw it yourself, it's still a baby. Conservatively, it'll need 2 years to reach maturity. Whether it can repair damaged bloodlines. We'll only know then. Baby was right. The thing wasn't even half-grown. 2 years was the best-case scenario, and only if Thea kept charging it under sunlight daily. Still, there were other paths to strengthen it, refining her own bloodline, improving her solar absorption, boosting conversion efficiency. Fortunately, her physiology was now more like Kryptonian than human. No matter how long she baked under the sun, her skin never tanned. As long as she kept at it, progress was guaranteed. Sunbathing, at least, was convenient. She had access to plenty of private beaches through the Queen Group and the Court of Owls. Moonlight absorption, though, that one made her scalp ache. Who in their right mind went out to lie under the moon every night? Anyone doing that would look deranged within a week. Just imagining it gave her second-hand embarrassment. Leaving all those tedious, time-consuming, ancestral tracing chores to Malcolm, Thea hummed a tune as she strolled out of Merlin Global. Those tasks would keep him busy for years, maybe decades. With any luck, he wouldn't have the time or energy left to blow up another city block out of boredom. Malcolm, watching her disappear into the elevator, sat motionless for a long while. Destroying the Glades had never been some grand master plan, just the outlet of a man who'd lost purpose and needed something to burn. Now, thanks to Thea, he had a new obsession. And the moment he realized that Ras Al Ghul had played him for a fool, fury replaced despair. Ras Al Ghul. He muttered the name, his voice thick with venom. He knew full well that in skill, intellect, and sheer ruthlessness, he was completely outmatched. But that never stopped him before. He was a lone wolf by nature, he'd bite even a lion if cornered. Merlin Global had begun as nothing but his personal shipping venture. Now its network spanned 2/3 of the world's major ports. Warehouses, transport routes, offshore accounts, his information web was every bit as vast as that of any intelligence agency. Still, tracing a 1,000-year-old bloodline across continents. That was a monumental task. Generations of uncontrolled births, changed surnames, scattered descendants, where would he even start? He rubbed his temples. Out in the outer office, Tommy still hadn't returned. Malcolm decided against telling his son about tonight's revelations. The boy was too soft, too limited, diligent, yes, but not ready. This wasn't something he could handle. It would have to be done quietly. Personally. With only a few trusted agents. The sheer scale of it made even his iron will waver for a second. 10 years, could he even finish it in 10? Maybe not. But Malcolm Merlin had never been one to back down from impossible odds. Meanwhile, Thea was in a completely different mood, humming as she packed her bags. She'd already reported to Moira, though of course she hadn't said she was going to rescue her brother. Her official excuse, a trip to Hong Kong. In truth, retrieving Oliver, and saving Shadow, Yao Fei's daughter, wouldn't be simple. Convincing Oliver alone would be an ordeal, he was too stubborn for his own good, and she couldn't exactly drop her secret identity just to talk sense into him. And then there was Slade Wilson, Deathstroke. The men who, in another timeline, had killed her mother. Even knowing Moira was safe now, Thea couldn't help but feel a spike of cold anger. Oliver might forgive him. She wouldn't. She'd inherited her father's protectiveness, anyone who touched her family didn't get to walk away. Slade hadn't crossed that line yet, but if she had her way, he never would. She'd just leave him stranded on that island forever. There was also another reason for the trip, a certain magical artifact. In the original timeline, John Constantine would come across it years later, with Oliver's help, the Orb of Horus, a relic of ancient Egypt. Thea had no idea how an Egyptian artifact ended up in the Pacific, but if Constantine had deemed it valuable, then it definitely was. As for Damien Dark's creepy idol that appeared later. Hard pass. A power source that only worked when you had the statue intact was too unreliable. Once Oliver left the island, the thing just sat there gathering dust, she had no interest in touching it. Thea had also done her homework. The show and records about Lian Yu's exact location were a mess, some claimed it lay in the North China Sea, yet maps placed it east of Japan, almost near Kamchatka. Others swore it was in the South China Sea, along flight paths between Germany and Hong Kong. The data was contradictory beyond belief. So she'd calculated it herself, cross-referencing the Queen's Gambit wreck site, historical sea currents, and ocean drift patterns. The result, a rough target zone. She'd already arranged with the Court of Owls to have a helicopter waiting for her in Hong Kong. Flying modern aircraft wasn't exactly her specialty, but Batman had given her enough training to handle safe travel. Moira, by now accustomed to her daughter's constant globetrotting, barely raised an eyebrow. "If you want to go, go," she said simply. So Thea packed her weapons, checked them into cargo under discreet paperwork, and boarded her flight that night. By dawn, she was in Hong Kong, surrounded by familiar language, familiar faces, and yet, feeling like a stranger among them. She considered looking for Yao Fei's other daughter, Yao Mei, but the court's presence here was thin, and her local contacts were unreliable. Best to leave that reunion for later, Shadow could handle it when the time came. And somewhere in the city, Thea could sense the faint hum of another power, ARGUS, perhaps, or the Watchtower network. Either way, she stayed low profile, drawing no attention. When night fell, she climbed into the waiting helicopter, started the engine, and took off into the dark. The endless blue of the South China Sea stretched beneath her like ink. Destination, Lian Yu, Purgatory Island. Chapter 140, First Arrival on Lian Yu. The islands scattered across the South China Sea were countless as stars, making the search torturous. Thea's operation had to stay covert, and fuel was always a constraint. For the first 2 days, she flew out only in limited circuits, returning to port by nightfall for refueling, lodging, and a hot shower in civilized comfort. By the third day, she was tired of the back and forth. After rigging 2 auxiliary fuel tanks to her chopper, she began camping directly on the islands, sleeping by day, flying by night. Each afternoon she would find a quiet, sun-drenched beach, summon her little unicorn for fresh air, and bask under the burning sun herself. When darkness fell, she'd take to the skies again, dodging patrol boats, fisheries enforcement vessels, and maritime police. Left turns, right turns, low-altitude maneuvers, it was exhausting work. Ugh. I'm so sleepy. Thea yawned, watching the tiny creature bounding happily over the sand. Its forehoofs kicked up glittering dust as it frolicked about, utterly delighted by the clean air and golden sunlight. An idea popped into Thea's head. She sent out a mental whisper in the coaxing tone of someone luring a child with candy. Come here, come here. Their telepathic link was still crude. The baby unicorn's thoughts were limited to simple sensations: hungry, comfy, happy. Thanks to several days of intense sunlight exposure, the creature had grown noticeably. Once the size of her palm, it was now roughly as large as her foot. When it trotted up expectantly, wagging its tail and blinking its big eyes, no doubt hoping for another tasty snack, Thea struck. In one swift move, she grabbed its forehoofs and hoisted it up like a protesting kitten, scanning its underside quickly. Aha. A little princess, she muttered with satisfaction. Good, if you were male, that'd make our future fusion very awkward. The unicorn kicked indignantly, but its tiny legs couldn't reach her. Thea set it down before it could retaliate with one of its trademark spit attacks, smoothing its mane to calm it down. Now then, she said, hands on hips. We need to give you a name. The unicorn snorted, sending an impatient thought that roughly meant, already have one. Nope, Thea declared grandly. I'm your master. I get naming rights. She thought hard, and harder. Nothing came. So she went with the first ridiculous thing that came to mind. My daughter, when you were born, she said dramatically, the forests of Lord Aaron whispered a single name, Arthas. How's that? You like it? The unicorn's horrified squeal clearly said no, but Thea ignored it, laughing as she tossed it gently into the air twice before catching it again. Done. Naming ceremony complete. The creature gave her a sulky look and trotted off to play by itself, and Thea stretched out in the sun, quickly dozing off again. Day blurred into night, night into day. On the seventh dawn, fortune finally smiled upon her. Through a gap in the dense fog, she saw it, the island she'd been searching for. Finally. No one told me the damn place was hidden inside a cloud bank. Thea muttered, both relieved and irritated. She'd flown past this area before, but the mist had been so thick she'd dismissed it as just more ocean haze. Only when the morning sun hit the vapor directly did the silhouette of the island emerge beneath it. Half-moon in shape, ringed by dense primeval jungle. At its center rose an old stone watchtower of unmistakably Han Chinese design. To the south ran a shallow stream, probably where that World War II submarine carrying the Mirakuru serum had wrecked. Cross-checking against memory, she nodded. This was it. Thea had no intention of touching the Mirakuru itself. She didn't need some half-century-old formula that traded sanity for strength. Still, a few samples for study wouldn't hurt. The scientist who'd once obsessed over perfecting that serum must have had rocks in his head. A Japanese formula from the 1940s, half a century old. Sure, the world had seen geniuses decades ahead of their time, but not that far ahead, and certainly not in wartime Japan. Thea decided she'd bring one vial home anyway. Maybe the Court of Owl's biotech division could glean something useful comparing it to their own enhancement serums. She didn't fly straight toward the island's heart. Up close, it was far larger than she expected, nearly the size of a mid-sized city. Oliver had always assumed the island was deserted save for a handful of survivors. He couldn't have been more wrong. This place teemed with life: mercenaries, drug runners, illegal miners, scavengers, treasure hunters, freelance researchers. 1,000 souls at least, constantly rotating in and out. But the island was vast enough that few ever crossed paths. Dropping to low altitude, Thea found a secluded valley to land in and carefully parked the helicopter. Out came her full kit: bow, trick arrows, glider board, everything. Her mechanical arm was finished at last, an engineering marvel built on Batman's nanotech. Normally disguised as 3 sleek bracelets, it could unfold and lock into place in under a second. Forged from pure hafnium alloy, dense, heat-resistant, and near indestructible, it was the same metal used in U.S. Federal Reserve vault doors. In full combat mode, the arm granted her strength between 2 to 10 tons. Hidden inside were 3 retractable claws of an even harder synthetic alloy, titanium mixed with carbon nitride. 50 scientists at Queen Applied Sciences had spent a month perfecting them, and the results didn't disappoint. So far, she hadn't found a substance they couldn't cut, short of the exotic matter inside neutron stars. After camouflaging the helicopter under netting and foliage, Thea mounted her glider board. If she were still the old, mundane her, navigating this place would be a nightmare. But now she had magic. A soft blue rune flared on her palm. Tracking spell, she murmured. Immediately, a faint tug brushed her senses, a link of shared blood. Found you, big brother. The pull was weak, distant, so faint it was nearly beyond her range. Far to the west, she confirmed after another test. Kicking off the ground, Thea skimmed above the trees, following the invisible thread that connected her to Oliver Queen. By evening, the sun hung low over a glassy lake, its light spilling like molten gold across the water. A man and a woman stood facing each other at the water's edge. The man's expression was weary, burdened by guilt, the woman's eyes shone with quiet concern and something softer, love. "I just feel like this island is turning me into something terrible," the man murmured. The woman cupped a handful of water and brushed it gently across his brow. "No island, no place, can make you something you don't already choose to be." But her gentle words didn't lift the shadow from his face. "So I've always been a killer, then?" he asked bitterly. She hesitated, then smiled faintly. "Everyone carries darkness inside them. As the Tao teaches, yin and yang, shadow and light. Within each of us is both killer and hero." Her hand lingered on his cheek, eyes full of warmth. Neither of them noticed the broad-shouldered man watching from the tree-line, his face twisted with conflict, jealousy, and pain, as they slipped into the water together, unaware of the storm that was already beginning to brew. Chapter 141, Thea vs. Slade. When Thea arrived, she happened upon the scene just in time. She had no intention of rushing in with some melodramatic, long-lost siblings reunited moment, not yet. Instead, she decided to test their mettle first. Pulling her hood low and slipping on her visor, she activated a layer of black mist to blur her features. Europeans might have a bad case of face blindness, to the point where Clark Kent fooled people with just a pair of glasses, but Thea wasn't taking chances. With her face veiled in smoky shadow, even if Malcolm stood right in front of her, he wouldn't recognize her now. "Staring so hard you'll get a sty," she murmured teasingly, already picking up the heat signature of a man crouched in the trees through her infrared lens. Without alarming the pair by the lake, she circled quietly behind him, every step full of amused malice. The man, broad-shouldered, battle-hardened, was none other than Slade Wilson, the future Deathstroke, now little more than a soldier of fortune. And the young man down by the lake with the woman was his student and sometimes friend, Oliver Queen. At the sound of her voice, Slade spun on instinct, his blade flashing down in a lethal arc. "Nice swing," Thea remarked lightly, sidestepping as the steel hissed through the air. Slade's technique wasn't that of a martial artist, he was a mercenary, a killer who'd honed his craft through blood and battle. His strikes were clean and brutal, combining his raw strength, long reach, and lightning reflexes. That one slash had real weight and rhythm, even Thea had to admit, if she copied it, she couldn't reproduce the same fierce cadence. Though he was adept with firearms, Slade was no stranger to melee combat. His specialty, Kali, the Filipino martial art of sticks and knives, and he'd mastered it to its peak. Kali's blade work wasn't refined by classical standards, but Slade wielded it with such personal precision that every motion carried purpose. Thea, watching him move, felt a thrill rise in her chest. She hadn't had a proper fight in weeks, not since Gotham. What was the fun in training alone or sparring with Batman, who could read every move before she made it? Here was a rare, worthy opponent. Grinning, she held back her magic and her cybernetic arm, choosing instead to fight purely by hand. As his knife came down again, she twisted aside, drawing her sword in one smooth motion. The blade sang as it sliced through the misty air, stabbing straight toward his throat. Slade barely managed to block, yanking another blade from his back to parry. The impact sent sparks flying between steel and steel. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, eyes narrowing. Thea didn't answer, her sword danced like a serpent, darting for his pressure points with merciless precision. Frustrated by her silence, Slade roared and pressed forward, using his superior size and strength. Twin blades whirled in a relentless rhythm, each swing meant to kill. Thea countered fluidly. She'd never trained in Kali specifically, and honestly, she'd always thought Filipino martial arts were a bit overrated. A country full of palm trees and sticks, she'd once joked. How refined could their blade work possibly be? But watching Slade, she revised her opinion, slightly. He'd refined the art through experience, adapting it to his long reach and Western frame. Even so, after a few exchanges, she began to see the cracks. He repeated his sequence twice without variation. Thea smiled, old soldier habits were so predictable. When his right blade came slicing for her neck, she ducked smoothly. The strike was clever, but calibrated for shorter fighters. On a tall man like Slade, the angle came in too high. Her sword flashed up in reply. With a sharp clang, her edge bit into his steel. Too slow. A single twist of her wrist, and Slade's blade snapped clean in half. The mercenary's eyes widened. He'd been caught completely off guard, his opponent had deliberately concealed her weapon's quality until now. Before he could react, her sword arced back, the tip glinting as it aimed straight for his eye. "Stop." A woman's voice rang out, urgent, yet gentle even in its alarm. Thea had already sensed her coming, and Oliver, who was stumbling after her. The two had obviously been occupied by the lake until they heard the commotion. So much for covert combat, she thought dryly. Slade had been shouting like a maniac mid-fight, his style, apparently, but it had also served to call reinforcements. Now they were all here. Seeing Slade on the verge of defeat, Shadow, drenched from the water, dressed only in a clinging black undergarment, drew her bow in panic, firing a quick arrow to distract Thea. Thea's lips curved. Against her speed, strength, and training, that arrow might as well have been moving in slow motion. Rather than finish Slade, she pivoted, sword sweeping aside. Her left hand flashed up, fingers catching the arrow cleanly from midair. "Who are you?" Shadow demanded, eyes wary. Thea looked her over, mildly amused. The young woman's hair was soaked, plastered to her shoulders, her clothes clung tightly, leaving little to imagination. Finally, Thea thought with private satisfaction, someone smaller than me. After months surrounded by Laurel, Catwoman, and other walking disasters of nature, it was a relief to see a girl who wasn't overwhelming. Her gaze slid briefly toward Oliver, who looked dazed, sluggish, and honestly disappointing. She sighed inwardly. This was the future Green Arrow. At this rate, even Tommy back home was ahead of him. Chapter 142, The Binding Spell. In truth, Thea had misjudged Oliver. The poor guy had been stranded on this godforsaken island for over a year, alone with Yao Fei and Slade, two cranky, middle-aged bachelors. Sure, Yao Fei had taught him some archery, but honestly, how much discipline could you expect from a young man bursting with energy and nowhere to put it? Now that old Yao was dead and his beautiful daughter had taken over the training, well, let's just say Oliver's enthusiasm for archery practice had skyrocketed. The man had been starved for human contact. At this point, he'd probably find a wild boar attractive. A graceful, soft-spoken woman like Shadow felt to him like divine mercy itself. Earlier that day, the two of them had been discussing life by the lake, an enlightening experience that had rapidly moved from talking about arrows to demonstrating the bow's flexibility. Just when their water was about to flow into the channel, Slade's shout echoed from the forest. Shadow panicked, shoved Oliver off, and both of them rushed out half-dressed to investigate. Oliver's mind was still clouded from the sudden interruption, nowhere near combat-ready. He pulled out a handgun and assumed what he thought was a professional stance, waiting for Slade's cue. Slade, meanwhile, quickly gave them a tactical signal, a sharp hand motion to flank the enemy. Thea, assessing them with a quick glance, had to hold back a laugh. Shadow might be marginally stronger than a League of Assassins grunt, but Oliver, he was basically a walking liability. Still, three opponents surrounding her could become a nuisance if she let them coordinate, and Slade's battlefield instincts were nothing to scoff at. The man was a born tactician. If she gave him an opening, he'd make her pay for it. She tilted her head, judging the light. Perfect, een hour. My shadow glyphs are charged. Rolling her shoulders, Thea smiled beneath the mask. Before her stunned audience, a second figure stepped out from her shadow, identical in every detail, down to the faint shimmer in her eyes. Oliver froze. What the hell? Without a word, Thea tossed her bow to the clone and jerked her chin toward the other two. You handle those two. The duplicate sighed, knocked an arrow, and loosed it toward Shadow, fast enough to make the woman's hair whip back. Now then, said the real Thea, turning back to Slade with her sword ready. Let's finish our dance. Slade blinked, shaken but still functional. He'd seen plenty of strange things in his mercenary career, but this. Metahuman, he muttered, tightening his grip on his remaining blade. It was the only explanation that fit. Nobody just trained their way into having two bodies. Thea didn't bother answering, let him guess. If Oliver or Shadow asked, maybe she'd clarify. But this guy. Not worth it. Slade fought like a cornered beast, each strike packed with brute power, but without the Mirakuru serum, he was still only human. Against Thea, a precision fighter whose movements were honed to lethal efficiency, he was being pushed to the brink. His footwork faltered, his breath grew ragged. Every swing looked fierce, but his stamina was draining fast. Thea, meanwhile, split a fraction of her attention toward the other side of the clearing. Her clone's arrows kept Shadow completely suppressed, the only reason the woman was still standing was because the duplicate had been merciful. Oliver, on the other hand, stood awkwardly with his pistol raised, utterly ignored. He glanced left, then right, unsure whom to shoot, and ended up doing nothing. Shoot the real one. Slade shouted between gritted teeth. That's the one. Even at a disadvantage, the man's instincts remained razor-sharp. He'd already deduced which was the true body. Not bad, Thea thought approvingly. No wonder he nearly wiped out the Justice League in another timeline. Still, note to self, don't use this trick in front of people that clever. Her gaze flicked to Oliver's gun. She didn't fear bullets, but she wasn't in the mood to play dodged around either. Quoting the League's favorite creed, she said coolly, guns are toys for the weak. Then she raised her hand and murmured an incantation. A pulse of shadow rippled through the air, a dark veil. No dagger catalyst this time, she'd advanced far enough to cast the spell barehanded. The glyph on her wrist flared faintly, speeding the process and deepening its power. In seconds, black mist coiled around Oliver like smoke, swallowing him whole. My eyes. I can't see, he shouted, panicking as his vision went pitch black. Stay calm. Slade barked. Don't fire blindly. He was closer to Thea than Oliver was, and if the kid panicked and shot in the wrong direction, well, Slade didn't particularly fancy getting ventilated by friendly fire. But Thea was mildly impressed. Even though Oliver's first reaction was chaos, he recovered quickly, not bad for a rookie. At least he's got the nerves of a hero in the making. Oliver stopped moving, breathing carefully, turning his head to listen. What he didn't know was that Thea had modified the spell. Instead of fixing the mist in one spot, she'd anchored it to him. That meant the darkness would follow wherever he moved. Got it, he called back. I won't move. Thea smiled faintly. Good. Let's see how calm you stay for the next one. Her left hand traced a rapid series of sigils in the air, weaving a second layer of power into the existing darkness. The runes flared, and a jet black beam shot toward Oliver, merging seamlessly with the mist. This was one of the only incantations she'd memorized from those endless parchment scrolls, a modified paralysis spell. Normally, it immobilized targets by direct contact, but Thea had repurposed it to bind through her own shadow magic. Using the already existing dark veil as a conduit cut her mana cost in half and doubled the efficiency. Elegant and deadly. When the casting was complete, she opened her hand toward Oliver, then clenched her fist. Oliver blinked. His sight suddenly cleared, the darkness vanished. Relief flooded him, until he tried to step forward. And couldn't. His body was locked rigid, every muscle frozen in place. Across the field, Slade was about to call for his help when he noticed the strain in Oliver's face, jaw tight, veins bulging, body trembling but unmoving. Then he saw Thea's gesture. His gut twisted. What? What the hell are you? He wasn't Deathstroke yet, just a mercenary with good instincts. Metahumans were already beyond his understanding, true magic was utterly alien. His composure cracked. Panic crept in. Thea took her chance, sliding inside his guard and sweeping his leg. He crashed to the dirt, and before he could rally, her hand chopped sharply at the base of his neck. Slade hit the ground, unconscious. Good grief, Thea muttered, brushing off her hands. One less nuisance. Her duplicate loosed 2 quick arrows to drive Shadow back, then passed the bow back to the original before fading seamlessly into shadow. The clearing fell silent, save for the rustle of waves in the distance and Oliver's muffled, indignant grunt as he realized he still couldn't move a muscle. Chapter 143, Oliver's Choice. Hey! Shadow hurried over to Oliver, frowning when she saw him frozen stiff like one of those temple statues. Irritated, she gave him a shove. Nothing. She pushed harder, thud. Oliver toppled backward like a log, crashing solidly to the ground. Even Thea winced. Yikes, please don't let that give him a concussion. If he got brain damage here, the future Justice League would be down 1 member. She quickly snapped her fingers, dissolving the spell. Oliver, meanwhile, felt like today was one long string of disasters. His goddess of a woman had been right there within reach, almost literally, and then boom, everything went to hell. First he'd gone blind mid-fight, then paralyzed, and now she'd dumped him face first into the dirt for good measure. Still, he knew the enemy was probably still nearby. Shouting for Slade, he got no answer. Panic flickered in his eyes as he looked at Thea, instinctively stepping closer to Shadow. Oliver Queen, Thea said coolly, do you want to go home? I can take you back. She wasn't in the mood to waste words. If he wanted to leave, fine. If not, he could rot on this island for all she cared. But inside, Thea was torn. His lack of fighting skill didn't bother her, Talia could train him, or she could, but it was his heart that was the problem. He lacked the conviction, the self-awareness, the will to be a hero. Yao Fei's first year of teaching had completely failed. She could reveal her identity right now, and he'd definitely follow her, but would that be his choice, or just her pulling him along? If he stayed a spoiled playboy forever, Thea could take over everything he was meant to handle. Star City didn't even have that many villains, she could wipe them out before breakfast. But that wasn't the point. What she wanted wasn't for him to save others, but to save himself. And that wasn't something anyone else could do for him. She couldn't exactly stage fake tragedies to force growth out of him. What was she supposed to do, manufacture suffering to make him evolve? That was ridiculous. It'd be less exhausting to just leave him here and let fate play out as it was supposed to. So she just stood there quietly, watching him, waiting for his answer. Oliver didn't realize this question would determine his future. He blinked, trying to process it. You're from my family. Thea nodded, saying nothing. I am your family, she thought. So yes, technically, I sent myself. Oliver looked down at the unconscious Slade, still sprawled in the dirt. My family has someone this strong. Until now, he'd thought Slade was unstoppable, swift as the wind, fierce as a tiger, but the man lay beaten. Maybe the Queen family had a lot more hidden power than he'd ever imagined. He started to agree, but the words caught in his throat. Could he really just forget everything that had happened? Go home and be a carefree rich kid again? What about his father's dying words, the mission left to him? Did he have the courage to see it through? I want to. He hesitated, glancing at Shadow. She gave him a small nod, and that gave him resolve. If I leave, they're coming too. They're my friends. Loyal, at least. Thea pointed toward Shadow. She can. Her finger then shifted to Slade. He can't. Why not? Oliver frowned, confusion turning to defiance. Thea paused, choosing her words carefully. That man will bring you an irreparable kind of pain. Are you sure you still want to take him? If someone had told Oliver that yesterday, he would have laughed in their face. But after seeing her cast actual magic, his worldview had taken a serious beating. He couldn't just dismiss her warning outright. Still, what did irreparable pain even mean? A physical wound. The death of someone close. The words were too vague, too ominous. He thought about Slade, their shared time, their bond. Slade had been harsh, sure, but he'd never hurt him. He was more of a gruff older brother than an enemy. If he can't come, Oliver said firmly, jaw tightening, then I'm not going. He said it with more confidence than he actually felt, thinking that this mysterious operative, clearly sent by his family, would eventually compromise for the mission. She wouldn't just leave, right? Thea simply nodded. All right then. Stay. Oliver froze. Wait, what? That wasn't how this was supposed to go. While he was still processing the abrupt end to his negotiation, Thea turned to Shadow. And you? Will you leave this island? I can take you to Hong Kong. Your sister's waiting for you. In truth, Thea had no idea if Shadow even had a sister, she was just riffing off a half-remembered TV plotline. Yao Mei. Shadow murmured, the name stirring old memories. The thought wavered in her mind, but then she saw the look on Oliver's face, pleading, uncertain, and shook her head. No. I'll stay. Thea caught their exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. Young love, troublesome as ever. I'll be around for a few more days, she said casually. Then she realized, if they did change their minds, they'd have no way to contact her. She amended quickly, never mind. I'll come back when the time's right. And with that, she dropped a Batman brand smoke bomb, vanishing into the mist before they could blink. Slade. Oliver rushed to his mentor's side as soon as the mysterious figure disappeared, kneeling beside him. But before he could even touch him, Slade's eyes snapped open, sharp and cold as a predator's. Without a word, he sat up, glaring after the direction Thea had gone. Thea had hit him perfectly, her nerve strike should have kept him unconscious for half an hour. But Slade wasn't normal. Even without Mirakuru, his body was honed to the very peak of human ability. What would have knocked out a normal man for 30 minutes only kept him down for 10. The only reason he'd stayed prone was to avoid provoking the terrifying opponent any further. That one. Slade rasped, flexing his neck. Was she sent by your family? Oliver hesitated. Even if his mother, Moira, were here, she couldn't have answered that question. The truth was, no one could. This was still an age before Superman, before the Justice League, before the world knew the name Thea Queen. I'm not sure, he admitted weakly. Slade grunted, half in annoyance, half in pain. He picked up his twin blades, one of which had been neatly sliced in half by Thea's sword, and his expression darkened. She's got to have a plane or a boat hidden somewhere, he said, voice low but commanding. We're going to find it. It wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. Oliver and Shadow exchanged a look, then nodded. Neither of them had a better plan. And so, the three of them set off together, toward whatever fate still awaited them on this cursed island. Chapter 144, A Conversation with Shadow. Find his trail. Follow his footprints, he's got to have a boat or a plane hidden somewhere. If he won't take me with him, I'll make sure none of us ever leave this damned island. Slade growled, his voice low and dangerous. Clearly, he'd overheard most of their earlier conversation. As for Thea's warning about future harm, he didn't buy a word of it. To him, that was just an excuse to leave him behind. But 20 minutes later, the self-proclaimed battle-hardened veteran stood dumbfounded. He'd found traces of their earlier fight, but no footprints. None. A grown human just vanished. What was he supposed to think, that she flew? That notion was absurd, but, the longer he stared, the fewer other explanations he could come up with. The idea gnawed at him until his sense of reality started to crack. His decades of field experience told him it was impossible, but everything he'd just witnessed screamed otherwise. The frustration of it all burned in his chest. His seize the vehicle plan had failed before it even began, and now he was stuck, uncertain and seething. Still, Slade wasn't one to give up. He turned back to his two companions, forcing calm into his tone. Let's regroup. Maybe you two have ideas. Thea hadn't gone far. There was still one more person she needed to visit, or rather, pay her respects to. Following the trail of Oliver's group and cross-checking it with the ocean currents from the day of the wreck, she finally found what she was looking for, a rocky stretch of shoreline, rough and desolate, where seabirds now picked through the shallows for food. So this is where it all began, she murmured, stepping off her hoverboard and walking slowly across the stones. A short search brought her to a small rise overlooking the beach. There, two makeshift graves lay side by side, piled with stones and marked with weathered wooden planks. On one was carved the name Robert Queen. On the other, Yao Fei. Thea stood silent for a long moment, a faint ache tugging at her chest. Then she pulled a small glass bottle from her satchel. Dad, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I came to see you. This is from your study, your favorite whiskey. I hope you. Her words caught in her throat. She unscrewed the cap and slowly poured the amber liquid over the stones. It was a simple, almost primitive gesture, something closer to an Eastern ritual than a Western one, but she didn't have a priest, or flowers, or a gun salute. This would have to do. She had considered taking his remains back to Star City, but in the end, no. Robert Queen had died seeking redemption. He wouldn't have wanted to return to that city, a place that had given him both honor and shame. In the original story, even Oliver hadn't brought him home. Perhaps he'd understood the same thing. Thea sat down cross-legged before the graves, poured herself a small cup, and drank. Then she poured another on the mound. The moon hung bright and high, casting silver light across her armor, making it gleam like something half divine. Care to join me for a drink, she said softly, her gaze turning toward the shadow of a nearby tree. Her hood was down now, revealing a face softened by melancholy and just a hint of amusement. From behind the tree, Shadow hesitated. She'd been there for some time, watching the stranger talk quietly to the graves. At first, she thought the woman was one of her father's old friends. But soon, something felt off, the words she was whispering didn't sound right. And when Thea removed her hood, moonlight caught her profile. The resemblance clicked instantly. Stepping out of the shadows, Shadow asked cautiously, "You are?" "Thea Queen," Thea said calmly. "You've probably heard the name." Shadow blinked, startled despite half expecting it. Her hand flew to her mouth. "You're Oliver's." "His sister," Thea confirmed, her eyes softening as she looked at the woman who had once given her broken brother warmth and strength when he had nothing left. So this is her, she thought. No wonder he cared so much. Shadow stared, trying to reconcile the idea. Wait, so this girl shows up out of nowhere, beats the life out of Oliver's mentor, and now says she's his sister. Are all rich American families like this? Do they just resolve sibling issues through combat? Her bewildered expression made Thea chuckle. She could practically read her thoughts. What he needs right now isn't family, Thea said quietly, looking back toward the graves. He needs redemption, his own redemption. If he rises above it, he'll soar. If not, he'll never become anything at all. She glanced back, tilting her head. By the way, what are you doing out here? It hit her halfway through that Shadow's camp was quite a distance away. Shadow, of course, couldn't admit she'd wandered off because Thea's earlier words had stirred something restless inside her, and because sitting between Slade's silent fury and Oliver's guilt was suffocating. So she simply said, "I went for a walk, and found myself here by accident." She sat down beside Thea, facing the graves. 2 fathers, 2 daughters. I suppose, fate has a sense of humor. Thea blinked, then smiled faintly. Shadow spoke in Mandarin, assuming the other woman wouldn't understand. Without missing a beat, Thea answered in perfect Chinese. Ah. Shadow's eyes widened. You speak Chinese? She looked genuinely flustered. From what she knew of Oliver's background, there was no way his sister should know a word of Mandarin. To be caught gossiping like that made her cheeks burn. Seeing her reaction, Thea couldn't help laughing inwardly. Oh, sweetheart, if you think that's surprising, wait till you meet Bruce Wayne. The men can sing cantopop in perfect pitch. Now that the language barrier was gone, the conversation flowed much easier. Shadow, who had been straining her English for months just to keep the others from misunderstanding her, looked visibly relieved. The 2 women sat in the moonlight, no makeup, no pretense, no city noise, just quiet understanding. Shadow eventually asked, "You're not going to move your father's remains?" Thea shook her head and explained her reasoning, about redemption, about her father's wishes, about letting him rest where his final journey had ended. I see. Shadow murmured. Then Thea added, if you want, I can help you bring your father home. I came by helicopter. Before, I lied, I haven't actually met your sister, but I know she's in Hong Kong. If you want to go back. The implication was clear, if you want to return, I'll take you. If not, I'll leave things as they are. Shadow hesitated. Burying her father. Finding her sister. These were things that mattered. Yet leaving the island also meant leaving Oliver behind, and that thought made her heart twist. I have something to say, Thea said after a pause, her tone turning mock formal. Shadow rolled her eyes playfully. I've seen enough TV dramas to know what that means. I have something I probably shouldn't say, right? Let me guess, you're about to tell me Oliver and I aren't a good match. That's usually the mother's line, not the sister's. She smirked. Tell me, did you bring your checkbook too? Thea froze. Excuse me? You're not following the script. All she could do was sigh in defeat. Too many melodramas from that unmentionable country, she thought. This woman's got experience. Chapter 145, Shadow's Departure. Though her words got stuck halfway, what needed to be said still had to be said. Thea cleared her throat. Ahem. You and Oliver really aren't suited for each other. Don't glare at me, at least, not right now. Shadow's beautiful brows arched sharply, her expression darkening as she glared at her. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat Thea, she probably would have snapped already. I'm perfect for Oliver. You're his sister, how can you say something like that? I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm saying it anyway. Did you notice that big guy with 2 swords on his back? About 6'3", full beard. Thea gestured as she spoke. This wasn't a video game, no one instantly knew each other's name on first sight. At the very least, she had to pretend she didn't. He's in love with you too. If you choose my brother, Oliver's friendship with him will be over. Have you thought about that? Thea enunciated every word slowly. Whether there truly was friendship between Oliver and Slade was debatable, but judging from how things later unfolded, there must have been. Even after Slade killed Moira, Oliver still saw him as a brother, someone driven mad by Mirakuru, but a brother nonetheless. Of course Shadow knew all that. Of course she'd thought about it. But when the choice actually landed in her hands, her mind went blank. No matter how she turned it over, there was no perfect answer. In the end, only one path remained. She turned her back to Thea, stood silently for half an hour, then finally made up her mind. Fine. I'll go with you. When do we leave? My plane's a bit far. I'll bring it here. In the meantime, get your father ready, Thea said, jumping onto her hoverboard. But barely 10 meters out, she turned back. There's one more thing. My people have developed a sort of human reanimation experiment. Success rate's only about 10%. Do you want to try it? Even as she said it, Thea felt a little guilty. Using someone's dead father as a lab test subject, yeah, not her proudest moment. But Shadow wasn't listening to the details. Her mind exploded with a single thought. You mean, my father can come back? Honestly, Thea had just blurted it out to strengthen Shadow's reason for leaving. Still, she nodded. It's a biochemical process. Doesn't work on natural deaths. Your father didn't die of natural causes, right? Of course not, no one takes a bullet to the head and calls it natural causes. Shadow's tears broke free at once. Even if the chance was 1 in 100, she'd take it. Oliver was forgotten in an instant, whatever feelings she'd had were gone like smoke. A man, no matter how good, can't compete with my father's life. Seeing the change in her expression, Thea nodded. Then get ready. We leave now. The return trip went smoothly. Back at their base, Thea called Catherine Monroe, explained the situation briefly. That woman was politically sharp, she knew exactly what to say and what not to. Thea kept the project's background vague, letting Shadow assume it was some top-secret U.S. military experiment. The thought made Shadow uneasy, but also hopeful. After all, with America's tech, maybe it really could work. Within hours, a private jet arrived, carrying Shadow and her father's cryopreserved body straight to Gotham. Before they departed, Thea handed her a slip of paper with her contact number and warned, "This project runs deep. Keep your mouth shut when you get there. If you can play deaf and blind, even better." Finally out. Thea muttered, covered in dirt as she crawled out of the ground like a miner. It had been 5 days since she'd parted ways with Oliver and seen Shadow off. Well, since my dear brother refuses to leave, I might as well go treasure hunting. And so she did. In the original timeline, Constantine would come to the island in the 4th year, searching for an artifact known as the Orb of Horus. But Constantine had a map, and Oliver as his local guide. That's how he found the underground chamber and retrieved the orb smoothly. Thea had neither. Even asking Oliver was pointless, the island was huge, and without landmarks, who knew where it was buried? So she resorted to the slow method, sitting cross-legged, meditating, extending her psychic senses to feel for fluctuations in ambient magic. Luckily, this island was one of the world's magical network nodes, amplifying her perception. Still, it took 3 whole days before she pinpointed the right location. Finding the spot didn't mean retrieving the item was easy. Constantine had needed tunnels and maps, Thea had none of that. So she chose the brute force option, dig. She pulled out a combat engineer's shovel, equipped her mechanical arm, and got to work. When it was dirt, she dug. When it was stone, she smashed. Alone on a deserted island, she didn't have to worry about noise complaints. After 2 days, she'd carved out a shaft 3 meters wide and 50 meters deep. Sliding down into the pit, she didn't walk far before spotting it, an ornate golden staff about 30 centimeters long, topped with a faintly glowing red gem. The Orb of Horus, divine artifact of the Egyptian falcon god. Huh. So that's it. She thought. No cursed illusions, no spectral guardians, no dramatic boss battle, just a lonely relic sitting on an altar, waiting to be claimed like a melon in a field. She remembered that after taking the orb, some bladed trap would drop from above. But staring at the ceiling, she saw no visible mechanism. Whatever. Even if there is one, I'll manage. It was night now, perfect timing. She sent one of her psychic duplicates forward. Let the clone take the risk. The moment her double touched the orb, didn't even lift it, just brushed it. The ground shook violently. The whole chamber collapsed in an instant. Her clone barely managed to toss the orb back before being buried under tons of stone. Ah, hell, Thea barely had time to react before the chain collapse reached her. Good thing she'd come prepared. Her mechanical arm shielded her head, and the Kevlar suit Batman had given her held strong. When the dust settled, she clawed her way up, bruised but alive. What the hell? It didn't react like this in the show. Is it because I used a clone? Or did I trip something different? Unable to figure it out, she focused instead on the orb now in her hand. It was composed of 2 parts, the gem and the handle. The gem, nearly the size of a child's skull, radiated potent magical energy, fiery and perfectly aligned with her affinity. As for the engraved symbols along the handle, they were spells, that much she could tell, but written in ancient Egyptian. She scratched her head. Even in this era, you'd be lucky to find 10 people who can read this stuff. Still, an artifact was an artifact. She'd take it back, study it slowly. This was the internet age, after all, what couldn't you look up these days? Chapter 146, Sarah Lance. At first, Thea was still debating whether or not to find that cursed African idol. In the original timeline, Oliver would, in his 4th year, help the organization HIV acquire that very idol, only for it to eventually fall into Damien Dark's hands and wreak havoc on Star City. Instead of letting that happen and cleaning up the mess later, Thea figured it was better to destroy it ahead of time. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't sense any magical energy on the island besides the Horus orb she carried. Different magical systems, maybe. Or perhaps the idol doesn't emit energy when dormant. Whatever the reason, she gave up. There were still 9 years before Damien nuked Star City. If needed, she could always kill him early. Her Purgatory Island trip was already more than halfway complete. The only task left was rescuing Sarah Lance. The 2 of them didn't exactly have a friendship, so Thea didn't plan on asking whether Sarah wanted to be saved. She'd just haul her back to Star City, instant reputation boost with Captain Lance and Laurel. If Sarah were far away, Thea might have been too lazy to bother, but since the woman was literally on a ship anchored off the island's west coast, it would have been rude not to swing by. Without hesitation, Thea launched herself into the night sky. After several days of treasure hunting, she was no longer disoriented by the island's terrain. Orienting herself by memory, she flew west. Finding one person might have been tricky, but finding a large ship glinting on the sea. Easy. That ship belonged to Dr. Anthony Evo, a scientist who'd once researched Japan's World War II bioweapon project, Mirakuru. He'd hired an entire crew of mercenaries to help him find what he called the miracle serum. Whatever noble reason he might have once had, Thea couldn't care less. As far as she was concerned, he was scum. Scanning with infrared from above, she counted dozens of heat signatures, over 100 people, by rough estimate. She landed silently on deck, timing her descent between patrols. The hoverboard wasn't ideal for tight corridors anyway. Now speed was everything. Gripping the necklace Malcolm had given her, she whispered the incantation engraved on its chain. Gale Step. A faint azure mist coiled around her as the spell took hold. She tested her movement, good. Not flash level, but at least 600 kilometers per hour. After a second of thought, she dismissed her hoverboard entirely. The ship's narrow passages didn't call for fancy maneuvering. Drawing on her League of Assassins training, she slipped between patrols, following shadows into the ship's interior. Halfway through, she caught a lone mercenary and knocked him out cold, didn't bother checking for brain damage. A quick mix of suggestion and dream spell magic cracked his mind wide open for memory extraction. Within minutes, she knew the ship's full layout. There weren't as many mercs as she'd feared, 2 squads total, 50 men. And since Dr. Evo had taken 1 squad ashore that morning, only 25 armed guards remained. Most of the other heat signatures she'd detected weren't soldiers at all, but captives, test subjects for Evo's grotesque experiments. Sarah Lance, however, had fared surprisingly well. To Thea, Sarah was maybe a 6 out of 10 at best. But after years at sea, to a half-crazed scientist, she was a goddess. One thing led to another, and she'd somehow ended up as Dr. Evo's personal assistant. Now that Thea knew how weak the defenses were, there was no need to hide. A couple dozen thugs scattered across the ship. Child's play. She summoned her psychic duplicate, handed it a bow. The gesture was clear: if you see anyone, kill them. If you don't, move on. Her main body drew her sword and dagger. The moment she spotted a patrol team in the corridor, she lunged forward like a gust of wind. To ordinary eyes, the mercenaries were well-trained professionals. But to Thea, faster, stronger, and deadly precise, they were walking piles of open targets. Slash, thrust, pivot, every swing dropped another man. Her duplicate loosed arrows, taking down those who raised their guns to shoot back. 30 seconds later, silence. Thea flicked the blood from her blade. The main body had slain 5, the duplicate 3. Not a single decent fighter, she muttered smugly. The duplicate rolled her eyes. Then go find more. I'm ranged support, remember. Bickering with one's own clone felt like arguing with a mirror, but oddly entertaining. And in the dim light, Thea noticed something new. Her nighttime duplicate seemed alive in a way it wasn't before, almost feeding on the thrill of combat. Great, she thought. So I'm supposed to play the saint by day and the executioner by night. What kind of weird talent tree is this? After wiping out another patrol, she followed the memories she'd taken earlier straight to the captain's cabin. The iron door was locked and looked thick, but she wasn't about to knock politely. Powering her mechanical arm to maximum, she punched where the keyhole should have been. Crunch. To her surprise, the thick door crumpled inward like tin foil, ripping free of its hinges and crashing to the floor. A high-pitched scream pierced the cabin. Sarah Lance had been sleeping comfortably. The accommodations weren't luxury level, but compared to the test subjects in cages, she was practically royalty. Evo hadn't made any obscene demands, yet, and even if he had, she wouldn't have dared resist. She'd resigned herself to this strange new life, until the night shattered with distant screams. At first, she'd thought it was a nightmare. Then the metallic scent of blood hit her nose, sharp and real. Her heart froze. Now, with every noise outside going silent except for approaching footsteps, she panicked. Just as she considered hiding, a metallic arm punched through the door, ripped it off entirely, and tossed it aside. Sarah screamed again, mind flashing with scenes from every horror movie she'd ever watched: Terminator, Alien, take your pick. And she sure as hell wasn't the killer, she was the terrified girl about to die. Thea stepped through the doorway, blinking at the trembling woman curled on the floor with her eyes shut tight, screaming so hard she could have shattered glass. Am I really that scary? Thea muttered. Well, no wonder they call you the canary. That voice could kill. Dismissing her clone, no need to show off the creepy magic, she crouched down and said gently, "Hey, I'm here to rescue you." Sarah didn't respond. Her own shouting drowned out Thea's words completely. This was someone she actually knew, through Oliver, Laurel, and Captain Lance, so dragging her out by force seemed rude. With a sigh, Thea decided to wait it out and let the woman scream herself hoarse. As for the rest of the mercs on board, either they'd been scared stiff by Thea's killing spree, or were sulking in jealousy that the boss's girlfriend had gotten all the attention. Whatever the case, none of them dared come running to save her. Each one hid quietly in a corner, pretending to be dead. Chapter 147, The Unexpected Enemy. Thea dragged a chair over, sat down with one leg crossed over the other, and watched the trembling woman in front of her. Her mouth twitched slightly. Fine, she thought. Let's see how long you can scream before you pass out. Sarah Lance's mind was a complete blank. One moment she imagined herself being chopped to pieces, the next she pictured her attacker pulling a gun. Her imagination spiraled, convincing herself she only had a few seconds left to live, so she might as well make good use of them and keep screaming. It wasn't until her throat went hoarse that something finally clicked. Wait. The only sound in the cabin was her own voice. Where was the enemy? Had she scared them off with her screaming? She cracked one eye open. Empty. No enemies. Sarah gasped in relief and turned her head, only to nearly bite her tongue when she spotted Thea lounging in a chair. You. Wait. Sarah squinted. The face looked familiar. Thea had taken off her hood, revealing her true features. She should recognize me, Thea thought. It's only been a year, how much could my face have changed? Though honestly, Thea herself barely remembered Sarah. Probably mutual. Luckily, Sarah wasn't completely oblivious. You're Oliver's sister, right? She patted her forehead, forcing her brain to work. Finally, she made the connection. That's it, you're his sister. Ah, what was your name again? Thea sighed. Thea Queen. I'm here to rescue you. Your father and your sister miss you a lot. She extended a hand and pulled Sarah up from the floor. Despite her average height, Sarah was surprisingly heavy. Must be the ship's rich diet, Thea thought wryly. Good thing she'd been training, her old, frail self wouldn't have managed it. Sarah, still half lost in memories of her father and guilt over her sister, followed numbly as Thea led her toward the door. Where are we going? What about the guards? Relax. Everyone's hiding. We're heading to my plane on the island. I'm taking you back to Star City. At the mention of Star City, Sarah's eyes flooded with tears again. Thea frowned slightly. Such a bundle of emotions. Truth be told, Thea respected the woman deeply, for who she would become. The captain of the Wave Rider, leader of the Legends, the one who mended fractured timelines with sheer willpower. Legends never die, that quote alone had made Sarah Lance unforgettable. Compared to a certain Scarlet Speedster who rewrote reality just to fix his childhood trauma, Sarah's reverence for time and consequence put him to shame. But that was the future. The Sarah standing before her now, stumbling, sobbing, snot-faced, was still just a frightened survivor. Thea could only sigh inwardly. Heroes aren't born great, they become great through struggle. Dragging and half-carrying her, Thea finally got them both off the ship. All those thoughts of her father's scolding or her sister's disappointment vanished from Sarah's mind the moment her feet touched solid ground. Who cares? As long as I'm off that damned island, they can yell at me all they want. Then, just a short distance away, the air shimmered blue. A wave of rippling energy distorted the space, and two figures stepped out of thin air, a tall man and a shorter, blonde woman. The woman, instantly alert, scanned her surroundings, and froze. Lian Yu. The man beside her frowned. This is the Purgatory Island Oliver told you about. Why would Gideon send us here? We were supposed to land in Star City PD, 2007. The two exchanged a stunned look, then silently disappeared into the dark jungle. Meanwhile, Thea was strapping her hoverboard back together. Sarah, nerve steadied but curiosity reborn, peppered her with questions to fill the silence, where Oliver was, how her family was doing, what had happened in Star City. Thea gave only vague half-answers. Finally tightening the last clamp, Thea straightened, only for a sharp throb to pierce her temple. Her instincts screamed danger. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a flash of blue light racing straight toward her. Down, she shouted, tackling Sarah to the ground. The beam missed them by inches, but not the hoverboard. With a clean, searing cut, the board split in two, sparks flying. It wobbled midair for a second, then fell lifelessly to the dirt like a dead bird. Son of a... Thea swore violently, rage boiling up. She spun toward the source of the attack. Not far away stood a tall, dark-haired woman clad in black, her expression utterly blank. Who the hell is that? Thea thought. Why would someone like her be on Lian Yu? Before she could ask, the woman raised her weapon and fired again. Zap. Zap. Twin streaks of blue light tore through the air toward them. Laser fire. Thea blinked. What the? Humanity's tech isn't this advanced. Even the Batwing doesn't shoot laser beams. Is she an alien? No time to wonder. Whoever she was an enemy, plain and simple. Hide. Thea barked to Sarah, then snapped her hand up. A ripple of darkness magic erupted outward, not enough to trap, but enough to blind for a few seconds. Before Sarah could protest, Thea activated Gale Step once more. In a blur, she crossed the 100-meter gap between them, her blade flashing out the instant the black haze cleared. Speed, unbelievable speed, carried her forward. Within 10 exchanges, she'd already gained the upper hand. The stranger fought like a trained soldier, but her technique was rigid, textbook. What she lacked in finesse, however, she made up for in sheer power and durability. Thea's blade, sharp enough to slice steel, barely left shallow cuts across her opponent's skin. Density this high. No way she's human. What Thea didn't know was that her opponent was equally bewildered. Who is this woman? The black-clad stranger thought, parrying blow after blow. She's not my target. None of this was supposed to happen. Two people who shouldn't exist in this place, at this time, were now locked in a furious battle neither had planned for. And as the fight dragged on, the stranger's temper began to boil. She wasn't a robot, those shallow gashes stung like hell, and blood now streaked her suit. Growling, she dropped her guarded stance and switched tactics. No more defensive posturing, she unleashed raw, brute strength. Seeing the sudden change, Thea didn't dare block head-on. Instead, she deliberately opened her guard. The black-clad woman took the bait, ignoring the sword lunging toward her collarbone. She threw a full-force punch straight at Thea's face. Chapter 148, The Enemy Felled by One Punch. Exactly what she was waiting for. Thea's mechanical arm had been fully primed long before the fight began, concealed beneath her combat suit so her opponent couldn't tell. Now, watching the woman's smug, full-powered punch come flying toward her, Thea only sneered inwardly. So you're proud of your strength, huh? Fine, let's see what science can do. She met the punch head-on. The black-clad woman's eyes widened in alarm. She's countering directly. For a split second, she wondered if this Earth woman possessed superhuman strength as well, but there was no turning back. She committed, throwing her full weight into the strike. Bang. A dull, bone-shaking impact thundered across the clearing. A tidal force surged up the stranger's arm and into her shoulder, her entire body lifted off the ground and flew backward over 5 meters before slamming down. What the? How does she have that kind of power? Well-trained reflexes saved her from total humiliation. She flipped mid-air, landing in a crouch, her mind spinning for a counter-strategy. Thea lowered her arm, assessing the hit with satisfaction. She dumped her arm's entire output into that strike. The prototype's upper limit was rated for 10 tons, but factoring in recoil and human biomechanics, the practical delivery was around 5. The stranger, meanwhile, was strong, maybe 1.5 tons at most. Comparable to Bane on a calm day. Caught off guard, she'd taken the full brunt of the blow, her arm hung half-numb, her overall combat strength dropped by at least 20%. Thea herself felt some recoil, but the arm's shock absorption system took most of it. She merely slid half a step back, then charged forward, pressing the attack before the other woman could recover her footing. Who are you? The woman demanded, frustration cutting through her pain. Thea arched a brow. You first. I can't tell you. I have obligations. But listen, we're fighting by mistake. Tell me who you are, maybe we can talk. She was already being pummeled like a training dummy, there wasn't much pride left to salvage. Oh, now you want to talk. Thea thought darkly. Where was that energy when you blasted my hoverboard? Trying to trick me for my name, are you? So you can hunt me down later. She smirked. Fine then. My name's Barbara Gordon, she declared boldly, voice loud and righteous. Thousands of miles away, the real Barbara Gordon, deep in training with Batman, suddenly sneezed. The black-clad woman repeated the name under her breath. Barbara Gordon. I'll remember that. She glared murderously, though it didn't help, she was still being absolutely demolished. She didn't have the protagonist's luxury of a power-up flashback. When she saw Thea wind up for another blow, one aimed straight at her face, panic finally overtook restraint. That kind of force could cave her skull in. Forget protocol. Time, stop. She thrust her right hand forward. An invisible field rippled outward, freezing the world around them. Thea halted mid-strike, body suspended in the air, arm extended, expression locked. She had no awareness at all, completely frozen within the bubble of altered time. The black-clad woman gasped for breath. She couldn't stop time globally, that was impossible, but she could slow it drastically in a localized zone. Even so, the act came with a terrible backlash. No one could truly deceive time, mortals were servants of it, never masters. She meant to retreat immediately. But then she noticed something that made her blood run cold. Thea, supposedly frozen, was moving. Just barely, almost imperceptibly, but she was moving. Her eyes widened in horror. That's impossible. Only one explanation existed, the woman in front of her wasn't some random anomaly. She was a fixed point, a pivotal presence in this timeline. The countless threads of fate that touched her made the entire temporal flow resist manipulation. Trying to freeze her wasn't stopping one person, it was challenging the entire time stream. Even if her whole organization mobilized, hundreds of agents, multiplied 1,000-fold, they couldn't overpower the temporal inertia that protected someone like that. It all happened in a single second, but that 1 second drained everything she had. Her once elegant face shriveled like a corpse, her body convulsed, muscles collapsing inward under the crushing backlash of time. No more, can't hold it. She tried to disengage the effect, too late. A violent surge erupted inside her body, detonating from within. The explosion was instantaneous, silent and absolute. Her form disintegrated, atomized in a flash of energy. Time itself recoiled. When the distortion faded, Thea's body lurched forward again, completing the punch she'd thrown seconds earlier. She blinked in confusion at the sight before her, nothing but scorched air and drifting particles. Her memory remained intact. One moment she'd thrown a punch, next moment, her opponent had literally exploded into dust. Did I do that? She muttered. One hit kill. Did I just go full Saitama? But there was no denying it. The enemy was gone, utterly obliterated. And while many villains were fond of faking their deaths, this one had been reduced to molecular confetti. No coming back from that. Still, something felt off. She could sense something faint inside her. An unfamiliar presence, like a trace of foreign energy now mingled with her own. She couldn't tell what it was. No reference point, no comparison. Just something new. Meanwhile, not far away, two figures hid behind a patch of tall grass, whispering urgently. What do we do, Ray? Thea just killed the Time Wanderer. She's planning to take my younger self back to Star City. This is a disaster. The blonde woman in white looked utterly flustered. The tall man beside her, Ray Palmer, doctor of physics and chronic optimist, scratched his head. I'm a physicist, not a time travel physicist. But, this Thea's way different from the one we know. No kidding, the woman muttered, glaring at him. Before either could decide what to do, their comms unit buzzed. Lance. Palmer. The timeline shows the Wanderer's signature terminated. Was that you too? The voice on the line sounded half amazed, half amused. The pair exchanged a helpless look and sighed in unison. They'd love to take the credit. But no, that definitely hadn't been them. Chapter 149, The Legends Arrive. The two exchanged a quick glance, neither had a good plan. We'll regroup and figure it out later, they agreed silently. Unfortunately, the faint shuffle of their feet didn't escape Thea's notice. Even back when she'd been just a martial artist, her senses had been razor-sharp. Now that her perception had evolved into full mental sensitivity, there was no hiding from her. Who's there? Her voice sliced through the dark like a blade. Empowered by Gale's step, she moved with predatory grace, gliding across the ground as if weightless, and appeared before the two intruders in an instant. But when she saw their faces, she froze, utterly stunned. That blonde woman, Sarah Lance. And the tall, handsome, perpetually good-natured man beside her, Ray Palmer, the Atom. What in the world? What were they doing here, on Lian-Yu, at this time? Then it hit her. She glanced toward the unconscious Sarah Lance she'd just rescued from the ship. To Saras. Her mind pieced it together, the woman in front of me is Sarah Lance, from the future. Ah, hi. I'm Ray, the men greeted cheerfully, waving with boyish enthusiasm. You probably don't know me yet. I mean, not now. You'll know me later. Actually, well, you're not supposed to know me now. He trailed off mid-ramble, realizing he'd already said too much. His grin didn't fade, though. Thea fought the urge to pinch her nose. Yup. Definitely Felicity's ex. The same brand of cheerful chaos. Suppressing a sigh, she gave him a polite nod, then turned to the silent blonde. You're Sarah. The older Sarah nodded, biting her lip. Already showing traces of the calm, commanding captain she would one day become. Yeah. And you, what are you doing on Lian-Yu? I came for Oliver, Thea replied without hesitation, simple, direct, perfectly plausible. Sarah winced. Well, that checks out, she thought, though it didn't make her feel any less awkward. Before she could respond, a voice crackled through her earpiece. Keep her talking, came the unmistakable tone of Captain Rip Hunter. We're en route. Sarah and Ray exchanged a quick look. Ray, the more talkative of the two, was nominated for distraction duty. So. Where were we? Right, introductions. You don't know me yet, but you will, someday. It's a funny story, actually. He was rambling again, words tumbling out like popcorn in a frying pan. Thea wasn't sure what game they were playing, but neither of them felt hostile. After all, these were all people connected to her circle, Ray, who dated Felicity, Sarah, Laurel's sister. In some twisted family tree way, they were almost extended relatives. So she let him talk. And talk. And talk. But even Ray Palmer had limits. Within a few minutes, he ran out of nonsense and started awkwardly laughing. Thea smirked. She could tell what he was doing, but decided to play along. Changing the topic, she started asking him about nanotechnology. That, at least, was Ray's home turf. Instantly energized, he launched into an enthusiastic lecture on atomic layering, quantum modeling, and power efficiency. Thea listened intently. To her surprise, the man was brilliant, his ideas, while loosely formed, were dazzling. She found herself genuinely impressed. No wonder they call him a pocket-sized Stark. In just a short exchange, she picked up more than she'd expected. Midway through his excited explanation of a quantum field theorem, Thea suddenly smiled faintly. "Your friends are here," she said. Sarah reacted immediately. "We mean you no harm," she said quickly. "Yeah. Totally no harm." Ray added, nodding so fast he looked like a bobblehead. Whether that was true or not, Thea would judge for herself. Looking up, she saw them, 5 figures hurrying toward her from the jungle, no effort made to conceal their presence. And for the briefest, most ridiculous second, she felt proud. What, have I become strong enough that people need a whole team to handle me? Nice. Then reality hit. Wait, these guys don't even drop loot or XP. What's there to be happy about? Leading the group was a man in a brown-gray high-collared coat, Rip Hunter, captain of the Wave Rider. To his left strode a man in a parka and mirrored shades, wielding an oversized freeze gun, Captain Cold. Beside him lumbered his partner, the flamethrower-wielding brute Heatwave, broad as a bear and twice as loud. On Rip's right walked a heavy-set black man with thick lips, Thea couldn't recall his name, and beside him, a white-haired, bespectacled old scientist who was unmistakably Dr. Martin Stein. The full lineup of the Legends of Tomorrow. Well, almost. Where are the Hawks? She thought. Dead? Or just conveniently missing, as usual. Miss Queen, Rip began, voice firm but diplomatic, we are not your enemies. We mean you no harm. Thea eyed them critically. She believed him, mostly. Oliver might be weak now, but his future reputation was another story. The Green Arrow would one day stand among the Justice League's elite, practically the 8th pillar beside the Big Seven. And as his sister, her name carried weight. No sane time traveler would dare treat her as an enemy. Seeing that she hadn't drawn her weapon, Rip exhaled in relief. He'd encountered plenty of awkward, temporal relative situations before, friends' ancestors, mentors' children, that sort of thing. You didn't go around murdering potential Justice League family. We're from the future, he explained smoothly. We came here to stop a time rogue from altering Sarah Lance's past. But instead, we found you. His gaze shifted toward the unconscious younger Sarah lying nearby. We need to take her back, to her proper point in the timeline. Thea frowned, thinking it through. Wouldn't it be better to send her home, to Star City? Back to her father and sister? It was a reasonable question. In fact, it made perfect sense. Lian Yu had been the birthplace of Sarah's tragedy. Erase that, and her life might actually turn out happy. Who could argue with that? Everyone wanted that. Except Rip Hunter. Because he knew the truth. From a personal standpoint, yes, returning home would be a blessing. But from his, it was a catastrophe. Sarah Lance, the woman standing beside him now, was one of his finest recruits, sharp, capable, unflinching when hard choices arose. But all of that strength had been forged in pain. If he let this version of her go home unscarred, untested, unbroken, then the Sarah Lance of his team would never exist. He could already picture it, this fearless commander reduced to an ordinary girl, hopping from one boyfriend to another, partying on weekends, drowning in bright lights and bad decisions. The quintessential American youth. No. That version of Sarah couldn't save the timeline from anything. Of course, he couldn't say any of that aloud. So he merely sighed, his eyes flicking toward the blonde standing quietly beside him. In the end, the choice would be hers, the woman who had lived both the pain and the growth. It was up to Sarah Lance to decide which life she wanted, the one she'd earned through suffering, or the one she'd lost before it ever began. Chapter 150, Thea vs. The Legends. In the end, the choice fell to Sarah, well, the future Sarah. The unconscious one lying a few meters away didn't count. Even for someone as decisive as her, hesitation flickered in her eyes. One nod could end every nightmare, no more assassins, no more League, no more Legends. She could just go home, live an ordinary life, forget the blood and shadows. But a shake of the head meant embracing the pain again, continuing the endless struggle that had forged her into who she was. The air turned heavy with silence. Those who understood the stakes lowered their heads, lost in thought. The ones who didn't just glanced around, wondering why everyone had suddenly gone mute. Sarah began, but couldn't finish. Her lips trembled. It wasn't indecision so much as fear of what came after deciding. You shouldn't choose weakness, Sarah Lance. The voice came from Captain Cold, sharp, nasal, and dripping with cynicism. You're a killer, an assassin, a fighter against fate. Remember why you exist. That cut straight to her core. The invisible scales tipped. Sarah's face hardened, her breath deepened. She shut her eyes, whispering through clenched teeth, you're right. That's my path. My fate. I shouldn't run from it. Thea's gaze flicked toward the men who'd just spoken. Cold. His aura was unpleasant, like an icy fog that never lifted. Still, she had to admit, he understood Sarah better than anyone here. Right, she thought wryly. The brooding Iceman and the emotionally reckless blonde. Never would have guessed they'd end up with chemistry. Guess trauma really does bring people together. Since Sarah had chosen her own road, Thea wouldn't stop her. She gave a small nod, silently telling them, your mess, your choice. Rip Hunter, watching the tension ease, finally let out a quiet sigh of relief, only for a new problem to arrive a heartbeat later. From his coat, he pulled out a small capsule. Miss Queen, he said awkwardly, we're time travelers. You'll meet us again in the future, but not yet. To prevent paradoxes, you'll need to take this pill and forget everything that happened today. Ha, ha, ha. Thea actually doubled over laughing, hand over her mouth. You people, she said between gasps, really think I'm that easy? Her laughter stopped cold. Her eyes sharpened, voice dropping to a deadly calm. You take me for a fool. Rip raised his hands, trying to stay diplomatic. We don't wish to fight you. But this is our protocol. Thea's smile turned razor thin. What, you hand out these things to everyone you meet? You must go through them by the truckload. That hit close to home. If they had to dose every random civilian they bumped into, the Wave Rider would have been renamed the Pharmaceutical Express. Rip sighed. No. But you have to understand, we have 7 people here. The subtle warning in his tone didn't go unnoticed. Thea laughed softly. 7. That's it. You think that scares me? Mockery glinted in her eyes as she drew her bow, the string pulling back with a hiss. The arrowhead gleamed faintly, aimed straight at Rip's chest. She'd heard his speeches, his saving the world sermons, but deep down, he was no hero. Just a man trying to rewrite tragedy. Noble in motive, hypocritical in posture. She didn't hate that. She just didn't buy the act. And now, seeing her knocking an arrow, the legends had no choice but to react. What's she capable of? Captain Cold muttered under his breath. Sarah replied quietly, still watching Thea. She's Malcolm's daughter. Same training as me. So, highly skilled, but human. Heatwave snorted, unimpressed. Rip's voice dropped low. Do not harm her. She's a fixed point, critical to the timeline. Relax, Cold said dryly. We'll handle her the old-fashioned way. With a silent nod, the 2 partners holstered their weapons and sprinted forward, fists ready. The rest followed. As they ran, the team changed gear mid-stride. Ray Palmer pulled a small case from his belt, his atom suit unfolded around him in a shimmer of blue light. Beside him, the black man and the gray-haired scientist clasped hands, merging in a blaze of fusion fire. Firestorm was born. Sarah, torn but resolute, spun her bow staff once and moved to join the fray. Thea just stood there, expression unreadable. 7 enemies, well, 6 now that 2 had fused into 1. They charged in formation, a perfect, cinematic line, like soldiers from a Renaissance painting storming across the battlefield. From a distance, it looked impressive, 6 heroes barreling forward in unison, all fire and fury, like tigers descending the mountain. But Thea couldn't help thinking, this isn't a photo shoot, guys. This is a fight. They were grouped so tightly she almost felt bad taking advantage. Almost. Well, she murmured, lips curving, since you're offering such a nice target. She released the bowstring. The arrow wasn't ordinary, it drew a shimmering trail through the air, weaving intricate sigils that pulsed with faint light. This was her custom spell, Luminance, a modification of the League's Dark Shroud technique. Same gestures, same chant, only the runes swapped from shadow to sunlight. Within a heartbeat, she conjured the glowing sphere in her hand and hurled it straight at Rip Hunter leading the charge. The orb detonated midair with a blinding flash. The perfect formation fell apart instantly. What the hell was that? Flashbang. No one had time for answers. Thea's next arrow streaked out, a net of silver filaments unfurling mid-flight. Caught between blinding light and confusion, the legends faltered. Rip Hunter's reaction time lived up to his name, recklessly fast, but not fast enough. The net wrapped around him like a spider web. He struggled once, twice, instinctively tightening his own bindings. Thea's formula wasn't just adhesive, it was laced with a chemical concoction that could drop Bane in under 10 seconds. Rip was out cold in 8. Heatwave, barreling forward with equal enthusiasm, met a similar fate, tangled, suspended, and too terrified to use his flamethrower for fear of cooking himself alive. He twisted his head desperately toward his partner. Cold. A little help here. Captain Cold, to his credit, reacted fast, his shades had shielded him from most of the flash. He'd seen Thea's bow rise and slowed his step just enough to dodge the trap. Smart move. Unfortunately for him, she still had plenty of arrows left. Chapter 151, vs. The Legends, Part 2. Sarah, as it turned out, was extremely lucky. She'd started later than the others, and of everyone present, she had the closest bond with Thea. After all, Thea had crossed half the world and risked her life to rescue the 2008 version of her. No matter how she looked at it, betraying her savior would have been unconscionable. So although she appeared to charge with the rest of the team, her pace told the real story, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance. The light burst never even reached her. Using the bulky body of Heatwave as a moving shield, she managed to avoid the worst of the flash. It still stung her eyes, but she could at least make out the webbing stretching across the field, and with one nimble roll, slipped past it. Ray Palmer, for all his comedic tendencies, had genuinely earned his PhD. His atom suit was no joke. At the last possible instant, he shrank to subatomic size and zipped through the gaps between threads. The fused hero Firestorm wasn't so lucky. Whether it was the mental lag of 2 minds sharing one body or just bad coordination, the result looked bizarre. His eyes rolled white, literally showing only the whites, no metaphor, no anime effect, just full white-eyed weirdness. Thea had no idea how he could even process visual input like that, but one thing was clear, the flash hadn't worked on him. Firestorm blazed forward, a walking torch cutting straight through the webs, leaving behind a smoldering man-shaped hole in the silk. Captain Cold lingered at the perimeter, hesitating. Save his partner first. Or gang up on Thea. Decisions. Sarah, meanwhile, wanted no part of this. She pretended to be an 80-year-old grandma shuffling along at a leisurely pace, adding absolutely nothing to the fight. In the end, the only 2 who actually reached Thea were Ray Palmer and Firestorm, one overconfident, one overcooked. Both were dangerous in theory, so Thea didn't let her guard drop. Still, neither fought smart. Ray's knightly spirit blinded him to common sense. His suit had ranged weapons, but the men insisted on close combat, because apparently, nothing says heroic like punching a trained assassin with a PhD. He didn't stand a chance. Thea barely paid him attention, deflecting half-heartedly while keeping her focus on Firestorm circling overhead, and on Captain Cold, who was finally making his move from the flank. Firestorm's flight looked impressive but was clumsy in practice. His propulsion relied on raw flame thrust, which made speed easy and maneuverability impossible. To an observer, he streaked through the sky like a meteor. To Thea, he looked like a badly steered rocket. If her hoverboard were still intact, she'd have danced circles around him. Dr. Palmer, she called lightly, dodging a blast of fire that scorched the ground beside her. How sturdy is that armor of yours? Very. My suit's made of, wait, what are you, AH? Before he could finish boasting, Thea's cybernetic arm powered to full output. She seized his arm, spun 3 times in place, and hurled him like a discus straight toward the flaming blur above. Firestorm's 2 halves, the earnest young man and the cranky old physicist, had about 1 shared brain cell between them at the moment. Seeing Ray flying toward them, their first instinct was to catch him. Exactly what Thea had been counting on. Their synchronization was always their weakest link. Even in the original timeline, they'd once been famously separated by a single arrow, shot, incidentally, by none other than her dear father, Malcolm Merlin. These 2 just hadn't learned that lesson yet. Thea aimed, drew, and loosed. Her arrow streaked straight into Firestorm's chest, its enchantment sparking a split-second dissonance between the 2 linked minds. One tried to veer left, the other right. The result, both blinked in confusion as their fusion collapsed midair. Fortunately, Ray was still nearby. He expanded mid-fall and grabbed them before they pancaked into the ground. Even so, all 3 landed in an ungraceful heap. Groaning, they tried to recombine, slapping their palms together again and again. Smack. 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 Nothing happened. Thea watched out of the corner of her eye, lips twitching. Figures. You can't have all those powers without a cooldown. Super strength, flight, energy conversion, immunity to pain. What are you, Superman? Every skill came with limits. Knowing theirs gave her an edge, and now, with Firestorm temporarily on cooldown, her biggest threat was gone. Her gaze turned to the one person still approaching, Sarah Lance. How strange, Sarah said, slowing to a stop and tightening her grip on her staff. You're stronger than I remember. She wasn't wrong. Thea hadn't shown any obvious superhuman powers, her earlier flashbang looked like mere gadgetry, and her bow work was still her signature, but something about her presence radiated danger. Sarah could feel it in her bones. This woman could kill her, easily, if she chose to. Thea rolled her eyes. Oh please. What, you think I'm like those 2 bird brains, reincarnated 100 times and still weak as kittens? She didn't bother explaining. Instead, she simply lifted her hand in a graceful, after you gesture. Sarah tilted her head, circling cautiously. I've never actually fought you before. Judging by your stance, you trained with the League too. So, you've already reconciled with Malcolm. Her mind raced to fill the gaps. On her timeline, Thea shouldn't have known her father yet. But the movements, the precision, there was no mistaking it. So that's the anomaly, Sarah realized. She met him early. Satisfied with her theory, she felt oddly calm. Thea neither confirmed nor denied it. It didn't matter. For once, she'd found an opponent who wasn't a metahuman, alien, or robot, a purely human fighter. It would have felt disrespectful to rely on tech. She stowed her bow, silently disabled her prosthetic assist, and drew her sword. Sarah mirrored her with her staff. They exchanged a nod, the unspoken salute of League assassins, and engaged. This fight was nothing like Thea's brutal duel with Talia al Ghul. Neither woman carried killing intent. Thea held the clear advantage, in height, reach, strength, speed, and skill, but not by a ridiculous margin. Sarah's technique was sharp, her instincts honed by countless missions. At first, she thought experience would compensate. It didn't. Thea's counters came too fluidly, too efficiently. Ironically, Sarah's adventures with the legends had dulled her edge, too many aliens, too many gadgets. She'd forgotten the rhythm of fighting a true martial artist. Within 7 or 8 exchanges, she was already being pushed back. Thea knew her every move, the League's style, its openings, its tempo. Sarah wasn't on Malcolm's level, nor Talia's, and definitely not hers. Still, Thea held back. She admired the woman Sarah would become, the unyielding captain who'd lead the legends through time itself. Out of respect, she intended to end this match in a draw. Sensing the shift, Sarah regained some ground, fighting with renewed confidence. From the sidelines, Ray Palmer blinked owlishly at the duel, fascinated, oblivious, and still rubbing his sore shoulder, until Captain Cold yelled. "Sarah! Need a hand." Only then did Ray remember, oh right, this was still a battle. He sighed and started jogging toward them, slow and awkward as ever, to join the fray. Chapter 152, Compensation. On the surface, it looked like 3 against 1, but in reality, the situation hadn't changed at all. It was still chaos. Captain Cold couldn't use his freeze gun without risking his team, so he'd switched to a knife and gone in for clumsy close combat. The Atom was, as usual, more trouble than help. At nearly 6'3" in full armor, he blocked everyone's line of sight, forcing the much shorter Sarah to hop around behind him in frustration. Meanwhile, Professor Stein and Jax, the fused duo who made up Firestorm, were standing at a distance, yelling words of encouragement instead of doing anything useful. Thea almost laughed. Of course. Justice-aligned teams always have a few clowns in them. If these guys were Gotham villains, they'd have already bolted halfway to Metropolis. And speaking of bolting, Thea decided it was time to do exactly that. Not because she couldn't win, but because there was no point. Beating them would embarrass them, losing would be worse. Better to let everyone save face. With one swift kick, she sent Captain Cold stumbling back, then yanked Sarah by the arm, pulling her forward just in time to block one of Ray Palmer's clumsy punches. A second later, she flicked a small capsule toward the ground. Boom. Batman brand smoke bomb. The real deal. Thick gray smoke exploded outward, swallowing the entire deck. It was a special blend, completely resistant to infrared, sonar, and thermal imaging. In short, the ultimate getaway tool of the DC world. Where is she? Anyone see her? Even Ray's X-ray visor showed nothing but fog. By the time the smoke cleared, Thea was gone. The remaining heroes looked around in confusion. None of them were seriously hurt, thankfully, but the 2 poor souls still tangled in Thea's webbing were another story. Rip Hunter had passed out cold. Heatwave, though tougher, was awake and furious, his face and torso plastered in thick white webbing like a furious, half-mummified snowman. They didn't have any of Thea's special dissolving serum, but between Ray Palmer and Professor Stein, 2 of the smartest scientists in their respective centuries, it didn't take long to whip up a solvent and free the captives. Unfortunately, it came at a cost. Rip's iconic beige trench coat and Mick Rory's beloved fireproof jacket were beyond saving, melted into the sticky mess. Enraged, Heatwave grabbed his flamethrower and blasted himself free, along with the remains of his outfit. Only when his clothes had literally burned to ash did he stomp back to the others, grumbling curses under his breath. The entire team looked defeated. Thea hadn't even shown overwhelming power outwardly, just pure skill and control, but she'd flattened them so effortlessly that everyone was starting to doubt their own worth. If one of Green Arrow's sidekicks can beat the 7 of us into the dirt, Rip thought grimly, then what chance do we have against the real heavyweights? Now stripped of his long coat and left in nothing but a rumpled shirt, Rip Hunter's dashing time captain image had downgraded to unemployed history teacher. But he had bigger problems. He turned to the ship's AI. Gideon. "I'm here, Captain," came the smooth, calm voice. A blue hologram flickered to life above the console, its translucent lips moving faintly as it spoke. "Gideon, locate the Time Marauder. Which point in the timeline is she on?" We need to move before she hits the next target. The blue figure paused as if scanning across time itself. Captain, it said finally, the Time Marauder does not exist in any past, present, or future temporal coordinates. Rip frowned. What does that mean? It means, Gideon replied evenly, that the Time Marauder has been erased. She no longer exists. No trace remains on the timeline. Rip stared blankly. You mean, she's dead? Just like that. He slumped back, stunned. As a former agent of the Time Masters, he knew exactly who she was, the Council's top assassin, the one they sent when they wanted anomalies erased without exception. Now she'd barely shown her face and had already been vaporized. The Time Masters really are pathetic, he muttered. Their #1 operative, gone after a 5-minute scuffle with a random hero. Are we sure they're not the amateurs? For the first time, Rip seriously questioned his old organization. Still, he had a job to finish. The Marauders' usual method was brutally simple: track down each member of the Legends before they rose to prominence and kill them early. Rip's plan had been to preempt that by rescuing everyone's past selves first. But now that the killer was dead, there was nothing left to prevent. He turned to Sarah. Where do you want your past self dropped off? Sarah hesitated, thinking. October 2008. Just off the coast of Lianyu, along Nissa Al Ghul's League of Assassins route. Rip nodded and patted her shoulder. Gideon, set course for October 2008. Everyone, take your seats. The team strapped in obediently. 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. They exchanged looks. Jax leaned over. Captain. Did we stall again? Rip frowned. Gideon. Before the AI could answer, a cheerful, too familiar voice echoed through the cabin. Hi. Sorry to interrupt, just me again. Everyone froze. There she was, Thea Queen, standing near the entrance, looking perfectly at home. After she'd left earlier, she'd gotten maybe a few hundred meters before remembering her poor hoverboard, the one now sporting a gaping hole courtesy of that black-clad psycho. She couldn't just let that go. Using her league-trained stealth and the ship's blind spots, she'd followed them aboard without being noticed, at least until Gideon inevitably ratted her out. Heatwave's reaction was instant and volcanic. You, he roared, face flushing red. His beloved fireproof coat, his baby, had gone up in smoke because of her. He stomped forward, ready to throw a punch, but Captain Cold grabbed his arm and pulled him back with a quiet, warning look. Rip pinched the bridge of his nose, exhausted. Miss Queen, is there a reason you've come aboard again? Of course, Thea said, crossing her arms. That woman in black, the one you called the Time Marauder, she came after you, right? Rip nodded cautiously. Yes. She was targeting us. Perfect, Thea said brightly. She held up her hoverboard, pointing at the gaping, scorched hole through its center. She shot this. My equipment's ruined. Without it, I can't leave this island. My poor mother's home all alone, probably worried sick. She trailed off dramatically, eyes widening. So you see my problem, right? You guys have to fix it. The legend stared. Rip blinked. You want compensation? Thea nodded earnestly. Well, yeah. You're the time travelers with all the fancy future tech. If your assassin wrecked my stuff, you're responsible. I mean, you can't just time travel away from accountability, can you? She sighed for effect. I'd fix it myself, but sadly, not all of us have time machines lying around. She could have just flown home in a helicopter, of course, but they didn't need to know that. And judging by their faces, she was definitely getting that repair. Chapter 153, Vandal Savage and the Shady History of Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Watching Thea sit there pretending to be pitiful, big eyes, sad tone, the very picture of an aggrieved heiress, left everyone on the ship with a complicated expression. Especially Rip Hunter. Seriously? He thought. This is the woman who supposedly killed the Time Marauder, the assassin feared across the multiverse. Still, at least she wasn't extorting them. Her request was reasonable enough. A damaged hoverboard. On a ship crewed by two geniuses with PhDs coming out of their ears and a supercomputer AI. Fixing it was hardly a challenge. Rip was just about to order the others to help her get it repaired and send her on her way when Gideon's calm voice broke in. Captain, a reminder, our extended presence in this temporal zone has attracted the attention of the Time Council. Detection teams are expected to arrive in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Rip froze. Then groaned, palm to his forehead. Oh, for the love of, he turned quickly to Thea, smiling a bit too tightly. Miss Queen, you heard that, right? We're, about to depart. So perhaps you should be leaving now, his tone implied clearly. But Thea wasn't that easy to shake off. Her hoverboard damage wasn't even that bad, She could have repaired it back in Star City in half a day. She was only using it as an excuse to hitch a ride. This ship was packed with future tech, quantum drives, advanced AI, Ray Palmer's microreactor systems, miniaturization tech. She'd be insane not to at least take a peek. And now he wanted to kick her out. Dream on. She shook her head vigorously. Nope. You throw me out now, I can't even get home. Guess I'm staying. Rip rubbed his temples. Miss Queen, I'm trying to protect you. If you insist on traveling with us, you can, technically, but your original timeline will be erased. You're not like us. You're an integral part of the main history. If you leave your own time, you risk unraveling it. His voice was genuinely earnest. Every member of his crew had been chosen because their disappearance wouldn't distort history. Thea Queen, however, was another story. That hit Thea like a cold shower. So not just anyone can time travel. Rip's grim expression was answer enough. He wasn't lying. Realizing how dangerous this could be, Thea reluctantly nodded and started heading for the exit. All right, fine, I'll go. Shame, though, all this beautiful tech going to waste. But before she could step off, Gideon's voice interrupted again. Captain, the AI said, technically speaking, Miss Queen is qualified for time travel. Everyone turned to stare. Rip's brow furrowed. Gideon, that's impossible. He knew the rules better than anyone. Anyone who could influence the timeline by more than 1% was strictly forbidden from traveling through time. The ripple effects would be catastrophic. But Gideon remained calm. No, Captain. I am not mistaken. Miss Queen's physiology has absorbed residual temporal properties from the Time Marauder. However, she has not been formally registered with the Council. Under Article 112, Clause 18 of the Temporal Directive, she possesses autonomous time travel clearance. You're saying, Rip asked slowly, that she can travel freely without disturbing the timeline or creating paradoxes? Precisely, Captain. Rip blinked, trying to process this first-of-its-kind situation. Then, seeing her curious look, he hurried to summarize for Thea, skipping the technical jargon. She didn't understand every term, but she got the gist. When that black-clad woman had self-destructed, Thea had accidentally inherited part of her temporal license. In other words, the Marauder's ID badge was now hers. Rip Hunter. Former Time Council employee. His crew. Freelance misfits he'd recruited off the record. Thea Queen. Unexpectedly, an official time traveler, without ever applying. Realizing this, Thea's ego swelled a little. So I'm the only one here with a legitimate job title. She thought smugly. Satisfied that her presence wouldn't wreck history, she promptly plopped herself into a seat. All right, Captain. Fire her up. They really were cutting it close. If they stayed another minute, the Council's scouts would spot them. Rip gave up arguing and initiated the jump. Time travel, as it turned out, wasn't half as glamorous as it looked in the movies. No lights, no swirling tunnels, just blink, and it was done. Still, Thea felt awful afterward. Something inside her body pulsed, pushing outward like static. The others assured her that it was normal, temporary disorientation. Some people went blind, others mute. It passed quickly. She decided not to panic. When the ship finally landed, Rip explained that they'd arrived 3 months after her own departure point, the time they were returning the 2008 version of Sarah Lance to her proper timeline. Thea stayed aboard. She had no interest in watching them release Sarah back into the wild like some nature documentary. Instead, she wandered the corridors, sightseeing. That's when she spotted a dark-skinned woman with sharp eyes and regal posture. You must be Miss Kendra. Thea approached, offering a friendly smile. The woman turned, smiling politely. Thea Queen. Of course I know you. You and Oliver helped us once. Oh, great, Thea thought, her smile stiffening. She knows me. I don't know her yet. And now she's explaining why I don't know her. Nothing created awkwardness faster than time travel. Still, she nodded politely. Right, happy to help. From their brief chat with the crew, Thea had already gathered the essentials. Kendra Saunders, Hawk Girl, ancient Egyptian priestess in her first life, now reincarnated more than 200 times. Her partner, Carter Hall, Hawkman, was currently dead. Again. To be honest, Thea had zero respect for these two. From ancient Egypt to modern day, they'd been reborn 206 times. 206. That's a world record in wasted second chances. And what did they accomplish with all those lives? Running. Just running. Each lifetime, the same story: discover their memories, realize their immortal enemy Vandal Savage is after them, and flee for their lives. Chased like scared sheep from Siberia to Canberra, Yokohama to the Congo. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, and trekked through jungles, measuring the earth one panic attack at a time. They'd contributed absolutely nothing to human civilization except maybe perfecting cardio. And their unstoppable nemesis. Vandal Savage, the most overrated villain in 4,000 years. His resume. Big beard. Good aim with throwing knives. That's it. Maybe, Thea thought, he got bored after 4 millennia of chasing the same couple and picked up knife throwing as a hobby. And yet, despite being basically a grumpy caveman with delusions of grandeur, the men had managed to keep these two running for 40 centuries. Savage's dream was world domination. His strategy? Outlive everyone. By 2166, after 4,000 years of scheming, the immortal fossil finally achieved it, not through genius or might, but through sheer turtle tactics. He just waited until every decent hero had died of old age, then declared himself king of the world. Rip Hunter, disgusted by the old man's ego and cruelty, had quit the Time Council in protest. He gathered a crew of misfits from across time to stop him. That, Thea realized, was basically their grand story, a bold, hopeful, slightly absurd crusade powered by revolutionary optimism and chronal nonsense. She leaned back against the wall, suppressing a grin. So this is the legendary team, she thought. History's weirdest field trip. Chapter 154, The Horus Set. Hawkgirl Kendra, unaware that Thea was silently roasting her in her head, smiled politely. You didn't get off the ship. Did you need something from me? Oh, I definitely do. Thea nodded, fishing in her pack. Ever since she'd found that mysterious orb of Horus on Lian, the dense carvings all over its golden surface had been driving her mad. She'd spent days cross-referencing ancient scripts, only to conclude that most of the text had been lost to history. Luckily, there were 3 people alive, or semi-alive, who might still recognize it. The High Priest of Ancient Egypt, Vandal Savage. The Temple Maiden Chayera, now reincarnated as Hawkgirl Kendra. And the Prince Khufu, known today as Hawkman. Vandal, of course, would never talk to her. Hawkman was dead, again, and even if he weren't, Thea had zero interest in dealing with him. The man had once been Pharaoh Khufu, best known for building Egypt's biggest pyramid. History's verdict. Vain, self-important, and dumb as stone. So that left the sweet, harmless Kendra. With a spark of hope, Thea pulled out the orb and placed it in Kendra's hands. Here, ever seen this before? Kendra examined the object carefully. It was about 30 centimeters long, forged of solid gold, topped with a glowing red gem. She hefted it once and blinked. Is this a hammer? Puffed. Thea nearly spat blood. A hammer? Are you, what, how? Realizing she'd said something wrong, Kendra quickly waved her hands in apology. Sorry. You probably don't know, I was a cafe waitress 6 months ago. I'm not really, a weapons person. Oh, Thea knew. That was painfully obvious. Hawkman's brilliant idea of combat training for his wife apparently involved nothing more than spread your wings, fly straight at the enemy, and bonk them on the head with a mallet. That was it. No tactics, no finesse, just bonk. Thea could practically feel her IQ dropping just imagining it. They had incredible speed, supersonic flight, divine reflexes, millennia of experience, yet somehow used it to swing tiny hammers like medieval construction workers. They could have impaled demons with spears at Mach 1, maybe even made Darkseid flinch a little. But no, they insisted on flying up, circling once, and thunking their enemies like whack-a-mole champions. Even worse, they didn't even use proper warhammers, just one-handed toy mallets. Thea had seen her little brother throw rocks harder than that. She sighed. Forget it. Expecting competence from these two is an act of faith. Was she really going to have to ask Vandal Savage for help? Miss Queen, a calm electronic voice interrupted her thoughts. I can translate those inscriptions. Ah, of course. Thea turned toward the ship's control panel. Gideon. Truth be told, Thea found the AI a little terrifying. She coveted the ship's technology, but she'd never dared mess with Gideon itself. Other people might not realize it, but Thea did. Gideon was self-aware. Worse, emotional. It had developed an affection, maybe even love, for Captain Rip Hunter. And that was horrifying. A sentient AI with emotions was practically god tier. She'd put Gideon at the same level as Marvel's Ultron or Ida, just one step below Brainiac. If not for its crush on Rip, the thing could probably hijack Earth's internet in 5 seconds and nuke half the planet out of boredom. So, yes, Thea respected it. From a safe distance. Now that Gideon had offered help, she could only smile politely. Thank you, very much. The AI's holographic form pulsed softly. You're welcome. 3 minutes later, it projected a complete translation of the orb's script, complete with annotations and modern references. Thea was floored. Not just because of the speed, but because the AI had clearly analyzed her own learning patterns. Every note, every footnote was tailored exactly to her comprehension level. Creepy. Absolutely. Helpful. Extremely. Still uneasy, she studied the translation. Her brow furrowed almost immediately. According to the text, Horus, the falcon-headed god of Egypt, guardian of pharaohs and symbol of divine authority, left behind 3 sacred artifacts. The Eye of Horus, the Scepter of Horus, and the Orb of Horus. The Eye, it said, had long ago been offered to Osiris, lord of the underworld. The orb, clearly the one in her hands, remained intact. The scepter, however, was highlighted by Gideon with a neat little note. Current holder, Vandal Savage. Thea squinted at the glowing text. Oh, you sly little AI. She could practically hear Gideon's tone. Want the full set? Go fetch it, from the immortal warlord your new friends are about to fight anyway. Isn't destiny convenient? Being used as someone's pawn never sat well with her. Still, she couldn't deny the temptation. In her memories of the ArrowVerse, the scepter had been destroyed, obliterated when Green Arrow and the Flash joined forces against Savage. But that was her timeline. Here, in this one, it might still exist. If it was gone, well, tough luck. But if it wasn't, that meant the full Horus set, orb, eye, and scepter, could be hers. That thought alone sent a little thrill up her spine. Ugh, no, she muttered, shaking her head. No getting involved. I'm not doing another Gotham-style, help them, carry the team, situation again. Still, the allure of a complete divine artifact set was hard to ignore. She left the scheming AI and the still clueless Kendra behind, determined to ask their captain, Rip Hunter, about the scepter's status. But before she could find him, someone intercepted her. Thea. There you are. Ray Palmer, cheerful, dimpled, and completely oblivious, bounded over, his grin as bright as his armor. He'd been working on repairing her hoverboard and was clearly proud of himself. I think you'll like what you see, he said, tugging her along eagerly. Thea followed, trying not to sigh. Well, the man was helping her for free. Miss Queen, Ray began, puffing up with pride, your hoverboard's control software, it was written by Felicity Smoke, wasn't it? Thea froze. Oh, come on. First Gideon reads her brain, now this guy sees right through her tech. How did you, she demanded. Is it that obvious? Ray laughed, looking far too pleased with himself. Then, with mock seriousness, he leaned in. Well, I'd recognize her coding anywhere. After all. He flashed her a grin. My suit software was written by her too. He burst out laughing. Thea stared at him, speechless. Fantastic, she thought dryly. Of course Felicity wrote his armor, my hoverboard, and probably the NSA by now. And somewhere, in Star City, Felicity Smoke sneezed for no apparent reason. Chapter 155, The Upgraded Hoverboard. Thea watched him, speechless. Honestly, his goofy personality was kind of charming, tall, bright, handsome, funny, eloquent. The perfect friend and mentor type. But as a boyfriend, a total disaster waiting to happen. With Ray Palmer, chaotic good wasn't an alignment, it was a lifestyle. They walked into the Wave Rider's repair bay, where Firestorm's 2 halves were already tinkering away. The younger half, the mechanic, was hunched over a workbench, while the older half, Professor Martin Stein, looked every bit the part of a pompous academic, lecturing as he gestured with his tools. This is Professor Martin Stein, Ray introduced cheerfully. World-renowned authority in nuclear physics. And this is his partner, Jefferson Jackson, our ship's mechanic, and a hell of a technician. Thea immediately turned on her best charm, all polite smiles and effusive praise. Professor Stein. The brilliant mind behind modern fusion theory. And Mr. Jackson, your engineering precision is second to none. Truly, humanity's finest defenders of science and justice. The compliment barrage worked like magic. Heroes of the justice variety always had thin skin. Stein had heard a lifetime of accolades and could take it, but Jax. The young man nearly melted on the spot, flashing a grin bright enough to power a city block. While buttering them up, Thea quietly studied their handiwork. She had her doubts. Jax had been a car mechanic half a year ago before Rip Hunter decided he'd look good fixing a time ship, but credit where it was due, the kid was talented. His technique wasn't at Batman's level, no one's was, but the potential was obvious. Your board was running on magnetic propulsion, right? Ray explained, crouching beside it. We didn't touch the drive core, just added a few adjustable speed modes. You can now switch to Combat Sync for higher precision mid-fight, or a top speed mode for travel. Better synchronization between you and the board, less lag. He pointed to the modified underside. Oh, and I upgraded your OS. Replaced Felicity's 2007 source code with her 2016 revision, the one she wrote for my Atom suit. Much more stable. He went on listing specs like a proud engineer, and Thea couldn't deny the result was impressive. In just half a day, with minimal redesign, he'd improved the hoverboard's performance by nearly 30%. If the old version had been a beta 0.7, this was a full release. Braking, maneuverability, response time, all dramatically better. Testing it briefly in the hangar, Thea found it more responsive than ever, almost telepathic in how it moved with her. She thanked them profusely, but inside, her ambition was already humming. These guys are sitting on an arsenal of future tech, she thought. If I can't crack Gideon, maybe I can squeeze a little something out of these three. She clasped her hands pitifully. Thank you so much, Dr. Palmer, Professor Stein, Mr. Jackson. Without your help, I'd never make it home. My poor mom's all alone. It was an Oscar-worthy performance. She'd learned a thing or two watching Moira Queen cry her heart out at charity galas. Against hardened Gotham criminals, it wouldn't work, but against a ship full of self-righteous heroes. Easy prey. Predictably, the first to fold was Jax, the eternally single, eternally eager mechanic. The Wave Rider was a total sausage fest, and between Sarah and Kendra, his romantic odds were zero. Sarah was basically dating a criminal mastermind, and Kendra had come prepackaged with 2 centuries of marital baggage, then immediately fell for Ray. Jax had been friend-zoned across time and space. So now, when a pretty girl batted her eyes at him, his hero instincts kicked in full force. I can install a deep link network upgrade, he blurted. You'll be able to remote control your board from, 3 miles away. Cool, right? Mr. Jackson, Gideon's smooth digital voice cut in, utterly flat. Deep link tech is from 35 years in the future. Sharing it violates Council Regulation 19-112. Jax pretended not to hear a word. Grinning, he bolted the module onto the hoverboard and gave Thea an OK sign. Bingo, Thea thought gleefully. That's remote control armor tech, basically Stark-level stuff. Totally worth the act. With Jax tapped dry, she turned her attention to the 2 geniuses. Stein, old enough to be her grandfather, had zero romantic susceptibility, but her dramatics still tugged at his sense of moral duty. He rummaged through a case and handed her 2 small metallic cells. These are microfusion batteries I've been developing, he said kindly. Not future tech, mind you, my own design. Keep them as a backup power source in case your magnetic field fails. Thea nodded politely, though inwardly she almost laughed. If the Earth's magnetic field collapses, humanity's toast anyway, but sure, Professor. Still, I can probably rewire these into miniature nukes. Generous, brilliant, utterly unsuspecting, Stein really did have that sage of science aura. Ray, on the other hand, stood his ground the longest. The handsome genius wasn't immune to charm, but he had a higher resistance level. Finally, after both of his colleagues looked expectantly at him, he sighed. I'll take it back to my lab for optimization. Give me 1 day, I'll finish microatomizing the internal components. Now that was a pleasant surprise. She'd expected software tweaks, not a full miniaturization upgrade. If it was Ray's proprietary tech, she wasn't about to complain. After thanking the trio for their heroic assistance, Thea headed back to rest, smug and satisfied. The next morning, the newly enhanced hoverboard version 1.1 was ready. It could now fold down to the size of a cigarette case, pocketable, lightweight, and sleeker than ever. Sure, reverse engineering it would be hell, but the upgrade was worth it. Miss Queen, I hear your hoverboard's finally fixed. Rip Hunter greeted her with a diplomatic smile. Translation, you're out of excuses. Time to go home, lady. Thea was about to agree, she'd gotten every bit of value she could from this timeship, when Gideon's calm voice interrupted. Captain, Miss Queen is preparing to accompany us on the mission to eliminate Vandal Savage. Thea froze mid-step. Rip groaned. And just like that, so much for going home. Chapter 156, Future Achievements. A collective hiss of disbelief rippled through the room. Wait, what? This girl wanted to help them fight Vandal Savage. Out of pure heroic goodwill. The 3 tech guys, the ones who'd practically bled future tech for her yesterday, looked deeply moved. Ray Palmer's handsome face went from cloudy to clear skies in an instant. He grabbed Thea's hand enthusiastically. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I completely misjudged you. Jax and Professor Stein hurried over as well, offering their thanks. Jax scratched his neck awkwardly, while Stein, old enough to be her grandfather, simply gave her a dignified, paternal hug, one that made Thea's soul quietly scream for help. God help me, she thought. This damned AI tricked me into this. If she backed out now, these 3 would instantly turn on her, not that she feared them, but she really didn't want to give back all the tech they'd just gifted to her. What was she supposed to do, fight her way out? That'd be a bit much, even for her standards. So she glared daggers at Gideon in her mind while keeping her expression noble and resolute. Out loud, she declared righteously, it's every hero's duty to fight evil. Vandal Savage must be destroyed, no matter the cost. Even Rip Hunter thought her speech was a bit theatrical. But hey, enthusiasm was enthusiasm. Thea was powerful, reliable, and already had a proven record. She'd fought 7 of them single-handedly and won. If she wanted to tag along, who was he to say no? Besides, the Wave Rider had plenty of empty rooms. One more passenger didn't hurt. He was just about to give a welcome speech when Captain Cold, lounging nearby with his usual smirk, muttered, "What can she even do? Toss a few fancy arrows? We were just holding back last time." That hit a nerve. The loss to Thea still stung. He, a man who once stared down the Flash without flinching, had been taken down by a girl with a bow, and in front of witnesses, no less. The memory burned like frostbite. And if Cold was bitter, Heatwave was fuming. At least his partner had managed to get a few swings in. He himself hadn't even seen what hit him before being cocooned like a moth in Thea's webbing. Then he'd woken up half dead and humiliated. Thea ignored both of them completely, pretending not to notice their hostility. "You want to pick a fight? Go ahead. I'll use that as my excuse to leave this ship." Unfortunately, Gideon wasn't about to let her slip away so easily. The overly sentient AI spoke up, voice calm and oh so innocent. According to Time Council Regulation 2-55, Wave Rider crew members may access special personnel records if at least 3 members approve the request. "I approve," Cold said instantly. "Me too," Heatwave added right after. The room went still. Everyone waited to see who would be the third. Well, I am a little curious," Ray admitted after a pause, flashing Thea an apologetic smile. "I approve too." "Of course you do," Thea thought darkly. Classic billionaire move, get what you want, keep your hands clean. "I'd do the same." Gideon's holographic face appeared, serene to the group but smug to Thea's eyes. Searching. A moment later, the AI spoke. Thea Queen, historically recorded as the last Archmage in human history. Her final public appearance was at her brother Oliver Queen's funeral in the year 2071. She had not aged. After that, she vanished entirely from the timeline. The silence that followed was deafening. Even Thea herself froze. The last Archmage. Her brain struggled to catch up. That actually sounds amazing. Damn, future me has flair. Sarah Lance, who'd once fought alongside a much less impressive Thea in Star City, stared at her, dumbfounded. This isn't the same girl I remember, right? Or did I know a counterfeit version? Captain Cold, unimpressed, folded his arms. Archmage, huh? Big title. What exactly did she do? Apologies, Gideon replied smoothly. Those records are classified under major historical events. Cold frowned. Classified, huh? Sounds like she's important. Fine. Then how did she even enter public history? You can tell us that, right? Only with consent from the involved individual, Gideon answered evenly. All eyes turned toward Thea. Some were curious, some admiring, others just nosy. Thea herself was curious too. How the hell did I end up famous? I've been pretty discreet, haven't I? Fine, she sighed. I consent. 2 long, awkward minutes passed. Rip Hunter was about to ask if Gideon had crashed again when the hologram finally spoke. Additional consent required, from another participant. Another, what now? Everyone blinked in confusion. They exchanged suspicious glances like kids in class waiting to see who the teacher would call on. Gideon, Rip said at last, rubbing his temple, whose consent do you need? Mr. Leonard Snart, Gideon answered calmly. Captain Cold's jaw dropped. His smug detachment vanished. What? That's impossible. I've never even met her. Not now, not in the future. You said time travel erases old tracks, so how could I ever meet her? His reasoning was solid. The others frowned, turning the puzzle over. Even Thea furrowed her brow. She was sure she'd never crossed paths with him. He lived in Central City, she in Star City. Their worlds didn't mix. Mr. Snart, Gideon replied, you will rob the Central City Historical Museum in 2010. Thea Queen, then serving as the event's guest curator, will be forced to stop you. Historical records confirm this encounter. Snart shot to his feet. That's ridiculous. I never robbed any museum in 2010. No, Gideon said simply. You did. History cannot be wrong. Snart turned to Heatwave. Mick, do you remember anything like that? Mick shrugged, uncertain. Maybe. Feels fuzzy. For once, Captain Cold looked genuinely rattled. His memory was sharp, too sharp for this kind of blank spot. If Gideon was right, then somewhere, somewhen, his path and Thea Queen's really had crossed. Chapter 157, The Sudden Surge. Mr. Snart, Gideon continued in that infuriatingly calm tone that could drive anyone insane. Miss Queen currently possesses most of the Time Marauder's clearance authority. Her energy level is higher than yours. When both of you exist within the same timeline, her presence automatically overwrites parts of your past. Captain Cold froze. Then realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Bits of memory, half-formed and slippery, started to unravel in his mind. You've got to be kidding me. She'd been on this ship for hours, and the AI hadn't said a word. Now it decides to mention this. If Thea could have heard his thoughts, she would have given him a sympathetic handshake. Welcome to the club, buddy. Gideon screws everyone equally. Sarah Lance finally spoke up, pointing toward Thea. She's been in contact with me the most. So, my future still exists, right? Gideon paused for a few seconds, its internal processors humming audibly. If Miss Queen maintains her original timeline, specifically, if she shoots you dead in 2015, then your history will remain stable. Sarah's expression went blank. So, her survival depended on Thea killing her. Fantastic. Even by Gotham standards, that was some world-class irony. Thea, meanwhile, nearly choked. She'd forgotten that little detail. In the original events, she'd been the one who accidentally killed Sarah, though back then, Malcolm Merlin had taken the blame, and Oliver had buried the truth. Now, however, Malcolm was off doing God knows what, which meant there was no one left to take the fall. And technically, she realized, it hasn't even happened yet in my timeline. Time travel headaches aside, she had no choice but to act innocent. Her expression morphed into one of perfect confusion and moral conflict, the "I'm totally a clueless, good-hearted girl" look she'd been honing to professional levels. To make sure she sold it, she even layered a subtle suggestion spell over herself. Luckily, the Wave Rider crew were fighters, not actors. None of them had the emotional radar to see through her performance. Even Gideon, calculating monster that it was, still lacked true human empathy. So the act passed. Most of them just stared at her with a mix of discomfort and awkward fascination. So this was the mysterious killer who'd once ended Sarah Lance's life. It didn't fit at all. And since Sarah herself didn't seem angry, no one else dared to pry. Rip Hunter, who could sense the timeline creaking from all this gossip, decided enough was enough. All right, that's quite enough questions. We need to prepare for our mission. Since Miss Queen is joining us, I'll brief her on our target. In truth, his briefing was shockingly simple, borderline suicidal, even. Here was their entire plan. They would fly the Wave Rider directly into Vandal Savage's backyard, storm his base at lightning speed, overwhelm him with brute force, and drag him back before he knew what hit him. No recon. No contingency plans. No tactical backup. Just one glorified bum rush. Thea sat there, silently judging them all. Seriously? This is the great Legends of Tomorrow. You people have time travel at your disposal and still can't strategize better than a bar fight. Sure, they'd win eventually, she vaguely remembered that much from the timeline, but the sheer stupidity of it hurt her soul. Still, she kept quiet. This wasn't Gotham, and unlike there, she didn't hold the overwhelming upper hand here. Best to play along, keep her head down, and, most importantly, find out where the damn Horus Scepter was. Everyone, strap in. Gideon, set coordinates, London, 2166, Rip ordered. He didn't even wait for approval. Just like that, the discussion was over. Thea could only sigh. No teamwork, no hierarchy, no plan. You guys are hopeless. Fine. She'd just tag along, pretend to help, and bail once she got what she wanted. She couldn't help glancing toward the control console, where Gideon's hologram glowed smugly. Ever since mentioning the Horus artifacts, the AI had gone completely silent about them, clearly waiting for her to earn her keep first. You manipulative bucket of code. With a resigned breath, Thea buckled herself into one of the passenger seats. Rip stood tall at the front of the cabin, trying to sound heroic. All right, everyone, prepare for temporal transit. No one responded. Everyone just closed their eyes and braced themselves. Even Stein, who'd been through this a dozen times, was already sweating. Thea smirked. Lightweights. She'd survived magic rituals, demonic possession, and near death in Nanda Parbat. How bad could a little time jump be? Then the ship plunged into the time stream. And she instantly regretted her arrogance. It was indescribable. Every cell in her body began to expand. Not just pressure or nausea, this was something deeper, like her very atoms were being stretched across eternity. What the hell? She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stay conscious. Out of the corner of her eye, the others looked mildly uncomfortable, but nothing like what she was feeling. Why only her? Stein turned his head, his glasses slipping down his nose. His eyes widened in shock. Your body, what's happening to you? Before Thea could answer, the Wave Rider slammed through a shimmering barrier of light. Rip's voice cut through the chaos. We've arrived, London, 2166. This is the final battle. Oh my god. He never finished the sentence. A blinding surge erupted from Thea's core, pure, searing energy flooding every vein, every bone, every fiber of her being. White light consumed her vision. Her consciousness shattered like glass. And as the Wave Rider emerged into the war-torn skies of 2166, Thea Queen's body went limp, her entire form glowing like a newborn star before she finally collapsed into darkness. Chapter 158, Arthas and Thea Merlin. Time felt almost frozen. Who knew how long had passed, when, through the fog of her dazed mind, Thea heard someone calling her. The voice was soft, lovely even, but the tone was far from gentle. Pighead, wake up. You big dummy, if you don't wake up now, you're going to die. Who dared talk to her like that? Tired of living. Thea blinked, her eyes open, vision unfocused, and after a good while finally made out the person slapping her cheeks. Who was this? A porcelain pale face, a robe with a vaguely old-fashioned cut, a tall figure with very long legs, light eyebrows, and a head of silver hair. Silver. In this day and age, who went full edgelord and dyed their hair white? Her gaze dropped briefly to the person's chest, two little buns, not large, but nicely shaped. Thea smacked her lips. Okay, speech centers still worked. Big sis, and you are. The silver-haired woman's face did a full-on, then she grabbed Thea by the collar and shook hard, furious. Big your butt. You don't even recognize me. It's me. Someone I know. Thea squinted, really looked, searched her memory, checked and rechecked. You're who? And where is this? You're hopeless. This is a mind space. I'm Arthas. Ring any bells? The silver-haired woman covered her forehead with one hand, a little embarrassed. Arthas. Thea's first thought was, did I just get ice-guyed into Warcraft? No way. She was halfway to wondering whether her mage system would be compatible with Dalaran when a word from earlier clicked. Mind space. If this was a mind space, then no, she hadn't transmigrated. Which meant the silver-haired woman's identity was obvious. Arthas. That dopey, cutesy one. Thea even mimed 4 hooves on the ground with her right hand. Arthas's face darkened. That's a turtle gesture. And don't think I can't tell what you're thinking, I can see part of your thoughts. Ugh. Huh. That signature move, yeah, Thea recognized it. So it was her little unicorn. Only, how did the adorable baby grow up into this not-so-adorable version? How did you even grow up? Weren't you supposed to need, like, long sunbathing cycles? Thea felt a bit wronged. Anyone seeing this silver-haired beauty wouldn't immediately connect her to the freshly weaned baby unicorn. Creativity had limits. You're the one who needs sunbathing. I'm not a dead pig. Arthas's face went half black at the word sunbathing. A vein throbbed on her forehead as she muttered, lids drooping, as for how I grew up. I don't know either. Thea looked around. So this really was a mind space. An endless white expanse, pretty much what she'd pictured. But why was she here? How did I even get in? She directed the question at silver-haired Arthas. You didn't summon me, so how would I know? Snapped the suddenly beautiful unicorn Arthas, cheeks puffed in annoyance. Thea and she stared at each other for a long beat. And yes, those sparkling eyes really did look like before, when she'd been small, only back then a tossed snack did the trick. She had nothing on hand now. If it's a mind space, can I just imagine food into being? For some reason, Thea felt starving, really starving. She tried every kind of mental conjuration she could think of, but nothing appeared. Is my mind space fake? What are you even thinking? This isn't a dream, a bell-clear voice chimed behind them. You're unbelievably dense. The pure white space seemed brushed by black ink. The darkness pooled and flowed together, and from it stepped a tall woman draped in black gauze. Thea frowned at the newcomer, someone she knew, because aside from black hair and eyes, she looked exactly like Thea. Despite a few guesses, Thea still asked cautiously, and you are? A flush crept onto the veiled woman's face, the cool set of her mouth twitched. You did all those outrageous things to me, and you're asking who I am. Thea hurriedly shook her head. That was to, test your limits. She searched her brain and found no better noun, so she left it vague. With the unicorn beauty and the woman in black standing on opposite sides, glaring daggers at each other, the picture became clear. The unicorn was a scatterbrain, yes, but this wasn't Thea's personal mind space. This was the bloodline imprint space. Theoretically, she was the guest, these two were the hosts. She knew Arthas. But the new, black gauze Thea needed a name, calling her hey or you there obviously wouldn't do. And honestly, meeting someone who looked exactly like her, here of all places, was unsettling. What should I call you? The woman in black seized the lifeline to dodge her own embarrassment. Her poise returned, she smiled bright as spring. You can call me Thea. She paused, watched Thea's eyes widen, then grew quite pleased with herself. Thea Merlin. You. Thea bristled. You just made that up. I've had self-awareness for a while now. The name came with it. I just knew. The self-styled Thea Merlin answered breezily, then shot the unicorn a very elegant middle finger. Arthas bared a mouthful of flawless white teeth in response and mimed strangling her. Thea scratched her head. These two had quite the harmonious relationship. If she weren't here, they'd probably be rolling on the floor by now. Her bloodline talent really was bizarre, light and darkness, a sunlit unicorn and a shadow self. The unicorn could be taken as the Quinn family's goodness, the shadow as Malcolm's evil passed down. Or, the unicorn embodied the native warrior path of the original Thea Queen, while the shadow embodied the mage's road the other Thea, the transmigrant, had chosen. Same starting point. Different choices. Different ends. Best not to dwell too hard, the implications multiplied the more she thought, downright terrifying, if you followed the threads. The upside, both powers belonged to her. No either slash or ultimatum. She raised her voice, cutting off the imminent hair-pulling. Knock it off, you two. Someone please explain why you suddenly grew up, and how I'm supposed to get out of here. Arthas, currently choking Thea Merlin by the neck, chirped with boundless energy, I'll tell you in a bit, I know tons. The black Thea refused to concede, driving her knee into the unicorn's little buns, scratching and clawing with her free hands, sniping as she fought, I'm the archmage here. I understand all of this. Let me finish her off and I'll explain everything to you. Chapter 159, Time is also light. Thea stared at the two lunatics in front of her, black lines practically dripping down her face. Maybe I was overthinking it. There's no mystery here at all, these two just exist to torment me. She still had no idea what was happening outside, and yet these two had started brawling like it was recess. Well, brawling might be generous. Since all supernatural powers were useless in this space, their fight looked like two squabbling housewives, a kick here, a slap there. At one point, the black-clad Thea took such a hard slap from Arthas that her face actually swelled, but a flicker of black light healed it instantly. In a place where you could respawn on the spot, this was less a fight and more playtime. Seeing they had no intention of stopping, Thea hurried over to drag them apart, because the longer they fought, the hungrier she felt. Wait, are they burning through my energy every time they hit each other? Her overactive brain jumped to that conclusion on instinct. If she let them keep at it, she might actually keel over first. Stop already. Thea shouted, yanking them apart. The moment her back was turned, Arthas kicked Shadow Thea squarely in the stomach, then pranced away smugly. You traitor. You helped her hit me, the shadow snarled, darting past Thea to give chase again. Oh my god, why me? Thea threw her head back and roared. What kind of karmic sin did I commit to end up stuck babysitting these two maniacs? And so began a full-scale chase sequence. Sometimes Arthas led, Shadow Thea pursued, and Thea trailed behind trying to reason with them. Other times, Shadow Thea got the upper hand, Arthas went feral in pursuit, and Thea still ended up being the one yelling, "Stop it," from the back. She gave the same lecture over and over, threats, bribes, life lessons, moral philosophy, until she was hoarse. It took all her strength, and several humiliating compromises, to calm them both down. By the end, she'd signed a whole list of unequal treaties. Promise to buy Arthas good food later. Promise never to make Shadow Thea play any indescribable games again. Alright, enough. Thea sighed, feeling like a daycare worker wrangling two bratty toddlers who merely looked grown up. But the longer they ran around, the stronger that gnawing hunger grew. She had to get out, now. She glanced between the two, weighing which one might actually know something useful. Arthas looked way too unreliable, so she turned to the black-clad version of herself, the one calling herself a Grand Mage. Okay, explain. What's going on? She pointed at the other Thea in what she thought was a commanding pose. If she'd been wearing a police uniform and had a "Law and Order" slogan behind her, the moment would have been perfect. Shadow Thea rolled her eyes. Our consciousnesses are connected, remember? I know exactly what you're thinking. And wow, your imagination is ridiculous. Thea winced, but the shadow kept going. If I'm right, this all started when you fell through the time vortex. Our power source is light, and in the broad sense, time is a kind of light. For you it felt like an instant, but from our perspective, about 150 years passed. During that time, we evolved, and you've been stockpiling massive amounts of energy in your body. Before that power could spiral out of control, your subconscious pulled you into this space as a failsafe. Then she tilted her chin up and gave Arthas an exaggerated eye roll. Got it now. Time is also light. What kind of twisted physics was that supposed to be? Thea didn't understand, and honestly, she didn't care. She just wanted out. So how do I leave? That's easy. Focus your mind and you'll return. But, your body outside is already close to overload. Haven't you considered what happens next? The shadow's tone dripped with smug superiority, her eyes saying, "You're about to die, better beg me for help." For someone who valued her life above all else, Thea didn't even hesitate. She threw herself at the shadow, sobbing dramatically. The performance was Oscar-worthy, it left Arthas staring, slack-jawed. Even the shadow seemed horrified by her own shameless, main body. After an awkward pause, she muttered. "You can fuse with that big horse over there to release the excess energy." She pried herself free from Thea's clingy embrace and pointed sharply at Arthas. "But listen, hold on to your sense of self. Otherwise, her Chinibio personality will infect you." With that final warning, she vanished like a puff of smoke. Personality assimilation. That was new. Thea rubbed her chin. This bloodline's full of surprises. No time to dwell on it, she turned toward the big white horse, eyes narrowing. Arthas didn't wait to be asked. She rattled off a rapid-fire explanation, and Thea memorized it quickly. After repeating the steps once to confirm, she exited the strange inner space. When her consciousness snapped back to her body, she was immediately blinded by the radiance flooding the ship. Even with her light absorption physique, her eyes burned. The others had it far worse. "Gideon. Scan it, what the hell's happening in there?" Rip Hunter barked. He'd come to 2166 ready to die fighting Vandal Savage. Now, before they even reached the man's doorstep, the ship itself was going critical. Gideon's voice came slower than usual, almost stuttering. "The energy field inside the ship is too strong, Captain. My sensors are being overridden, I can't determine what's happening." When even the all-knowing AI didn't know, Rip Hunter knew they were in serious trouble. "Captain, this resembles a nuclear fission reaction. Could one of the ship's reactors have gone critical?" Professor Martin Stein, the authority on nuclear physics, looked half-scorched. If even Firestorm's other half was feeling burned, the heat levels must have been monstrous. Rip wanted to scream. "We don't have nuclear engines. This ship runs on future tech." Still, it gave him a direction. "Gideon, damage report." This time Gideon replied faster. "Captain, engine room integrity down 17%. Quantum neural arrays heavily compromised. Switching to manual control. Propulsion status unknown, recommend Mr. Jackson inspect immediately. Also." The AI went on and on, listing failures like a doomsday countdown. Just when Rip was about ready to collapse, its tone shifted. "Captain, I have one good news item, and one bad." "Bad news first," Rip said through gritted teeth. He knew Gideon too well, best to brace for the worst. "The bad news is that due to uncontrolled energy leakage, our cloaking field has collapsed. The moment we arrived in this timeline, Vandal Savage detected us." Rip exhaled, almost laughing. Fine. He could live with that. If the ship was going to explode anyway, did it really matter whether they died unseen, or went out in a blaze visible to the whole damn world? Chapter 160, Fusion. Blinding white light filled the world. Captain Cold squinted against the glare, forcing his voice through the heat. "So, what's the good news?" "The good news," Gideon replied evenly, "is that the light is so intense that Vandal Savage's troops can't lock onto our position. We've escaped their encirclement, for now. But if we don't locate the source of the light soon, they'll catch up." Even though the AI tried to sound calm, its words still dropped like weights into everyone's chest. Thea Queen, the undisputed culprit, had just stumbled out of her bloodline space when she heard their exchange. She'd been about to play dumb and pretend it had nothing to do with her, but apparently things had gotten a bit out of hand. She wasn't the type to dodge responsibility. Even if she hadn't known this would happen, she still admitted it. "Sorry, everyone, looks like this one's on me. I'll fix it right away." Thea Queen. Several voices answered at once, some confused, some alarmed, some just plain stunned. "Thea Queen, how did you even do that? Your current energy output is far beyond a 5-ton uranium chain reactor. It's completely outside the laws of physics." Professor Stein, eyes shut against the light, was still muttering formulas about nuclear to thermal conversion. "Professor, maybe focus on stopping her glowing before our ship burns up." Rip Hunter snapped, exasperated. He respected Stein's pursuit of truth, but not when the Wave Rider was seconds from turning into ash. Thea ignored their arguing. She'd already summoned Arthas. The two of them were synchronizing their minds, preparing for their first fusion. This wasn't like Professor Stein and Jax merging into Firestorm, two separate beings trying to sync. For Thea, both Arthas and the shadow inside her were parts of herself. Light didn't mean justice, darkness wasn't evil. They were just two manifestations of her existence. Fusion, for her, wasn't combination, it was amplification. Taking one aspect of herself and pushing it to infinity. Arcane syllables began to spill from her lips. Even on the edge of death, she still recited them clearly, her voice weaving through the air like mist. The others found themselves listening, hypnotized. The language was unintelligible, half whisper, half echo, but each word rang distinctly in their ears, as if someone were murmuring right beside them. Captain, Gideon reported, Miss Queen appears to be emitting a unique frequency of sound waves. They're generating an inert resonance. Save the science talk, Rip cut it off. He didn't care what it was, he just wanted it to stop before the whole world saw them glowing like a celestial lantern. Thea heard that, even mid-incantation, and nearly laughed out loud. If Gideon had a worldview, it would have shattered right then and there. Trying to explain magic with science, she almost pitted it. Magic, the language of demons. For centuries, humans had risked their lives to bring it into the material world. Countless mages had died communicating with the infernal realm. Some were madmen courting death, others had truly sacrificed themselves for humanity's strength. Through their efforts, the demonic tongue was finally brought to earth, giving rise to wizards, mystics, and sorcerers. Merlin himself hadn't created the art, but his contributions were monumental, records of his early trials still lay buried in the secret archives. The spell Thea chanted now was a refined version of those ancient rites. Unlike the old magic, its enchantment was muted, otherwise, anyone listening this close would have already gone insane. Come, my friend. Thea extended her right hand toward Arthas. Their eyes met. Arthas took 2 steps back and revealed her true form, a majestic unicorn nearly 3 meters tall, shoulder width 2 full meters. Silver mane rippled down her neck, a 30-centimeter horn blazing with ethereal light, wings unfolding from her sides in radiant arcs. Every movement of that powerful body carried a divine grace. Thea opened her arms wide. The unicorn didn't hesitate. She galloped forward, time and space dissolving into brilliance. Courage. Hope. Faith. They all flashed through Arthas's eyes as she charged. Thea nodded, steady and calm, embracing those noble traits head-on. A thunderous cry split the air. The unicorn's horn pierced straight into Thea's chest, merging them as one. The impact sent her stumbling back 2 steps, but what followed was beyond comprehension. Magic. Endless, boundless magic. It surged from her soul, her mind, her flesh. Her blood turned golden, every vessel pulsing with power. She felt unstoppable, no, invincible. If the old measure of strength had been 10, now it was 1,000. She thought of Superman, wondering if he'd ever gone all out. At this moment, she was certain she could surpass even him. Maybe not crush him outright, but she'd win the fight. Confidence flooded her chest. She wanted to punch Superman, kick Cyborg, elbow Martian Manhunter into orbit. Unfortunately, that triumphant mood lasted all of 10 seconds. Beautiful, isn't it? Feels good, right? Go ahead, use it while you can. Arthas's voice echoed inside her consciousness, now back in human form, lazy and teasing. What do you mean? Thea frowned. We're practically unstoppable now, why kill the vibe? The mysteries of time go far beyond your imagination, Arthas said slowly, her tone turning serious. No one cheats time for free. You gained this power early, an accident of this timeline. But if you return to your original time, it'll all revert. Of course, you could always choose not to go back. She said it carefully, each word deliberate. Go back and lose it all, or stay here and rule the world. Thea hesitated for only a second before deciding. She had to go back. Her family, her friends, they were there. Everyone from this era was already dust. What was the point of being invincible with no one left to share it? She sighed. Fine. At least I got a taste. Maybe she'd reach this level again someday. Don't worry, Arthas said with a smirk. You and I share the same life now. We'll live at least 4,000 years. Thea blinked, then laughed. 4,000, huh? By then, even the tree on Superman's grave will have died of old age. Perfect. Chapter 161, The Name of the Fusion. Even while her mind wandered, Thea's hands didn't stop. She kept chanting, steadily drawing back the loose energy swirling through the cabin. Absorbing it straight into her body wasn't an option, that power was too violent, unrefined, and unstable. She wasn't suicidal. Captain, Miss Queen has stabilized the energy source. We're in the clear, Gideon announced, its tone returning from urgent to its usual calm neutrality. Yeah, well, I still can't see a damn thing. It's all white out there. Rip Hunter's nerves were hanging by a thread. If he'd known this was how it'd turn out, he'd rather eat a time core than let Thea board his ship. She was the very definition of trouble magnet. Thea, meanwhile, was busy etching a magic array across the deck. Such an immense burst of energy demanded something equally high-level to contain it, and all of this knowledge had come as a bonus package from Arthas during their fusion. She was figuring it out as she went. Progress was, predictably, slow. "Don't panic." "Almost done," she called back. God knew when she'd actually finish, but telling the truth would have made them panic harder. Sometimes hope was better than honesty. Thankfully, as time passed and she completed a few basic contraction circles, some of the energy bled harmlessly into the atmosphere. The rest, she drew back inside herself a little at a time. At last, the legends felt themselves returning from heavenly radiance to the ordinary world. That was when the difference in each person's power level became painfully clear. Sitting closest to Thea were Professor Stein and Jax, and being Firestorm's two halves, their resistance to heat and radiation was absurdly high. When the light faded, both men simply rubbed their eyes and sat up, good as new. Kendra Saunders, the ever-dazed hawk girl, wasn't exactly a powerhouse, but she had once been a priestess of Horus. Maybe she'd absorbed a few divine leftovers in those old temple days, because her resistance to weird conditions was remarkable. Blinking around in confusion, she still had no idea what had just happened. The rest weren't so lucky. Ray Palmer had his atom suit on standby. The instant things went wrong, he'd snapped it on. Thermal filters, ionic stabilizers, polarized lenses, all systems online. Among the normal humans, he recovered the fastest. Those without tech or powers, though, were toast. Sarah Lance and Rip Hunter, farther from the blast, were disoriented but stable. The Central City duo, however, had been sitting just one seat away from ground zero, and paid for it. Heatwave, built like a tank, had the natural advantage of a pyromaniac. He was drenched in sweat but still conscious, glaring at Thea with wide, half-terrified eyes. His partner wasn't so lucky. Captain Cold, who, frankly, wasn't built for extreme anything, looked half dead. This was the guy who wore a parka in July. His body chemistry screamed fragile. Now he'd taken the full brunt of an energy wave with no radiation, no blast shock, but enough raw force to cook steel. His breathing was shallow, his pupils rolled white, his usual icy composure gone completely. Gideon. Prep the med bay, now. Heatwave didn't even bother arguing anymore. He scooped his partner up and barreled down the corridor toward the infirmary. Thea wanted to say, "Hey, I've got healing spells, one zap and he's fine." But considering she'd just nearly nuked their ship, she decided silence was the better PR strategy. Head down, she went back to drawing circles, arrays. Phew. 5 circles later, the raging energy was finally contained. A bit of purification, and she'd be able to reuse it later. Finishing her work, Thea stood and gave the team a sheepish bow. She'd caused enough chaos to owe them at least an apology. Thankfully, being Oliver Queen's sister came with perks. Rip Hunter still looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, but he grudgingly accepted her apology. Heatwave was off tending to his partner. The rest, heroes all, had hearts big enough to forgive. Or maybe they were just used to disasters. After all, Barry Allen once reset the entire timeline and people still had him over for dinner. If a villain had pulled something like that, the fighting would have started 5 minutes ago. But being on the Justice side came with infinite tolerance. As long as you were in the club, everyone was very understanding. It also helped that Thea's energy looked like sunlight. Light attribute, the friend of justice. Such was the Western world's narrow little logic: light equals good, dark equals evil. If Superman spent his nights lying in a graveyard absorbing ghost energy, he could save the world every morning and they'd still call him a menace. People loved judging the universe by their own bias. If it fit their idea of good, it was good. Otherwise, it must be evil. Thea didn't comment. As long as she was the one benefiting, she had no reason to correct them. So. Thea, Sarah Land said, squinting at her, "What's with your outfit? And your hair?" Everyone turned, and blinked. Her red Kevlar suit was gone. In its place stood something completely different, an armor of gold and crimson. The shoulder guards gleamed like molten sunlight, lined with red silk beneath and etched with shifting runes. On each shoulder, 2 tiny crossed swords glimmered like emblems. Golden bracers, breastplate, every piece regal, radiant, commanding. Her lower half was wrapped in a red battle skirt trimmed with gold leaf plates, moving like a phoenix's tail. The legend stared. On a ship full of futuristic tech, Thea looked like she'd stepped straight out of a myth. The contrast was jarring. They didn't need to say it out loud, seriously. Full fantasy armor. On a time ship. Of course Thea noticed. According to Arthas, this rather flashy armor came free of charge. Automatic appearance during fusion, automatic disappearance after diffusion. Oh, and the unicorn had one more helpful suggestion. Since we fused, shouldn't we merge our names too? How about Thearsa's? Thea spat her drink all over her inner consciousness. The hell we will. My name sounds fine as it is. Thearsa's. What's next, Sylvanas? You trying to curse me early or what? She refused, flatly, absolutely, once and for all. Chapter 162, Captain Cold's Awakening. Rejecting the merge entirely wasn't impossible, but outright resistance risked lowering synchronization. So Thea had to compromise, just a little. For instance, the silver-white cape now trailing dramatically behind her. Yes, a cape. A long, sweeping, floor-length cape. She repeated it to herself 3 times, because it still felt unreal. Like it or not, she had to admit it, she was now officially one of those heroes. A cape-wearing one. To be fair, it was gorgeous, something between a divine robe and a Navy admiral's coat. The back was embroidered with gold thread patterns forming a winged unicorn soaring across the heavens. When she'd sneaked a look earlier, Thea had to admit, it was tastefully done, powerful and majestic. If it had been some cutesy cartoon pony drooling rainbows, she would have refused to wear it even at gunpoint. Actually, Thea said aloud, glancing over her shoulder as if showing off, this is our family crest. It's sort of like Professor Stein's fusion, I merged with a mythical being, and this came with the package. She turned so they could see the unicorn symbol clearly. Believe it or not, that's the truth. The others took one look and collectively exhaled. A unicorn, the legendary creature of purity and light. Clearly, Thea was still on the side of the angels. That was all they needed to hear. Thea wiped away a non-existent bead of sweat. Thank God it was a unicorn, if it had been an octopus or something, they'd have grilled her for an hour. Rip Hunter, seeing her stabilized, carefully ordered Jax and Professor Stein to check for ship damage. Thea's little incident had nearly torn the Wave Rider apart. Even Gideon, who never stopped talking, had gone quiet, a sure sign of trauma. While the others got to work, Heatwave returned, pushing Captain Cold back into the room. Not on a stretcher, thankfully, the man was pale but breathing. It turned out he wasn't fatally injured at all. As a normal human, years of exposure to his own cold gun had taken a toll on his cells, but Thea's light had actually burned away much of the lingering radiation. Several damaged tissues had even begun regenerating. So, technically, he'd profited from the blast. That alone was enough to keep him from mouthing off again. Still weak, he slumped into his seat, eyes closed, conserving strength. What he didn't realize was that Thea could see what was happening to him, literally. Her spiritual sense, amplified beyond human limits, picked up every microscopic shift within sight range. She could feel the subtle fusion of his cells with the remnants of the freezing energy inside him. She frowned, thinking for a moment, then walked up to him. Your cells. Back off. Heatwave barked before she could finish. Thea froze, then slowly turned her head toward him, her eyes narrowing. Again. You want to run that by me, she said softly. The air around them shimmered. Loose objects rattled in midair, caught in invisible ripples. Even the oxygen seemed to thicken. Captain, I'm detecting, Gideon began. Shut up. Thea snapped. She said nothing more, just stared at Heatwave, calm and cold as starlight. Right now, she could crush every being in this room, including the AI, without breaking a sweat. Heatwave wasn't stupid. The look in her eyes was enough to make most people's souls try to leave their bodies, but he had one redeeming trait, sheer, bull-headed stubbornness. He met her glare squarely. His message was clear, you can kill me, lady, but I don't kneel. Don't. Sarah Lance jumped between them, grabbing Thea by the arm. Truth be told, she wasn't trying to restrain Heatwave, he wasn't that suicidal. He hadn't moved an inch. Sarah's future feats earned her plenty of respect, and Thea let out a sharp exhale through her nose, standing down. She turned away from Heatwave, addressing Captain Cold instead. You should run a full check, she said coolly. Your genetic chain's mutating. If I'm not mistaken, you're about to awaken as a metahuman. And with that, she walked off and sat down, leaving the room in stunned silence. What? Captain Cold blinked, head still pounding. Moments ago, his best friend had almost died picking a fight with a demigod, and now this glowing girl was telling him he was evolving. He tried to ask her to clarify, but Thea ignored him completely. So he did the only thing he could think of. Gideon. Yes, Mr. Snart, the AI replied smoothly. Miss Queen's assessment is correct. Your genetic structure is undergoing a mutation. However, there is no reference for this specific pattern in my database. I apologize. You don't even know. Snart muttered, running a hand down his face. He looked around the cabin. Ray. Too busy gawking. Sarah. Hesitant. Stein. Talking to himself about energy resonance. Jax shrugged. Kendra staring at the unicorn embroidery like it might start talking. Yeah. Nobody here had a clue. Finally, he met Sarah's eyes and jerked his chin toward Thea. The meaning was obvious, you talk to her. She listens to you. Sarah hesitated. Was her relationship with this version of Thea even worth anything? The woman sitting there was miles apart from the moody teenager she remembered. After a moment of internal debate, she sighed and started toward her, only for Thea's voice to cut through the air, perfectly clear. There are two options, she said, not even turning her head. 1. Let the genetic structure stabilize naturally. It'll take about 3 years. 2. She finally glanced up, her tone matter of fact. I can use concentrated high-energy light to accelerate the fusion between his cells and the cold radiation. But it'll cost him a few years of lifespan. Your call. Sarah and Snart exchanged looks, both falling silent. Before they could respond, Rip Hunter nearly leapt out of his seat. Miss Queen, you're not going to unleash that light again, are you? Her faint smile was answer enough. The poor captain nearly fainted. You've got to be kidding me, he thought. His ship was already half ruined, another blast and they'd be traveling through time in ashes. But he couldn't exactly forbid it, either. Cold, heat wave, and Sarah weren't just crew, they were the team's frontline fighters, its brains in combat. Without them, he'd be left with 2 bumbling scientists, a rookie mechanic, and a barista-turned-bird girl. Metahuman abilities, he muttered under his breath. Of course. Why not? If he tried to stop them, he'd lose their loyalty, and maybe his ship in the process. So, for now, Rip Hunter did what he always did best. Smiled through his panic and tried to negotiate with destiny. Chapter 163, Vandal Savage's Ruthless Gambit. People, maybe we should move first. Rip Hunter said, rubbing his temples. Before Vandal Savage's goons catch up. We can talk experiments after we're not being hunted. No one objected. Even Captain Cold was busy weighing his odds, was trading a few years of life worth gaining powers he might naturally develop anyway. Once they agreed to regroup, Rip cleared his throat and got serious again. Our target tonight is Vandal Savage. We'll strike during his public rally. Miss Queen, he turned toward Thea, any advice? Thea's lips twitched. Advice? For that guy. She was honestly getting tired of these ancient immortals who'd lived for millennia yet still hadn't learned anything useful. 4,000 years of life, and the man's greatest achievement was throwing knives. That was it. Even Ra's al Ghul had better career highlights. At her current power level, she could literally blow on him and turn him to dust. The difference was that vast. Strategy. Pointless. Still, she hadn't forgotten how Gideon had played her earlier. If she swooped in and one-shot Savage, the legends would just stand there taking the credit and looting the boss drop. No way. Then again, returning to her original timeline would strip her powers away, might as well enjoy them while they lasted. That urge to fight it out, to feel the power burn through her veins, drowned out the irritation. I'll go with you, she said lightly. Her tone, however, was not up for debate. Rip almost jumped for joy. He didn't even pretend to argue, having a walking supernova on his side sounded great. By nightfall, Rip led Sarah, Heatwave, and their level 999 tag-along, Thea Queen, toward the rally site. Even though her solar energy dimmed slightly after sundown, Thea's baseline was so absurdly high that it hardly mattered. Captain Cold had wanted to join too, but Thea's casual remark, "You can't touch your freeze gun," made him instantly decide to sit this one out. Before departure, Rip tried to scrounge up a few guard uniforms for infiltration, but Thea waved him off. No need for that. She traced several glowing sigils in the air. Thin streaks of transparent light sank into their bodies one after another. Rip, Sarah, and Rory looked down at themselves, no visible change. The darkness hides, but so can light, Thea explained patiently. My spell bends illumination around you, it continuously absorbs and redirects light. As far as anyone else is concerned, you're invisible. They still looked skeptical, so Thea elaborated with a smile. You'll get used to it. Rip, still not convinced, jogged back to the ship and had Gideon scan him with every kind of sensor imaginable, infrared, X-ray, quantum imaging. All came back the same, no readings detected. He just stood there, staring at the results. Invisibility by sunlight refraction. Science had officially given up. Accepting defeat, he rejoined the others, and they moved out, though his detour cost them a few precious minutes. By the time they reached the coordinates, they were running. Correction, 3 of them were. Thea was flying. And enjoying every second of it. She had 2 flight modes. 1, using the unicorn's wings, majestic, but it looked a bit too much like Hawkman cosplay. And 2, lifting herself purely by manipulating her own energy field. Crude? Maybe. But stylish as hell. She struck the classic Superman pose midair, zooming through the night, trails of golden light forming phantom shapes behind her, AV formation one moment, a straight line the next. Oh, this was fun. No wonder Superman and Supergirl were always smiling. Flying was pure euphoria. Down below, Rip and his crew were sprinting, gasping for air. Thea almost felt bad, almost. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a quick wind step charm. A gust of enchanted air surged around them, followed immediately by a chorus of crashes and curses as they stumbled from the sudden boost. But the team were seasoned fighters, they quickly adjusted, harnessing the speed. They arrived right on schedule. On stage, Vandal Savage stood under blinding floodlights, his arms raised dramatically. Tonight, he thundered, we stand at the edge of history. Past victories are but shadows, but only by winning this final war shall we be remembered forever. For glory. For immortality. Below him stretched a sea of black, hundreds of followers in matching dark armor, rifles at the ready, saluting him like a cult. Thea couldn't help muttering. If they start chanting Hail Hydra, I swear I'm leaving. The setup was painfully familiar. A fanatic crowd, a deranged leader, dramatic lighting, it was like someone had photocopied Red Skull's rally script and handed it out at the door. Still, spotting Savage was easy enough. Among the mass of masked soldiers, only 2 people stood barefaced, a man and a woman at the front. Given the man's wild beard and grand gestures, there was no question who he was. And considering Savage's lifelong obsession with Kendra Saunders, the woman beside him had to be her stand-in for this lifetime. Is that big bearded guy our target? Thea whispered. Rip's expression darkened. He didn't answer, just gave a short, grim nod. All right, Thea said simply. I'll grab him. Wait here. Before Rip could protest, she was gone, shattering the sound barrier as she streaked through the night sky. In the blink of an eye, she was before Savage, fist cocked, pulling her punch down to a mere 10% of her strength. To his credit, 4,000 years of survival instinct kicked in. His brain hadn't even processed the threat yet, but his body, his body, had already dropped flat with a perfect combat roll. Thea's gentle strike whiffed past him and hit the soldier behind instead. The man didn't even scream. He simply stared down at the massive, smoking hole in his chest, blinked once, and collapsed. Blood gushed only after he hit the ground. Move. Savage shouted, seizing the woman beside him. He pulled a small device from his pocket and slammed his thumb on it. Boom. 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 Explosions ripped through the plaza one after another. Thea's enhanced senses caught fragments of chaos, bodies, rubble, fire, all rising in a wave of destruction. For an instant, she froze, not in fear, but realization. So that was it. He hadn't seen through her invisibility spell. He hadn't detected Rip's team at all. He was gambling. Counting on her to act like every hero before her, to save the innocents first. Even his timing was perfect. By sheer guesswork, he'd played right into the superhero's moral reflex. And damn it, he'd guessed right. Sarah and Rip were still down there. They had to be saved, no matter what. Heat wave. He could probably handle himself in the fire. But Sarah, Rip, those 2 didn't stand a chance. Thea clenched her fists, fury and adrenaline flaring like solar fire. Fine. If he wanted to see what light could really do, she'd show him. Chapter 164, Breaking the Gate. Thea shot Vandal a contemptuous glance, then turned and streaked back toward the blast site in a golden blur. Behind her, Vandal Savage burst into wild, triumphant laughter. He slammed his hand onto a concealed switch, a section of wall split open, revealing a narrow hidden passage. Seizing the woman beside him, he dragged her down the corridor at a run. Heatwave and Rip were easy to find, but Sarah. Not so much. The scene was absolute chaos, dust and smoke and bodies everywhere. It took Thea a full 3 minutes of searching before she spotted the petite blonde half buried under a collapsed human pile. She yanked Sarah out, checked her pulse, still breathing. After hauling the 3 unconscious legends to a relatively safe spot, Thea stood still, surveying the devastation. Something about all this gnawed at her. This level of ruthlessness, it didn't fit. The man had willingly blown up his own loyal followers without hesitation. He had to have planned for interference long in advance, otherwise, who plants that much explosive under their own troops? Even for a lunatic, that was extreme. After him. Rip barked, fired up with a zeal that almost looked heroic. He ordered Rory to carry the unconscious Sarah back to the Wave Rider for treatment and charged after Thea to pursue Vandal. Thea took one look at the tiny pistol in his hand and nearly sighed out loud. So this was it, he'd seen how powerful she was and decided to latch onto her like an XP leech. His enthusiasm was almost too sincere. Still, fine. She didn't fear anyone here. The faster they wrapped this up, the sooner she could go home. They followed the trail to where Vandal had vanished. Thea's magical senses found the secret trigger quickly enough, but when the hidden door opened, what lay beyond stopped them both cold. A massive metal gate, seamless and smooth as mirror glass. I don't see a lock anywhere, Thea said after a quick scan. No mechanism, no latch. It's one-piece construction, single use. Once it closes, it never opens again. She probed it with her magic, searching for any kind of responsive field, nothing. No password input, no retinal scanner, no pressure plate. It was literally a wall of alloy, designed to stay shut forever. What kind of maniac spends centuries perfecting a one-time door? Did this guy spend all 4,000 years obsessing over escape routes? Blowing up his men and sealing himself in with a disposable bunker? What even goes on in this man's brain? Rip ran his hand along the surface, frowning. It's a boron nitride composite, reinforced with osmium. Entirely cast in one piece. He turned to her. Can you break it? This is the strongest metal blend of the 22nd century. You're asking me? Thea wanted to say. Who else would you ask? Suppressing a groan, she circled the site twice, mapping the layout through magical resonance. Her findings weren't encouraging. The underground structure was colossal. The outer shell was solid rock, the inner layer, some advanced alloy she couldn't even name, and at the core, the same absurd metal as the door. It was basically a giant turtle shell. When she relayed her scan to Rip, she added flatly, any chance your ship's got something that can punch through this? Rip immediately radioed the Wave Rider. Gideon's answer came back less than reassuring. In theory, yes. In practice, we are currently being pursued by a 200-meter-tall, emerald-green combat robot. So, you're on your own for now. The dashing old captain spread his hands helplessly. I tried. Your move, heroine. Thea exhaled through her nose. This wasn't the glorious battle she'd wanted, it was demolition work. All right, she muttered inwardly, let's see what we've got. She reached out mentally. Hey. You awake? Came the sleepy voice of Arthas in her mind. Get up. We've got a bunker to break into. Do we have any weapons besides this armor? I'm a unicorn, not a lion, the spirit replied indignantly. A creature of peace. My horn is my only weapon, and you can't use it yet. Our fusion rate's too low. Right. That. They'd talked about it before. Deeper fusion meant total synchronization, her fully adopting the unicorn's pure worldview. Thea had rejected it outright. She wasn't about to turn into a sparkly, sunshine and rainbows paragon of righteousness. She liked herself just fine. So, no weapons. Fine. Time to improvise. Punching it barehanded would work, eventually. But she wasn't Superman. It'd be messy and dumb. She needed something smarter. Few beings fought using light as a weapon, but Thea's memory sparked with an idea, from a very different universe. The Navy Admiral Kizaru, his heavenly cloud sword. Left hand braced against her right wrist, she began gathering photons, condensing them into her palm. The air shimmered. A glowing orb of raw energy pulsed in her grip, the brilliance intensifying as she compressed it further. Transparent light turned gold, then gold to a molten white, arcs of electricity dancing along its surface. That's enough, she judged. Push it further and she'd blow her own arm off. She gently stroked the sphere, then pulled her hands apart, stretching it into a blade. In half a minute, a blinding longsword of condensed sunlight hung in her grasp. Thea gave it a few test swings. Too light, but good enough. Captain, she said, glancing over her shoulder, stand back. Then she took off. She flew nearly 2 kilometers out, pivoted midair, and leveled the blade before her. Energy surged. She streaked forward like a meteor. The sonic boom came first, the explosion of air pressure following in her wake. Then came impact. The blade struck the metal door dead center. The earth itself shuddered. Light split the darkness, and the roar of impact rolled across the landscape. When the dust settled, the door still stood, but it now bore a crater 2 meters wide and half a meter deep. The sword had shattered on impact, disintegrating into golden fragments. Thea stood amid the haze, rubbing her head, grimacing. Her conclusion, this door is ridiculous. Its thickness might actually match its height and width. A perfect 3-meter cube of nope. Fine, she muttered. Smashing it is stupid. I'll just dig through. Summoning another blade of light, she started carving into the damaged spot, chipping deeper, meter by meter. She didn't know it, but inside that supposedly impenetrable fortress, Vandal Savage was close to despair. The underground vault had been a masterpiece of engineering. His most brilliant architects had spent decades designing it, mobilizing half a city's workforce and wealth to build it. The cost was beyond measure. And yet, that one strike had nearly torn it apart. The entire chamber trembled, dust raining from the ceiling. His confidence, his pride, collapsed with the shaking earth. The sensors confirmed his worst fear: the gate's integrity was already down to 45%. The enemy was moments away from breaking through. He'd faced powerful foes before: gods, monsters, immortals. But those heroes were supposed to be long dead. So who was this girl? Where in all of time and space had she come from? Chapter 165, Descent of a Deity. As Thea's blows hammered the blast door faster and faster, Vandal grew visibly agitated. His eyes went hard and feral. In a blur of motion, knives flashed, thud, thud, and every staffer in the room dropped where they stood. He spared only the woman at his side. "Father, what are you doing?" the woman asked, stunned, staring at the men she had worshipped all her life. Vandal stepped forward and pulled her into a tender embrace. He whispered at her ear, voice low and soft, "I'm sorry, my daughter." The warmth in his gaze snapped cold. A dagger etched with strange grooves drove into her abdomen, twisting twice. Why? Confusion clouded her eyes as she crumpled, blood pooling out beneath her. "I never wanted this, but it is your fate." Vandal turned away, eyes shut, shoulders lifting once, then his expression settled back into iron. He hauled a young man out from a side chamber, unconscious, limp. If the legends had been here, they would have recognized him instantly: Hawkman, Kendra's lover, now in his 207th reincarnation. For the legends, only months had passed since his last death. For Vandal, it had been a solid century. He'd spent 30 of those years finding this young man. With the pounding at the door growing louder, Vandal stopped hesitating. He dipped a finger into his daughter's blood and began sketching an intricate array across the floor, line upon meticulous line. Minutes bled away. His daughter's breathing halted entirely, the bright red draining from her body turned a dull, clotted maroon. At last, just before the blood thickened too far to move, the array was finished. Vandal was gasping. This work had devoured his focus. Even with 4,000 years of experience, his hand had trembled. But it was done. "The blood of my kin," he intoned, beginning the first movements of the rite. As his voice flowed into the sigils, the blood-drawn pattern came alive, threads of light flickering through its channels. Outside, Thea felt the shift immediately. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. The air itself bristled, birds exploded from the surrounding trees, fleeing all at once into the night. "Keep digging or stand off and watch." She flicked a glance toward Rip Hunter. Rip couldn't sense a thing, but they still came to the same conclusion: a wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Fall back and observe. If the enemy's about to pull a mutually assured destruction trick, better to be somewhere else. Worst case, they time jump again. Not a big deal. Vandal had no attention to spare for retreating foes. The rite had entered its second phase. "The blood of my kin, the life of my sworn enemy, balanced on the scales," he cried. "I, Vandal Savage, High Priest of Horus, beg my lord's gaze." 10 minutes dragged by. Just as Vandal felt the rite begin to drink down his immortal life force, something answered. Somewhere far beyond the multiverse, a presence turned its attention toward him. A gaze, thin as a thread and barely there, perched on the knife edge between existence and absence, brushed the world. Praise. Permission. Encouragement, all mixed together. Vandal was nearly spent. Life had poured out of him in torrents. Any normal man would have died thrice over. Rage flashed hot: 4,000 years without calling you once, and this is how hard it is. Are you even capable? But the arrow was already knocked. Hands shaking, he took the final step. He lifted a hand toward his left eye. Even now, hesitation pricked him. One does not trifle with gods. If he offered it up, that I would never grow back, not even after reincarnation. His delay sparked irritation in that distant gaze, pressure built, impatient, displeased. Teeth gritted, he plunged the blade in. Aya. Agony detonated behind his brow. He swayed but did not fall, flinging the bloody eye into the array. I offer my eye, he roared through raw throat, and beseech the Pharaoh's guardian, the symbol of kingship, the eye that spans the heavens, Horus, descend. Smite these fugitives from time, these breakers of the world's order. The last words came out as a ragged bellow. He was spent. The 40-year-old face he had worn for millennia crumpled into an 80-year-old's. 4,000 years unchanged, gutted in a single ritual. A daughter dead, an eye sacrificed, life force drained, he had paid dearly. Thea knew none of that. Even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. Because at that moment, even she was taken aback. An ancient cadence rippled through sky and earth. A thin, elusive hawk's cry spiraled down, not to her ears but into her mind, circling and circling. Even Rip Hunter, high priest of the Church of Science, saw the wrongness swelling and couldn't pretend otherwise. He didn't know what it meant, so he glanced at the one person who might, Thea. If it had been anything else, she might have shrugged. Her fusion had gifted her shards of unicorn lore, narrow and lopsided. But this she recognized. The unicorns might not mingle with gods, yet they heard the stories. She bit down on her molars, voice tight. That's a sign a god is descending. Somewhere inside Rip, a plate glass window shattered. A god. In the year 2166. With orbital weapons in service. What, had primary school been a lie? No one heard his silent scream. Thea kept her eyes locked on the sky. Above, the clouds had thickened into a dome of dense energy. Air scraped against itself with a sound like grinding steel, birthing jagged arcs of lightning. When the gathered power finally crested, talons, razor-sharp, punched through from the other side. Slow, straining, rending at something unseen, they tore a ragged mouth into the energy shell. Miss Queen, should we? Rip's earpiece crackled with Gideon's update. Adam had downed the giant mech at terrible cost, the Wave Rider was burning toward them for a tactical withdrawal. Thea wasn't in a rush. Measured against her now, if this was all the deity could manage, she wasn't sure she needed to be afraid at all. God was a title that dressed up a simple truth, a life form on a far higher rung than humans. On that ladder, Thea stood half human, half celestial, below, yes. But not cowed. Chapter 166, Descent of the God, Part 2. The divine pressure affected her a little, but not too much. Compared to Rip Hunter, whose lips were trembling so hard he could barely speak, Thea's composure radiated the aura of a true powerhouse. Captain, you go arrest Vandal Savage. He's right down there and already powerless to resist. As for this big guy, leave him to me. Thea actually laughed after saying that. Not because she remembered some joke, but because her soul was trembling with excitement. Her smile brimmed with battle spirit, blood boiling hot. Finally, a worthy opponent. A real, bona fide god. If she could fight such a being head-on, she could return to her timeline with no regrets. The unicorn sensed her overwhelming fighting intent and voluntarily released part of its control, allowing Thea's aura to surge even higher. Rip Hunter also knew there was no way he could stop either of them. Since they both wanted to fight, fine. You two go ahead. I'll go catch Vandal first. He commanded the Wave Rider to blast open the door. After only a few shots, the gate exploded inward. He ordered the Atom, Sarah, and Captain Cold, all seriously wounded, to stay behind and hold the ship. The remaining members, Firestorm, Heatwave, and Hawkgirl, followed him to capture Old Man Vandal Savage. The clouds overhead thickened. Despite unleashing every bit of its might, the god's talons could hardly break through the spatial barrier. Finally losing patience with divine dignity, a massive leg forced its way out of the rift, pushing and clawing to squeeze through. Thea naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Let the villain do whatever he wanted. No way. She wasn't that stupid. Yes, she believed she was justice itself, and thus her enemy was evil. She thought it, and she acted on it. After syncing with the unicorn, the emblem on the back of her cape changed. The original unicorn mark was replaced by two large characters, Justice. Anyone opposing her was a villain, or a wicked god. Should she rush up and kick him back in? Tempting idea, but no. The enemy's strength was unknown. If she got pulled in with him, she'd have nowhere to cry. If close combat was too risky, then ranged combat it was. Even though Thea now looked like a golden paladin in armor and helm, that was only appearance. The unicorn, for all its might, was still a magic-side creature of myth. Its power lay purely in magic. De Ece, Aegis Akasha. Thea began chanting the strongest spell from the unicorn's memories. Not only did she use the hand signs, but this incantation was far longer than any before. As the magic gathered around her, the air fell into absolute silence. She and Horus, who was forcing his way through the boundary, became two opposing whirlpools, each drawing in the world's mana with terrifying greed. Horus was no ordinary being. Feeling his own crisis, he pushed harder against the rift. A falcon's head emerged halfway through, his right eye gleamed with the boundless wisdom of a god, while his left eye burned with hatred and malice, fixing on Thea with a deadly stare. Even from a single glance, Thea, whose power had climbed to divine level, understood everything. Horus's left eye had once existed in the mortal world, later forged into the artifact known as the Eye of Horus. That artifact had been reclaimed by Horus himself and entrusted to Osiris for safekeeping. His current right eye was his true divine eye, meaning the left one must have been Vandal's sacrifice. Could his right eye be made into an artifact too? Thea couldn't help but wonder. That eye looked like it could see through all creation, truly tempting. Anything the god of the underworld once desired had to be far more valuable than scepters or orbs. No matter how this fight ended, she was determined to keep that eye. Worst case, she'd grab it and run. As for the left one, she'd graciously let him have it. Its hateful glare already made her feel she'd have nightmares just looking at it. After 3 minutes of chanting, the spell was finally ready. Perhaps because this was a world ruled by technology, the spellcasting felt awkwardly sluggish. Otherwise, Thea would never have struggled this much even on her first try. Blazing cloud art. She pointed toward Horus's half-emerged form, and a massive crimson cloud burst into existence, engulfing the god who was still trying to squeeze through. Within that cloud, immense heat and light energy built up, dozens of explosions erupted every second, and the released energy didn't dissipate. It was trapped, condensed, and exploded again, over and over. Theoretically, this cycle of explosions would continue endlessly, the energy compounding each time. The more the enemy was wounded, the more destructive the blast became. From the outside, the cloud was opaque, but as the caster, Thea could see everything. The god, for reasons unknown, boredom, arrogance, who knew, kept pushing forward, ignoring the explosions. A faint divine barrier shimmered around his body, fragile as candlelight in a storm, yet it somehow held amid the continuous blasts. Impressive. As expected, magic's power was greatly reduced against divine beings. This was something passed down in Merlin's bloodline. Apparently, her ancestor had once done something similar. Truly, a family tradition worth remembering. If area damage didn't work, then try pinpoint damage. As a modern woman raised on science, Thea's thinking was far more flexible than the ancients. This time she skipped the lengthy spell work. This was pure energy combat. Gathering all her light energy at her fingertips, compressing it again and again, she aligned her fingers and aimed at Horus, still standing there like a target dummy. Makankasapo. Yes, that's right. Thea thought this move looked exactly like a certain Demon King's signature attack from a famous comic, so she shamelessly borrowed the name. The principle was about the same anyway. A spiraling column of energy formed, feeding acceleration into the main beam. At first it moved slowly, too dense to travel fast, but it gained speed rapidly, breaking through the air. The distance between her and Horus was nearly 2 kilometers, yet under that spiraling acceleration, the beam almost tore through space itself. PSH. The beam pierced Horus's divine body, leaving a small hole the size of a human finger. For a god 5 or 6 meters tall, it wasn't a serious wound, but being injured by a mortal that he could not tolerate. The falcon head threw back in a roar of some unearthly language, and his entire body began to swell, as though he intended to forcefully descend into the world. Oh come on, I just shaved off a bit of his HP. You call this an overreaction? Thea muttered. She wasn't exaggerating, only a single drop of blood spilled from the wound, glimmering gold. The wound itself healed almost instantly, but that golden droplet fell, uncontrolled, to the ground. Divine blood. Thea's eyes followed the falling drop, temptation stirring. This was the kind of thing that launched protagonists to greatness, and it was her spoil of war. Still, diving for it like a greedy dog would be beneath her. She was fighting a god, after all. Even if he didn't recognize her as an equal, she had to at least look dignified. She carefully marked the landing spot of the divine blood and didn't pause, just kept firing. PSH. 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 3 more shots in rapid succession. Thea was utterly drained, and as for Horus, being used as a literal target dummy, he looked even worse. Chapter 167, Descent of the God, 3. Thea no longer had time to worry about where the divine blood had fallen. Surely, it was all within the same area anyway. The two of them were battling in midair. Earth's rotation wasn't nearly fast enough to make a difference. Huff, huff, she gasped heavily. The massive expenditure of both energy and spirit had already cut her combat power by at least 15%. After that flurry of concentrated attacks, she had to admit, she couldn't stop this deity from descending. Her strength hadn't yet reached the level of slaying gods like slaughtering dogs. Since he was determined to force his way through, she could only pay limited attention. Tracing a sigil with her hand, she summoned an owl and sent it flying toward the far-off impact zones. That divine blood mustn't fall into the hands of ordinary bystanders. There were too many stories like this in novels, 2 max-level bosses fighting till both were half dead, and some level 1 newbie running over to pick up the loot afterward. But Thea wasn't some selfless saint. She didn't even care about people from 2008, much less those from 2166. Whoever dared to compete with her for that divine blood, she'd fight them for it. She hovered silently in the air, regaining her strength. She wanted to face this god properly, fair and square. Fortunately, Horus was too busy at the moment to read minds. Otherwise, he would have roared, "You stabbed 4 holes in me, was that supposed to be fake?" Divine blood wasn't like human blood. Mortal's blood could gush out like a fountain, but divine blood wasn't nearly so flashy. Every drop was precious, some even tied directly to a god's divine authority or domain. In a sense, it was an important measure of a god's true combat power. If too much of it was lost, a god could even be knocked down from his divine throne, permanently fallen. Horus saw Thea quietly channeling her power and assumed she was building up for some devastating strike. Despite his disdain for mortals, he wasn't stupid. He knew that in his current state, he was basically a sitting target, and that golden-armored woman across from him could absolutely grind him to death. He didn't know that right now, Vandal Savage was being chased like a dog by Rip Hunter, nor did he know that his priests had failed him miserably. Even seeing his gods struggling, they still hadn't sent further support. Fury surged within him. If only he could recover a bit more of his strength, he could cross over from the slumber of the gods' realm into the material world. Seething with rage, he finally made up his mind to sever his link with his original divine domain and force his way through. With a thunderous roar, Horus's divine energy erupted uncontrollably. His already massive divine body swelled even larger. Yaah. Visible ripples burst outward in all directions. The sky, the earth, and even the seas trembled faintly. Around the world, countless eagles and hawks screamed into the heavens, and everywhere signs appeared. A true god, one who had survived the twilight of the gods, was once again descending upon the mortal realm. Thea, witnessing all this, could only curse aloud. Holy crap. Forget having your own background music, this guy's entrance effects were literally shaking heaven and earth. I am Horus, son of Osiris and Isis. I am the guardian of Letopolis. I am the god who governs justice and law in this world. You mortals shall bathe in the divine glory and supreme royal authority. Kneel before me, this is the grace of the gods. The only worthy offering of your pitiful lives. For this kind of self-introduction, where the other side listed off their entire family tree before fighting, Thea was just watching for entertainment. But when he started saying stuff about kneeling and pitiful mortals, she got annoyed. Wasn't that basically directed at her? So what, you think just because you're a real god, I should drop down and worship you? Hey, Birdman. This is a democratic society. Your monarchy system went extinct 4,000 years ago. Thea shouted back. She didn't dare get too close, judging from that hawk's head. Yeah, definitely an eagle head. She could guess this guy was probably insanely fast. Horus, 10 meters tall, jet-black skin, eagle-headed, bare-chested, with only a linen wrap around his waist, was stunned by her words. He blinked and asked, has the fourth dynasty ended? Thea nodded, thinking privately, you said it. Not just the Ming dynasty, even the Qing dynasty's long gone. Horus froze. His gaze swept the world around him. His divine sense scanned tens of thousands of kilometers in every direction. Millennia of human civilization and accumulated knowledge were laid bare before him. Shaking his massive head in faint dissatisfaction, he seemed somewhat disturbed by what he saw. Are you the mightiest of mortals? Then you are worthy to dwell beneath my throne. Kneel, and receive my blessing, an honor beyond your imagination. Now that Horus had grasped the world's changes, he felt a little lost. Some transformations he couldn't even judge as good or bad. But he was still a god. It wasn't he who should adapt to the world should adapt to him. Facing Thea, who had actually managed to injure him, this time traveler, he was irritated but also decided she might make a fine first follower for his new divine kingdom on Earth. In his mind, humans were weak and insignificant. For him to personally extend such favor, surely she'd kneel at once. As for why Vandal Savage had summoned him, Horus didn't care. Gods command mortals, not the other way around. Without a second thought, he'd already cast Vandal's will aside. Thea couldn't help laughing out loud. What's that supposed to mean? If tolerance were a virtue, this god's belly could hold an entire ship, but recruiting her before they'd even fought. Please. They hadn't even crossed blows yet. How could she possibly surrender just like that? And that tone of his, half speech, half song, was seriously giving her goosebumps. Scanning him repeatedly, Thea didn't sense that this so-called deity was all that strong. Aside from a flashy entrance and a theatrical voice, he didn't seem particularly special. In terms of raw energy, she was actually stronger. Despite his imposing figure, he felt heavily wounded, summoned before he'd recovered from some grievous injury. If she had to put it in game terms, this guy had max HP and mana capacity, but right now his HP bar was a sliver, and his MP was basically empty. Against Thea, who was at full health and full mana, the fight's outcome was far from certain. She didn't bother talking anymore. There was no point, they weren't even speaking the same language spiritually. Gathering her magic, she focused her will, preparing to test herself against this so-called god. Her suddenly surging aura caught Horus off guard. Wait, what? Wasn't she supposed to kneel and thank him? Why did she look like she was about to start a battle? I've already forgiven you, girl, why make this so difficult? Still, divine dignity could not be mocked. Since she wanted to fight, so be it. Thea could clearly sense how weak he was, and of course, he knew it too. Being forcibly awakened from eternal slumber, his state was abysmal. Normally, even with the proper rituals, a mortal priest could only catch his attention at best. They didn't have the power to summon him directly into the world. Fortunately for him, Vandal Savage wasn't a normal human. By greedily draining Vandal's endless life force, Horus had managed, through tremendous struggle, to finally breach the boundary and step once more into the world that had long since forgotten the footprints of gods. Chapter 168, Divine Miracle. Horus's divine power had drained too much. Many of his high-consumption abilities remained sealed. He didn't seem to realize that his last surviving priest, who'd somehow lived 4,000 years, had long since been corrupted by the modern world. Down below, Vandal Savage, his legs stiff and his breath ragged, was cursing his so-called god under his breath. Move it. So this is what karma looks like. Rip Hunter barked, kicking Vandal forward. The old captain's emotions were a mess today, first near tragedy, then triumph. Nearly blown to hell earlier by Thea's makeshift nuke, that was the tragedy, and now finally capturing his lifelong nemesis, that was the ecstasy. He didn't care that Vandal was now old enough to ride the bus for free. Rip showed no mercy, dragging, shoving, and practically herding him back onto the ship like livestock. The Wave Rider shot up into the sky. It had to, staying grounded wasn't an option. Down below, Horus stood 10 meters tall, towering like a living monument. Across from him, Thea hovered at the same height, eyes locked on the god, her aura blazing. One spark, and the world beneath them would be gone. Is that a god? Still bruised and battered from fighting the giant robot earlier, Ray Palmer, the Atom, had just recovered enough strength to move. Supported by Hawkgirl Kendra, he hobbled toward the display screen, curiosity written across his face. He'd seen strange things in 2017 Star City, but nothing like this. His gaze lingered on the towering, majestic form of Horus, half in awe, half in scientific fascination. Maybe it was bad luck, or maybe his stare was a bit too bold. Even from kilometers away, through the layers of the ship's reinforced display, Horus's falcon eye flicked toward him. Divine power shimmered faintly in that single glance. Ray Palmer was, unfortunately, just an ordinary human, handsome and fit, sure, but that meant nothing before divine energy. Even at that distance, that single look hit him like a hammer. GHKK. He coughed up blood and collapsed instantly. What the hell are you looking at? Thea didn't yet realize her temporary teammate had just taken a divine hit for her, but Horus's brief distraction gave her an opening, and she wasn't one to waste it. The god's divine body resisted magic too well, and Mekankasapo took too long to charge up again. So Thea did what she did best, she went physical. Thankfully, this wasn't a video game, no silly restriction saying a mage couldn't fight in melee. Gripping the sword of Kusanagi, nearly 2 meters long, she lunged forward, striking like lightning. At first, Horus might have been holding back for the sake of divine dignity, parrying her strikes barehanded. That lasted all of 2 seconds. He soon realized arrogance had a cost, 2 more deep punctures opened across his chest. With a hiss of irritation, he finally summoned a golden staff from the void. Its head was shaped like a falcon spreading its wings. The staff of Horus. Thea's eyes caught the glint, fascination flickering, but also confusion. The staff was enormous, at least 8 meters long, and when Horus swung it, it blurred like a golden tornado. Wait, Vandal used this thing before. He's what, 180 tall? How the hell did he swing an 8-meter pole? It made no sense. Sure, divine artifacts could change size, but would a proud god like Horus really resize his weapon to fit a mortal? Not likely. Her thoughts vanished as she darted upward again, sword poised overhead, bringing down a strike straight at the god's head. Horus met her attack head-on, both hands gripping the staff, swinging upward. Clang. Both weapons shattered on impact, Thea's light sword bursting into shards like fragments of mirrored glass, while Horus's staff cracked in two, falling to the ground and melting into the sand. Huh. Thea blinked. So your staff's fake too? Energy construct, same as my sword. Great, we're both using knockoffs. She leapt backward immediately, giving herself distance. Reforming a light sword took a few seconds, while Horus could seemingly manifest his weapon at will. When it came to raw energy control, she was nowhere near these ancient deities. Human warrior, Horus's voice thundered across the air, do you wish to feel the distance between you and the heavens? Do you wish to see how shallow your existence truly is? Then behold the authority of a god. He didn't strike, he expanded. Divine power rippled outward like an invisible wave. Where it passed, skyscrapers crumbled, highways split apart, glass and steel melted into sand. In seconds, the modern cityscape became an endless desert. Waves of golden dust rolled through the ruins, some rising 100 meters high. Within the chaos, most of the city's people froze, blank-eyed, their minds overwritten. Their modern clothes faded into simple linen robes and rough skirts. A few still conscious survivors looked around in bewilderment, thinking it was some elaborate prank show. Foolish mortals, far too many of you remain awake. Horus's voice was a low growl. A pulse of divine energy rippled outward, commands written in light. Those under his control turned feral, their strength magnified. They grouped in 3s and 5s, dragging down the still conscious citizens and beating them to death. A few who clung to half-awareness were quickly cleansed by divine power, their eyes going glassy. Most never got the chance, they were torn apart by their own neighbors. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Thea stared in horror. The city below had transformed into a desert, its river now a green oasis. Low huts rose from the shifting sand, and the survivors, half-naked, wrapped in cloth, were kneeling, worshipping Horus. Seriously, she whispered. He just turned the city into ancient Egypt. At the city's heart, something even larger was rising, a massive golden pyramid, emerging from the ground like a mountain reborn. As it grew, the crowd's worship turned frenzied. Tears streamed down their faces as they screamed the god's name. Do you see now? Horus declared, voice echoing with divine triumph. This is the power of the gods, change, wrought at the very foundation of existence. A realm beyond your reach. He was pleased. Deeply, smugly pleased. To him, this was order restored. Those steel towers and neon lights from before, such chaos. Humans living hundreds of meters above the ground, looking down on a god. Unthinkable. Thea had to admit, his power was terrifying. Turning cities into deserts, rivers into oases, minds into worshippers, sure, with enough time and mana she could mimic the terrain part. Maybe even mass mind control through large-scale hypnosis. But changing living species. That was new. She literally watched dogs morph into camels, cats into leopards. Not illusions. Real, biological transmutations at the source level. That, she couldn't do. And that pyramid, still rising higher, stone by stone, from nothingness. How was he doing that? Converting energy into matter. Rewriting physical law. The questions piled up faster than she could process them. Enough. This was beyond her current level. Thea had already decided to retreat. Whether it meant returning to her own timeline or sticking with the legends for now, anything was better than fighting a literal god who could rewrite reality. A quick sweep with her psychic sense located Rip Hunter and the others, still hovering high above in the Wave Rider. She prepared to teleport aboard. Time for a strategic withdrawal. Chapter 169, Careful, I'm about to go ultimate. Thea, these people, we have to save them, right, Captain? Professor Martin Stein, righteous to the core, spoke up before Rip Hunter could answer. Having spent nearly 70 years under the banner of freedom and democracy, Stein could not stomach the sight of ordinary people being brainwashed into slaves. His lips trembled with outrage as he turned to Rip for support. Come on, you said we were here to save the world. You're not seriously planning to walk away, are you? Rip Hunter, with his neatly trimmed mustache, had no desire to interfere. All he wanted was to get his wife and son aboard the Wave Rider and leave this world behind. What happened afterward wasn't his concern. But Stein's expectant eyes left him little room to dodge. This was the pain of a so-called neutral man pretending to stand with the righteous, just as Thea had once been morally forced onto the team. Now Rip found himself unable to find a reason to refuse. Of course. That's exactly what I meant, Rip muttered, slapping on a fake look of conviction. Thea, do you have a plan? Stein pressed, now that the group had reached a moral consensus and all eyes turned to their main powerhouse. A plan? Hardly. These citizens had their very minds rewritten, every belief, every ideal erased by divine power. Even if they were saved, they'd need to rebuild their entire view of life and the world from scratch. Well. Thea was still searching for a polite way to suggest retreat when a voice echoed in her mind. Thea, we can't retreat. These humans need our help. It was Arthas, the unicorn's voice, her embodiment of purity and justice, speaking with absurd conviction. Thea sighed inwardly. Seriously? They were in fusion mode. If their thoughts weren't aligned, she literally couldn't move her body. Big sis, we can't win, okay? That god isn't bluffing. And we're not even from this world. He's not as strong as you think. His divine power is nearly exhausted. If you merge with me completely, we can overwhelm him. I am a divine creature, I still hold a trace of godly power. Add that to our magic, and together we'll outmatch him. Arthas always found an excuse to bring up deep fusion. And Thea, power-hungry as she'd recently become, always found herself tempted. Should I give up my human restraint? She wondered. On one hand, I'd gain divine experience, on the other, I'd just have to put up with a bit of cheesy heroic dialogue. Seems like an easy choice. Can I cancel the fusion anytime I want? Thea asked cautiously. The idea of being stuck in a permanent, holy crusader mindset terrified her. Of course. I am you, or rather, part of you. We are one. You can accept or refuse at will. Fine then. How do we do this, she said, finally making up her mind. Let's show this world what true justice looks like. The next second, a silver helmet materialized in her hands, smooth, gleaming, with a single radiant horn protruding from the center. She stared at it, dumbfounded. Wait, am I really supposed to wear this? And why does it look like the Lich King's crown in unicorn cosplay mode? Are you sure this won't mess me up? Less talking, more doing. That god's already rallying his troops. Thea exhaled deeply. Fine. Let's just hope this doesn't get too embarrassing. Bzzz. The moment she put on the helmet, the world fell silent. Countless emotions flooded her mind. Warmth of family, the embrace of a lover, the laughter of children, the serene peace of the elderly. A surge of purity welled from her soul. I can do this. No matter what thorns lie ahead, I'll cut them down. I am. Siltha's. Thea's voice fused with Arthas's, and the faint spark of divinity awakened within her. It was small, barely a flicker, but even the faintest divinity made all the difference. Evil God. You trample on the will of mankind. Today, I shall judge you. Bathed in golden radiance, Siltha stood in midair, pointing at Horus like a blazing sun. Her voice wasn't loud, yet every being within 10,000 miles could hear her perfectly. Naturally, the Legends team fell within that range, and exchanged dumbfounded looks. This makes no scientific sense, Stein muttered, stunned. How can I hear her from this far away? Still, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Even without Thea's earlier answer, her current action spoke volumes. She's a doer, not a talker, he thought with satisfaction. A true ally of justice. His scientific mind immediately kicked in, though, and he began mentally searching through acoustic and electromagnetic theories for a way to explain her regional broadcast. Nearby, Sarah Lance, fully recovered, watched the display screen with a complicated expression. This Thea was nothing like the one she'd known. The woman on screen radiated such divine authority that not even Ra's al Ghul or Damien Dark could match her for a single round. But while they watched in awe, the goddess herself was internally yelling. Shut up. Stop talking. Hey, get back here. Inside the shared consciousness, Thea and Arthas were chasing each other around like children. After some struggle, Thea finally seized partial control of her body again. She couldn't suppress the Chinibu theatrics entirely, but fine, she didn't need speeches. Fists would do the talking. She couldn't restore those brainwashed humans' original selves, but she could overwrite the rewrite. Using the trace of divinity within her as the core and channeling her vast magical reserves, Thea began to connect with the deepest part of her bloodline, the legendary resting place of King Arthur, the holy realm of Celtic myth, the sacred heart of the ancient Druids. Avalon. The mythical island of eternal bliss, the bridge between life and the hereafter, existing between reality and dream. Of course, pulling the entire Avalon into this dimension was impossible. Even Zeus would need half the Olympian Council to do that. This world was stubbornly resistant to divine magic, even Horus had nearly torn himself apart forcing his way in. At best, Thea could only summon a projection, a spiritual echo of Avalon itself. And that was enough. Avalon's essence was illusion and ideal, perfectly suited for projection. Thea extended a glowing hand toward a nearby lake and began to reshape the ley lines beneath it. Chapter 170, The Arrival of the Fantasy Realm. Avalon, the fabled Isle of Dreams, was a realm that refused to touch mortal soil. Its very existence demanded an environment beyond the laws of nature. Which meant Thea had to build one. She couldn't summon it to the ground, so she did the only thing possible, create a floating island herself, large enough to anchor the projection coming across time and space. Of course, the process was anything but subtle. When Horus reshaped the world earlier, it had been delicate, almost poetic, divine power woven with the precision of cosmic art. Every change, from the sand to the air, had been seamless. Thea, on the other hand, was a demolition crew with a magic license. Her mana was a tier lower, and her control was 8 streets behind his. So while Horus's miracles whispered into existence, hers roared like a full-scale construction site. Still, quality could be replaced by quantity. If fine control wasn't an option, then sheer power would do. Raw, violent mana poured into the earth. Soil split open, clouds of dust rose, and shockwaves rippled outward like miniature earthquakes. Within minutes, she had carved a floating island 30 kilometers long and 15 wide, over 200 square kilometers of airborne landmass. A literal continent wrenched from the ground. Lakes and forests fell from the sky in chunks, stones and mud tumbling like a rain of earth. It was chaos, majestic, magnificent chaos. Just as Thea finished reinforcing the island's edges, she glanced toward Horus and froze. The god wasn't attacking. Not even preparing to. He simply watched her work from afar, his golden eyes calm, perhaps even thoughtful, and gave the faintest nod of approval. Well, that was unexpected. Then again, perfectly in character. A true god wouldn't bother with sneak attacks. He saw mortals as ants, even Thea's power barely earned his curiosity. Fine by her. If the big guy wasn't rushing, she could take her time too. She focused on compacting the outer rim of the floating island. If the ground wasn't stable, the shock of Avalon's arrival would shatter it instantly. Everything was ready now. All that remained was to call the wind. She began to chant. This time, the incantation stretched long and slow, echoing through a world gone silent. Then, RRRR, rumble. At first it was a low vibration, but it swelled rapidly, shaking the air itself. Even Horus's massive pyramid quivered, sand rolling down its gleaming sides. His enthralled worshippers stumbled in terror, eyes wide and unfocused. The god's great falcon eye turned upward, just in time to see her raise both hands and shout. Return to me, Avalon, Isle of the Bronze Mist, eternal land of dreams. Her voice rang like thunder. Magic erupted from her body in waves of shimmering azure light. Ripples spread through the sky, and faint harp music drifted through the wind, joined by the distant, ethereal song of unseen sirens. The barren floating island changed before their eyes. Mist thickened, veiling the land in pearly fog. Through gaps in the haze, one could glimpse flashes of green forest, glimmering lakes, and, at the heart of it all, the silhouette of an ethereal palace floating between worlds. On the Wave Rider, the crew was struck speechless. Science had officially tapped out. Even Ray Palmer, the Atom, who'd been recovering from his earlier injury, was staring at the screen in utter disbelief. As a diehard fan of Arthurian legends, he recognized that name instantly. When Thea shouted it, loud enough for the whole world to hear, it hit him like a dream come true. Avalon, he whispered, eyes wide, heart pounding with fanboy awe. And then Thea's voice came through the comms, steady, righteous, commanding. Captain, everyone, I need your help to stop this evil god. Her tone was pure conviction. Even Superman couldn't have delivered a line that rousing. In that moment, she wasn't just Thea Queen, she was the living symbol of justice, the protector of human freedom. I'm in. Jax, let's go. Professor Stein didn't even hesitate. Decades steeped in liberal ideals and moral duty flared alive, this was his calling. Jax hesitated for a heartbeat. The scene outside looked like the literal apocalypse. 6 months ago, he'd been fixing cars, not fighting gods. But one look at his partner's determination, and he knew if he said no, Stein would probably jump with a parachute and a shotgun. So he nodded. Yeah, let's do this. The two merged in a flash of light, becoming Firestorm once more, and without waiting for Rip's permission, they blasted straight out of the hatch. I'm going too. Ray shouted, already pulling on his armor. Ray, your injuries. Hawkgirl started, alarmed. I'll be fine. The suit's got life support. He hugged her quickly and shot into the sky after Firestorm. Whether it was for justice or the chance to see his childhood legend up close, well, only he knew that part. Ray. Kendra ran after him, but it was too late. She stopped short in frustration, only to notice Sarah Lance watching her with a knowing smile. Send me down too. I'm helping. Ordinary heroes without powers had to rely on others even to get into the fight. It was frustrating, but Sarah's tone left no doubt she meant it. Rip sighed. If he played dead any longer, the team would mutiny. Fine. We're all going, he said, trying for authority. We're the legends, aren't we? Even the rogues of the group didn't protest. Who'd turn down a chance to fight in a literal myth? And it was mythic. Across the battlefield, Horus had assembled a full infantry phalanx, rows upon rows of sand-armored soldiers. Behind them marched massive falcon-headed giants, each 3 meters tall, echoing his own form. On Thea's side, knights emerged from the mist, riders in gleaming armor, shields bright as dawn. From swamps, forests, and haze they came, each armed differently, swords, axes, hammers, maces. It was divine war, old world style. Both commanders had chosen the same approach, an army-for-army clash. Horus relied on his divine control. Thea relied on infinite mana. Both radiated absolute confidence. The legends landed beside her moments later. Thea descended a little to spare their necks, hovering only a few feet above the ground. We're here. Tell us what to do, Rip said, the team lined up behind him. Thea studied them for a moment. To be honest, only Firestorm and the Atom were really suited for this fight. The rest, Sarah, Kendra, Cold, were brave, sure, but a god-level war. They were way out of their league. Her gaze drifted to Ray again, injured but wide-eyed, staring at the knights emerging from the mist, trying to recognize them. What exactly are you looking at, she thought dryly. Those were just projections. Outlines, not real people. Summoning actual Arthurian knights would have cost absurd amounts of power, and for what? Half of them probably wouldn't last 5 minutes against Sarah in a duel. Still, she couldn't just dismiss their help outright. She lifted a hand, channeling healing energy toward Ray. Let's patch you up for now. You can recover properly later. 10 seconds passed. He didn't even flinch. Thea rubbed her temples. He's not listening. Fine. Inspiration struck. How about this, she said, smiling. Each of you will take on the spirit of a knight of the round table. I'll anchor their souls to your bodies. The team barely had time to blink before Ray lit up like a Christmas tree. Wait, really? Me too. Why not? Thea said, amused. He had been the second to volunteer, and he was still fighting through injury. That kind of spirit deserved something special. She extended a hand toward the mist. A swirl of black smoke coalesced, rising like a wisp from Avalon's forest. She pointed at Ray, her voice ringing with power. Sir Gawain, your knight's soul is his. Light exploded across the field. Chapter 171, Close Quarters Combat. Ray hadn't even figured out what was happening before a cloud of black mist sprayed right into his face. Moments later, the fog dispersed. He was still himself, but the mischievous gleam in his eyes had dimmed, the slight hunch from years of research was gone, and he now stood tall and straight, his entire demeanor transformed. Ray flexed his arms and legs with visible excitement, then shouted gleefully. I know swordsmanship. And spear fighting too. Ha ha ha. Thea covered her face. Yep, still the same goofball. She could understand his excitement, though, this was quite a perk. If this were a game, he'd be bombarded with pop-ups like, proficiency gained, melee weapons, sword mastery, spear mastery. Given how obsessed he was with the Knights of the Round Table, this gift suited him perfectly, and probably aligned with the will of those heroic spirits as well. The magic she'd used was a dual-phase spell. The first step was the caster's selection process, the second depended on compatibility between the summoned hero and the recipient. If their traits didn't align, the inherited skills would be minimal. Looks like Ray matched Sir Gawain's archetype perfectly, tall, handsome, the textbook, prince on a white horse. Their attributes must have synced right up. Do any of you want it? Thea asked, glancing around at the others. With results like this, instant mastery of multiple combat skills, even she felt a little tempted. But, unsurprisingly, the rest declined. As Cold put it bluntly, I'm not a knight, and I don't want to be one. Thea's gaze swept across their faces, and yes, she had to admit, true knightly virtue was practically extinct among modern humans. The more knowledge people gained, the less reverence they felt. Facing a 10-meter-tall being radiating divine aura, most people would instinctively rebel against the mind control vibes. Her eyes suddenly landed on Hawkgirl, and Thea froze. You're not feeling anything strange? That shouldn't be possible. Kendra was Horus's priestess, likely the only one alive besides Vandal. She should have been summoned to his side immediately. Why wasn't she affected? That violated every principle of divine resonance. Caught off guard by Thea's sharp tone, Kendra blinked, thought for a moment, and hesitantly replied. I think I heard a voice whispering something, but it was really faint. I thought it was just stress or something. Did something happen? Hawkgirl had always been a little intimidated by Thea, and seeing her now, radiant with divine power, declaring war on gods, terrified her even more. It took every ounce of her courage just to answer. Thea was puzzled at first, but once she heard that the voice was faint, realization dawned. Horus had tried to summon his priestess right away, but her power was too weak. She couldn't even hear his full command, and the whole process collapsed before it began. Talk about dumb luck. Weakness had saved her life. Thea couldn't help but sigh. Just compare it to Vandal's fate after summoning Horus into the mortal world, that god wasn't exactly gentle with his followers. Or perhaps it wasn't malice at all, divine morality simply didn't match humanity's. To Horus, brainwashing mortals was for their own good. I just need a bit of your life force to descend into this world, isn't that a fair exchange for your existence? From such a perspective, conflict was inevitable. Professor, lead your team, we're taking down that false god. Captain, have the ship's weapons provide cover fire. Thea barked orders. Whether Horus liked it or not, she was labeling him an evil god first, a classic Justice League move. She knew he wasn't truly malevolent, more neutral than anything, but propaganda mattered in battle. As for the rest of you, join the ground assault. Comrades. For humanity's freedom and the will of democracy, strike down this false god. May peace reign eternal after today. After her rallying cry, Thea poured a massive surge of magic into the legendary team, granting each of them a light return spell. If mortally wounded, they'd instantly teleport back to her position. From a bird's-eye view, the battlefield below was neatly divided in two. To the east, Horus's army of brainwashed citizens, half-naked, in archaic gear, a chaotic mix of archers, spearmen, swordsmen, and even a few twin-horse chariots racing across the sands. On Thea's side, far fewer troops, but perfectly disciplined, organized into tight formations of shining knights. At their head rode Ray Palmer, encased in metal armor beneath his knight's plating, clearly living out his Rowan charge fantasy, sword raised as he gave a very theatrical pre-battle speech that looked straight out of The Lord of the Rings. Thea sighed. Is he role-playing right now? Are you ready? Horus's deep, resonant voice rolled across the battlefield. Ready to face your inevitable defeat? Thank you for giving me time to prepare, Thea called back. I will win. I stand for justice, for freedom. Humanity will never be slaves to the gods. By the end, she was shouting with all her strength. I admire your conviction, Horus replied evenly, but it is meaningless. Then he began to invoke divine power. Desert, rise. Let your sands obscure the light of the sun. The desert on his side began to seethe and churn. Great waves of yellow sand billowed upward, climbing to the skies and blotting out the sun. Hundreds of massive obsidian hawk-headed warriors marched in unison at the vanguard, followed by the armed citizens banging weapons against shields, advancing with thunderous momentum. Smart move, Thea thought. Cutting off my sunlight to weaken my power source. Clever, but useless. She drew on her magic, soaring 10,000 meters into the air. Spirits of wind in the sky. Spirits of earth beneath the soil. Creatures of the sea and the will of all free beings, heed my call. Let light and justice protect this land. Let the brilliance of humanity pierce this endless night. Let the world once again be bathed in light. Her incantation unleashed an overwhelming torrent of energy. Elemental beings from every direction surged forth, crashing into the towering hawk warriors in a cataclysmic clash. Charge, cried Ray Palmer, sword blazing, leading the knights in a wedge formation straight into the enemy ranks. Neither Thea nor Horus made another move. Their minds were locked on the battle below, a war not just of strength, but of belief. Miss Thea. Firestorm drifted up beside her, voice hesitant. Ah, isn't this a bit too much bloodshed? Thea glanced at him, impressive, he'd flown up 10,000 meters too. War always costs lives, she said flatly. But don't worry, mine are all conjured illusions. They'll respawn. His soldiers, though, once they fall, they stay dead. Chapter 172, The Dark Dragon Queen Takesis. With Thea pouring in a torrent of magic, Avalon's shimmering outline began to fade from the material plane, first the outer lakes, then the inner forests. As each region vanished, something vast and heavy began to take shape in their place, four colossal limbs, taloned and scaled, anchoring themselves onto what had once been her floating island. What is that? Thea stared up, stunned. The clawed legs suggested some kind of beast, but she had no idea what she'd just summoned. That was the problem with these high-level summoning spells, the results could be wildly unpredictable. Energy exchange summoning didn't follow any simple principle of equivalence. Sometimes what appeared was far stronger than what was sacrificed, and sometimes it was laughably weaker. In the memory she'd inherited from the Merlin bloodline, there was even a story of a grand archmage who, during a desperate battle in the Outer Realms, had managed to summon a cosmic plant from the edge of the universe. At first he'd been thrilled, its energy readings were high enough to slay gods and demons alike. Then he realized the problem, the thing couldn't move. He died not long after. At least I've got better odds, Thea thought grimly. The main plane attracted all living things, chances were high she'd pull in something truly powerful. As Avalon's brilliance faded completely, Thea pushed away the pang of loss and focused on her summoning circle. A human girl. Are you the one who called for me? The voice rolled down from hundreds of meters above. Thea looked up, and froze. Hovering there was a massive dragon with 5 heads, each a different color, red, blue, green, black, and silver-white. Its scales shimmered in ever-changing hues, waves of energy flickering across its body like living auroras. Yes, Your Highness, Thea said carefully, bowing slightly. May your wisdom's light pierce this endless night, and may the order of darkness break the stillness before dawn. It wasn't that she'd suddenly learned to be polite, she was just panicking a little. Because this wasn't just any dragon. This was a goddess. One of the ruling deities from a distant micro-universe. The Dark Dragon Queen Takesis, the many-colored one, the Void Reclaimer. Of course, Thea's power, even bolstered by the Avalon projection, couldn't possibly summon a true main god, not even one from a small universe. What she had likely done was pull through a younger version of Takesis, from an earlier point in the time stream, before she ascended to full godhood. Thank goodness for that. If the actual Dragon Queen had descended, it would have been the end. The gods of this world had all perished in Ragnarok, this was the age of mortals. A true main deity would have annihilated everything in 2166 with ease. At first, Thea had thought she'd just called up a dragon, she'd even half-jokingly imagined herself riding it into battle. But once she recognized who she'd summoned, that fantasy died instantly. Ride her. She'd be roasted in a single mixed-element fireball. Still, she was lucky. This version of the Dragon Queen was in her demigod stage, powerful, but not yet omnipotent, and with a temperament that could be reasoned with. Another god. Horus's distant voice rumbled across the battlefield. No, not quite. The falcon god had been startled at first. The raw pressure radiating from the newcomer was undeniable, but a closer look told him the truth. What stood before him was only a projection. The true body had not crossed over, and the being herself was still young. Even so, he couldn't back down now. When he had torn himself from divine slumber to descend here, he'd already decided there would be no retreat. Feeling the Dragon Queen's oppressive aura, Horus channeled his divine essence, unwilling to yield. Thea's magic could recycle, so could his god power. All across the battlefield, scarabs began to vanish, dissolving into threads of golden light that flowed back into Horus's body. Not on my watch. Thea shouted, triggering her contingency. Every elemental on her side flared brightly, red, yellow, blue, and more, and dove into the swarming insect tide, detonating in a chain of explosions. The sky and earth turned into a storm of multicolored fire, wiping out half the scarab sea. Horus's power-reclaiming process was violently interrupted. The god's expression hardened, his falcon eyes flashed with fury. That is not fair play, he thundered. In other words, you summon, unsummon, and explode entire armies at will. Have I ever interrupted your rituals? Where's your sense of balance, mortal? Thea winced. Okay, maybe she'd bullied this rather gentlemanly god a bit too much. Put side by side, his integrity really made her own moral flexibility look questionable. Your Majesty Horus, you are divine, and I am mortal. I'd say that makes things perfectly fair. Her voice stayed polite, even though her conscience stung a little. To her surprise, Horus actually nodded. You're right. I misjudged you. Thea covered her face in embarrassment. Seriously, why are you such a decent god? Now I feel bad. Fine then, no more words. Let action speak. My queen, she called, pointing forward, that's the enemy. She might not dare to ride the Dragon Queen, but giving commands was fair game. Otherwise, this wasn't summoning, it was inviting a guest of honor to destroy you. Takesis gave Horus a disdainful glance. A bird god. How utterly laughable. Then she spread her wings. Her 1,000-meter form blotted out the sun as her 5 heads opened their maws, belching fire, frost, sand, lightning, and light. The overlapping beams crashed toward Horus in a cataclysmic barrage. The falcon god's expression turned grim. He unleashed all his remaining power, body expanding and reshaping into a colossal golden eagle. With a single beat of his wings, he soared through the storms of energy, his talons lashing at the Dragon Queen. Insolence. Do you even know whom you challenge? Takesis's 5 heads moved in flawless coordination. 3 heads unleashed fireballs, ice lances, and sandstorms to block his strike, while the other 2 breathed beams of light and darkness, fusing them in midair into a single spiraling ray. At the exact moment Horus dove, the mixed beam slammed into his chest. Boom. The explosion rocked the heavens. Horus was hurled back thousands of meters, one iron-feathered wing torn open, gleaming feathers scattering like blades across the sky. Whoa, how come there's no divine blood? Thea murmured, watching intently from below. The Dragon Queen's reputation was clearly well-earned. She was only a demigod right now, yet she was crushing a true god. A textbook example of punching above your weight. Respect. Absolute respect. Still, the missing blood puzzled her, so she pinged the lazy unicorn lounging in her pocket dimension. He's probably out of blood, Arthas replied lazily. Only a trace of power keeping that form intact. This god is about to fall. His tone held a note of regret. Horus had severed his connection to the divine realm to descend here. If he died now, it would be a true death. Thea, however, wasn't sentimental. She summoned a few owls and pointed toward where the feathers were falling. Go pick those up. Might make great arrow shafts later, those are literal god feathers, after all. Chapter 173, What on earth did I just summon? Thea and Professor Stein watched as Ray Palmer dodged 2 javelins, then swung a flail in a perfect arc, crack, splitting an enemy's head wide open. Professor Stein, don't panic. Look to the flank, Thea said calmly, pointing toward the side of the battlefield. I need Ray and the others to create an opening before this next unit can engage. Following her gesture, Firestorm spotted several faintly glowing green figures moving in formation. Wait, those are the lake nymphs of Avalon, Thea explained smoothly. They can help restore the people's sanity. Of course, that was complete nonsense. Those poor citizens' personalities had been completely erased by divine power. Not even Horus himself could reverse that, let alone her. The truth was, she'd never intended to restore anyone. The plan was simple: Have the nymphs charm the brainwashed citizens and recondition them with a shiny new ideology of freedom and democracy. Professor Stein, a top-tier scientist but a complete novice when it came to magic, nodded earnestly. Thea's confident tone alone was enough to convince him. As they spoke, more and more of the brainwashed civilians were liberated, or rather, freshly brainwashed again, now fighting under Thea's banner. She didn't even bother implanting full memories this time. Just a simple, catchy set of beliefs: the other side is slavery. Our side is democracy. We've got freedom, opportunity, and better pay, join us. Sure enough, dozens switched sides immediately, spears and bows in hand, rallying to her army. The battlefield began to stabilize, Ray charging in the front lines to break enemy formations, the nymphs in the rear seducing and reprogramming anyone within reach. Elsewhere, the obsidian hawk-headed warriors were locked in brutal combat with the elemental creatures. The hawk warriors were nearly immune to magic, the elementals, however, were endless in number. For now, it was a stalemate. Horus, gazing across the battlefield with godlike detachment, finally spoke. "Mortal, you underestimate the power of the divine." His eagle eye flashed, turning toward the colossal golden pyramid in the distance. A ripple of golden energy struck its peak, and with a deafening boom, the structure, clearly not of human design, began to collapse upon itself. Huh. Thea frowned. Did he just demolish his own temple? What's that supposed to mean, some kind of misdirection play? But she didn't have long to wonder. A golden light flashed beside her. Ray Palmer had reappeared out of nowhere. Not because he'd suddenly gained speedster powers, but because his light return spell had activated. Meaning he'd just taken a fatal hit. "What did you run into?" Thea demanded. From this distance, she could only see a dark blur across the battlefield. The pyramid had been blocking her line of sight earlier. Ray was pale, gasping for breath. Bugs. Huge bugs, swarms of them. The biggest ones were the size of calves. Thea blinked in disbelief. Bugs. Wasn't Horus the falcon god? Weren't his ties with the underworld notoriously bad? How the hell was he summoning Anubis's minions? Hawk-headed warriors made sense, but scarabs? Those were way outside his portfolio. No time to ponder, though, the swarm had already reached them. Most of her knights were dead or dissolved, even the recently converted citizens were being devoured in waves of chittering mandibles. She quickly ordered the surviving knights to hold the line while evacuating the civilians. Gotta keep up the appearance of a righteous army, after all. Then she raised her hands, eyes blazing. She couldn't afford to lose this fight. Her mana reserves were still full, there was no excuse to lose to a nearly dead boss. If Horus was willing to destroy his own structures, then fine, no more holding back. Ha! Thea's body erupted in blinding, searing light. Her power came from within, solar magic coursing through her cells, and burning it was costly. But now, restraint was no longer an option. She flung that solar energy across the borders of the Avalon projection, flooding the colossal forest beyond. The enchanted trees began to surge upward under her light, their bark glowing molten gold. Trees hundreds of meters tall twisted, creaked, and, impossibly, tore their roots free from the ground. Slowly, ponderously, they began to walk. Advance. Thea commanded, and the newly awakened Trent stomped into battle. She also resummoned a wave of spectral knights to hold off the insect tide, while sending the elementals to intercept the scarabs. Bit by bit, the chaos evened out again. Thea gasped for air, drenched in sweat. The sheer magical drain was enormous. She wiped her brow and glanced toward Horus in the distance. How does he still look fine? He's burning divine essence, said Arthas calmly beside her. Not comforting at all. Even if Horus was overexerting himself, Thea's side was about to collapse. Each drop of his divine power cost her hundreds of units of mana to counter. After all the summoning, terrain shaping, and army building, her infinite reserves were nearly dry. The battlefield raged with no clear victor. The towering Trents wrestled the hawk warriors to a standstill, the elementals were blowing themselves up just to slow the insect tide. Ray had retreated back to the ship, clearly traumatized by his near death. Firestorm was still blasting away from above, but his attacks barely dented the endless swarm below. One last move, Thea thought grimly. If this doesn't work, I'm out. I've done my part for the freedom of 2166. If I lose, I'll retreat and come back after I ascend. She dismissed all her knights to reclaim what little mana she could, then fused Avalon itself, along with all the nymphs, into a massive summoning array. She didn't know what would come through, only that it would be powerful. But even as the ritual took shape, the cost was brutal. Avalon flickered, the Trents weakened, the elementals faltered. Seeing the shift, Ray donned his armor again, flying up to rain energy blasts over the insect swarms. The Wave Rider unleashed full firepower, giving her precious seconds. Firestorm detonated a massive explosion that cleared a whole layer of the insect horde, but it barely slowed their advance. Miss Thea, hurry up. I don't know what you're doing, but we can't hold them much longer. For once, Ray's voice carried no trace of humor. Almost done. Thea shouted back, but deep down, she was just as anxious. She'd poured nearly all her remaining mana into this spell, and yet the summoning circle still roared hungrily for more. Just what the hell was she calling forth this time? Chapter 174, Horus, the Fallen Demigod. Thea ignored Arthas's judgmental stare. He clearly didn't understand, those feathers would make incredible arrows. She still had to make a living once she got back to her own timeline, after all. Meanwhile, the Dragon Queen Takisi's assault only grew fiercer. Flames and frost mixed, light and sand fused, 2 elements, then 3, then 4 at once. Her mastery over magic and energy blending had far surpassed anything any known sorcerer could hope to achieve. Each of these unnamed hybrid spells left Horus battered and reeling. The eagles circling the battlefield wailed in grief each time their god took a hit, their cries so mournful they could make even mortals weep. Takisi's glanced coldly at the flocks above. Without a word or visible motion, an invisible shockwave rippled out from her. Within moments, every bird within 100 miles dropped from the sky like rain. Even Thea's summoned owls were caught in the blast. She was just about to summon new ones when Takisi's voice drifted over, icy and indifferent. That's all my spoils. The tone was calm, but absolute. Thea groaned inwardly. What's that supposed to mean? You're planning to take the god too, aren't you? Trying to reason with a being whose nature was pure chaos was pointless. She could only grit her teeth and endure it. It was like directing a film. At first, the casting was your choice, but once the big-name star joins, they run the show, not you. That was Thea's situation now, the poor director who'd summoned a diva-level lead actress. Fine. If she had no say, she might as well sit back and watch. The future Dragon Queen's divine domains were neither light nor darkness, nor purely elemental. What she loved was chaos, time, war, and the gray in between. This version wasn't yet at the stage of igniting her divine flame. Despite her overwhelming offense, she couldn't quite finish off a true god who'd existed for millennia. With a thunderous boom, Horus gathered his remaining strength and struck back, one mighty wing sending the mountain-sized dragon sprawling. Landing heavily, he transformed into human form, dropped to one knee, and began to chant in a language that made the air itself tremble. Thea, with her faint touch of divinity, understood enough to recognize it. Divine speech. The language said to transcend all planes, a tongue that could bridge space and time itself. Great Father Osiris, Horus intoned, voice raw but resolute, honor the ancient pact. Grant me the power to protect order. My son Horus, came a deep, unseen voice, I shall grant you strength, as promised. But the eye you left with me will no longer be yours. Are you certain? The world around them didn't react at all, but every being with even a trace of divine essence heard it clearly. Even the fearless Dragon Queen flinched, stepping back a pace. Thea's mind went blank. Osiris. One of Egypt's 9 great gods, the elegant, terrifying lord of the underworld himself. Anubis, god of the dead, was his firstborn, Horus, his second. How was he manifesting here? Takisi's might someday be called a main god, but that was far in her future, and even then, she'd still be nothing compared to this being. Her world was small. Osiris was a high god of the main universe. It was like comparing a future provincial boss to a retired national minister. The hierarchy was obvious. Thankfully, the retired official didn't seem interested in joining the fight. After confirming Horus's intent, his presence faded as quietly as it had appeared, as if he'd never been there. The earth immediately began to quake. From deep below, torrents of ochre energy burst upward, streaming into Horus's body. The powers flooding into him were chaotic and unfiltered, but the god didn't hesitate, he absorbed everything, heedless of the damage to his essence. Attack him now. He's drawing strength from the underworld. Takisi's roared, without the slightest concern for dignity. Thea didn't need telling twice. As Horus knelt within his cocoon of earth and energy, she raised her hand, magic flaring. Brilliant golden beams shot from her fingers, slamming against the god's barrier in rapid bursts. Each impact sent shimmering ripples across the dome of light, which flickered as if about to shatter, but never did. Thea sighed. The barrier was deceptively solid. It might look fragile, but unless it was broken outright, it would restore itself in the next instant. That was the nature of divine power, pure, simple, absolute. Unlike magic, which required endless transformation and manipulation, Godforce was direct and brutal. That was the fundamental difference between the two. Her attacks failed to break through, but Takisi's wasn't done. She couldn't best the high god Osiris, but against a resigned prince like Horus, she had no such scruples. All 5 of her elemental powers fused together, swirling into a single volatile core. Thea's stomach tightened as she watched, the unstable mass looked ready to explode at any moment. But the Dragon Queen remained calm. Patiently, she compressed the sphere again and again, until the energy within became almost liquid, glowing a blinding white. Only then did she hurl it toward the kneeling god. The impact was instantaneous. The world turned white. The shockwave erased everything for miles: mountains, cities, the remnants of pyramids, even Thea's earlier constructions. The Wave Rider was hurled halfway across the continent, Rip Hunter's last shout of "be careful" cut off mid-transmission. Thea herself was thrown back hundreds of meters before she could steady herself, heart hammering, eyes locked on the smoke-filled crater. As the dust cleared, Horus slowly rose. He was transformed. The once balanced physique was now grotesquely uneven, legs thick and swollen, torso shrunken, his muscles twisted and disproportionate. His eagle head had turned from white to blood red, his once sky-blue beak now blackened as if coated in ink, dripping with corrosive liquid that hissed into the ground and burned pits wherever it fell. The left eye he'd taken from Vandal Savage was gone, leaving a dark, gaping hole. Only his right eye remained, proud, all-seeing, yet impossibly weary. "You fool," Takisi sneered after studying him. "You gave up your godhood just to regain your strength." "Yes." Horus's voice was hoarse, yet firm. "No, I am no longer a god. I have forsaken divinity. I am no longer Pharaoh's guardian. There are no pharaohs left, and so I am no longer needed. All I want is to prove my justice, one last time." Dark mist coiled around him as he spoke, the once radiant god now nothing more than a fallen demigod clinging to faith alone. Chapter 175, Dragon Rider Thea. A god who stepped down from his own throne. Ha ha ha. I couldn't ask for a better opponent. All 5 of Takisi's dragon heads were laughing. She was genuinely delighted. To think she'd answered some random summoning and stumbled upon such a fool, a god who had voluntarily abandoned his divinity just to prove a moral point. Horus, the second son of Osiris, lord of the underworld, had never quite fit in among the gods. His elder brother, Anubis, had long coveted their father's domains, so Horus had been forced to carve out his own path. Over the course of his divine life, he pieced together a few minor godly mantles: sky, protection, and war. Among them, protection was his main aspect, the others fragments of authority at best. War, for instance, already had its own patron deity. Horus merely possessed a qualification to inherit the title, one shared by half a dozen others. Only if the god of war fell could one of them ascend to fill the void. Takisi's had no interest in the sky or in protection, but the domain of war. That caught her attention. It was one of her future primary mantles. To encounter it now, in her demi-divine stage, was an incredible stroke of luck. The idea thrilled her, but reality was less forgiving. She couldn't quite overpower Horus. Both of them were demigods at this moment, but her body was only a projection in this world, while he was fully present. Worse, he'd burned away his divine foundation, meaning he no longer feared self-destruction. He was fighting at full strength, blood, mana, and madness. She was the more skillful fighter, but his endurance and energy dwarfed hers. "Girl, lend me your aid," Takisi's called out, her voices overlapping in strange harmony. "You can have one of the spoils." Thea was, at that moment, busy arguing with her unicorn companion. The little creature's sense of purity couldn't stand the sight of the corrupted Dragon Queen, and Thea was terrified it would seize control of her body and charge in to start a holy crusade. When she heard Takisi's calling for help, she quickly soothed the unicorn in her mind, whispering calm, coaxing thoughts until it grudgingly fell silent. Only after feeling that subtle nod of permission did she fly over to the Dragon Queen's side. She dipped her head slightly, polite but not submissive. "My queen, I will assist you." "Target his head," Takisi's instructed. "He's no longer divine flesh. He can be wounded and killed." Thea curled her lip. "Yeah, no kidding. Who'd aim for his feet anyway?" Still, she followed the lead. From a safe distance, of course. Melee against a blackened demigod radiating corruption. Not a chance. She became the perfect ranged support, firing streaks of golden light while the Dragon Queen pressed the assault. Takisi's fought with ferocity, her instincts and combat intuition far beyond Horus's. He had rarely known true battle, and it showed. Her attacks whittled away at his ochre-colored barrier, while Thea's beams flickered in between, scoring the shell with hissing marks of light. But as the fight dragged on, Takisi's grew impatient. The summoning was nearing its limit. Thea's mortal-level ritual couldn't sustain a being of her rank for long, her time in this plane was slipping fast. If not for her main body desperately maintaining the portal in her own world, she'd already have been banished. "Damn it," she roared, unleashing another volley of chaotic beams. It wasn't about saving this world from some so-called false god. She simply couldn't stand watching her prize slip away. "Girl," she barked, "do you have anything else?" It clearly pained her to ask. Prideful as she was, she hated turning to a mortal for help, but desperation left no room for dignity. "Thea, of course, did have one last card up her sleeve. And she'd never reveal her final move until absolutely necessary. She whispered her plan directly into the Dragon Queen's mind through a pulse of special energy. Takesi's froze. 10 dragon eyes blinked in disbelief. Her 5 heads turned toward Thea in unison, expressions ranging from outrage to amusement, as if weighing whether to swallow her whole or roast her first. After a long, tense moment, she ground her fangs and gave a curt nod. Fine. Let's do it. Thea could barely contain her excitement. Yes. Dragon Rider. A future main god as my mount. If words could describe her joy, they'd probably just be so damn awesome. She murmured the transformation spell. Her body expanded, towering to 10 meters. The Dragon Queen, meanwhile, shrank herself to a more manageable 300 meters. Balance achieved. My queen, I'm mounting, Thea said cheerfully, enjoying every word of it. Takesi's 5 faces each twisted differently, annoyance, disdain, resignation, but none of them happy. Come, Arthas, Thea called inwardly. The unicorn spirit merged its essence with hers once again. This time, they would forge the ultimate weapon, the unicorn horn itself, the perfect tool to pierce divine shields. Ordinarily the horn was half a meter long, but against beings of this size it was barely a toothpick. Pooling their power, they forged a 40-meter spear, pure silver white, glowing with sacred light. Thea vaulted onto Takesi's back, positioning the dragon lance between her red and white heads. The 5-necked beast made visibility a nightmare, but she managed to find a decent angle. Takesi's felt utterly humiliated. Having a mortal perched between her necks felt like having a thermometer wedged under one's arm, awkward in ways words couldn't capture. But she endured. The prize was worth it. The scene was absurd, a radiant knight astride a demonic dragon, charging together at a corrupted, half-fallen god. Horus, Thea called, voice steady but solemn, yield. Your eternal life should not be wasted here. But her lips weren't moving, her unicorn had taken control, speaking through her. The creature still felt genuine sorrow for the fallen god. Horus's voice answered, weary but resolute. Come then, young human. I have no regrets. I am tired. If I fall today, I will not curse you for it. In the shared mind space, Thea blinked. Wait, he can see there are 2 of us. Of course he can, the unicorn replied dryly. So can that dragon. Honestly, how are you still this clueless? Even in the middle of an apocalyptic battle, the bickering continued, light and dark, rider and mount, goddess and mortal, united by chaos, charging into legend. Chapter 176, The Final Strike. Thea didn't like asking too many questions, it made her sound ignorant and shallow, but there really was no helping it. These magic side people were all so elusive. The Swamp Thing had once mentioned Madame Xanadu, but never where the woman actually lived. And Thea couldn't exactly post a, have you seen this sorceress, ad in the paper. Her subordinates were no use either. She couldn't just order the Court of Owls to send out a few talons to look for her. They'd get the command and just stare blankly, no photo, no address, not even a real name. Finding her would take a miracle. Hold on tight, girl. Takesi's voice cut through her thoughts as the dragon began to climb higher. Thea gripped one of the dragon's necks with both arms, pressing herself flat against the scales. She didn't dare craft a saddle, riding a dragon queen was risky enough. Still, being a woman came with certain privileges. If a man had dared to say he wanted to ride the Dragon Queen, he'd have lasted 1 minute in her stomach, 3 minutes to digest, and 5 minutes later he'd be fertilizer. The wings beat furiously, whump, whump, until the massive creature came to a halt at the peak of its ascent. Ready, one of the dragon heads turned back to ask. Ready, your highness. Thea's eyes were locked on Horus's empty left socket, that would be the only weak spot left in his body. Takesi's twisted sharply midair, a breathtaking maneuver that blended power and grace. Her wings swept backward, accelerating their descent. Thea held the lance tight, focusing all her strength to keep it steady. She didn't even think about casting any buffs, the dragon's skin was naturally resistant to magic, and Takesi's herself was a master sorceress. Thea's little self-taught spells would be an insult. Down below, Horus had already noticed their dive. Having absorbed too much underworld energy, he could no longer transform into an eagle. Instead, he stood tall on the earth, gathering what remained of his divine focus for one final defense. Thea and the Dragon Queen became a streak of white light. The acceleration was so extreme that their trajectory left behind a vapor trail, the sonic boom echoing like thunder as they hurtled downward, a mountain of force descending upon Horus. 5,000 meters. 4,000. The closer they fell, the faster Thea's heart pounded. This is it. I'm slaying a god. Even if he demoted himself to a demigod, it still counted. Throughout history, how many mortals could claim such a feat? She couldn't help thinking bitterly, where's the Wave Rider when I need an audience? No one's even going to see this heroic moment. Below, Horus kept his strategy simple: sidestep the frontal charge, strike them as they passed. Thea and Takesi's plan was even simpler: ignore everything, pour everything they had into a single, killing blow. It was a contest of sight, speed, and strength, with maybe a touch of deception. 800 meters. 500. Raise the lance. Takesi's roared. Thea lifted the massive weapon, pouring every ounce of will, spirit, and mana into the strike. It had to be perfect. Bathed in dawn's first light, woman and dragon streaked through the clouds, challenging a god, charging straight into the sun. At a distance of barely 20 meters, they could see each other's faces. Thea's was bright, determined, full of vitality. Horus's was weary, old, tinged with both sorrow and relief. Momentum's ours. Thea's pulse surged. She thrust the lance forward, aiming straight for his head. To Horus, her movement seemed fast, but not impossibly so. Had he still been a true god, he would have caught the weapon barehanded. But now, reduced as he was, he dared not risk it. He'd already spotted the danger. The lance's tip glowed with a strange, spiraling energy. It was white as jade, etched with whorls that radiated divine pressure. Even in his prime, he might not have walked away unscathed. So, the moment the weapon touched his golden barrier, Horus darted aside. Dodged it, he exulted. He didn't notice Thea's fierce grin. Took the bait. They had planned this long before takeoff. Horus's power had fallen, yes, but his battle instincts and insight remained sharp. A straightforward attack like that would never fool him. Anyone could see they were wielding something designed to pierce divine defenses. So, they gave him something to dodge. Fortunately, both Thea and the Dragon Queen were women, and natural-born actresses. Thea's skill came from her mother, Moira, and Takesi's, though ancient, had plenty of practice playing her prey. Their coordination was flawless. Together, they deceived a former god. The lance Horus saw so clearly was nothing more than a magical decoy, an illusion crafted by Takesi's herself, reinforced with a thread of Thea's time magic to give it authenticity. Time magic, something even gods hesitated to touch. Horus's fear had been justified. When he turned his head to dodge the illusion, Thea released her grip, shrank back to normal size, and drew the real weapon, a slender, 2-meter spear, hidden behind her the entire time. Using the momentum of their dive, she leapt off the dragon's back, body spinning through the air, and plunged downward like a falling star. Horus's one remaining eye widened in shock as Thea gathered every ounce of strength she had and drove the silver-white lance straight into his left socket. At first, the point met resistance, but the spiraling horn's energy tore through it, draining the golden shield like air from a punctured balloon. Divine energy peeled away, reverting to raw mana crystals that evaporated into the wind. Ah! Horus's scream split the sky. The more she pressed, the less resistance she felt. Thea roared, pushing harder, until the lance burst through the last layer of protection and pierced his skull clean through. For a heartbeat, time seemed to stop. Every eye, human, divine, and draconic, watched her. Then came a dull, wet sound. Thunk. Thea exhaled. She had done it. She had slain a being who once held godhood in his hands. It could never be repeated, but it was enough. She had earned the right to the title Godslayer. Horus fell backward, a colossal figure collapsing like a mountain. The silver lance jutted through his head, and with a thunderous crash, the god of the sky struck the earth. Chapter 177, The Eye of Horus. Countless orbs of light, each glimmering with translucent brilliance, burst out from Horus's body. Divinity. Takesi's had been waiting for that exact moment. All 5 of her heads, along with her foreclaws and tail, lunged wildly into the glowing swarm. So much for grace or majesty. Every ounce of regal poise was gone. The Dragon Queen now looked like a bargain-hunting auntie at a clearance sale. This one. Sky blue divine essence, good quality, mine, she muttered to herself. That dark one from the underworld, not great, but it suits me. That retired bureaucrat dares show up in my territory. I'll kill him. The others might be scared, but I'm not. By the time she was done looting, she'd snatched away nearly half of the scattered divine essence, most of it directly compatible with her own nature. Over 30% dispersed into the air, while barely 10% drifted toward Thea. Or rather, toward the unicorn inside her. Hey! Why are these things ignoring me? Thea grumbled. How could she just sit there while free power was flying around? Whether it fit or not, she wanted her share first and could think later. But no matter how hard she tried to grab the orbs, they slipped past her without slowing down. Thea fumed. What is this, discrimination? Someone explain this injustice. A few orbs did enter her body, and for an instant she was thrilled, visions of igniting divine fire, claiming a god's mantle, ascending to the throne of heaven flashed through her mind. 2 seconds later, she realized all the orbs were orbiting the unicorn spirit inside her soul instead of her. The unicorn ignored her frustration completely, serenely absorbing the divine energy like a monk at meditation. Thea watched the dragon queen greedily hoarding light and her unicorn basking in transcendence, and pouted. Fine. Don't include me. Then I'll go loot the corpse. You think I wear red for fashion? Let me show you what these red hands can do. Circling Horus's massive body, Thea quickly realized there wasn't much to take. The fallen god was practically naked, bare chest, a single strip of linen around his waist. There was no equipment, no artifacts. Take the loincloth. Absolutely not. She had standards. Worse, his blackened, corrupted flesh was warped beyond recognition. She sighed. Forget it, I'll just take my share. She cast Mage Hand, an invisible force reached for his intact right eye. Nothing happened. Tried again. Still nothing. Awkward. She'd hoped to do this neatly, like a civilized mage, but the body was just too sturdy. She had to use her own hands. Stepping closer, she offered a brief moment of silence. Whatever else, Horus had been a worthy opponent. Then she rolled up her sleeves. All right, big guy. Sorry, but business is business. The eyes huge, she muttered. Horus stood 10 meters tall, his head alone was over 1.5 meters. With the beak, nearly 3 meters. His left socket still held the spear she'd driven through it. She yanked it free. The right eye still faintly glowed, though the light was fading fast. The eyeball itself was as big as a dining table. How am I even supposed to carry this thing back, she wondered. Adam's nanotech wouldn't help here. The image of herself trudging home with a backpack the size of a small car made her wince. But still, loot first, questions later. The moment her hand touched the surface of Horus's right eye, something shifted. A delicate balance broke. The eye crumbled like sand, dissolving into fine golden dust that streamed between her fingers. What the hell? Thea turned to glare at Takesis. Did you do that? If you didn't want me to take it, you could have said so. The dragon queen blinked, genuinely confused. She was still busy devouring stray divine motes. After a quick look, realization dawned. His eye chose you, she said. Lucky girl. That trophy's yours now, so don't fight me for the rest. Before Thea could respond, Takesis's long tail swept Horus's body toward her, coiled around it, and plopped her massive weight down on top. Everything else is mine, her posture screamed. Thea could only stare, speechless. Then she lowered her gaze, thinking hard. The eye of Horus chose me. My own eye. She touched her face. Both eyes were still there. But her vision had changed, clearer, broader, almost panoramic. No pain, no gore, no replacement surgery. The change was simply, there. She trusted the dragon queen enough to believe it wasn't a lie. Still, she'd been hoping to stash the eye with Horus's magic orb and maybe craft a matched set. That idea was gone. No matter how powerful the combination might be, she wasn't about to gouge out her own eye. Takesis, apparently in a very good mood after the battle, was far less terrifying now. Her 5 heads scanned the battlefield from every direction, scooping up every fragment left behind. Each time she found a piece of Horus's divine relics, she swooped over and stuffed it into a small pouch. That's a spatial bag. Thea muttered, watching with envy. That kind of magic had been lost in the main world for ages. She wanted one desperately, but she had nothing to trade for it, so she could only watch. 10 minutes later, Takesis finally finished looting. She'd cleaned the field so thoroughly that even Fate's chosen protagonist would find nothing left. She wrapped Horus's corpse in a shimmering purple shroud, licked her lips, and called out gleefully, I've marked your temporal coordinates. Summon me again sometime. With a flick of her tail, she tore open a glowing rift in the air. Spreading her wings, the 5-headed dragon vanished inside, humming happily to herself. So impatient, Thea muttered. She's not planning to eat him, is she? An image popped into her head, a cartoonish 5-headed dragon sitting primly at a dining table, napkin tied around her neck, knife and fork in claws, a perfectly roasted eagle laid out before her. As for that, call me next time, nonsense. Thea could only laugh dryly. No way. With the way the dragon queen cleaned up a battlefield, who'd ever dare summon her again? Still, she couldn't complain. She'd only played support through most of the fight, but she'd landed the final blow, and now had the greatest prize of all, the Eye of Horus, along with 6 drops of god blood. For she'd collected directly, and 2 more clinging to her spear's tip. God blood, rare, priceless, and potent. The unicorn had already confirmed its usefulness, though warned her not to absorb too much, 3 drops would be enough. As for the other 3, Thea had plans. She'd take them back for Malcolm. Maybe he'd awaken his own bloodline at last. A magic using Malcolm Merlin, now that would be entertaining. As for Moira, well, that would depend on what the godblood actually did. If it really made a person 30 years younger overnight, she wouldn't dare hand it to her mother. In America, with all its nosy scientists and mad labs, one miraculous anti-aging transformation would have the poor woman dissected before the week was out. Chapter 178, The Hawk Girl Whose Story Ended Before It Began. Malcolm didn't have those worries. He kept to himself most of the time, even if something odd happened. With his brains and skills, the mad scientists wouldn't dare dissect him. Well, probably not. 2 of the blood drops were easy decisions, who to give the last drop to. Thinking of Tommy and Oliver made Thea hesitate. She'd have to take it one step at a time. She removed her helmet and let out a long breath. Finally detached from that intense fusion, she felt relief. Keeping the unicorn suppressed inside her was no picnic. The creature was stubborn and single-minded, utterly inflexible. Being her usual self felt so much more comfortable. Half an hour after the battle, the Wave Rider finally returned. The crew climbed down and gaped at the wasteland before them. Supposedly this had been a great city in 2166, right? Now it was uglier than a poor village. A few of the citizens Thea had deprogrammed earlier straggled back. Maybe they'd try to rebuild on this rubble, maybe. The Wave Rider was a time ship, not a disaster relief vessel. At best they could leave some emergency supplies to keep people alive for a few days and then wait for government aid. Thea now understood why Superman was unpopular, the collateral damage. The battlefield had been turned into barren land. Craters everywhere. If it had just been Thea's light magic it might have been one thing, but Takeshi's acid fire pits. People falling in and instantly vaporizing, that was a horrifying thought. Captain, where to next? Thea asked as she climbed aboard. Rip Hunter had finally found his longtime nemesis, and his wife and child had survived. His original reason for assembling the Legends team was, at least for now, satisfied. Rip answered with grim certainty, I'm taking Vandal back to the Time Lord's prison. That's where a tyrant like him belongs. Thea snorted quietly. You still expect to get your old job back, don't you? Too bad, that dream's over. The Time Lords had already struck a deal with Vandal. If you turn him in, he gets freed and you get locked up. So Rip and his crew decided to blow up the Time Lord's base and bury that time management agency in the dustbin of history. Thea wasn't going to stop them. In fact, she wanted in. Imagine the thrill, blowing up the Time Lord's headquarters. If that gang survived, any time she did something off their script they'd come out to fix the timeline. Erasing their base forever would be a huge win. Whether Vandal would run, she didn't care. What harm could an 80-year-old body do? Let him live another decade if he had the nerve. Captain. Ray's condition has worsened, please come look. Oh, Miss Thea, you should come too. Kendra rushed up as they boarded, dragging Rip inside, then hesitated when Thea turned back and grabbed her. Thea's gaze on Kendra was cold enough to be intimidating. Kendra froze halfway, hand hanging in the air, stunned. Thea wasn't throwing a tantrum, she was just puzzled. Your god is dead and you're still hopping around. A proper priestess would have been affected. This made no theological sense. Look at the hawks, falling out of the sky like dumplings. In this 2166 world, after today, hawks would probably become protected species. They'd basically suicided en masse. Do you know who we were fighting just now? Thea asked seriously. Kendra, a straightforward, honest woman, shook her head without hesitation. Thea slapped her forehead. Horus. No wonder the god lost an eye, what a lousy choice in priests. One with ambition, one with no guts. The timid one didn't hear the summons, fine, understandable. If your faith is that weak, after a couple thousand reincarnations there's nothing left. Can you still unfurl your wings? Thea asked at last. It was a blunt question, normally asking about abilities that way is taboo, but neither of them were ordinary. Kendra tested herself and sheepishly said, they're hit or miss. I can't get them to work now. Thea studied her and spoke slowly, carefully, Horus has fallen. I don't know who you are or what you expected, but this means your 4,000-year feud with Vandal is over. Your powers are gone. You can try living a normal life. Wait, does that mean Vandal's immortality is gone too? Rip, who'd been listening, asked. He wasn't particularly invested in Kendra's fate, but Vandal was his longtime enemy. Yes, Thea said. I'm not sure how that cycle of reincarnation first formed, but one of its key sources, divine power, has dissipated. Now death is final for them. No doubt about it. Rip tried to laugh, but held himself back out of courtesy to Kendra. She'd just lost her powers and immortality, laughing would be cruel. Kendra looked downcast. She didn't think Thea was lying, she was just stunned by how capricious fate could be. 6 months ago she'd been washing dishes at a cafe, then she learned she could be a superhero, that she could defeat a millennia-old foe. Now it was all over and she was told to go back to her old life. The sudden rise and fall of it all was a lot to take in. But she was naturally timid and had never sought glory. Losing her powers didn't terrify her, it was almost a relief. In Thea's estimation, being able to let go was a fine trait. If the old hawks had heard that Horus was dead, they'd be appalled, might even spit blood. But better that way than staying trapped in that endless cycle. Chapter 179, The Wounded Atom. Let's go see Ray first. His condition suddenly worsened, Gideon can't do anything for him. The Hawk Girl title was gone now, she was simply Kendra again. Lost in thought, she didn't dare touch Thea this time. She just led the group down the corridor toward the med bay. This didn't make sense. Thea frowned as she walked. She'd already treated Ray Palmer once, he should have been mostly healed. The remaining injuries had been suppressed. They shouldn't have rebounded this quickly. But when she saw him, even she froze. The once cheerful, clean-cut face of the Atom was now wreathed in a black haze. Even strapped to the medical chair, his body convulsed violently, twitching like he was being electrocuted. Oh, Thea immediately understood. When Ray had been struck by Horus's gaze, the eye of Horus, a trace of divinity had clung to him. It had been so faint it could have been blown away by a breeze. If Ray had been left alone, even without magical healing, he would have recovered naturally in a year or two. But that sliver of divine might had become a thread, a microscopic link. When Horus borrowed power from his retired father, Osiris, the underworld's energy had slipped through that very link, straight into Ray Palmer. Luckily, Thea's earlier treatment had left some light-aligned magic inside him. That light was now clashing with the death energy, keeping it barely contained. Coupled with Gideon's future tech medical systems, Ray had managed to survive, barely. But at this rate, he had maybe 30 minutes left before total collapse. Her own magic wasn't enough to win against the power of the underworld. If Takesis could be considered a village head among deities, then Thea barely counted as a junior committee member. Trying to wrestle a retired god was pure fantasy. Still, she had an ace up her sleeve. Based on her calculations, 1 drop of god blood would do it. If she used it to resonate with that trace of Horus's essence still inside him, it would purge the corruption completely, and maybe even awaken some latent divine affinity in Ray. But Thea Queen wasn't the type to hand out priceless relics for free. Sure, she liked Ray, but not enough to just give him divine blood out of charity. Negotiating payment would be ideal, but the guy was unconscious. Hard to haggle with someone who couldn't talk. She couldn't just let him die, either. Being a hero of justice really was inconvenient sometimes. After a moment's thought, a simple plan formed in her mind. Gideon, she said sharply. I need your basic access clearance to scan his body. His condition's deteriorating fast. The ship's AI hesitated for a few seconds before reciting a coded authorization string. Thea smirked inwardly. They distrusted each other equally, she didn't understand Gideon's full capabilities, and Gideon had no idea how deep Thea's magic went. They'd both pretended not to notice the other's secrets until now. She wasn't actually planning to fight the AI. What she wanted was the access key. Back in her original timeline, the Proto-Gideon had already been built by Eobard Thawne in STAR Labs. This emotional, advanced version might be out of her reach, but the newborn version. Easy prey. Her ultimate goal was never this Gideon. As long as she had system-level access, she could extract large chunks of source code and later hand it to Felicity to reverse engineer. Still, she had to make a show of it. Pulling out scanners and tools, she ran them over Ray's body a good 10 times. Whether useful or not, it looked professional. His remaining half-hour of life ticked down another 10 minutes while she played doctor. Then she moved on to phase 2, acting. Brow furrowed, she paced around him, muttering under her breath, occasionally shooting a beam of golden light into his chest, observing the reaction, and sighing dramatically. Her performance scared Kendra half to death. She was just an ordinary woman now, stripped of divine power, and terrified that Ray might die. She stood there wringing her hands, waiting for Thea's diagnosis. Soon, the others arrived, rip, cold, heat wave, firestorm. Even the so-called villains had come, Ray was just that well-liked. Thea's peripheral vision swept across the room. Everyone was here. Time to begin. Sure, she could have just poured the drop of god blood into him, 3 seconds and he'd be fine, 10 seconds and he'd be doing push-ups. But easy miracles cheapened the value of a miracle. Even Buddha made pilgrims travel for years to fetch scriptures, the journey mattered. No, she would make this an event. Something unforgettable. When Ray woke, surrounded by witnesses, he'd owe her big time. Thea didn't need his tech suit, but his tech itself. That was a treasure trove. She pressed her glowing fingertip to his forehead, letting her light energy suppress the creeping blackness. Unstrap him, now, she ordered urgently. The onlookers scrambled to obey, untying Ray's restraints and laying him flat on the floor. Rip Hunter looked helplessly frustrated as Thea began drawing glowing runes right there on the medbay floor. A magic circle, on a time travel ship. He wanted to protest, but really, what was the point? Do whatever you need to, he sighed. This time, the spell would definitely work. She wasn't about to leave gaps for Gideon to exploit. The AI's databanks were vast beyond measure, its computational speed practically incalculable. She wasn't taking chances that it might someday figure out magic. Thea had chosen a regeneration ritual. It sounded simple, almost generic, but its true form was terrifying. Even a body cut clean in half could slowly restore itself under its effects. And, she mused, it could be handy for Cold later, assuming he could pay. His freeze gun could stop the flash in his tracks, its temperature approaching absolute zero. Now that would be worth studying. Chapter 180, You'd make a perfect lab rat. Under Rip Hunter's very unamused stare, Thea laid Ray Palmer carefully at the center of the glowing magic circle and began another round of spellcasting. The familiar motions. The familiar blinding light. Once again, brilliant radiance filled the Ultratech interior of the Wave Rider, like someone had installed a sun in a spaceship. It looked impressive. It wasn't. The dark energy in Ray's body was still eroding him, while Thea's regeneration spell kept patching him back up. The end result was simple, the poor guy being tugged between destruction and repair. At least he was unconscious. That was about the only mercy left. After 5 grueling minutes, Thea wiped the sweat from her forehead. Holding a steady magic output wasn't easy work, especially for someone with her ridiculous mana volume and questionable control. One slip, and she might blow him up instead of saving him. Killing the team's favorite goofball would be bad PR, even for her. Finally, it was time for the last step. Godblood. With a pained expression, Thea took out a small metal case, sealed layer upon layer until it was tighter than Fort Knox. She wasn't about to use the best sample, of course. Rarity meant value, even Americans understood that. She chose a small vial filled with a single drop of golden blood, one of the earlier, weaker samples. The richer, darker blood she'd saved for herself. This drop was milder, just right for the atom. Holding the bottle up to the window light, she put on her best, torn with moral conflict, face, brows furrowed, lips trembling, eyes conflicted. Internally she was thinking, I hope at least one of them's buying this act. Please don't make me hold this pose too long. To her credit, Kendra was completely taken in. Still shaken from the battle, she looked at Thea's expression and asked softly, Miss Thea, what is that? I've used every method I know, Thea said with weary resolve. This might be the only thing left. What is it? Asked Professor Stein, his scientist's curiosity flaring. He could feel the immense energy radiating from the vial. Divine blood, Thea said simply. She didn't elaborate, and didn't need to. Let them fill in the blanks themselves, their imaginations would make it sound even more miraculous. Everyone inhaled sharply. None of them had realized any trophy could have survived that god-slaying battle. They'd assumed Thea had just blasted the god into retreat, not that she'd literally walked away with divine blood. Stein's mind instantly went into overdrive. The possibilities. Run a few lab tests, dilute it, replicate it, mass-produce it. Humanity could drink it with breakfast. A carton of divine blood light, twice a day, and humanity would be colonizing Mars by Thursday. His mouth opened to start the speech, something about sacrifice for humanity, the spirit of scientific progress, for the greater good. Then he looked at Ray's dying body and hesitated. Save one life now, or advance science for the future. The eternal dilemma. Sweat rolled down his bald forehead. Around him, the others were thinking much the same. What would they do in her place? Thea watched them out of the corner of her eye. Perfect, right about the right level of tension. Any longer and the atom would really be dead. She gathered a flicker of light on her fingertip and traced a small cut along Ray's artery, then gently pressed the glowing droplet of god blood against it. The moment it touched his skin, the blood moved on its own, flowing straight into his veins like it had been waiting for the invitation. Normally, a mage would need elaborate rituals to prepare for such an infusion, but there was no time. Ray was a man of science, you could tell him about earth, fire, water, and air, and he'd probably just nod politely. Fortunately, that lingering trace of Horus's divine energy inside him served as a natural guide. And no, drinking it wasn't an option. This wasn't a protein shake. The human digestive system couldn't handle god-tier energy. Direct bloodstream contact was the safest, or rather, least suicidal, choice. The reaction was instant. The god blood surged through him like liquid lightning. Ray Palmer, ordinary human, had just taken the metaphysical equivalent of a hydrogen bomb intravenously. His consciousness was obliterated on the spot. The divine essence tore through his body, clashing violently with the remnant darkness of the underworld. Inside him, the two powers collided in a silent, apocalyptic war. Thea stayed outside, maintaining the magic circle, mending flesh and bone, shielding his brain from being fried. The battle lasted an hour. Finally, the godblood won. The black haze bled out of his body in smoky wisps, evaporating into nothing. Ray's convulsions stopped. Gideon's monitors stabilized. Aside from some weakness, his vitals were better than before. His body had literally rebuilt itself stronger. Let him rest, Thea said. He'll wake around this time tomorrow. She eyed him briefly, looked like he'd grown about 2 centimeters taller. His skin was smoother, his old scars fading. Not exactly a full rebirth, but a decent magical detox. With that, she turned and left. She was exhausted. Time to find sunlight. She didn't care if it burned her right back into her mortal limits, the warmth of the sun was worth it. That cellular-level joy was irreplaceable. The other stared after her, then back at the unconscious Adam. Lucky bastard. Divine blood. The ultimate miracle cure. They couldn't help picturing it, Ray Palmer awakening with newfound powers, challenging Superman, outsmarting Batman, maybe even glowing with divine aura. One by one, they drifted out of the med bay, each lost in thought. Captain Cold lingered last, his gaze cold and calculating. He looked down at Ray, then silently made his own decision. Meanwhile, Thea didn't care about any of their looks. She found a folding chair, dragged it onto the deck, grabbed a blanket, and spent an entire day and night there, sunbathing by day, moonbathing by night, without a care in the world. The Wave Rider crew had no idea what kind of training method this was supposed to be, but they decided to just not ask. Not that Thea was sleeping the whole time. Every now and then, she entered her inner realm to converse with the unicorn. Truthfully, her light magic was a mess, barely passable. The unicorn, for all its beauty, was more of a warrior than a mage, its understanding of spells only halfway decent. Honestly, it was a miracle the two of them together had managed to kill a god at all. As the ship hummed quietly through time, Thea wondered how Malcolm and the Court of Owls were doing in their search. If either of them could find even one proper spellbook, her power would take another leap forward. Chapter 181, The First Function of the Eye of Horus. While resting with her eyes closed, Thea reviewed the spoils of her latest adventure. The battle itself, far above her usual power level, had been more of a spectacle than a lesson. She'd glimpsed the view from the mountaintop but gained little actual insight. Her growth had been too fast, her foundation too shallow, mastering those higher-level energies was still a distant dream. The godblood was a minor success. Ray Palmer's recovery had made her realize how dangerous that stuff really was. It wasn't something you could just absorb for fun. Giving it to Malcolm or Moira, or even taking it herself, would require careful planning. Ray was lucky. Stupidly, absurdly lucky. The conversion process had been much more violent than she'd expected. Only the clash between the godblood's divinity and the residual darkness of the underworld had stopped him from detonating like a human grenade. In the end, when the storm settled, most of the energy had burned away, but he'd lived, and his body had been reforged. The result of sheer plot armor and divine dumb luck. She could reproduce that process, theoretically, but the energy loss was huge. Wasteful. That sort of thing required patience and precision. Then there was the Eye of Horus. Unlike the comic book version you could just pluck out and plug in, this wasn't a prosthetic. It was an upgrade, a spiritual reinforcement of her own sight. Testing it had been impressive. Covering one eye and peering into the distance, she realized her range had multiplied many times over. At least she wouldn't end up like Kakashi, perfectly healthy but forced to wear an eye patch just to look cool. Where she'd once been able to spot movement 100 meters away, now she'd flown high above the ground, focused until the veins on her temples bulged, and still hadn't found her visual limit. At night, it was even more insane. Staring up at the stars, her magic had kicked into overdrive until she'd hastily shut her eyes in panic. She could see the craters on the moon. A bit more power and she probably could have zoomed in on Mars, but the mana drain was ridiculous. For Horus, the eye had been a tool of judgment, a divine lens to separate truth from lies, good from evil. For Thea, those moral subroutines didn't activate. Instead, it granted her the ability to see the pathways of magic itself. Before, she'd carved spell circles by intuition. Now every rune and ley line was sharp and clear, obvious to the eye. There were surely deeper powers hidden in it, she just hadn't unlocked them yet. Different wielders, different manifestations, divine power adjusted itself to its host's nature. In her case, X-ray vision seemed to come as a side perk. And yes, that part bothered her a bit. She couldn't help but notice she was drifting ever closer to the Superman/Supergirl archetype. First the sunlight absorption, now literal supervision. If Batman ever found out, her credibility with him would plummet again, and she had no way to explain it. He might be the world's greatest detective, but how do you rationalize, I accidentally inherited a god's eye, to a man who trusts technology over miracles? She sighed. She was definitely migrating into the Superman camp. Good thing she was a woman. Bruce wouldn't do anything rash, but she'd no doubt end up on his little black list. Then again, the man even kept notes on how to defeat himself, so his paranoia was a lost cause anyway. Turning the orb of Horus in her hand, she noticed that the once brilliant sphere had dimmed. Since her own power and Horus's eye shared the same source, she could feel it clearly. The orb's magic was fading, its energy unraveling with every passing second. With the god dead, the divine connections that had fueled Hawkgirl and Vandal Savage had already dissolved. This relic, too, was approaching the end of its lifespan. Letting it crumble would be a waste. Consulting the fragments of information she'd extracted from Gideon and the faint runes still readable through her new sight, Thea prepared to absorb the fire-aligned energy sealed in the orb's ruby core. Unfortunately, her body was currently saturated with light aspect mana. There was no room for another element. So she sealed the orb away for later, waiting until she returned to her own time to do it properly. As for Horus's staff, she didn't need to ask around, she could sense it wasn't here in this era. Not that it mattered, even if it were, it would be just another divine relic turned useless without its god. Maybe the golden stick would fetch a nice price at auction, but that was about it. The night passed quietly. By morning, Thea joined the crew for breakfast. Say what you would about time travel ships, the convenience was unbeatable. Anything you could imagine, Gideon could synthesize. Sick of the perpetual British gloom that passed for an American breakfast, she made her own meal, a bowl of millet porridge, a basket of steamed dumplings, and a small plate of pickled vegetables. The hot, savory aroma filled the cabin. Sarah Lance, who'd once been an assassin and could manage a few words of Mandarin, took one look, dumped her own breakfast, and ordered the same. She ate in blissful silence. The rest of the team had mixed reactions, some intrigued, some too polite to copy her, others just not into foreign food. Thea ignored them all. After finishing, she wiped her hands, ready to return to her sunbathing routine. Thea, thank you. She turned at the doorway. Ray Palmer stood there with Kendra at his side, both bowing slightly. Thea smiled faintly. She couldn't exactly grab him by the collar and yell, "Where's my payment?" so she kept it casual. "How's the body? Any new abilities?" Ray shook his head. "Nothing special that I can tell. But my strength, speed, and endurance, they're off the charts." He grinned, showing all 8 perfect teeth, looking genuinely thrilled. "Oh." Thea arched a brow. "No new powers, huh?" She pulled him toward the testing chamber. "Let's find out what you can really do." The rest of the legends followed, curiosity piqued. The results were better than expected. Ray was ecstatic. Beneath the charming scientist exterior, he'd always been a bit frail, too many years of late-night lab work had hollowed him out. Even a random civilian could probably outmuscle him before. Now, though, even after losing most of the Godblood's power in the process, his body was completely transformed. Every reading surpassed human limits. In raw numbers, he was on par with Captain America. The kind of man who could take a bullet, hit the floor, and stand up again seconds later. Good thing he'd left his own timeline, otherwise the world would have just gained another superhuman to add to the ever-growing Superman roster, whether he liked it or not. Chapter 182, The Atom Armor Blueprints. Reading through the diagnostic report, Ray Palmer, who had written enough scientific papers to fill a bookshelf, instantly understood what had happened to him. He wasn't a medical doctor, but the numbers were clear enough. Just from the key metrics alone, he could tell how monumental this was for him. The usual lightheartedness faded from his face. After a long silence, he asked cautiously, "Can I ask, that drop of blood, who was it meant for originally?" Thea saw the hook sink in and immediately switched on her actress mode. With just the right mix of melancholy and relief, she sighed softly. "It was meant for my mother. She hasn't been well since my father and brother disappeared. But seeing how violently your body reacted, I'm lucky I didn't use it on her. That's your good fortune, Ray. Don't think too much of it." She smiled gently, turned around, and walked away, leaving behind a perfect picture of selfless heroism. Ray, however, was left reeling with guilt. If it had been for her own use, fine, but it was meant for her mother. He knew all about the Queen family's tragedies. As the future CEO who'd eventually buy out Queen Industries, he knew that story better than anyone. Being her lab rat suddenly felt humbling. He would have died anyway, at least this way, he'd been given a chance to live. After wrestling with himself for a few seconds, he made up his mind. He jogged after her, pulled a small flash drive from his pocket, and handed it to her. "These are some of the schematic principles for my suit. Consider it my way of saying thank you." Without waiting for a reply, the handsome scientist turned and briskly walked off. Thea kept her face solemn, but inside, she was doing mental cartwheels. Score. A sentient AI and the Atom suit, arguably the two most valuable pieces of tech on this ship, were now both within her grasp. Even Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash from the 25th century, had once praised Ray's suit. Sure, there had been a hint of flattery in it, but it was still an endorsement from one of the greatest scientific minds in the multiverse. She slipped the flash drive into her bag with practiced calm. Once she returned to Star City, she could finally begin preparing her own powered armor project. After all, her original timeline was nothing like 2166. There were dozens of heroes and villains running around. She couldn't afford to act as openly as she had here. She had no intention of joining the Injustice crowd either. She needed a legitimate, visible heroic identity, one that could inspire rather than terrify. And what better template than the one and only Iron Man, a flying, tech-savvy, PR-friendly superhero? Before she could get lost in that thought, another walking gift package appeared. Captain Cold. He didn't bother with theatrics. Without preamble, he held out a USB drive as well. Freeze gun schematics. Well, not the blueprints, but a breakdown of the parts. Figured you'd want it. Thea wasn't surprised. The original design had been created by Cisco Ramon as a safeguard against the Flash, but before it could be used, Cold had stolen it, and then proceeded to terrorize the Scarlet Speedster for 3 years. Considering that the man only had a high school education, the fact that he'd managed to reverse engineer and even improve upon Cisco's design was downright impressive. Then again, in this universe, science often operated on plot logic. Firestorm's mechanic buddy had gone from fixing cars to repairing a time ship in 6 months, so maybe Cold's high school diploma wasn't so bad after all. Thea was mildly interested in the weapon, though not overly so. She'd studied Mr. Freeze's tech back in Gotham, the principles were similar. Still, she couldn't just take and not give. She dragged Captain Cold, along with Heatwave and Sarah Lance, to the same ritual circle she'd used the day before. Stand in the center, she said, gesturing for Cold to step inside. To make it look like she was earning her keep, she put on another elaborate show, glowing runes, mystic gestures, the whole performance lasting a solid 20 minutes. When she finally stopped, Cold looked like he'd just survived a sauna on the surface of the sun. Thea studied him closely, activating her divine sight. The Eye of Horus revealed everything. His genetic structure had changed. Not drastically, but subtle modifications glimmered along the chain, new sequences attached to his natural genome. So this is what a metahuman looks like at the molecular level. How do you feel? She asked, genuinely curious. Any changes? Cold frowned, flexing his fingers. Something's different, but I can't quite tell what. He raised his left hand, made the motion for summoning an ice shard. Nothing happened. The silence was awkward. Thea crossed her arms, thoughtful. Probably still stabilizing. You'll need rest and food, lots of it. Give your body time to adjust. Then she glanced at Sarah with mock seriousness. And maybe skip the extracurricular activities for a week. Don't overexert him. Sarah blinked. Cold groaned. Thea smiled serenely, ignoring their dark expressions as she strolled off to enjoy another sunbath. The Wave Rider lingered in 2166 for a week. Rip Hunter settled his wife and son, half expecting the Time Masters to show up any minute. But nothing happened. Silence. No pursuit. No reprimand. It was unsettling. The Time Masters used to hunt him like bloodhounds, never letting him stay in one timeline for more than 3 days. Why the sudden peace? Unable to figure it out, Rip decided to take the initiative. The Legends boarded the ship once again, ready for what they thought would be their final mission, though fate had far more stories in store. Of everyone aboard, the happiest man was, without question, Captain Rip Hunter himself, vengeance fulfilled, family safe, career redeemed. He was practically glowing with self-satisfaction. Second happiest? Dr. Ray Palmer. The newly reborn Atom radiated enthusiasm. His enhanced physique and his brief encounter with Sir Gawain had reignited his old chivalric fantasies. His first step? A total redesign. He'd taken his sleek, high-tech Atom suit and rebuilt it as a gleaming medieval knight's armor, to the despair of every scientist on board. Martin Stein, in particular, nearly wept over the waste of technology. To complete the look, Ray begged Gideon for a block of the ship's alloy steel and forged himself a massive two-handed sword. When Thea teasingly pointed out that his skin looked a little too smooth, and Captain Cold chimed in that he looked like a eunuch in a tin can, the former Atom had the perfect response. He started growing a beard. Within a week, it was already taking shape. More importantly, his mindset had changed. Armor could protect the body, but true strength came from within. His brief partnership with Gawain had broken through his inner walls. He could finally face himself, no shrinking, no running. Giving Thea the armor schematics had been, in its own way, a farewell to his old self. And as for the title, Atom Knight, that was his own joke, one everyone else was more than happy to keep. Chapter 183, The Time Master's Council. Once the coordinates were locked in, the Wave Rider shot off through the time stream, carrying a cabin full of cheerful passengers singing their way back to the Time Master's Council headquarters, the fabled citadel that existed outside of all known timelines. They called it the Vanishing Point. Rip Hunter, finally victorious, proudly dragged a handcuffed Vandal savage toward his former employers. Just before docking, he'd even injected Vandal with some rejuvenation serum, nothing magical, just enough to make him look less like a frail octogenarian. After all, dragging in a wrinkled old man hardly screamed, epic triumph. If he was going to get his job back, his trophy needed to look presentable. Thea could barely hold back a laugh. Rip's little stunt was about to create one spectacular misunderstanding. The Time Master's Council liked to present itself as a godlike authority that ruled time itself. The name sounded majestic. The reality was, bureaucratic farce. They called themselves masters, but there were hundreds of them, each one a self-important desk jockey with the same title. Rip used to be one of them. None of them ever left headquarters, they just sat in tiered circular rows around a massive hall, gossiping and congratulating each other. Below them were the so-called elite operatives, commanding the few time ships that still functioned, less than 10 in total. The Wave Rider had once been among them. And beneath that layer were the foot soldiers, a dozen underpaid guards armed with laser rifles, whose daily duties consisted of guarding doors and serving tea to the pompous old men above. A perfectly inverted pyramid of inefficiency. 90% of the organization was made up of loafers waiting for promotions. Thea knew how this story went. The council would soon release Vandal Savage, betray Rip Hunter, and arrest him for insubordination. Those same hapless guards would even try to seize the Wave Rider and detain its crew. Normally that was fine, it needed to happen to set off the timeline where the council got blown sky high. But there was one problem, she was on board. With her current power, those dozen guards wouldn't last 3 seconds. If she accidentally vaporized them, history would derail before it even began. Better to disappear for a while. I'll take a walk, she told the team casually, slipping away as Rip marched off to his meeting. The Vanishing Point existed in temporal stasis, a place where time itself was frozen solid. Sunlight and moonlight meant nothing here. Thea couldn't absorb a single photon. Fortunately, the residual time energy that filled the space was faint but usable, she could draw it in, molecule by molecule. Not that she knew what it was good for, but hey, free energy was free energy. With a thought, her body shimmered into invisibility. No chance, no gestures, just willpower. The spell wrapped around her automatically now, the result of months of refined control. No one saw her as she wandered the sterile halls. Ugh, what a depressing color palette, she muttered, glancing around. White. Gray. More white. It was like someone had sucked the soul out of the place. Honestly, blowing this dump up is probably the right choice. After circling the complex twice, she still hadn't found what she was looking for, the legendary Oculus, the machine that supposedly observed all of time. Despite the mystical name, it was pure technology. No divine energy, just wires and arrogance. She was debating whether to brainwash a senior officer to ask for directions when a small procession caught her eye. Rip Hunter. And, who's the crusty old villain leading him around? Didn't matter. Judging by the setup, she'd just stumbled into the classic villain monologue sequence, captured hero, smug superior, ominous speeches. Perfect timing. She followed quietly, invisible, striding behind them like she owned the place. The beauty of magic, no sensors, no scanners, no logic. After winding through several corridors, they stopped before a massive door. The old man, bald, sharp-nosed, with the kind of face that practically screamed, antagonist, motioned the guards aside and led Rip inside. What is this place? Rip asked, glancing around. I don't recall ever being here before. This, the old man said proudly, is the Hall of the Oculus, the chamber that observes all that was, is, and ever shall be. Thea nearly snorted aloud. Really? A handful of mortals bragging about mastering past, present, and future, subjects even gods avoided claiming mastery over. What were they, toddlers pretending to be fate? The man, Drews, if she remembered the name correctly, launched into a pompous monologue about destiny and order. Rip's face grew paler with every sentence. Finally satisfied with his own brilliance, Drews ordered the guards to return Rip to his cell, planning to bring him back out later for another round of, look how clever I am. As he smirked at his own reflection, Thea dropped her invisibility. Drews's eyes widened. Before he could speak, she flicked her wrist. A single mind suggestion spell, and his will collapsed like wet paper. Thea grinned. Well, that was easy. She couldn't help but marvel at the contrast. Months ago, she'd needed 3 days to subdue both leaders of the Court of Owls. Now, with one thought, a high-ranking Time Master folded instantly. The sheer difference in her power was intoxicating. No time to revel in it, though. Rip's crew might be stronger now. If they burst in early, it would ruin everything. Thea got to work, pressing her glowing palm to Drew's temple and reading his memories. A few moments later, she frowned. The Oculus wasn't their invention. It had been given to them, by someone, or something, outside of time. They'd searched countless eras trying to find the point where it appeared and failed completely. That was unsettling. It reeked of divine interference. Not a minor deity, either, this had the fingerprints of a major god, one capable of walking through timelines like doors. Nope. Not her problem. She'd let fate's chosen idiots, Rip and company, deal with that cosmic landmine. She had something far more practical to accomplish. Employment. Yes, technically she already had credentials. But officially joining the Council's registry would make her presence canonical in the timeline. If this base was blown up later, she'd be free, untethered from their rules forever. Controlling Drew's body like a puppet, she used his access codes to log into the central database and file her new employee record. Perfect, she murmured. I'm now officially a time master. The entry propagated instantly through the system. On paper, she was now a registered operative with arrest authority over temporal anomalies, which technically included the speedsters. Catching them would be another matter entirely. But that wasn't her real goal. Now, she said with a sly smile, raise my clearance for the Wave Riders on board AI, Gideon. Full administrative control. The base's central computer could override all subordinate ship systems, including Gideon. Even though Gideon had developed self-awareness, she couldn't ignore root-level commands. That kind of access was priceless. And Drew's, completely enthralled, nodded eagerly. No problem, my lady. He typed for a few seconds, then looked up with a servile smile. It's done, mistress. Thea patted his shoulder, her eyes gleaming. Good boy. Chapter 184, the original login password. Thea tapped a few keys and scanned the system. Just as she expected, she now ranked third in clearance level. Above her were only the Council itself, and Rip Hunter. Technically, Gideon probably still possessed a hidden top-tier override protocol. But Thea didn't need total control. What she had was enough, more than enough to seize command of the non-sentient Gideon that existed back in her home timeline. She dove into the ship's archive logs. Year by year she scrolled, 2100. 2050, 2008. There. 2005, buried in a dusty subdirectory, she found the initial login key. The signature matched, this was the original root password that Reverse Flash had programmed into Gideon himself. With this, half the battle for her own artificial intelligence was already won. Perfect, Thea murmured, pleased. Bring me one of your laser pistols. The enthralled councilman, the bad old man she had hypnotized, obeyed immediately, producing the sleek weapon from his belt. Ever since the Time Wanderer had destroyed her hoverboard, and himself, incidentally, in a spectacular explosion, she'd been itching to reclaim a bit of that lost satisfaction. She examined the pistol closely. The trigger assembly wasn't much different from a standard firearm, but the power core was something else, a translucent blue crystal, no radiation output, no resonance with her solar magic. Definitely not light-based. Interesting. She slipped it into her bag for later study. As for the fabled Oculus, the so-called eye of the chronoverse that drew power from a caged supernova, she gave it only a cursory glance from afar. The readings made her temples throb. It was too much. Too vast. Even the Council, after centuries of tinkering, hadn't truly understood it. She wasn't arrogant enough to think she'd crack it by staring for 5 minutes. Better to let Rip Hunter blow it sky high. That was the safest outcome for everyone. Time passed in the frozen void of the vanishing point, or rather, the illusion of it. Suddenly, she felt her mental tether snap. A ripple in her consciousness, one of her enchanted markers gone dark. Which meant, her little puppet had just been killed. Oh, lovely. Invisible once more, she extended her senses and followed the echo of gunfire. Move. We need to reach the Oculus. Rip Hunter's voice rang out ahead, hard and urgent. He'd finally seen the truth, that the entire conspiracy had been orchestrated by his beloved Time Masters. Now he wanted revenge, and payback meant destruction. The legends fought their way forward through a storm of plasma fire. Ray Palmer and Captain Cold stood out most, both had been enhanced by Thea. One now hit like a cross between Iron Man and Captain America, the other fought like a half-powered Iceman from the X-Men. With Firestorm's heavy blasts backing them up, the team bulldozed through the guards and crashed into the Oculus underground control chamber. Enhancements working better than expected, Thea thought with satisfaction, quietly tailing them under invisibility. She'd worried that empowering them might derail the timeline, but apparently fate was flexible. I'll need a few minutes to figure out how to trigger a self-destruct, Ray said, crouching by the glowing console. His eyes gleamed with manic confidence. Do it. We'll hold them off, Rip barked, and the team scattered to defensive positions. Laser fire rattled through the corridor as soldiers poured in. Thea took one look at the Oculus array and almost rolled her eyes. Complex quantum relays, subspace conduits, layered signal matrices, the design was decades, maybe centuries beyond their current technology. And Ray thought he'd figure it out in minutes. Genius or not, there had to be a limit. Yet somehow, impossibly, he did. Almost there. Ray called. I've found the polarity matrix. If I reverse it, the entire complex will detonate in 2 minutes. How powerful are we talking? Heatwave demanded. Ray hesitated, then said with dead seriousness, on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 to the power of 100. Heatwave froze, trying to do the math. His face said it all. Thea nearly laughed aloud. The guards, only a handful, really, broke through the line. She noticed something odd, these low-level soldiers were absurdly tough. Their durability was on par with the Time Wanderer she'd fought months ago. The irony made her grin. The top brass were weak as kittens, and the grunts were built like tanks. How had no one staged a mutiny yet? Then Ray's voice cut through the chaos. Oh. What now? Rip shouted back while firing into the hallway. There's an anti-tamper failsafe. I have to keep this switch pressed down, or it'll trigger instantly. The words hit everyone like a bucket of ice water. A beat of silence, then. I'll do it, said Martin Stein, stepping out of the Firestorm fusion. I'm the oldest. You kids still have your lives ahead of you. No, I'll stay, someone else barked. Forget it, I will. No, me. A chorus of stubborn heroics erupted. In the original history, Captain Cold had been the one to stay behind, buying the team's escape. But with so many self-righteous heroes around, the poor thief didn't even get a chance to volunteer. He and Heatwave just stood there awkwardly, exchanging glances like, well, this is new. Rip, for his part, was loudly cheering them on but showed zero intention of dying himself. He'd rescued his family, no way was he throwing that away now. Eventually, the argument devolved into chaos. No noble farewell kiss from Sarah this time. Thea sighed, dropped her invisibility, and stepped into view. Hi, everyone. They all turned, startled. Thea. Remember this, people, she said gravely, voice firm and dramatic. Legends never die. Internally, she was loving every second of it. Wow, that line sounds amazing when I say it myself. She strode up beside Ray. Let me. Instant panic. No. You can't. Thea, please, let me. She rolled her eyes. Relax. I said let me look, not let me die. Ignoring their slack-jawed confusion, she crouched to inspect the mechanism. It was laughably simple, a pressure switch. As long as someone's hand kept it depressed, the failsafe stayed dormant. Lift it, and the trigger arm would rise, detonating the core. So all it needs is constant pressure, she asked, glancing at Ray. Right, he nodded, still sweating. If I let go, boom. Easy enough. A flick of her wrist, and a glowing mage hand shimmered into existence above the switch. On 3. 3, 2, 1, release. He lifted his palm. Thea's invisible hand pressed down seamlessly in its place. She studied it for a few seconds, steady, stable, no vibrations. Perfect. All right, she said briskly. Everyone, move. They didn't need telling twice. The team sprinted back to the ship, bursting onto the Wave Rider's deck and collapsing in collective relief. More thanks, more praise. Thea accepted it all with practiced modesty. Once they'd cleared the blast radius and Rip gave the signal, she dispelled the spell. From orbit, she watched the Time Master's headquarters erupt into a massive sphere of deep blue light. For a fleeting second, she smiled. And then her entire body lurched violently as an unseen force wrapped around her like a vortex. The pull was colossal, unstoppable. Her mind barely had time to register the surge before she was yanked off her feet. Dragged, in a blinding flash, into the depths of a place beyond space and time. Chapter 185, Paradise Island. Whoa. Thea felt the pull hit her like a freight train, hurling her through sound, light, and every speed unit she could name, Mach, C, take your pick. The world around her blurred into a wash of pale blue light. For an instant she glimpsed images flickering in the glow, an old man's face, children laughing, villages in flames, rockets blasting off amid cheering crowds. She wanted to focus, to make sense of it all, but she was being dragged too fast, like a loose thread sucked through eternity. By the time she managed to regain a sliver of control over her body, that invisible force gave a final violent tug and flung her out of the void. Something sticky and dense ripped apart around her, and suddenly she saw familiar things again. White clouds drifted lazily across the open sky, reshaping with every gust of wind. She barely had time to appreciate the view before she realized one important detail. She was falling. Hard. Fast. Normally that wouldn't be a problem. You could drop her from the moon and she'd still walk away fine. She could fly, after all. Except, when she tried to summon her magic, nothing happened. Thea's heart lurched. She could feel it, the air itself shimmered with a strange, suppressive weight. Her connection to her mana was sealed shut, like someone had thrown a blanket over her soul. Her fusion form was gone, her armor reverted to the default red Kevlar suit. A magic suppression field. Wonderful. Still, panic wasn't her style. Even plummeting through the atmosphere, she started digging through her pockets like a woman rummaging in her purse. Somewhere in there was her compact hoverboard, the nano-sized one that had saved her life more than once. Phone. Credit card. Lip balm. Really? Now of all times. The ground was getting dangerously close when her fingers finally brushed something small and metallic, a box roughly the size of a cigarette pack. There you are. She thumbed the side switch. The board unfolded instantly, expanding beneath her just as she twisted sideways onto it. With a desperate slap of the activation pad, the hover system roared to life, halting her descent about 7,000 meters above the surface. Thea exhaled hard, lungs burning. Okay, not dead. That's progress. Her brain was already racing. If she had to guess, the Oculus explosion had torn open a time-space rift, possibly several. The psychic imprint she'd left on her mage hand had been caught in the blast and yanked her through one of those temporal channels, dumping her here, wherever here was. But then she frowned. Who the hell built a massive anti-magic field on some remote island? You had to be either paranoid, powerful, or flat-out insane. She scanned the horizon. Endless blue ocean. No other landmasses in sight. Just one lush island below, ringed with white beaches and tropical greenery. She engaged the Eye of Horus, channeling its heightened perception to zoom in. No sign of civilization, except movement. Lots of it. Clusters of figures on the ground, pointing upward. At her. Oh. She focused. What she saw made her stomach drop. At least 100 warriors stood in the clearing below, all women, all armed. Bronze breastplates gleaming, leather skirts to the knee, short boots, bare arms and thighs corded with muscle. Their faces were grim, their stances disciplined. Spears, bows, blades, an entire phalanx of beautiful, deadly women staring straight at the strange intruder floating in their sky. Thea wasn't exactly intimidated. Sure, her magic was gone, but her tech wasn't. The Eye of Horus still functioned perfectly, and she still had more gadgets than Bruce Wayne's closet. 100 warriors or 200, she could handle that if things went south. What made her blink, though, was that every single one of them was female. And judging by their sharp gazes and perfect formation, every single one of them could probably kick serious ass. At the edge of the crowd stood one woman taller than the rest, regal posture, aura like a drawn blade, presence impossible to ignore. She met Thea's gaze across the vast distance, and raised a hand in greeting. Wait. She could see Thea from this high up. Unless she had Kryptonian vision, there was only one group of people who fit this description. A secluded island. A field that sealed off magic. An army of warrior women. Thea's heart skipped. Paradise Island. Themyscira. The land of the Amazons, blessed by the gods. And that towering figure waving from below. Don't tell me that's Diana herself. Fantastic. She'd just crash-landed in Wonder Woman's backyard. Still, priority one for any accidental time traveler, figure out where and when you are. Guiding the hoverboard, Thea descended slowly until she hovered a meter off the ground. 100 spears tilted upward as one. She pulled back her hood, revealing her face, and raised both hands in a show of peace, though her thumb hovered near the hoverboard's lift controls just in case diplomacy failed. Where do you come from, stranger? The voice belonged to a mature woman standing at the front, clad in ornate armor and a golden eagle-crested helmet, a long brown cloak trailing behind her. Thea caught the question halfway, but the language was ancient, almost melodic. The woman switched tongues a few times, Greek, Latin, something else entirely, before finally landing on English. Now that confirmed it. Ordinary island hermits didn't speak 5 languages, including English. Handling middle-aged authority figures was practically a life skill for Thea. Smile warm, posture respectful, not too humble, not too arrogant. Honored Queen, she said with a polite bow, I'm from the United States of America. The woman's expression softened slightly, though her eyes remained sharp. You fell from the sky, child. How is it that you walk unbroken? Ah. So they saw the whole thing. That could have been awkward. Time for some quick improvisation. Thea blinked, adopting a dazed, uncertain tone. I don't really know. One moment I was in my city, fighting criminals, and then I blacked out. When I woke up, I was already falling. Half truth, half performance, just enough mystery to sound sincere. These women might be isolated, but their queen clearly wasn't naive. Her futuristic gear and foreign clothes would give her away sooner or later. So she leaned on ambiguity and goodwill, painting herself as a protector of the innocent, rather than a possible invader. It worked. Tension rippled through the Amazons, but suspicion faded. Woman to woman, warrior to warrior, the divide narrowed. Very well, the regal woman said at last. Welcome, then, to Paradise Island. I am Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons. And your name? Thea straightened, offering a faint smile. Thea. Thea Queen. Chapter 186, I'd better run. The Queen made no move to introduce anyone else. Miss Queen, why don't you come rest in our quarters first? We rarely have contact with the outside world. Her smile was gentle, too gentle. Yeah right, Thea thought. Trust you? Not a chance. This woman reminded her way too much of her own mother. Loving her daughter on one hand, lying through her teeth on the other. Telling Diana that all the gods were dead, until the girl believed her, then claiming it was all just legend. Saying the god-killer sword was the ultimate weapon, able to slay gods and destroy worlds, which turned out to be complete nonsense. If Diana hadn't suddenly exploded with divine power, she'd have been tricked into an early grave. Thea didn't intend to expose her, though. She nodded politely. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. Please, just call me Thea. Well now, the queen liked that. After 5,000 years of being tormented by her headstrong daughter, this polite, graceful young woman was a welcome sight. Hippolyta instantly took a liking to her. It wasn't until they reached the horses that the queen realized a problem. This outsider probably didn't know how to ride. She knew enough about the world beyond the island. The age of machines had long arrived. Miss Thea, do you know how to ride? She asked curiously. That one caught Thea off guard. She had jumped off her hoverboard earlier, carrying it in her arms to avoid drawing attention. After all, technology like that would look like divine witchcraft here. She thought for a moment. Years ago, her father Robert had taken her and Oliver horseback riding during a family vacation. She remembered the basics, though it had been ages. Physically, she was far stronger now, learning again wouldn't be hard. But as she stepped toward the brown mare the queen had pointed out, something strange happened. Thea grabbed the reins, swung herself onto the saddle, and the horse immediately responded to her, friendly, obedient, almost connected. She didn't even need to tug the reins, a single thought made it move. What the? She wondered. Could it be because of the unicorn? Are these its descendants? She couldn't reach Arthas. Magic was sealed the moment she entered this airspace, but whatever it was, it didn't seem dangerous. Letting the horse take the lead, she followed the Amazon warriors toward their settlement. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the tall woman who might just be her. Their eyes met briefly, and perhaps because Thea's gaze carried a hint of challenge, the young Diana quickly looked away, feigning focus but with a flush of youth still visible. So green, Thea thought with a faint smile, answering the queen's questions out loud while chatting with the mare in her head. The horse responded clearly, confirming what Thea already suspected, this was indeed Themyscira. And oddly enough, all the horses were female. Not a single stallion among them. When she asked how they reproduced, the mare's reply was muddled. It didn't really know. There was an instinct for birth and life, but no males, no mating. They were simply born again. Over and over. Thea's expression froze. Ras Al Ghul, are you seeing this? These horses are doing reincarnation loops better than you. The gods had too much free time. They built this island, shaped its Amazons, cast a magic barrier, and even gave them eternal life, then promptly forgot all about it after a nap. No wonder the gods all died. Waste your divine power like this and you run out before the next war. Miss Thea, have you decided what you'll do next? Hippolyta's gentle voice broke her thoughts. If not, you're welcome to stay with us a few days. We hold tournaments every day and bonfire feasts at night, it's quite lively. So many questions disguised as small talk. This woman was probing for truth with every word. Thea did her best to answer, but she could only bluff so much. The queen's casual topics were all trick questions. That senator from your America, the one who proposed the absurd bill. That wartime recruitment film was impressive. Was that man an actor or a real soldier? God help me, Thea thought. At least she now had the timeline, it was March, 1918. Good. Wonder Woman's story hasn't started yet. But she couldn't answer details. Her history grades were never great. She could maybe recall the president's name, but senators. War propaganda films. The only soldier-turned-actor she knew was Captain America, and he wasn't even from this universe. Her hesitant replies only made the queen smile deepen, sweet but firm. The final offer sounded like an invitation but felt like an order, stay. Sure, Thea could run. At this point Diana probably wasn't strong enough to stop her. But even if she escaped, where would she go? How would she get back to her timeline? Waiting for the Wave Rider to find her was an option, but the Oculus was gone, and Gideon couldn't track temporal signals anymore. Expecting them to locate her in random spacetime was like asking a blind cat to catch a lightning bug. No, staying here might be her best shot. Themyscira was blessed by the gods. Maybe she could find a way back from here. But if she stayed, the lasso of truth was inevitable. And that thing never failed. With all her secrets. Not happening. She was still torn between staying and running when a sudden beam of light erupted from one of the island's temples, shooting straight into the sky. Unlike sunlight, it was soft, serene, divine. What in the... Before Thea could even react, Hippolyta's face drained of color. Without a word, she spurred her horse forward, galloping toward the light with no escort, no hesitation. Chapter 187, First Encounter with Diana. The Amazon warriors gasped all at once. That's from the temple's direction. Could it be the gods descending again? Nonsense, more likely another oracle. A moment ago, these women had been fierce and stoic, now, with their queen gone, they instantly transformed into a flock of gossiping sparrows. Their chatter overlapped, one even speculated, with shocking boldness, that the gods were simply bored and were sending the queen another child to raise. Thea ignored the sudden chaos and steered her horse toward the tall girl standing a little apart. She extended a hand politely. Thea Queen. The tall young woman blinked, caught off guard that this stranger was addressing her. But she quickly took the offered hand. Diana, she replied simply. I have no surname. So it really is her. Thea's heart lifted with a flicker of awe. The Diana, only female founding member of the Justice League. Compared to the weary Batman or the uncertain, self-searching Superman Thea had met, this version of Diana was so young, unsure, unshaped, her voice still carrying that earnest sincerity untouched by the weight of destiny. Do you know what's happening over there? Thea asked casually. With so many Amazons whispering around them, her question blended right in. Diana thought seriously for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know. But from my mother's expression, it must be something urgent. Too honest for her own good, Thea sighed inwardly. Dealing with gods like Horus or earnest half-divines like Diana always tested her moral limits. Clearing her throat, she tried again. That's your temple, right? You all worship the gods there. This time, Diana's eyes lit up. She nodded eagerly and began to explain, from Zeus downward, her gestures animated, her tone reverent. As she spoke of each god's deeds, her face glowed with pure admiration. Thea found herself momentarily entranced. She was beautiful. Sunlight brushed across Diana's cheek, outlining her long lashes and sharp, classical features, the kind of Greek beauty carved in marble yet alive with warmth. Her lines were strong, not soft, but carried a compelling grace, her eyes deep and steady like the sea. Peaceful one moment, storm-bound the next. Perfect, Thea thought. She'd seen many women, Shiva's icy elegance, Catwoman's sensual poise, Felicity's quicksilver charm, but beside Diana, they all dimmed. Her beauty wasn't just in her face. It radiated from the fierce conviction inside her, unyielding, righteous, burning with purpose. That was what elevated her beyond mortal grace. And that was when Heracles said, "Huh? What are you looking at?" Diana broke off mid-story, catching Thea staring at her. Snapped from her thoughts, Thea coughed lightly. She couldn't exactly tell the woman she was admiring her face. I was just noticing your eyes, she said smoothly. You can see very far with them, can't you? Ah, Diana hesitated. She wasn't foolish, she knew better than to reveal too much to a stranger. But lying didn't come naturally to her either. She was still searching for an answer when hoofbeats thundered back across the field. Queen Hippolyta returned, breathless from the ride. Her sharp eyes flicked between them, suspicion and curiosity mingled. My dear, she addressed Diana first, forgive me for interrupting. Then she turned to Thea. Would you come with me for a word? Thea didn't refuse. She guided her horse beside the queen, inwardly wary. What's this old matron up to? Trying to pull something? Doesn't seem like it. She's fit for her age, but nowhere near Diana's power level. If it comes to a fight, I win. You're from another world, aren't you? Hippolyta's question cut straight through her thoughts. Thea froze, color draining from her face. Already found out. Technically, another world wasn't wrong, it was just far too vague. Dimensions, timelines, higher planes, they could all qualify. But how much did this woman really know? Her reaction was obvious enough for the queen. After 5 millennia of reading people, Hippolyta caught it instantly and smiled with quiet satisfaction. Don't worry, she said gently. The gods have spoken. The temple delivered an oracle foretelling your arrival. From this moment, you are our honored guest. In truth, the oracle had been faint and cryptic, but the queen, piecing fragments together with her own assumptions, had arrived at this convenient conclusion. Thea scratched her head. Another world, another prophecy, sure, whatever works. Maybe the gods had blurred her identity on purpose, tweaking reality a bit to prevent any timeline mess. Still, the ease of her acceptance felt strange. The gods of this age were lazy, yes, but apparently not stupid. Diana, take Thea around the island, the queen said cheerfully. I must return to prepare the ceremony. And just like that, she was gone, riding off in high spirits. Thea blinked. That's it. I'm off the hook already. Didn't even ask questions. Well, fine, if they wanted to treat her like a guest instead of an intruder, she wouldn't complain. Following Diana, she spent the rest of the day galloping across the island. At first, Diana kept the pace slow, worried Thea couldn't ride well. But after a few circuits, she realized Thea handled her horse with uncanny ease, almost one mind, one rhythm. Competitive spark ignited in Diana's eyes. Let's see whose riding is better. Thea laughed. Why not? Her horse seemed overjoyed, practically radiating delight through their shared bond. And so the two women, one from the future, one from legend, raced through the shining fields of Themyscira, sunlight glinting off their armor, laughter trailing in the wind. Chapter 188, Trouble Comes Knocking. Halfway through their race, Thea slowed her horse on purpose. It didn't take long to realize Diana's riding skills were far superior, and her steed clearly belonged to a higher class altogether. Competing with her was asking for humiliation, there was no reason to stand out on her first day here. As Thea eased her pace, Diana reined in as well, falling beside her. She began enthusiastically pointing out landmarks as they rode, temples, training grounds, ceremonial plazas, and clusters of stone dwellings. The island itself was large, but the inhabited area was surprisingly small and simple. Everywhere Thea looked, women were training, throwing javelins, wrestling, or practicing archery, her own favorite. You don't have anyone who actually produces food or goods? Thea asked after circling half the island. She hadn't seen a single person tending fields or livestock, everyone seemed to be sparring or shouting battle cries. Even casual greetings here looked more like assaults. Production. Diana tilted her head. You mean agriculture and animal husbandry? I've read Dr. Michel's 1915 paper on poultry breeding and feed optimization. Thea crossed her arms and let Diana ramble. The girl's eyes lit up as she explained the proper spacing of coops, soil balance, and climate conditions for optimal yield. So she's got the mind of a scholar, Thea thought wryly, but was born into a culture where people communicate by breaking each other's ribs. Interrupting would have been rude, so she just nodded along. After a long lecture, Diana concluded brightly, but we don't actually need to work the land. The gods provide our food. Thea's cheek twitched. Simple-minded or pure-hearted? Hard to tell. Outwardly Diana was statuesque and composed, but inside she was as guileless as a child. No wonder she fell head over heels for Steve Trevor, she'd literally never seen a man before. Thea had seen the photos, Steve Trevor, the so-called hero who'd landed on Themyscira. Nearly a century later, he still looked like a stern middle-aged man at best. And this is the guy who charmed Wonder Woman. Please. He wasn't half as handsome as Tommy or Oliver back home. As head of Argus, Thea had heard more than her share of gossip about Trevor. Amanda Waller and Lila Michaels used to mock him constantly, authoritarian, self-righteous, not exactly democratic. Maybe they were right. The thought of that man touching this pure, naive girl made her blood boil. Steve Trevor must die. She decided. Okay, maybe not literally. History can't be changed. But when that time comes, I'll make sure they stay far, far apart. Unaware of Thea's murderous plotting, Diana mistook her serious face for deep contemplation of poultry farming. Overjoyed to be taken seriously, she continued chatting all the way back to the central quarters. By sunset, the two women finally returned to the village just in time for the evening celebration. To someone used to the dazzling lights and sound of the modern world, this primitive ritual felt strange yet oddly stirring. The entire island had gathered for a grand bonfire ceremony, a festival to prove that the gods still watched over them. As the Amazons danced and sang ancient war songs, their joy and devotion spilled into the night. But not everyone shared the mood. Over there, on that stone chair, the one in red. Artemis, maybe don't, she's the queen's guest. The murmurs carried easily to Thea's ears. In red. She didn't even have to look, she was the only one on the island wearing that color. Of course. Idiots exist everywhere. Even in paradise. She barely had time to guess which overmuscled fool had decided to make trouble before a tower of a woman stepped into the firelight. Her voice wasn't loud, but her tone left no room for peace. "Outsider, don't think this ceremony is for you. This is our tradition. Understand?" Her volume rose with every word. "And here we go." Thea tilted her head, studying the newcomer. Dear God, what a sight. The firelight flickered, revealing a figure so dark it nearly blended into the shadows. Thea hadn't even noticed her approach until the voice cut through the crowd. Now, in the dim glow of torches, the woman's skin gleamed like polished obsidian, muscles carved and bulging even by male standards. Not African, Thea noted, just sun-scorched and battle-hardened, a body built for war. Behind her stood 4 or 5 women who avoided Thea's gaze, eyes flicking nervously to the ground. "And you are?" Thea asked calmly. She wasn't one to shy from a fight, but she preferred knowing whose game she was walking into. Whoever sent this brute clearly had an agenda, probably someone unhappy with Hippolyta's 5,000-year reign. Stirring up a fight with the queen's foreign guest was a convenient way to undermine her authority. Humans, Thea sighed inwardly. Even divine clay can't fix that political itch. The muscular woman slammed her fist against her chest, her voice booming. "I am Artemis." Thea blinked, then burst out laughing. "Puffed, ha. Oh, that's priceless," she gasped, pounding the stone table beside her. It wasn't mockery so much as genuine disbelief. Artemis. The legendary goddess of the hunt and the moon, renowned for her beauty second only to Aphrodite, and they gave that name to this walking mountain of muscle. Diana had mentioned earlier that they sometimes bestowed divine names on exceptional warriors as honors. Still, Thea hadn't expected the beautiful moon goddess's name to end up on a hulking, well-skinned Amazon built like a siege engine. Chapter 189, Artemis's God Name Challenge. No matter how I looked at the woman in front of me, left, right, near, far, she was nothing like the image of a huntress who slips through the forest, still as a doe and swift as a hare. You people really wanted the gods to die all over again, didn't you? You chose this specimen to bear a goddess's name just to piss her off into an early second death. The thought alone broke my composure, and I pointed at the brawny woman's ebony face and burst out laughing. My provocation hit home. The dark-skinned Amazon ground her teeth so hard they clacked, her already bulging eyes nearly popping from their sockets. You. She jabbed a finger at me, lips trembling, but couldn't string together a full sentence. I laughed for a while and slowly got a hold of myself, covering my mouth and bowing my head. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. Haha, truly, I'm not laughing at you. It was the least sincere apology in history. The Amazons might be straightforward, but they aren't stupid. I want to. The big woman floundered, until one of the women behind her hesitated, leaned in, and whispered a few words in her ear. The brute's face changed at once, but under her companion's prodding she finally blurted at me, "I challenge you to a god name trial. I wager my god name. By our law, outsider, you must accept." Artemis, what nonsense are you spouting? Thea isn't one of our people, our laws don't bind her. I hadn't even answered yet when Diana, startled by what she'd heard, pushed through the crowd. The moment the big woman spoke, Diana's surprise turned to anger. How dare you gamble with the goddess's honor? That isn't yours to toss around. Her last words rose without her meaning to. The Amazons dancing nearby froze mid-step, heads turning in unison. Silence rippled outward as women clustered in 2s and 3s, whispering, trading the fragments they'd caught. The brawny woman was already regretting it, but the arrow nocked had to be loosed. She wasn't built to bend, asking her to admit fault was like asking her to die. So she steeled herself, chin high, and stared straight back at Diana. This is the right the gods granted me. I'll stake everything, my life and my honor. Even I was a little lost by then. Lady, aren't you challenging me? Why are you locking eyes with Diana? Is your custom to beat up the mediator before you get to the duel? I mean, culturally fascinating if true. I folded my arms and kept my mouth shut. After a long, smoldering glare at Diana, the mountain of a woman finally remembered who her opponent was and turned a thoroughly displeased gaze on me. What's the challenge? I wasn't going to back down. One look at her physique told me this wasn't going to be a calculus bee or a coding sprint, but I still wanted the rules clear. Hold, Hippolyta cut in at exactly the right moment. My magic was sealed, but my mental senses weren't. I'd known she was lurking at a distance, watching, and only stepped in once things were about to boil over. Textbook, make an entrance. Thank Hera the local style wasn't to roar, "Long live the queen." I dipped a small bow and called it courtesy enough. Artemis, do you understand what you're doing? Hippolyta's face wore anxious love of the people, the same expression Moira had perfected back home. That soft, caring gaze that says, "I cherish you," while the inner monologue mutters, "Why aren't you dead yet?" But to these earnest Amazons, it plays. The big woman dropped to one knee and bellowed from the chest, "I do. I'll bear all consequences. If I fail, I'll leave our home and go die in the outside world. She was so firm, even I, who'd come to scoff, felt a twinge. A glint of satisfaction flickered between the queen's brows, then she put the motherly mask back on and drew the kneeling woman in. Why put yourself through this, my child? Did someone goad you? Her eyes slid past to mark the faces behind. A capable ruler pulls weeds up with the roots, a headstrong bruiser barely merited her notice. But the bruiser had already forgotten she'd been put up to this. She swore it was all her idea. Very well. Then I can only bless you. May the Father's lightning light your path. Hippolyta displayed her craft, won herself a wave of goodwill, then turned to me. As our honored guest, it pains me to ask this, but will you accept her challenge? If you prevail, you'll bear the moon goddess's name. You will be sister to us, and there will be no more dividing lines. I accept. Retreat wasn't in my vocabulary. As for losing. From the way the brute said it, defeat meant exile from the island. To them, exile was worse than death. To me. Heh. To appease the crowd, the queen couldn't openly take my side, but she slipped me a look that said, I'm rooting for you, either way. Win or lose, it served her. She departed with her guards, satisfied. Thea, you shouldn't have agreed, Diana said hurriedly once the crowd had thinned. She had no idea of the knots of politics under all this, she only saw an impending duel. Which, speaking of. About that black giant, I pointed at the retreating mountain, what exactly am I being challenged to? Diana's mouth fell open. You don't know. You accepted without knowing. How would I know? No one told me. Is it in that Colosseum over there? I'd noticed the full-on Roman arena when I came in, no clue if it was original or an addition, but it looked properly dramatic. It isn't, Diana said carefully. It's a moon-name trial. The time isn't fixed, the format isn't fixed, our moon priestess elders must seek the goddess's oracle first. And the elders would be, which ones again? The faces here were all cut from a similar heroic mold, and with the Horus eye off, I hadn't bothered to pick them out. Honestly. No idea if I'd seen those old priestesses at all. Chapter 190, Diana's Curiosity. Since even Diana had no idea what the so-called trial entailed, Thea decided to stop worrying about it entirely. The time wasn't fixed, and that divine oracle. Please. Who were they trying to fool? You name a hulking black-skinned warrior, Artemis, and we're supposed to believe the gods personally approved. The rules would obviously be written by a few ancient crones tilting the field in their own favor. They'd slap the word divine on anything to make it sound sacred. Fine, Thea thought, her expression calm and detached, you old frauds play priestess all you want. She tugged along the still-brooding Diana and went back to the temporary quarters. Diana, all enthusiasm and genuine warmth, had already decided to move in with her. She'd told her mother she wanted to understand the world outside better, really, she was just dying to talk to someone who'd seen it. Thea was sorting through her remaining gear. She didn't have much left, anything enchanted she'd tucked into the mark space within her tattoo. The flash drives gifted by Adam and Captain Cold were sealed there too, she'd wrapped them in a bit of magic on instinct before the explosion, and now that space was locked. Who knew what condition they were in? Her Kevlar armor had reappeared automatically once the fusion form broke, the hoverboard had survived because she'd stuffed it into a side pocket, and her mechanical arm was disguised as jewelry. Somehow, all of that had made it through. The only true loss was her bow and the infrared goggles that had accompanied her for nearly 2 years, now scattered somewhere in the cracks of time. She sighed. Just as she was brooding over the limits of her sealed storage, Diana showed up carrying several neatly folded robes. These are for me. Thea held up one of the rough linen dresses, examining it critically. Charming. Everyone's size, no style whatsoever. Changing was easy, mainly a matter of unchanging out of the battle suit, but the process left Diana wide-eyed. Oh. That's underwear, isn't it? I've seen illustrations in books but never the real thing. It's so smooth, let me touch, hey, don't run away. Getting flirted with by a pure-hearted Amazon was not on Thea's bingo card. She grumbled, shoved her arms through the shapeless robe, and tied the cloth belt around her waist. Where exactly are we going? She asked as they left the quarters. Diana led the way down a torchlit path toward a cliffside cavern. Thea followed, increasingly suspicious. If she hadn't already known this woman would one day be Wonder Woman, she might have thought she was being dragged off for something unmentionable. You do realize it's the middle of the night. What's in the cave? The bathing pool. A gift from the gods, Diana said as if it were obvious. Don't you outsiders bathe? I heard the outside world is still full of the Black Death. Stop. Stop right there. Thea nearly choked. No plague. None. And yes, we bathe. She finally understood, The girl's curiosity about the outside world was explosive. The more her mother forbade her from leaving, the more obsessed she became, feeding herself on every old scroll she could find. Thea sighed inwardly. She'll leave this island someday. Hippolyta knows it too, that's why she let her tag along with me. The cave opened into a pool of shimmering green water, the color a trick of light off the stone walls. Amazons, Thea realized, had an extremely simple concept of modesty. Diana shed her half-armor, unfastened the battle skirt, and kicked off her sandals. And that was that, nothing left. Her beauty was overwhelming. The divine blood in her veins had perfected her body to the edge of human symmetry. Even with all her own miraculous transformations, Thea still fell short by a notch, especially in certain departments best left unmentioned. Still, refusing to be outdone by a woman from antiquity, Thea stripped down too, dropping the coarse robe and unhooking her undergarments. She tested the water. Warm. Faintly herbal. Pleasantly clean. Not bad. You Amazons do know how to live. She turned to comment, and nearly fell face first into the pool. Because Diana, completely unabashed, was holding Thea's bra, rubbing the fabric between her fingers with a look of deep fascination. Diana. Thea snatched it back. That's private. Very private. Oh, sorry. It just smells nice. Do all outsiders smell like you? Diana apologized at once, but her curiosity remained perfectly intact. Two naked women having a perfectly serious conversation, it looked absurd even to Thea. She dragged the girl into the water until the surface hit everything and finally felt she could breathe again. As for that smell, embarrassing as it was, Thea had noticed it herself. Her cycle hadn't come in months. The more sunlight she absorbed, the less human her body felt. Whether she was becoming divine or mutating into something else entirely, she couldn't say. I'm a hero, she said with a smirk. You can't expect everyone to be like me. If the average human had her physiology, Kryptonians would have been the ones worrying about invasion. What are you doing? She asked when she felt Diana leaning closer, expression intent, nostrils flaring slightly. You're different, Diana murmured. You're sent, it's beyond anything recorded in the texts. Are you a child of the gods too? Thea blinked. Malcolm would die laughing if he heard a demigod call him a god. But this was clearly a misunderstanding, and a harmless one. She turned slightly, showing the unicorn tattoo on her shoulder blade. This is my blood mark. My power comes from here. Chapter 191, Theory must be tested in practice. That really is a kind of power I've never seen before, Diana murmured. But it feels comforting. Her hand slid up Thea's shoulder. Maybe it was the texture of her skin, maybe it was the energy radiating beneath it, but Diana didn't stop after one touch. Her fingers traced slow, absent circles, soft and sure, every motion strangely intimate. Thea's whole body trembled. Ah, your mother's the queen, right? What about your father? She blurted, desperate to redirect the conversation. It worked. Diana's mood instantly dimmed. She stirred the water with her fingertips and said quietly, Mother says my father is Zeus, king of the gods. But I've never met him. He probably doesn't care about me. Thea disagreed. Doesn't care? He gave you divine-level stats and a full legendary gear set. Compared to you, I'm practically a beggar. The daughter of Zeus versus the girl who clawed her way up from Star City, what kind of cosmic joke is this? Superman's dad left him a flashy cape, Zeus gave his kid a complete arsenal, from offense to defense to crowd control. That's absolutely a doting father. I'm sure he loves you in his own way, Thea said carefully. Diana smiled faintly, then turned the question around. What about your parents? They must be kind people, to have raised someone with such a bright aura. My parents? They were good to me, Thea answered vaguely. Sure, if you ignored Malcolm's casual murder habit and Moira's gift for lying without blinking. Diana tilted her head. Were you born naturally? Through your parents' union? Thea froze. What kind of question is that? That's how it works, yes. Did you see them mate? What? Thea nearly jumped out of the pool. Of course not. What kind of, no. Absolutely not. But then she realized Diana's expression was pure, serious curiosity, not perversion. I mean, Diana clarified, how does life begin? Is it truly grown inside the body? What was it like, when you were born from your mother's womb? She even touched her own flat stomach, wide-eyed in wonder. Thea sighed. The conversation had gone completely off the rails. You're asking about biology, not, never mind. So, half laughing, half exasperated, she launched into a basic rundown of reproductive science, cell division, fertilization, human gestation, everything she remembered from high school and documentaries. From outside the cave, anyone listening might have thought two expectant mothers were discussing childbirth. In truth, they were light years away from that stage of life. Diana eagerly compared every word to what she'd read in her forbidden books, nodding excitedly each time Thea's explanation matched. So the theories are right. Thea rolled her eyes. Theory means nothing if it's not tested in practice. Here, lie back. I'll show you in practice. An indescribable scene drifted by in the steam. Later, feeling strangely refreshed, both women returned to their quarters. Diana's curiosity was bottomless. She fired questions about everything from sky mechanics to ocean currents, and Thea, equal parts older sister and reluctant teacher, answered as best she could. By the time she ran out of mental energy, Thea was nodding off mid-sentence. Wake up, Thea. Do all outsiders sleep this long? Diana scolded the next morning. She'd already trained, eaten breakfast, and returned, only to find Thea still passed out. Thea sat up groggily, stretching. What time is it? Before she could finish yawning, a robed elder appeared in the doorway. Good morning, Miss Thea. You look well rested. Today we'll be holding the first round of Artemis's trial at the square. Make sure to keep your strength up. The woman patted Thea's shoulder with mock sympathy and left without another word. Diana frowned. That wasn't right. She didn't even tell you what the trial is. That's against the rules. Thea waved it off. She's one of the Queen's opposition. Just checking the box. She can claim she informed me later. Inwardly, she sighed. Classic political sabotage. Petty, underhanded, and familiar. I've seen this in every boardroom back home. Still, it left her simmering. Fine, old hag. I remember your face. When the war breaks out and the Germans land here, I'll watch you die without blinking. She got dressed, pulled the still fuming Diana along, and said dryly, Come on. Let's get breakfast. When they reached the dining hall, Thea froze. Not a single plate left. Morning drills burned a lot of calories, one Amazon said with faux politeness. You'll have to come earlier tomorrow. We run on military discipline here. Thea's smile twitched. Fine. Let them starve me. She could go 10 days without food and not even feel it, sunlight or no sunlight, her altered body didn't need much. Still, she couldn't help missing Gideon's breakfast service aboard the Wave Rider. Whatever that AI thought of her, it had never let her go hungry. Humans, she thought bitterly. Born or molded from clay, they're all the same. No wonder AIs want to wipe us out, too much malice for machines to stomach. Forget it, she said, pushing away the irritation and walking toward the plaza with Diana. Let's just get this over with. Chapter 192, An Unfair Start. This was Thea's second time setting foot on the Amazon's Grand Plaza. Unlike the lively festival the night before, today the square carried a solemn, almost oppressive air. It was vast, nearly the size of 4 football fields, its bluestone surface laid so perfectly smooth it felt like walking on glass. No need to ask whose handiwork that was. Definitely the gods, those bored, overpowered construction workers of mythology. The local populace treated battle as glory and labor as disgrace. They wouldn't bother fixing a fallen jar of oil, let alone paving this. Considering they had no machinery or tools more advanced than a sword, there was no way they'd built this on their own. Divine intervention, obviously. There was no podium, no anthem, no ceremonial procession. Just 2 contestants. As soon as Thea entered, she spotted the towering, iron-built woman waiting across the arena, her dark-skinned challenger. The woman stood ramrod straight, muscles like forged steel, eyes closed, nostrils flaring faintly. Even from a distance Thea could tell she was trembling from nerves. Thea, by contrast, felt utterly calm. She didn't care about this so-called divine name match. Spotting Queen Hippolyta at the center, she approached politely. Your Majesty. Did you rest well? I hope Diana didn't disturb your sleep, the Queen greeted warmly, radiant as ever. She chatted a few pleasantries before gesturing to the stern woman beside her. This is my sister, Diana's mentor, Antiope. Ah, Wonder Woman's teacher. Thea studied the sharp-eyed, disciplined warrior and inclined her head. An honor to meet you. Antiope frowned slightly. Miss Thea, do you have any combat training? It was a fair question. Since awakening her magical bloodline, Thea's body had taken on a deceptive elegance, toned but not bulky. Next to these Amazons with their armor-plate abs and sculpted limbs, she looked more like someone who did yoga. That question was awkward. During her first days here, she'd observed the Amazons' combat drills, no secrecy, no pretense, just endless sparring. Their technique was refined, yes, but ancient, rigidly old school. Centuries of immortality had made them masters of their craft, yet slaves to habit. Meanwhile, the outside world had spent thousands of years evolving its martial systems. Generations of mortals, short-lived but endlessly innovative, had refined combat into art and science. Knowledge compounded faster than muscle ever could. By comparison, the Amazons had advanced maybe 200 years in 4,000. So yes, Thea was confident. Without magic or tech, barehanded, she could probably take down 5 to 7 of them at once. If she unleashed her full arsenal and restored her mana reserves, well, casualties would just be a matter of math. But telling Antiope that would be impolite. So she smiled. I trained a bit back home. How much? You'll see soon enough. Hippolyta introduced 3 middle-aged women in priestly robes next, temple attendants, apparently. One of them, stern-faced, gave Thea only a curt nod before looking away. The other 2 were warmer, including the same woman who'd informed her of the match that morning. Through Hippolyta's introduction, Thea learned that these 3 priestesses oversaw the daily worship of all 12 Olympian gods, because divine miracles had grown rare and the temple staff had been downsized. Thea almost burst out laughing. Cutbacks in heaven, huh? 12 gods, 3 attendants, someone clearly believed in efficiency reform. No need to guess who, Hippolyta. She'd militarized the priesthood, turning most clerics into soldiers under her direct command. Of course the remaining few resented her. Thea had zero interest in this eternal tug-of-war between crown and altar. Monarchs versus priests, it was the same tired drama Europe had replayed for 1,000 years. After exchanging obligatory pleasantries with these village-level leaders, she drifted aside to wait. She wanted to sit, but seeing everyone else standing stiffly under the blazing sun, she swallowed the idea. Amazons were a semi-military society, their coordination was impressive. Within minutes, over 1,000 warriors had assembled, forming perfect rings around the arena. How many of them are there? Thea wondered. Counting one by one would take forever. She quietly activated Horus's eye, scanning the crowd. Instantly, 1,550. Most felt only a faint chill as her sight brushed over them, noticing nothing strange. Only Diana's eyes widened. She'd sensed it, the divine nature in Thea's gaze. Different from her own power, but unmistakably divine. Is she, another child of the gods? Diana's thoughts tangled. Then Hippolyta's voice rang out, the divine name challenge begins. Thea almost snorted. Challenge was a stretch. She hadn't agreed to any of this willingly, she'd been roped in because the other woman staked everything on it. Still, the village council had signed off, so challenge it was. There should have been an introduction, background, merits, reasons for the duel, but the Amazons knew nothing about Thea's past and refused to take her word for it. They couldn't exactly lasso her for a truth check, not before a sacred contest. So they just skipped the formality altogether. Hippolyta raised a hand for silence, briefly recounting Artemis's divine history. The Amazons listened reverently, Thea zoned out, nodding absently. Finally, after some theatrical hesitation, the priestesses conferred. The same honey-tongued elder from that morning stepped forward and declared loudly, Artemis is the goddess of the hunt. Her oracle decrees that the first trial shall be the javelin throw. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Right. Thea stood at 170 centimeters, slender by Amazon standards, looking practically delicate next to her opponent, a woman nearly 180, her biceps as thick as Thea's thighs. Just standing there, she radiated brute strength. Yeah. This matchup screamed unfair. Chapter 193, The Javelin Throw. Thea knew perfectly well what those old hags were up to, and she had to admit, they'd picked their timing cleverly. A normal person, in a new environment, worried about an unknown competition, wouldn't have slept a wink their first night. But Thea, calm as a cat, had slept straight through until morning. Since that trick failed, they switched tactics, strike fast, give her no prep time, summon her half awake before she was at her best. And to make it worse, they pulled breakfast from under her nose, all to leave her physically hungry and mentally foggy. Then, just to rub salt in, they sent out the fully rested, muscle-packed Amazon for a contest clearly chosen to favor her, javelin throwing. One glance at Thea's slender frame versus her opponent's towering build was enough to make the crowd whisper. The outcome looked obvious. The nastiest of the priestesses smiled sweetly at her, all gentle wrinkles and soft eyes, though inside she was already rehearsing how she'd twist Thea's defeat into an attack on Hippolyta's authority. Oh, you're a piece of work, Thea thought, watching the murmuring crowd. If you were an employee at Queen Consolidated, I'd have transferred you to Siberia for character development. Hey, can you actually do this? Diana whispered, worried. Her concern wasn't unfounded. The island's anti-magic field was so strong it completely shut down Thea's mana. Even Diana, a demigoddess, had lost more than half her divine power. Having grown up inside that suppression zone, Diana didn't realize how much stronger she normally was. Thea, of course, only nodded. Relax. I've got this. Since figuring out the priest's scheme, she'd quietly attached her mechanical arm beneath her sleeve. Perfectly fitted, invisible under her clothes. If they wanted to play dirty, she'd play smarter. She'd been willing to compete fair, until they made that impossible. Fine, she thought, time to show them what miracles really look like. Soon, a warrior brought over 2 gleaming javelins and presented them to the leaders. Even Hippolyta frowned slightly. A test of strength, not skill, it was crude. The result wouldn't matter much to her politically, but still, a win was better than a loss. She checked the weapons. No tampering. When Thea and the dark-skinned Amazon stepped forward, the queen leaned closer and whispered, "No pressure, my dear. Win or lose, it doesn't matter." Thea smiled brilliantly. "Oh, it'll matter." With her hidden enhancements, even Diana herself would have trouble matching her strength under this magic lockdown. The crowd parted, leaving a clear lane down the field. The meaning was obvious, throw as far as you can that way. "Who's first?" Thea asked. The tall Amazon just glared, silent and puffing up her chest. Great, Thea thought, what are we supposed to do, throw at the same time? Then she'll claim hers landed farther no matter what. Before the tension could thicken, the same treacherous priestess from that morning stepped out again, smiling her snake oil smile. "You're our guest, Miss Thea. Let Artemis throw first." Thea nodded politely and stepped back. "So that's the plan, let the big one make a spectacle, crush my confidence." "Cute." She gestured. "Go ahead." Since this wasn't an official sport, there were no lines or measuring marks. The only judges were hundreds of sharp-eyed Amazons. You could take a running start if you wanted, no one would stop you. The dark Amazon inhaled deeply, centering herself. Right hand gripping the javelin, she sprinted forward, heavy footfalls pounding the stone. 10 meters, 15, then she twisted her torso, coiled every muscle, and let out a roar. Ah! The javelin flashed through the air like lightning, tracing a perfect arc before slamming into the earth far away with a heavy thunk. Not bad at all. Thea squinted, gauging distance. Roughly 500 feet, about 150 meters. That was insane. The world record barely passed 100. She just smashed it by 50 meters without breaking a sweat. Figures, Thea thought. Clay-born demigods. Even their physics are broken. No wonder those scheming priestesses picked this event, they knew how absurdly strong these Amazons were. The crowd erupted in chatter. The priestesses didn't even bother quieting them. "That's probably her best throw ever," one admirer gushed. "That outsider's finished," another murmured with cool detachment. Only Diana, held back by Hippolyta, said nothing, her brow furrowed with worry. Thea ignored them all. She'd survived Star City tabloids calling her every name in the book, a few whispers wouldn't even scratch her composure. Besides, she didn't need composure. She had power. The mechanical arm hummed softly under her sleeve, calibrated to 5 tons of force. Her opponent. Maybe one at best. This wouldn't be a contest, it would be a demonstration. "Wait, she's using her left arm," someone in the crowd muttered. "A lefty. Her stance looks awful. Has she never thrown before?" Thea sighed inwardly. No, she hadn't. Her mother had raised her for piano and posture, not athletics. No one in Star City high society handed their daughters a spear. Moira taught etiquette, Malcolm taught assassination, but javelin. Not on the syllabus. The only person she could imagine having tried it was Batman, and even then, doubtful. The spectator's tone made her twitch. "She's never practiced javelin." It sounded like pity mixed with superiority. "Please. In the modern world, who even trains for this? You're the one stuck in the Bronze Age." She tuned them out, testing the weapon's weight in her left hand. All metal, heavier than standard, but to her, it felt weightless. She turned, catching the priestess's smug, expectant smile. "All right then," she said brightly. "Watch closely." Yes, we're watching," the woman cooed. She could barely contain her glee. Chapter 194, The Shocking Result. Thea met the old priestess's smile with one of her own, her tone polite and teasing. "All right then, shall I begin?" Yes. "Do your best, child. Use every ounce of strength and hurl it as far as you can." The old woman even mimed the motion, her expression a mask of encouragement and motherly warmth. The two of them stood there smiling at each other, all sweetness and good manners, so much so that Diana, watching from the side, had no idea what was really going on. Thea started to test the movement. With her martial arts foundation and sharp memory, this kind of motion was child's play. Still, throwing with her left hand felt awkward. She flexed and mimed the motion a few times, no rhythm, no flow. Forget it. The form wasn't perfect, but the raw power would make up for it. No run-up, no fancy technique, just pure force. She bent her arm back, activated her mechanical limb, and let it rip with a sharp whoosh. The metal javelin screamed through the air with a tearing hiss. In less than a tenth of a second, it vanished from everyone's sight, just a black speck streaking across the sky. The plaza fell completely silent. What just happened? No one, except Thea and the half-believing Diana, could process it. The old priestess gawked, face twitching with outrage. You, trickery, she finally stammered, but even she couldn't find words to accuse Thea of cheating. She wanted to claim it didn't count, but 1,000 pairs of eyes had just watched it happen. Even she didn't have the gall to call it fake. Queen Hippolyta's eyes gleamed as she smiled at the trio of priestesses. Well then, what do you make of that result? Her tone was pure silk. If they dared dismiss it, she'd bury them in the court of public opinion. Let's confer for a moment, muttered the eldest priestess, dragging her two furious companions aside. While they whispered, the plaza erupted. Did you see that? It went out of sight. That's insane. How can someone that small have that kind of strength? Could it be Heracles' power? I wonder who's stronger, her or Diana? The crowd buzzed in disbelief. Thea, unbothered, turned off her mechanical limb and strolled toward Diana. That small, casual gesture set off a new round of gossip. She's walking right up to Diana. Look how close they are. They must be the same kind, divine-born. The priestesses finally returned, faces tight. The eldest raised her voice, pointing at a neutral warrior. Go. Find where it landed. Measure the distance. The chosen Amazon hesitated only long enough to glance at her queen. Hippolyta nodded, and the warrior mounted her horse and galloped off in the javelin's direction. 15 minutes later, she returned, breathless, dismounting with a thud. Kneeling, she declared loudly, by the gods, what I say is truth. The javelin landed more than 2 miles away, and its tip is buried a foot deep into solid rock. The shout carried across the plaza. Gasps followed like a wave. 2 miles, and embedded in stone. Every Amazon on the island could throw a javelin. They all knew what that meant. To pierce rock meant she still had power to spare. Without that obstacle, it might have flown hundreds of meters farther. Now 1,000 warriors stared at Thea like she was some divine aberration. This isn't a woman, their eyes said. This is a monster. Maybe the outside world wasn't weak at all, maybe the gods had locked them on this island not to protect humanity, but to protect them from humanity. Queen Hippolyta broke the stunned silence. So, priestesses, can we announce the result of the first contest? The queen's smile was serene, but her thoughts weren't pious. She had never truly worshipped the gods, not even Zeus, her lover and father of her daughter. Distance made faith easy, intimacy destroyed it. Her open interpretation of Thea's earlier oracle had been the root of this entire conflict. The priestesses had wanted to use this trial to undermine her authority, defeat Thea, prove the queen's interpretation wrong, and reclaim their influence. But now, Thea's casual throw had obliterated their plan. With bitter reluctance, the eldest priestess stepped forward. The first trial's victor is, our honored guest, Miss Thea Queen. She forced a smile and took Thea's hand in mock friendship. Oh, now you're all warmth and diplomacy. Thea thought, suppressing a snort. They kept calling her outsider and foreigner, words meant to remind everyone she wasn't one of them. And it worked, every repetition dug the wedge deeper. You let an outsider win. Where's your Amazon pride? By the time the thought spread, even those who'd been friendly hesitated to approach her. Better to stay loyal than be branded a traitor. The defeated Amazon, Artemis, finally understood the magnitude of her mistake. Her face darkened, the muscles in her jaw twitching. For a moment, Thea thought she'd spit blood. But the warrior swallowed it back, trembling with effort, then turned away without a word and walked off alone, shame burning in her every step. Thea stretched, ready to leave herself. The priests would be scrambling to regroup anyway, and she had no intention of sticking around for the politics. She'd won the first round, that was enough. Before she could go, Diana caught her arm, eyes bright. Do you want to come watch me train with Antiope? That spark of excitement was impossible to refuse. Clearly, this was the one part of Diana's life that made her truly happy. Thea smiled. Sure, lead the way. Together they headed toward a secluded training field at the edge of the island, the crowd still buzzing behind them. Chapter 195, Antiope. Antiope had arrived much earlier than they had. She was already alone on the field, spear in hand, her movements sharp and precise. When she saw Thea trailing behind Diana, she showed no surprise, clearly Diana had told her in advance. Thea, come train with us. Antiope's voice was clear and commanding, no nonsense, no hesitation, every word hit with the force of a thrown spear. I just came to watch. Thea thought helplessly as the older woman tossed her a short sword. She'd wanted to refuse, but Antiope hadn't even given her a chance to open her mouth. Still, Thea didn't dislike her. Antiope's direct, upright temperament reminded her of Lady Shiva, people who lived and breathed battle, pure and straightforward. Compared to Hippolyta's veiled smiles and those scheming priestesses, this woman was infinitely easier to respect. All right, fine. How do we start? Thea twirled the sword experimentally. Amazon swords were shorter than the standard one-handed blades she knew, but heavier, denser. A normal human would have found them clumsy, but Thea's semi-divine strength handled it with ease. Antiope smiled, eyes fierce. Three-way spar. All at once. That was so unexpected it somehow made perfect sense coming from her. Diana, already starting to show the shadow of her future self, grabbed a sword and shield from the rack, nothing enchanted, just solid steel, and stepped calmly into the circle. Antiope kept her spear, her hawk-like eyes flicking between their feet, their shoulders, watching, waiting for an opening. Seeing neither of them wanted to strike first, Thea sighed, spun the short sword in her hand, and said lightly, "Then I'll start." She lunged, blade slicing toward Antiope's neck. Good speed. Antiope praised, parrying with the haft of her spear before spinning away from Diana's quick advance. With 3 fighters in the circle, there was no room for hesitation. Thea's deflected blade twisted midair and stabbed toward Diana, who raised her shield in time. The impact rang out, and Thea followed through with a snap kick to Diana's midsection, only to have to duck under Antiope's thrusting spear. The rhythm built fast. Each had her own edge, Antiope, with decades, centuries, of experience, her technique honed to near perfection. Diana, blessed by birth, pure instinct and natural grace compensating for lack of training. And Thea carried the sum of millennia of human combat evolution. Antiope embodied depth. Diana represented purity. Thea showcased breadth. After 10 minutes, all 3 had gauged one another. Diana and her aunt were both impressed. No matter how they shifted, Thea adapted instantly, dismantling their attacks with fluid counters. If it weren't for the 3-way setup, either of them would have already lost in a straight duel. Human martial heritage wasn't to be underestimated. It wasn't about raw power but accumulated knowledge, thousands of years of refinement by countless masters. Overcoming that alone was no easy feat, even for demigods. Eventually, the match evolved into a 2-on-1, Diana and Antiope versus Thea. And that was when Thea began to falter. The weapons were unfamiliar, and Diana's defensive style was particularly troublesome for her. Antiope noticed her disadvantage and quickly stepped back, lowering her spear. "You two, continue." Now 1-on-1, Thea's true strength exploded. Her strikes were unpredictable, almost chaotic but brutally effective. She hacked and spun, pressing Diana back step by step. The young Amazon's shield rang like a drum, barely keeping up. Thea grinned through sweat. This girl's a natural tank. Her defense stats must be maxed out already. She switched styles 7 times in a row: Japanese kenjutsu, Persian assassination forms, European longsword technique, Chinese saber movements. Every system she'd ever studied flowed through her hands, modern and ancient alike. Yet she still couldn't break Diana's guard. Enough. I'm done. Thea exhaled hard and dropped her nicked sword. Any more would just be burning energy, and she hadn't even eaten breakfast. Diana, flushed with excitement, lifted her shield to inspect it. It was a mess of cross-hatched scratches. Your moves were amazing. Did you come up with them yourself? How could I? They're the result of humanity's collective wisdom, thousands of years of refinement. Even Thea's shamelessness couldn't stretch far enough to claim authorship. Then why don't books ever mention these? Diana asked, genuinely puzzled. Thea pinched the bridge of her nose. Because if they did, society would collapse. But she couldn't say that. Any answer would just lead to a dozen more questions from this endlessly curious Amazon. They moved on to a teaching session. Antiope coached Diana, while Thea observed. It didn't take long for Thea to notice the problem. The two had completely different philosophies. Antiope preached offense, strike first, strike decisively. Diana, on the other hand, was born to defend. Her heart leaned toward protection, and that instinct showed in her technique: too much caution, not enough aggression. The mismatch made the lesson awkward and halting. By noon, they finally called it a day. Antiope's expression was the perfect picture of teacher's disappointment. Diana dragged Thea off toward the mess hall. "Here, eat this," Diana said brightly, placing a bowl of something thick and beige in front of her. Thea stared. "What is that?" "Our staple meal," Diana said cheerfully. "We've eaten it for centuries. Filling, nutritious, and tastes fine." Thea stirred it with a spoon. It looked like soggy plaster and smelled worse. Calling it pig slop would have been generous. She leaned closer and muttered, "When we get off this island, I'm taking you out for a real meal." Diana's eyes widened. She glanced around, whispering back, "Mother would never let me leave." "Don't worry," Thea stopped mid-sentence. "No, you're right." She could probably snatch Diana and skate them both off the island, but without her divine gear, the girl would be vulnerable. Best to wait until Steve Trevor and his little German invasion forced fate's hand. Swallowing that thought, and the first spoonful of sludge, Thea nearly gagged. Ugh. No wonder Steve couldn't wait to leave this place. Annoyed, she flicked open Horace's eye, scanning the entire cafeteria just to check whether this culinary abomination was standard or some punishment. Unfortunately, everyone was eating the same thing. No conspiracy, just bad cooking. Still, the glow of the eye didn't go unnoticed. Divine sight. Diana whispered, eyes wide. You are a child of the gods. Her face flushed with excitement and anger, misunderstanding completely. Why didn't you tell me? Is it because they discriminate against you too? Thea froze mid-spoonful, utterly speechless. Chapter 196, Tribute to the Goddess. What did you just say? Thea's heart skipped a beat. She'd activated her power purely out of habit, completely forgetting that a certain someone nearby could sense divine energy. Regret hit instantly. Who are your parents? Diana pressed, staring intently at her face, deadly serious. Her expression practically said, look, I told you I'm Zeus's illegitimate daughter. And you still won't tell me. That's not what friends do. But Thea really couldn't. Time Travel 101, never mention your parents' names. What if 70 years later, Diana randomly ran into Malcolm on a city street, remembered Thea, and decided to chat him up? With her personality, that was absolutely possible. Malcolm, flustered by the encounter, might skip a meeting with Moira he was meant to have that evening. No meeting, no spark, no little bundle of chaos named Thea Queen. Boom, timeline obliterated. So she could only give the safe answer. A name was harmless, it proved she existed, but family details. Untouchable. She waved it off. Diana, I really can't say. Sorry. Ah. I see, Diana mused, tapping her chin, already jumping to conclusions. So your divine parent must be one of the fallen gods, speaking their name would draw their attention. At least she'd convinced herself. Thea let out a small sigh of relief. Hey, by the way, do you guys have, kitchens here? Honestly, she was starting to doubt she could survive until Steve Trevor's arrival. She could tough it out for a few weeks, maybe, but half a year on that bland paste they called food. She'd die of despair first. Her logic was simple, no guns. No cannons. Fine, we'll build our own kitchen. Diana blinked. The idea alone seemed sacrilegious. On Themyscira, battle was glory and labor was shame. Anyone caught wielding a spatula instead of a sword would be a laughingstock. Still, Diana was among the more open-minded Amazons. Knowing how different Thea's tastes were, she nodded thoughtfully. I'll mention it to Mother tonight. Thea grinned. They even need royal approval to cook. Yep. Definitely a village with delusions of grandeur. That afternoon, Diana went off to train again while Thea, less enthusiastic about drills, hopped onto her hoverboard to look for ingredients. When Diana returned, exhausted, she froze at the doorway, nearly thinking she'd walked into the wrong hut. The floor was covered with mushrooms, black fungus, and a dozen plants she couldn't even name. Thea, it turned out, had spent the entire afternoon combing the forest. She'd found a bounty of herbs and spices, many needing to be dried. The island was full of wild fennel, so she'd gathered half a sack. She'd even spotted wild boars rooting nearby. Steamed buns with pork filling, now that would be divine, she'd thought. It wasn't long before she spotted Diana walking in, spear in hand. Thea's eyes lit up. She snatched the weapon without warning. Perfect. Wait here, I'll be right back. And before Diana could respond, she was gone, flying into the woods. Diana stood there, bewildered. What is she doing now? A few minutes later, Thea's voice called from outside, cheerful and urgent. Come here. Hurry. Diana followed, and stopped dead. Thea stood triumphantly, holding up the long spear, with a whole wild boar skewered on it. The beast wasn't huge, but it was freshly killed, pierced clean through in a rather undignified place, exiting through its mouth. You're offering a sacrifice to the moon goddess? Diana guessed, brows furrowing in earnest thought. Sacri, what? No. Thea rolled her eyes. We're eating it. Don't tell me you're all vegetarians here. Diana shook her head. No, but we usually only eat meat during ceremonies. Like last night's feast, 1 pig for over 1,000 people. Hardly enough to taste. Now that the boar was just for them, she hesitated. It felt a bit impious. But her mouth was already watering. Do you even know how to prepare it? She asked timidly. Thea absolutely did not. But desperate times called for courage. She rolled up her sleeves. We'll figure it out. Between their combined strength and combat precision, they made quick work of it, draining blood, removing hair, gutting and cleaning the carcass. Soon, the boar was roasting whole over an open fire. They turned it slowly, letting the skin crisp and brown. After 20 minutes, Thea used Horace's eye to check the interior, still a bit raw. Activating her mechanical arm, she lifted the boar with one hand, roasting evenly for another 5 minutes until the skin gleamed a perfect golden hue. Done, she declared, extinguishing the flames. Hygiene wasn't exactly a concern, both of them were practically immune to disease. Thea's body had long since metabolized a swamp monster's fruit, and Diana's divine physiology made poison laughable. They laid a clean robe on the ground, set the roasted boar on top, and began carving with short swords. There were no sauces, no spices, but hunger and victory made everything taste like paradise. To Thea, it was better than anything she'd eaten in Star City. Diana's joy was almost childlike. In 5,000 years of life, she'd never seen an entire roast pig just for her. On this island, stripped of her full power and fed nothing but grey mush, she hadn't realized how much she missed feeling full. Now, watching Thea devour happily, she couldn't resist any longer. She sliced off a golden piece, grabbed it with her bare hand, and took a bite, then another. Her eyes watered. So good. By the time they'd eaten a third of it, Diana finally came back to her senses. Shouldn't we pray to the moon goddess first? Eating like this without a word feels wrong. Thea wiped the grease from her mouth, amused. This girl really could feel guilty over anything. Relax. She's the goddess of the hunt, right? We caught a wild boar at night. That's basically an offering in her honor. She's probably thrilled. Really? Diana blinked, uncertain. It kind of made sense, but something still felt off. Before she could think it through, a soft laugh echoed through the forest, silver and musical, like bells ringing in the dark. Hee hee hee. Both women froze, instincts flaring. They grabbed their weapons in unison, eyes snapping toward the sound. Who's there? Chapter 197, The Second Trial. The forest was silent. The two women exchanged looks, each seeing the same flicker of unease in the other's eyes. That voice they'd just heard hadn't been an illusion. Thea activated the Eye of Horus again, sweeping the area. Within a radius of 500 meters, it showed only two life forms, them, and half a roasted boar. Surely the pig hadn't laughed. That would be unsettling. She poked the carcass a few times with her sword, just to be sure. No response. No residual energy, no weird aura, just tender, delicious pork. So where had the voice come from? Neither of them had an answer, and after a moment's silence, both simply shrugged. Thea wasn't afraid, she'd slain gods before. Ghosts were small potatoes. Diana, too, had no concept of fear in her vocabulary. And so, the two calmly sat back down and continued eating. When Hippolyta arrived with attendants bringing cooking utensils and sacks of grain, this was the scene she found, two women sitting cross-legged by the fire, surrounded by scraps of what used to be a pig. The smell of roasted meat drifted half a mile through the forest. Even the queen's attendants couldn't help but swallow hard at the scent. What exactly are you two doing? Hippolyta asked, her tone dry but amused. Sweet, honest Diana couldn't get a word out. Thea, on the other hand, never missed a beat. We're conducting a sacred offering to honor the moon goddess, she said smoothly. By now, Thea had figured the queen out, any act that defied the temple or annoyed the priestesses automatically earned Hippolyta's approval. If Thea decided to burn down the temple itself, the queen would probably help by keeping watch. The queen's expression didn't change, she simply glanced at their grease-smeared faces and said lightly, the gods should be honored in the heart, not through appearances. Very well, your offering is accepted. The supplies are yours. Finish your ceremony, then rest. With that, she signaled her warriors to set down the utensils and grain, and departed without another word. See. Even your mother says it counts as a real offering, Thea said with a grin. You can relax now. Diana looked utterly lost. Her mother's words still echoed in her ears. If the queen said it, it must be true, right? She stared at the leftovers on the ground, trying to convince herself that this, somehow, was proper worship. Thea didn't dwell on it. She cleaned up the scene, dragged Diana off to wash, and they turned in early for the night. The next morning, Diana rose early for her daily training and breakfast. Thea, having completely given up on the Amazon's meals, decided to fend for herself. She hopped on her hoverboard and headed out to hunt. Flying along the coast, she unexpectedly spotted a lone figure training hard, her previous opponent, the dark-skinned, muscle-bound warrior. The woman was running laps with a log strapped to her back, steam rising from her like a forge. Sweat poured down her body as she shouted encouragement to herself. Wow. What a beast, Thea murmured. Even at her most disciplined, she'd never gone to such extremes. No wonder the woman's physique looked carved from iron. 1,000 frog jumps, 10 kilometers of sprinting, 800 rope skips, it was the kind of masochistic training straight out of a shonen anime. Thea couldn't help admiring her. Determination like that deserved respect. She didn't interrupt, just smiled, flew off quietly, and thought, if the next trial is about endurance, I might as well surrender now. I'm not racing that human tank around the island. On her way back, her luck, or misfortune, continued. 2 eagles started circling overhead. When they suddenly dove at her, shrieking, she reacted on instinct, snapping both their necks midair before landing with one bird in each hand. Seriously? She thought. Is this some cosmic vendetta? Maybe every eagle on Earth resents me because Horus died. But that's in the future, how would they even know? Unable to make sense of it, she plucked and gutted the birds, roasted them over a small fire, and seasoned them with a pinch of the salt Hippolyta had sent. The meat was tough, dry, and utterly uninspiring. One bite of pork had ruined all other meat forever, she thought mournfully. After breakfast, Thea decided to secure a proper food supply. Compared to Gideon's sleek high-tech ship, Themyscira felt like the Stone Age. She wanted dumplings, but halfway through, she realized she didn't even know how to knead dough. And there was no Google in 1918. Luckily, Diana's study contained a mountain of old books. Thea flipped through them and eventually pieced together the process. When Diana burst into the room, Thea's face was covered in flour, her hands deep in dough. What? The second trials now. Stop asking questions, just come with me. Diana grabbed her by the wrist. There was no rushing Thea, of course. She wasn't going anywhere looking like a baker. After washing up and changing clothes, she finally followed Diana to the island's eastern forest. She knew this place well, it was where she'd hunted her boar and gathered mushrooms. So what now? Another roast-off. Because of their delay, the entire island was already gathered when they arrived. The 3 priestesses stood at the front, faces grim. No fake smiles this time, only cold, watchful eyes. The eldest cleared her throat. The goddess of the hunt demands skill and precision. The task is simple, enter the forest and bring back as much game as you can. Victory will go to the better hunter. Then she added, feigning concern, Miss Queen, you do know how to use a bow, don't you? It was a clever setup. They'd realized brute strength wouldn't beat Thea, so they chose a contest of finesse. Even though her opponent, the Amazon warrior, wasn't an expert archer either, 5,000 years of practice had made such skill second nature. The priestesses were confident the odds were finally in their favor. You can shoot, can't you? Diana whispered anxiously. No one on the island had seen Thea with a bow, she'd hunted with spears these past few days, after all. I'll manage, Thea said modestly, though her inner voice screamed, are you kidding me? We're practically an archery dynasty, green arrow, red arrow, take your pick. Her vague answer and request to borrow Diana's bow only made the priestesses smile knowingly. Finally, something she's bad at. Diana reluctantly handed over her weapon and quiver, still fretting. Thea tested the bow. It wasn't a modern composite model but an ancient horn bow, heavy to draw and far less forgiving. Precision here came from strength, balance, and instinct. Fortunately, she had all 3. There were no limits on arrows, only time. The hunt would last until sunset. Taking 2 quivers of arrows, Thea and the Amazon warrior chose opposite directions and, each with 3 assistants, who were really there to spy, disappeared into the forest. Chapter 198, The Hunt Begins. Thea didn't speak to the women trailing behind her, and they didn't try to make conversation either. The 3 Amazons, officially her assistants, in truth her monitors, kept a distance of 10 meters or more, shadowing her silently. This forest is dense, Thea muttered after trudging for 10 minutes. Gliding over it on her board was one thing, walking it on foot, sinking into roots and uneven ground, was definitely not her idea of fun. The island's anti-magic field kept her from unleashing her full power, but her mental energy was still formidable. She focused it into fine strands and sent them rippling through the forest in all directions. The feedback was overwhelming. Squirrels in hollow trunks, rabbits under brush, mice hiding beneath leaves, plenty of life signs everywhere. She could easily massacre hundreds of small animals and call it a victory, but the image made her cringe. The goddess of the hunt was already on her last breath spiritually. If she saw Thea turning the woods into a slaughterhouse, would she just keel over in divine despair? Killing one god had been enough for a lifetime, a second wouldn't earn her an upgrade in title. Better stick to orthodox hunting and spare the goddess a heart attack. After orienting herself, she headed toward the spot where she'd found the wild boar yesterday. Don't be fooled by the word pig, boars were ferocious creatures. Thea recalled that in ancient Japan, before anyone had seen tigers or lions, people thought wild boars were the fiercest beasts alive. They even called their bravest warriors boar fighters. Outsiders might think it an insult, but it was actually high praise. Boars were exactly what she was after, fierce enough to count as worthy game, but not so exotic that eating them would be a moral dilemma. And unlike a tiger, a boar made for great leftovers. If she couldn't finish it all, she could always share with the queen or Antiope. The three Amazons followed silently, puzzled that she ignored the smaller prey all around them. Watching her stride confidently between the trees, they simply exchanged glances and kept up. 15 minutes into the woods, Thea reached yesterday's crime scene. The ground still bore traces of dried blood and dragged soil. Her last hunt had been anything but subtle, a thrown spear through the torso, followed by a dramatic cleanup. The aftermath was obvious. "Where did the rest of the herd go?" she murmured, scanning the tracks. The place was chaos, hoofprints everywhere, crisscrossing in every direction. She wasn't exactly a professional tracker, reading this mess was hopeless. She was about to move on when her mental skin picked up several large forms charging her way. Wait, those weren't random animals. A closer look confirmed it. Oh, it's the pig sisters from yesterday. No males on Themyscira, so that checked out. They weren't running over to say hello. Yesterday, she'd slaughtered one of their kind in brutal fashion, and the survivors had apparently taken it very personally. Now, seeing the same red-clad figure, they thundered toward her in fury. "Get back!" Thea shouted to the Amazons, though whether they listened was their problem. She quickly surveyed the terrain and spotted a boulder 3 meters tall. Using the full strength of her mechanical arm, she vaulted up in a few quick motions, drew Diana's bow, and knocked an arrow. The first boar burst out of the undergrowth, and met a lightning-fast arrow. Unfortunately, Thea had pulled the bow too hard. The shot flew high, grazing its snout and tearing a bloody streak across its cheek before vanishing into the distance. "She's strong, and her aim's not bad," one of the Amazons whispered. From afar, they watched the arrow's sheer force. Thea had nearly maxed out the bow's tension, the impact cut through the boar's hide cleanly enough to draw blood. Raw strength and speed, both at the limit of a primitive bow. They were impressed. Thea, however, was mortified. "Seriously? How do you miss something that big?" She took a breath. No more brute force, this time, precision. Channeling her mental energy, she subtly guided her next arrow's trajectory, locked onto the lead boar's glowing eyes, and loosed. Thwack. The arrow pierced clean through the eye socket. The boar let out a piercing squeal, collapsed, and thrashed violently as blood poured from its ruined face. Within moments, it lay still. Perfect shot. The Amazons couldn't decide whether she was a genius or just incredibly lucky. Considering her earlier spear-throwing stunt, no one could tell if she'd been hiding her archery skills all along or had simply pulled off a miracle. Either way, it was flawless, on par with Antiope's best work. 3 boars total had charged her. The first was clearly the strongest, mother or eldest sister, perhaps. Thea didn't care, the smaller ones looked tastier anyway. And since everything here seemed to respawn endlessly, she felt zero guilt. She loosed another arrow, another clean kill. The last, smallest boar squealed, spun around, and bolted. "Oh no, you don't." Thea flipped off the boulder and sprinted after it, moving with inhuman speed. She kept about 100 meters between them, letting it run but never escape. Something felt off. The boar wasn't panicking, it ran with direction, purpose. A trap. She thought. Boars aren't that smart, are they? Then again, this was Themyscira. Logic had long since gone out the window. Staying alert, she slowed her pace and widened her scan. Her caution paid off. Roughly 600 meters ahead, several massive lifeforms were waiting, exactly where the little boar was headed. Thea grinned, baring 8 sharp teeth. Her enhanced vision caught the faint silhouettes through the trees. Well, well. Looks like we've got company. Her stomach growled softly. I really hope the Amazons have a freezer. Because if not, this was going to be a lot of pork. Chapter 199, Enemy in the Sky. There was no high ground this time, but Thea no longer needed it. She'd already mastered the feel of the horn bow. Instead of dodging, she braced her stance, drew the string to its limit, and began firing in a wide arc, arrow after arrow, relentless. She didn't even bother aiming with her eyes anymore, her mental power guided every shot with uncanny precision. By the time the Amazons caught up, they froze at the sight before them, utterly unnatural. From over 300 meters away, Thea was loosing a storm of arrows at impossible speed. Nearly 40 shots in under a minute. Her hit rate? 90%, maybe higher. 5 full-grown boars, plus the smaller one from earlier, were now sprawled across the clearing. Each body bristled with arrows, 7 or 8 in some, 5 or 6 in others. 2 lay motionless, the rest were twitching, bleeding out. Thea waved to her onlookers like a student asking for more paper during an exam. Hey! I'm out of arrows. Mind lending me a few? The 3 Amazons just stared, speechless. Who in the world burned through 2 quivers that fast? Normally, 1 well-aimed arrow per kill was the goal, but Thea's results spoke for themselves. Whatever else she was, the woman's skill and power were undeniable. None of them had ever seen anything like it. They gathered what spare arrows they had and refilled her quiver. Thea resumed calmly putting down the half-dead boars. According to Amazon rules, a kill only counted once the prey had fully stopped breathing, and no one else was allowed to assist. So she methodically fired arrow after arrow into the vital spots until each beast went still. That should do it. 8 boars in total, plenty. Her opponent, the brawny warrior, was probably still running herself ragged for one last chance at victory. Thea had Northwest such drive. She didn't care about the goddess's favor or this ridiculous competition. None of it would get her back to her own time. Give her Zeus's divine title, and she still wouldn't trade it for a ticket home. Let's pack up, she said, glancing at the Amazons binding the pigs with rope. Miss Thea, it's been less than an hour, one of them began, but seeing her unwavering look, swallowed the rest of the words and nodded. Together, they got to work. Carrying 8 boars between 4 people was absurd, except one of them was Thea Queen, demigoddess and partial cyborg. With ropes doubled for strength, she dragged most of the load herself, muscles and metal arms working in tandem. They had barely covered any ground when Thea felt a sudden, needle-sharp pressure between her shoulder blades. Ambush. She dropped the rope and rolled aside just in time. A heavy gust whooshed overhead. Looking up, she blinked in disbelief. Oh, come on, it's another eagle. This one was huge, dark gray feathers, a hooked beak, wings nearly 3 meters across. It missed, climbed back into the air, and circled with cold precision. 2 burning eyes locked on her like a predator marking its prey. Was she cursed? Why did every bird of prey seem to have a personal vendetta? This was beyond coincidence. Horus wouldn't even be dead for another 2 centuries, how did they already know who killed him? The eagle clearly didn't care for her existential questions. It let out a harsh, piercing cry that echoed across the forest. Within half a minute, the sky came alive. Black dots converged from every direction. Thea swore under her breath and drew her bow. The first eagle dove, she loosed 5 arrows before finally striking it dead midair. But it was too late, she could already see more shadows in the distance. Activating the Eye of Horus, she scanned the sky, 17 raptors in total, of varying size and color. Not even the same species. Whether they were drawn by vengeance or the glow of her divine energy, they were coming fast. Fantastic. Just what I needed, avian karma. She slung her quiver back on and retrieved the arrows she'd used on the boars. The Amazon craftsmanship was solid, the steel heads were still sharp, though the fletching was frayed. Accuracy would suffer, but she'd make do. Every sense heightened. The mechanical arm hummed at full output as she drew the bow again, sighting the lead bird, a massive white-headed eagle with talons like iron. Wait, a bald eagle, she blurted. That's an American bird. How the hell did you end up here? No time for answers. Thea fired. The so-called symbol of freedom and democracy plummeted like a rock. She knocked another arrow, completely unapologetic, and kept shooting. One after another, the raptors fell. 6 down in rapid succession, each strike clean and merciless. The Amazons had long since taken cover. They'd lived 5,000 years and never seen half these creatures before, some looked like they belonged to myth, not nature. Their duty now was simple, watch, survive, and bear witness until one side was annihilated. Thea had no time to aim carefully anymore. The birds were too fast, weaving through the canopy in coordinated attacks. She darted between trees, using trunks as cover. When one eagle came too close, she caught it mid-dive and punched, hard. The mechanical blow decapitated it instantly. She grimaced at the splash. Ugh. Should have brought a blade. The punch worked, sure, but her clothes were spattered with blood, and something, white and yellow. She tried not to think about it. Still, disgust didn't slow her down. Each time a bird dove, she countered, shooting from afar, smashing up close. By the time the survivors regrouped in the sky, only 6 remained. They exchanged uneasy glances, then formed up smartly, launching a staggered attack pattern. Their tactics actually impressed her, a coordinated relay strike, one after another. It forced her to move constantly, dodging and countering between trees. During a brief lull, she stooped to grab a few fist-sized stones from the ground. The next time an eagle swooped, she didn't even look, just flung a rock by instinct. Hit or miss, she was already moving. The results spoke for themselves. 2 more eagles went spiraling down, wings broken, bones shattered, screaming as they hit the dirt. Thea wiped a streak of blood from her cheek and exhaled. Great. From wild boars to flying death squads. What's next, sharks? Chapter 200, Rediscovering Herself. Thea glanced up at the sky, eyes sharp. 4 left. Fine then, let's fight till dawn. Of course, that was easier said than done. The most aggressive ones were already dead, the survivors circling above were smaller, faster, but far less brave. They refused to flee, though. High overhead they circled, screeching occasionally, keeping their fierce eyes locked on her. Annoying. If she weren't still technically in the middle of a holy competition, she'd have pulled out her hoverboard and shown those feathered pests what aerial dominance really meant. Instead, they hovered just out of reach, taunting her from above. Hey! Lend me your bow. Thea shouted to one of the Amazons watching from the safety of a tree. The warrior didn't understand what she was planning but obediently tossed her bow down. It was just an ordinary weapon, no enchantments, no sentimental value. 2 seconds later, she regretted it. Pointing at Thea, she gawked. She's not actually going to. Her comrade's jaw dropped too. 2 bows, at once. Her strength must be insane. Down below, Thea grinned, setting 1 bow in each hand. She crossed them in an X, notching an arrow between the 2 strings so that the fletching sat at the intersection. She drew both to full tension, aiming at the lowest of the circling birds, a hornet hawk. Thwip. The arrow shot upward at over 300 meters per second. It covered the kilometer to its target almost instantly, punching through the hawk's left wing and sending the creature spiraling toward the ground. She didn't pause. 2 more arrows followed, felling a pair of smaller falcons mid-flight. When she turned her aim toward the last one, a red-bellied hawk, it had already bolted upward, flapping frantically until it was a mere speck 5,000 meters above, trembling but refusing to descend. That was a problem. Thea wouldn't call herself a perfectionist, but something about leaving one alive just felt incomplete. Yet 5,000 meters was well beyond any bow's effective range, especially when shooting straight up. Suggestions, she asked the 3 Amazons, who could only stare, dumbstruck. 18 raptors of varying size, 17 dead, and not a scratch on her. Her archery had completely eclipsed theirs. They exchanged helpless smiles. We fight on the ground, one admitted. Meaning, you're on your own, lady. Thea sighed and gave the fallen birds their final mercy shots, efficient, if a little brutal, hoping to bait the last hawk into rage. But it didn't move. It neither fled nor attacked, just hovered there, watching in eerie silence. Coward, she muttered, then smirked as an idea sparked. Fine. Let's pretend to leave. She signaled the 3 Amazons to start cleaning up. With most of the sky now safe, they descended, confident. 18 birds down to 1, what was there to fear? Thea strung the eagles together with rope, dragging the grisly line beside the boars she'd hunted earlier. Look at you now, kings of the sky, she muttered. Sharing ground space with pigs. Must sting, huh? The provocation worked. The red-bellied hawk screamed, its pride shattered. Alone, its kin slaughtered, its enemy mocking the dead, it could bear no more. Sensing its fury, Thea gave it one final push, raising her head and locking onto it with the eye of Horus, a direct, blatant challenge. A shriek tore through the air, sharp and furious. The hawk's body trembled, rage overriding instinct. It folded its wings and dove, no hesitation, no fear, turning itself into a living spear aimed straight at her heart. That's it. Come on. For the first time in hours, Thea felt her blood surge with heat. This was the kind of fight she respected. She focused completely, bowstring drawn to its limit, eyes fixed on the descending blur. The gap closed fast. She could see every feather, every twitch of its talons. But she didn't loose the arrow. Not yet. She waited, calm amid the rush of wind, until that precise instant when the hawk faltered, hesitating between altering its angle or continuing the charge. That heartbeat of doubt was all she needed. Thwack. The arrow streaked upward, small and silent, until it grew large in the hawk's vision, then punched clean through its eye. Thea's triumphant cry split the air. Yah. She raised her bow high, shouting to the heavens. The 3 Amazons, swept up by her wild energy, drew their blades and roared alongside her. Her voice echoed through the forest. And for the first time in a long while, she felt alive. Ever since Purgatory Island, since that cursed time traveler, everything had felt like a slow suffocation. Stranded on this godforsaken island, far from home, from control, from purpose. But this was release. In that moment of raw, reckless victory, she understood herself again. The merge with the unicorn's soul, the pull toward empathy and restraint, gone. She wasn't some holy savior or self-sacrificing hero. She didn't want to be. She was Thea Queen, fierce, flawed, alive. She fought because she wanted to. She bled because it made her feel real. The clarity hit like fresh air after a storm. Her strength hadn't increased, but her heart felt light, unburdened. She couldn't help but laugh. Figures. Other protagonists reach enlightenment and power up instantly. Me. I kill a few pigs and birds and call it a day. Still, the peace that settled in her chest was genuine. Maybe she wasn't a chosen one. Maybe she never would be. But for now, that was fine. All right, she shouted to the warriors. Drop those. We're not done hunting yet. The Amazons, unsure why she suddenly looked radiant and driven, eagerly followed. To them, the clearing was sacred now, a field of glory. They truly believed they were witnessing an outsider about to be blessed by Artemis herself. And so they continued, plunging deeper into the wild forest. Every creature, large, strange, and misplaced from climates that defied reason, soon felt the ripple of their intrusion. Themyscirus jungle would never again be so peaceful. Chapter 201, Each One Spoils. Ah! There's a snake on that tree. I heard it's supposed to be really nutritious. Well then, no hesitation, shoot it and take it. And that squirrel over there looks pretty cute. Big fluffy tail, seems soft to the touch, it even blinked at me. Ah, fine, I'll spare it. All the way through the forest, Thea judged her targets purely by personal preference. Anything tender, delicious, and rich in nutrients, priority kill. The ones that looked cute got a pass after a good scare, and as for the ones with thick hide or rough meat, she decided on a case-by-case basis. When she shot down yet another fox that had been circling her kills, one of the Amazon warriors glanced at the dimming light and warned, "Time's almost up. We should start heading back." Thea looked up through the gaps in the trees at the sun, completely unable to tell what was different. How do these people even tell time out here? She wondered, puzzled, as she began gathering up the carcasses. There were far too many, so many that their small team couldn't carry everything at once. They had to move like ants, hauling the spoils bit by bit toward the edge of the forest. When they were still more than a mile from the exit, a loud whistle pierced the air from outside the woods. A signal arrow. The other team's already out, let's hurry too. One of the warriors looked at the pile of game that was practically a small hill and sighed. Thea agreed completely. Dusk had already begun to creep into the forest, and the heavy scent of blood drew swarms of mosquitoes and flies. They came at her in waves, eager for a taste. With all the blood on her, the constant buzzing was driving her crazy. "Can't we get a few more people to help?" she asked, slapping a mosquito flat against her arm. The women murmured among themselves. Normally, each hunt was meant to showcase individual prowess, they'd only take down a few fierce beasts that 2 or 3 could easily carry. But Thea's near-mass slaughter was a first for everyone. In the end, they decided that 2 would stay to guard the hall, while 1 went out to fetch help. Help arrived quickly, led by none other than Diana herself. When she saw the mountain of dead animals on the ground, Diana, still remembering last night's offering ritual, instantly understood Thea's idea. "Ah, so these are all edible offerings, huh? Makes sense. More people meant more muscle, and that's a rule that held true anywhere. Especially when 2 of them were walking cheat codes like Diana and Thea. With a dozen women working together, they soon hauled everything out of the forest. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, whispering and pointing. Their faces showed a mix of awe and envy. As for the black-skinned Amazon warrior, her appearance was less than elegant. Half covered in blood, half in mud, she looked like she'd just finished a wrestling match. But her spirit was high, sitting proudly atop her massive prey. She had gone full traditional Amazon, hunting solo and killing her target by brute strength. Her prize was a massive bear, easily over 700 pounds. Not some adorable cartoon mascot, but a real, vicious black bear, its face, neck, and belly covered in scars from the fierce struggle. In the end, it was she who emerged victorious. And to prove her courage, she hadn't even treated herself gently. 3 deep claw marks ran across her shoulder, straight to the bone. Her metal armor had been shredded, and though she'd rubbed some herbal paste on the wounds, she hadn't bandaged them. Fresh blood still oozed through. She'd come out nearly half an hour before Thea and now kept her eyes locked on the forest's edge, anxiously watching each path for a rival's appearance. When she saw a warrior emerge carrying nothing but a wild boar, she finally exhaled in relief. For this result, I really risked my life. Who else would be crazy enough to wrestle a bear? But her relief didn't last long. Another warrior soon came out carrying an entire string of eagles, different sizes, different species, all clearly shot down by arrows. What the? How many types of eagles live in that forest? She thought, heart-pounding. And anyone could see from the clean arrow wounds that these kills fit perfectly with Artemis's doctrine, precision hunting. Her stomach twisted with unease. I fought my bear barehanded. That's not exactly, elegant goddess of the hunt, material. She could already picture it, the priestesses declaring her the victor, only for a rival to attack her with doctrine, shaming her under the tribe's judgmental stares. Or worse, the crowd siding against her, forcing her off Paradise Island in disgrace. Anxious thoughts tangled in her mind. Even the bear carcass beneath her suddenly felt uncomfortable. Her gaze stayed fixed on the forest's exit. And sure enough, her fears came true. Thea had indeed killed plenty of animals. She could see boars, eagles, a fox, a snake, even a silver wolf with a glossy coat. As she watched each figure emerge from the trees, her eyes widened when Thea herself finally appeared, walking lightly, dragging a small blueberry tree in one hand and holding 2 grouses in the other. The black warrior nearly spat blood. "You're coming out holding fruit. Where's the tiger? The leopard? And what's with those chickens? Are those even normal grouses, or some kind of mythical chicken spirits?" While she gawked, Thea noticed her too, along with the huge bear she sat on. Even Thea had to admit, this woman was no pushover. Losing in the javelin match had been unfair to her. In terms of raw power, she was impressive. That bear would have been a tough fight for Thea as well. This outsider killed so many animals, her archery must be extraordinary. "I still think Artemis's true virtue lies in courage. Mass slaughter doesn't fit our traditions." Nonsense. This is the essence of the goddess of the hunt. Look at those wounds, every one made by arrows. If you ask me, the outsider wins for sure. The crowd's chatter reached both women. The black warrior's expression darkened. From the sound of it, support for each of them was about half and half. But that in itself was a bad sign. Thea had only been here a few days, while she'd lived on the island for 5,000 years. For an outsider to already win half the hearts, that was serious. What she realized, the 3 elder priestesses realized too. All 3 looked troubled. They knew very well that if the goddess Artemis herself were watching, she'd favor Thea. After all, there was nothing graceful about beating a bear to death with your fists. Thea, meanwhile, though splattered with blood, carried the marks of the hunt in the proper way, evidence of skill, not brute force. Compared to the mud-soaked, half-wrecked image of the black warrior, Thea's presence was far closer to that of a true huntress. Chapter 202, a convenient, divine oracle. But they couldn't just say that outright. If they directly announced Thea as the winner, the black brute would be completely finished, no need for a 3rd round at all. So the 3 priestesses racked their brains, desperately trying to come up with a pretext. "How about we say she killed too many creatures and disqualify her? Are you brain damaged? We don't have any, no excessive killing, rule in our doctrine. Then we say she exceeded the allowed number of arrows. Do we even have a rule about arrow limits?" The 3 of them thought and thought, but couldn't find a single loophole in the scriptures they could use. On top of that, their professional skills were pretty rusty. A lot of the nitpicky doctrinal clauses, they themselves weren't sure whether the goddess had actually said them. Or whether they'd just made them up over the centuries. And to make it worse, many of the warriors present used to be priestesses too, before Hippolyta reassigned them into the combat division. Their familiarity with doctrine might not be any worse than these 3. If the priestesses tried to bullshit something on the spot and got caught, not only would their power struggle fail, they might lose their current positions too. They'd been comfortably retired in this temple for 5,000 years. The last thing they wanted was to be demoted to frontline fighters. In the end, the eldest priestess made up her mind. She leaned over to the one who docked Thea's breakfast and whispered in her ear. The more that one listened, the more stunned she looked. In the end, her face twisted. Is that really going to work?" The elder priestess nodded firmly. So the bad priestess took a deep breath, as if she were carrying 1,000 pounds on her shoulders, walked to the front, cleared her throat, and loudly announced. "Artemis has bestowed a divine oracle. The goddess wishes to see a more spectacular contest, so this round shall be declared a draw." This was the no other choice solution they'd come up with. Anyway, the goddess wasn't exactly in a position to argue. They held the right to speak in her name. If they said there was an oracle, then there was an oracle. What? You didn't receive it? Clearly you're just not devout enough. Sure enough, the moment she avoided mentioning who won or lost, and just dumped everything onto the goddess, the square exploded into noise. Thankfully, these were still civilized Amazons. No one started throwing rocks at her. The priestess who delivered the shocking revelation secretly let out a breath of relief. No one dared outright revolt. But the muttering was inevitable. "A divine oracle. Did you see anything?" "I didn't see anything. Their faces are disgusting. This is all about wrestling power from our beloved queen, sigh. They couldn't at least acknowledge Artemis's performance. Or the outsiders. Both of them fought hard, and they just pretend it doesn't matter." Themyscira actually had a surprisingly strong, democratic vibe. The Amazons weren't just brainless muscleheads. After living for so many centuries, most of them had a pretty clear sense of right and wrong. Whether they supported Thea or Artemis, they were all very displeased at this blatant, blame it on the goddess, maneuver. As the political leader of her faction, Hippolyta naturally heard all these comments. She covered her mouth and acted as though she were shocked by this sudden oracle. But inside, she was practically laughing. Joy tugged at the corners of her lips, which she sternly pressed down, continuing to maintain a look of dignified surprise. Diana, with her fiery temper, was absolutely furious. Partly it was outrage for her friend's sake. But even more, she saw this as blasphemy. If anyone on this island had the right to speak about divine presence, it was her, a demigoddess. And she'd seen nothing. No light, no visions, no ripples of power. Other than the divine energy on herself and Thea, there wasn't a single trace of supernatural influence. These three old women were obviously using the goddess's name as a shield. It was an insult to Artemis. Completely unforgivable. Thea had no idea why Diana suddenly got so worked up. She thought Diana wanted to stand up for her and was deeply moved. She quickly grabbed her, afraid Diana would just charge forward and behead the three old bats on the spot. Once the grumbling died down a bit, the bad priestess very respectfully turned to Hippolyta to ask whether the queen had any objections. Of course Hippolyta had none. The more they pulled stunts like this, the faster their prestige would crumble. Even Artemis herself was looking unhappy. She clearly felt she'd been treated unfairly, that her honor had been tainted. If they pulled something like this again, Hippolyta might end up ruling Themyscira with absolute authority. She put on a solemn face and nodded. If this is the will of the goddess, then let this be declared an oracle. She was just about to declare the gathering dismissed when Thea, who'd been dragged into this absurd competition out of nowhere, finally raised her voice. Wait. I have a question. Of course she did. If she didn't have a question at this point, that would be strange. The bad priestess even thought to herself that if she were in Thea's position, she would have started swinging already. This outsider had real self-control. Not just the priestess. All the Amazons present turned to listen. Some troublemakers were even secretly cheering Thea on in their hearts. Come on, give it to them. If you start it, I'll jump in and kick them twice too. The oracle you mentioned just now, Thea said loudly, you're sure it actually came? In front of everyone, the bad priestess didn't have quite enough shamelessness to take her words back on the spot. She nodded stiffly. Yes. And the oracle said the goddess wished to see a more spectacular contest. That much was also true. She herself had just proclaimed it a moment ago. So she nodded again. Thea's lips curved into the gentlest, most harmless smile. In that case, she said sweetly. Since we've already caught the attention of the gods, it would be rude to make them wait. I propose, we proceed with the third round immediately. Hooah. A wave of strange noises rippled through the crowd. I mean, it kinda makes sense. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that logic. We should start right away. Thea's counterattack smashed straight through the priestess's careful planning. The moment her words sank in, the three of them felt a collective buzzing in their skulls. They exchanged a flurry of panicked looks. Shit. Eye contact wasn't going to save them now. They hurriedly shuffled together again to whisper. What do we do? That question was written across all three faces. Thea's argument hit the exact weak point in their fabricated oracle. If the deity was watching and had expressed a desire to see more, and if they were the most devout of the devout, then of course they couldn't let the goddess wait. So obviously, the third round should begin at once. But they couldn't very well say, oh, the goddess left right after dropping the oracle. She's not home anymore. That would be too ridiculous. Not even their own island's simple, honest people would buy that, let alone the well-traveled outsider. Back in her prime, their goddess had been famous for playing around with mortals and slacking off, not for being busy with divine administration. Claiming that she was too busy to watch now would be pure nonsense. As for taking back the oracle they'd just announced, also impossible. Words once spoken were like water spilled on the ground. Even if they tried to retract them, they couldn't do it 2 minutes later. Their old faces weren't quite thick enough yet, they still had a shred of shame. After a round of tortured deliberation, they finally made their decision. Fine. Do as she said. Continue with the matches. As for what to compete in next, that was the part they had no idea about. They'd already tested strength. They'd already tested skill. What other specialty of Themyscira was left to measure? In their anxiety, the three of them noticed more and more Amazons pointing at them and whispering. They didn't need to guess what was being said. It definitely wasn't praise about their piety or honesty. What stung the most was Artemis's look. That full, unwavering distrust in her eyes. We've been breaking our backs thinking about this for you, you ungrateful brat, they howled inwardly. Chapter 203, the third trial begins. On any other day, if that black brute had given them such a look, the priestesses would have snapped right back. Who do you think you're glaring at, you musclehead? But this wasn't any other day. Now, it wasn't about pride, it was survival. They'd been cornered. If they wanted to keep their cushy positions and avoid being reassigned to frontline warrior duty, they had to fight back. Of course, shouting slogans was one thing, figuring out what to actually do was another. The Black Warrior was a textbook Amazon, all brawn, no subtlety. Fighting and killing were the only skills she had. They'd already tested strength and skill, what were they supposed to compare now, hand-to-hand combat? The three priestesses exchanged uneasy glances and simultaneously shook their heads. They hadn't forgotten how Thea had played the pig to eat the tiger last time, harmless at first glance, lethal when it counted. Who knew if she was secretly a martial arts master too? The eldest priestess squeezed her temples, trying to think through the headache. Surrounded by suspicious stares from the crowd, inspiration suddenly struck her. She whispered something quickly to the other two. Not that there was much to discuss, she actually had a plan, which already put her two peers at ease. The situation was collapsing by the second, every moment they delayed, their credibility sank further. A bad plan was better than no plan. This time, the bad priestess absolutely refused to be the one to announce the divine oracle. With this many witnesses, what were they going to do, pretend another oracle had dropped out of nowhere? Did they think 1,000 Amazons were idiots? So the eldest priestess had no choice but to step forward herself. Of course, even she didn't dare blatantly fake a new message from the goddess in front of everyone. She wasn't eager to die via public stoning. So she improvised, putting a shiny new disguise on their old trick. Through our interpretation of the divine oracle, she declared solemnly, "We believe the goddess intends to personally oversee the final trial. The third contest shall take place in the temple itself." To be fair, it was a clever move. Out of fear or reverence, the crowd's rising indignation was instantly subdued. Wait, really? There was an oracle. Maybe they weren't lying. Let's see how this plays out. The priestess's invocation of divine authority stunned the crowd into silence. Even Thea and Diana exchanged a glance, both equally baffled. Hold on. Was there actually an oracle just now? The two of them had sensed nothing. But Hippolyta, who'd been dealing with these old schemers for over 5,000 years, wasn't so easily fooled. Feigning the perfect expression of starstruck awe, she gasped, clutching her hands together. A divine oracle. Truly. Oh, blessed goddess. May I go to the temple and hear it for myself? Her tone was pure fangirl devotion, but her eyes were glittering with mischief. Of course, the priestesses couldn't refuse. She wasn't just queen, she also had some very personal history with Zeus. Even if Artemis herself descended from the heavens, Hippolyta would still outrank her socially. Asking merely to observe wasn't something any of them dared deny. So the eldest priestess gave a vague, evasive answer. The oracle was quite cryptic. But we mustn't keep the goddess waiting. Let's proceed at once. A row of question marks practically appeared above every sharp mind in the group. What are they scheming this time? Thea, of course, was one of those sharp minds. She couldn't make sense of what the old women were plotting either. Judging by the Black Warrior's equally confused expression, though, it seemed she was just as clueless. Fair enough, Thea thought. At least the confusion's mutual. All she wanted was to end this farce and go home. If these people wanted to fight a power struggle with Hippolyta, that was their business. Why drag me into it? I've got bread dough waiting back home. Hearing that Diana would be coming along, Thea felt even more relaxed. Those old hags wouldn't dare summon Ares himself, would they? Nothing to worry about, then. Calmly, she followed the procession. Halfway there, she even pulled a handful of blueberries from her pouch and offered them to Diana. The two of them strolled after the main group, chatting and snacking like they were on a leisurely field trip. And maybe it was just Diana's proximity to Thea, but her demigoddess composure had definitely eroded. She took the berries without a shred of hesitation and popped them into her mouth, enjoying them openly. Watching from ahead, both Hippolyta and Antiope shared a knowing look. Each woman thoughtful in her own way, though what exactly they were thinking, no one could say. The trek from the forest to the central temple wasn't short. Seeing everyone walking solemnly, Thea decided not to suggest taking horses, that'd probably get her decapitated for disrespect. Still, when she spotted an apple tree along the path, she couldn't resist. With one solid punch, she snapped a branch clean off, picked up 7 or 8 apples, and stuffed them into her bag. The faction leaders all pretended not to notice, for their own reasons. Many of the watching warriors saw, though. Most ignored it, a few misread it entirely, assuming she was showing off her strength. They started cheering loudly. That left Thea a bit embarrassed. Well, since they're cheering anyway. Sharing spirit it is. She picked out a few apples and tossed them to the loudest ones in the crowd, earning another wave of delighted shouts. The warriors who caught them slowed their steps, joining Thea and Diana to walk side by side. Naturally, the conversation turned to Thea's impressive kills. How did you manage to shoot all those so precisely? Laughing, Thea humored them, recreating the scene like a story out of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, complete with dramatic hand gestures, describing how one eagle had seemed almost drawn toward her by Horus's unseen guidance. That bit of flair sent the crowd into a frenzy. More and more Amazons drifted closer, eager to watch her demonstrate. Never one to turn down an audience, Thea obligingly shot down 2 small hawks on the spot, each arrow clean and deadly. The cheers nearly shook the sky, even Diana was starting to look tempted to try a few shots herself. Their festive, almost holiday-like mood stood in sharp contrast to the priestesses' grim faces. Antiope, unable to hold back any longer, turned around and challenged Thea to a shooting match. It turned out Antiope was a far better archer than Spear Maiden. She and Thea went head-to-head, matching each other arrow for arrow, first shooting still targets, then moving ones, then vertical shots, trick shots, even triple volleys in midair. It was less a contest and more a dazzling exhibition of skill. When they finally paused, Antiope couldn't help but ask curiously. I thought the outside world used gunpowder now. Why focus so much on archery? Thea smiled lightly. Because the bow gives me courage, the will to protect my city from those who'd harm it. Gunpowder can't do that. It only makes killing easier. Oh. Antiope turned to Diana, eyes bright. Listen to her, her ideals differ from yours, yet they're just as noble. This is what I told you before, there's more than one kind of protector. You should really think about. And with that, she launched into another passionate lecture, dissecting Diana's personal code of heroism and how it could be improved, while Thea quietly munched on an apple beside them, pretending not to exist. Chapter 204, Diana's God-slaying sword. Thea didn't have lofty ideals or philosophical doctrines to dwell on. All she wanted was simple, for her family to survive the future chaos among those overpowered gods, and if possible, to live comfortably while doing so. While Antiope went off to guide her troublesome niece, Thea soon found herself surrounded by a large group of Amazons. They might have lived for 5,000 years, but mentally, they were still surprisingly straightforward. She couldn't teach them archery, too dependent on talent and certain external aids, but she could share a few of humanity's more practical combat tricks. Techniques passed down and refined over 1,000 years of human warfare. Picking out a few moves that matched the Amazons' brawling, close combat style, she demonstrated patiently. They didn't care that Thea's age wasn't even 1/10 of theirs, every single one of them learned with wide-eyed enthusiasm, like kids seeing a new toy. By the time they reached the temple gates, a few hundred women had gathered around her. Meanwhile, Diana, utterly fed up with her aunt's never-ending lecture about the purity of ideals, had dragged Thea into yet another mock duel under the excuse of testing philosophies. Neither of them fought seriously, they sparred, laughed, stopped, walked, sparred again, like 2 overgrown schoolgirls on a road trip. Their antics, however, drew a lot of attention. More and more Amazons fell behind the main group to watch them play fight. The entire procession looked bizarre. The front ranks walked in neat formation, occasionally glancing back, while the rear half sounded like a festival, shouts, cheers, laughter, and the clash of training weapons echoing all the way down the path. By the time the front finally halted, they realized they'd arrived. We're already here. That was fast. Oh no, Miss Thea's burned a lot of stamina on the way. Won't that hurt her chances in the next round? No wonder those old hags didn't stop her, how devious. Their attitudes toward Thea had clearly softened. They weren't devoted followers, but at least they were friendly now. Many realized that she should have conserved her energy before the final trial, yet she'd spent the whole trip playing around. Diana, too, began to regret it. All the Amazons on this island had been born fully grown, never knowing childhood. She was the only one who'd truly grown up, step by step. Having never really had playmates, she'd been too happy to finally find one. Now she felt guilty. Thea patted her shoulder. I'm fine. This kind of low-intensity exercise. She could keep it up for 3 days straight. Still, Diana didn't relax. She stood straight, focusing as the priestesses began their announcement. The temple's inner space is limited, the eldest priestess said calmly. Only the competitors may enter. Oh, and Her Majesty, of course, may also attend. No one objected. The temple complex had once been huge, but over the millennia, Hippolyta had claimed more and more of its land, always for the comfort of the warriors, or for improved housing. 5,000 years later, the sacred grounds had shrunk to a fraction of their former size, barely enough to fit 200 spectators. Without waiting for further response, the 3 priestesses took the lead toward the entrance. The queen, Antiope, and the black warrior followed. Thea sighed and trailed after them. Diana, unsurprisingly, walked calmly at her side. She was blessed by the gods, no one dared bar her from entering anywhere. The remaining warriors chose 100 representatives to enter last, filling the sacred hall. The age of the gods is over, Thea thought as she stepped inside. That was her first impression. Once, this temple would have radiated divine majesty. Now, the statues of the 12 Olympians stood shoulder to shoulder, almost cramped, their presence diminished. They were still works of art, beautiful, strong, but not a trace of divinity remained. Only dust, decay, and the heavy air of endings. Could there be hidden loot in here? She wondered. Main characters usually find something stashed inside statues. Activating Horus's eye, she swept the area. When her vision fell on a certain spot, she nearly burst out laughing. Behind the temple, she spotted very mortal signs of life, clearly the priestess's living quarters. That alone was fine, even clergy had to eat and sleep. But what made her nearly choke was the neat row of sun-dried sweet potatoes hanging by their window. So I'm not the only one who thinks the food here is terrible, she thought, grinning. Even the priestesses are secretly upgrading their meals. Hey! Don't use divine sight here. Diana nudged her sharply with her elbow. Sorry. Thea whispered back, genuinely contrite. Using a foreign god's power inside a Greek temple. Yeah, that was basically blasphemy with a cherry on top. Besides, these Olympians weren't dead, just too injured, or too lazy, to move. Still snickering, Thea leaned in and whispered her discovery into Diana's ear. Diana's face twisted, her serious expression cracking into something between horror and laughter. Her lips twitched violently as she clamped both hands over her mouth, eyes glued to the floor to avoid looking at the three priestesses up front. If she looked up now, she'd lose it completely. The priestesses, oblivious to the silent comedy behind them, continued walking, past the altar, toward a side passage. I thought the contest was inside the temple. Thea whispered. Where are they going? Looks like the path to the high tower, Diana murmured back. High tower? Thea frowned, puzzled, but followed anyway. Clang. The guards at the tower entrance pushed open the heavy wooden doors. Dust rained down from above as the priestess strode in without hesitation. The moment Thea stepped inside, she saw it. A sword. Placed squarely in the center of the chamber, gleaming under the faint light. Pure Greek design, 60 centimeters long, with a flame-shaped crossguard wrapping tightly around the blade. The entire weapon shone gold. So this must be the god-slaying sword Hippolyta used to fool Diana with, attack power plus 999, right? But the divine energy here was thick. Thea could feel lingering will, fragments of gods who'd once left their power behind. She didn't dare use Horus's eye again. Even without it, the sword's aura was too perfect, too radiant, like a piece of theater scenery trying too hard to impress. In the original timeline, Ares had shattered this thing like cheap glass. So, is this the fake one? Did Hippolyta secretly swap the real sword for her own collection? Thea could only sigh. That was one very special way of showing maternal love. As they walked deeper into the tower, more artifacts came into view, holy relics, armor, weapons. There was Diana's future shield, her golden lasso, and dozens of other divine tools Thea couldn't even name. Such a waste. If I could just. She forced herself to stop the thought. The deeper they went, the stronger the pressure became, an invisible weight of divine attention. Horus could borrow his father's power when needed, and that was a lesser god. Here, she was surrounded by a dozen Olympians. And the inscrutable might of Zeus himself. Even if blackened Superman flew in right now, he wouldn't dare try to rob this place. So Thea Queen, self-proclaimed pragmatist, kept her hands respectfully at her sides. And behaved herself for once. Chapter 205, The Sorrowful Stag. Thea's heart itched the whole way forward, there were so many divine relics, so much precious loot, it was torture not to touch anything. In the end, she gave up even looking and just followed the group with monk-like calm, eyes down, pretending to meditate as they wound left, right, and left again through the tower. From the outside, the tower looked no larger than 100 square meters, yet inside it stretched on endlessly. Every step seemed to expand the space further. Spatial magic. Thea wondered, glancing around. But no matter how she studied the walls, she couldn't spot any visible runes or distortions. When they finally crossed a small mountain and two shallow streams inside the tower, Thea had completely abandoned the idea of logic. And that's when they stopped, before a grassy clearing, open and gentle, surrounded by low trees. It was clearly artificial, carefully cultivated. A silver-white stag lay by the bank, its posture heavy and still. At the sound of footsteps, it didn't lift its head, only its ears twitched faintly, as though trying to recognize the approaching presences. This is Artemis's sacred beast, the eldest priestess announced proudly. It accompanied the moon goddess for countless years. Your third trial is to earn its approval. So, who will go first? Her tone carried unmistakable smugness. Of course, she was speaking mainly for Thea's benefit. Every Amazon here already knew the creature. Some had even fed it back when they'd still been priestesses before being reassigned as warriors. The only stranger here was Thea. Even the Black Warrior, though not close to the animal, had at least seen it before. Under Artemis's name, she'd encountered it on ceremonial occasions. Compared to Thea, that was an enormous advantage. The elder priestess could barely contain her self-satisfaction. How clever I am. She thought proudly. No need to test strength, no need for skill, your combat power's useless here. This time we'll see who's got the better connections. Her scheming was obvious to everyone. She didn't even bother to hide it. If the Black Warrior won this round, the results would be 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw, a perfect tie. Then they could just say a few polite words to both sides, and the whole matter would be done. As for their little power struggle with Hippolyta, that could wait. They had all the time in the world. You're going too far. This is shamelessly unfair to Thea. The first to protest was Diana, her voice sharp with outrage. Blessed with Athena's wisdom, she wasn't exactly a social butterfly, but she wasn't stupid either. Even a child could see through the priestess's little game. Several Amazons joined her, voicing their anger. Not because they were Thea's loyal followers, but because the trial itself was a joke, so blatantly tilted it violated every idea of fairness they had. Even the Black Warrior looked embarrassed. Winning like this would be humiliating. How could she ever show her face again? But the eldest priestess's face could have been carved from iron. Say what you want, I'm not changing the rules. She smiled sweetly and turned to the queen. Your Majesty, you have no objections, do you? Hippolyta's gaze swept the crowd. Most faces were angry, a few simply uneasy. If she struck now, would the crowd fully back her? She wasn't sure. Like the priestesses, she believed power struggles had to be managed slowly. Timing was everything. So she made up her mind to let the farce proceed. She'd compensate Thea later. Her private collection held plenty of treasures anyway. Zeus had been quite generous to his favorite affair. What outsiders called divine artifacts were, to Hippolyta, little more than household trinkets. But support the priestesses publicly? Never. She simply turned away, pretending not to hear, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains. The priestess caught the signal and smirked inwardly. Very well, then, she said brightly. Our divine messenger is weary. Who will begin? The Black Warrior lowered her head, unable to meet Thea's eyes. I'll go first, she said quietly. Whether she wanted to end the embarrassment quickly or just offer Thea an example, no one could tell. She stepped lightly to the side, toward a patch of saplings, and broke off a few tender leafy branches. Then she approached the stag slowly, voice soft, or at least what she thought sounded soft. To Thea, it sounded more like someone trying to call pigs to dinner. Lululu, come here, eat up, Lululu. Clearly, this wasn't her first time. Her movements were practiced, her tone casual. The stag lifted its head slightly, accepting the offered leaves, chewing them once or twice. Then, as if acknowledging her presence, it nodded faintly. That tiny gesture made the Black Warrior breathe out in relief, and flush with shame. She didn't return to the group. Instead, she sat quietly on the grass, staring at the ground. Miss Thea, your turn, the priestess said with a bright, fake smile. Thea shot her a middle finger. The priestess didn't understand the gesture, but she definitely understood the intent. Her grin stiffened. Go ahead, she thought. Let's see you fail. As Thea approached, she realized how old the stag truly was. Unlike the immortal creatures of Paradise Island, this one had not been blessed with eternal life. Every breath it took drained the last of its strength. Time had carved deep marks into its body. Its once clear eyes were now cloudy, blind. Its antlers still sharp enough to pierce steel, but the spirit behind them was gone. When the goddess fell into slumber, this creature had lost its will to fight. Age had stripped it of courage, of purpose. It was exhausted. It was dying, not from wounds, but from the slow, inevitable weight of time. Thea didn't know how she knew, but she felt its sorrow as if it were her own. A creature built for battle, left behind with nothing to protect. A proud warrior, waiting quietly for death. Why are you so sad? Thea whispered, kneeling beside it. Can I help you? Ignoring the glinting antlers, she reached out, gently brushing her hand along its coarse fur and down its cheek. Her voice was low but steady. The stag had ignored everyone else before, assuming they were just more of those scheming priestesses. But when Thea spoke, something changed. The tone, the warmth, it was different. It wasn't manipulation. It was genuine empathy. Who is this? The feeling was so familiar, so comforting. It tried to lift its head, its cloudy eyes struggling to open, trying to see her face clearly. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The divine messenger, it responded. In all the thousands of years the stag had lived, no outsider had ever stirred it to move. The priestesses froze. It felt like thunder rolling through their skulls, and a stampede trampling their pride. They turned toward each other, panic flickering in every eye. No way, again, one mouthed soundlessly. Why did I say again? This isn't how it was supposed to go. Because somehow, once again, their perfect plan was crumbling. Chapter 206, Artemis. Thea didn't have time to consider what the others were feeling. All she knew was that a faint connection had formed between her and the great elk before her, not familiarity, not friendship, but something deeper. Something that pulsed in her blood. A blood bond. The thought startled her. How could I possibly share blood with a deer? Then a flicker of realization, the unicorn. Maybe they were distantly related, both born from divine beasts tied to light. That explanation, however flimsy, was the only one that made sense. The elk didn't understand the bond either. It only stared at her with clouded eyes, trying to see her face more clearly. The wave of emotion that washed over Thea was heavy, sorrow, longing, pain. It squeezed at her chest until she couldn't ignore it. Her decision was instant. She stepped forward, cradled the creature's massive head in her hands, and pressed her forehead gently against its brow. If they were truly connected by divine essence, she could share some of her power, just enough of her ocular energy to restore its sight. Wait. Diana barely managed a single word before cutting herself off. She didn't know whether to stop Thea or let her continue. Her face flushed with helpless concern. What is she doing? Antiope whispered, watching as threads of golden light shimmered between woman and beast. She could feel something sacred moving through the air, something beyond her understanding. Diana hesitated, her voice quiet but sure. She's transferring her divine power. Antiope's eyes widened. She's a child of the gods. On Themyscira, that phrase carried no negative weight, only reverence. Killing gods was unthinkable, serving them was natural. She is a noble daughter of the gods, Diana said firmly. And in her heart, the ideas of sacrifice, guardianship, and devotion deepened even more. The truth, of course, was less dramatic. Thea wasn't trying to be noble, just decent. She couldn't stand to watch something suffer if she could fix it. But self-sacrifice? She wasn't that saintly. Still, the power she wielded came from Horus, the falcon god whose vision pierced heavens and underworld alike. His divine sight was inexhaustible, a light that reached from the highest sky to the deepest earth. Thea only carried a fragment of that might, and transferring a little of it was hardly more than an ache behind her eyes. The elk itself carried traces of divinity. Its blindness had come not from weakness but despair, it had simply stopped wanting to see. Now, with Thea's spark flowing through it, the creature's own dormant power awoke. The white haze over its eyes began to dissolve like mist under sunlight. When its sight returned, the first thing it saw was Thea. It nuzzled her cheek affectionately, a low, grateful hum rumbling in its chest. Thea smiled faintly, though her eyes burned and watered from the effort. She rubbed at them, and a few tears slid down her face. To the young Amazons watching, it was a vision of beauty, the woman and the beast reunited in light, crying tears of joy. Several of them felt their own eyes sting. Thea turned, ready to throw a triumphant jab at the smug priests. Well, you gonna tell me I didn't pass now? When a sudden pulse reached her mind. A message, not in words but in feeling. Come. Follow me. The elk tugged gently at her sleeve with its teeth. Hey, easy, easy. I'm coming. Thea laughed breathlessly as the creature pulled with ridiculous strength, easily a ton of force. She nearly lost her footing. Where are we going? She thought, but the elk gave no answer. It only urged her onward. Sighing, she let herself be led. The others looked on, puzzled. None could guess what the elk wanted. Courageous as ever, Diana stepped forward to follow. The queen and Antiope exchanged worried looks and went after her. You mustn't go there, one of the elder priestesses shouted. Her voice trembled. That is the resting place of the gods. The elk's only answer was a flash of bared teeth, and Thea, without missing a beat, flipped the priestess off. That did it. The priestesses fell silent, faces pale. The elk's horn glimmered ominously. They knew what that meant, a god's beast defending its will. The Amazons might be blessed with long life, but not immortality. Death for them was real and final. And to die by a divine creature's hand, that would stain their names for eternity. They'd only wanted to preserve a bit of authority, not commit blasphemy. Even Hippolyta, lover of Zeus himself, wouldn't dare such a thing. So the three priestesses could only watch, trembling, as Thea vanished into the inner sanctum. Diana followed without hesitation. She, after all, was divine blood herself. To her, the gods' temples were open halls, not forbidden tombs. The spirits of Olympus would never bar her. Hippolyta, too, stepped forward calmly. She didn't even glance at the protesting priests. Antiope said nothing, she simply unsheathed her sword with a metallic hiss and followed her sister inside. You can't go in, the priests cried again as the other Amazons began to move. I think I can, the dark-skinned warrior growled, her eyes cold. I still bear a god name. The words silenced the temple. Even she could see that Thea had won that trial, decisively. The priest's schemes had only shamed them. With a grim snort, she brushed past them, muscled shoulders tight with anger. The rest of the warriors hesitated but stayed back under the priest's glare, watching anxiously from afar. The elk led Thea deeper into the island's heart, until they reached the mouth of a vast cave. It paused there, glancing at the group that had followed. It rubbed affectionately against Diana's arm, dipped its head to the queen, and ignored everyone else. Then, lowering its horn, it carved a deep line in the dirt, a warning. Do not follow. The meaning was clear. Even Diana was excluded. Thea gave her a reassuring nod and followed the elk inside. The moment her left foot crossed the threshold, she felt it, the same sensation she'd once felt when the eye of Okeanos exploded. The world tilted. Time twisted. For an instant she thought, no way. Not again. But then she realized it wasn't time that had changed, it was space. The cave dissolved. The air became still and colorless. There was no horizon, no up or down, only silence and eternity. A voice, soft as wind, echoed through the void. Greetings, young traveler of time. I am Artemis. A shape began to coalesce beside her, a figure neither solid nor shadow, its outline shifting like moonlight on water, a presence both divine and distant, as though one breath could scatter it to dust. Chapter 207, The Goddess's Request. Good heavens, wasn't this one dead? And yet she can appear before people, could this place be? As if sensing Thea's confusion, the shifting silhouette continued, you now stand within a high-dimensional plane that depends upon its original timeline. What you see is a projection I have cast from streams of time past. Spoken so plainly, Thea bowed her head in respect. Your Majesty. You called me here for what purpose? The figure didn't answer directly. Instead it traced a strange sigil in the air and opened a narrow spatial passage. The old elk immediately crossed that gate and, visibly moved, dove into the entity's embrace. Thea didn't interrupt their reunion. Perhaps it wasn't technically a reunion at all, merely a fleeting convergence at the corner of time. Her English vocabulary lacked the words, so she simply watched in silence. Time stretched and shrank at once. When the goddess projection patted the elk's head and rose again, Thea gathered herself, she knew her turn had come. The projection inclined its head. Traveler of time, thank you for letting us meet once more. Thea's head filled with question marks. Me. I was pulled here by the elk, wasn't I? No, the goddess said after choosing words carefully, as if to spare lengthy explanations. I have fallen into an eternal slumber. No portion of my divinity flows into your plane. What you now perceive is drawn from the vast reservoir of temporal power within you, fragments plucked from ages past. The phrasing sounded strange, projection, time fragments. Thea didn't catch every nuance, but one thing dawned on her clearly, you have fashioned this high-dimensional space using my power. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face. The goddess noticed and laughed, bell clear and amused. Little one, are you angry? How delightful. But your power would dissipate upon entering this plane regardless, I have only intercepted a portion. Do not be vexed, ha. Thea could understand that. From 2008 to 2166 her magical reservoir swelled, then she'd been thrown back to 1918. It was like expecting a steady rise of assets only to be given an advance on future wages, and then hurled into the past before the debts had been repaid. If she left the anti-magic zone recklessly, who knew what temporal catastrophe would follow? Even the king of gods would not tangle lightly with time. She thought of Reverse Flash, how one rash leap from the 25th century to the 21st had drained his speed and left him rebuilding from ruin. That was a lesson carved in blood. So although the goddess had taken a portion of power without asking, Thea bit back a retort. Women, even those who've become gods, could be unreasonable creatures. Best not to pick a fight. She let her eyelids droop. Fine. You did nothing wrong, so why did you call me? The deity's smile faded, a trace of real sorrow touched the voice as its hand stroked the elk's cheek. This creature and I are bound. It has accompanied me through countless years. But even so, the hour of parting comes. The old gods fall, new gods return. My life cannot be preserved, but his can. The goddess's speech softened, the lofty I had shifted into something personal. Thea felt sympathy for the poor beast. What do you require of me? The figure's features blurred, but a flicker of embarrassment reached Thea. I must borrow your power. I need to sever its tie to me after these long ages. To call my past divinity into this place requires a vast amount of temporal energy. Are you kidding me? You find someone honest and milk them dry. Thea eyed the deity suspiciously, waiting for the rest. The goddess hurried to explain. Of course not without recompense. Once I cut the bond, the creature will follow you. Its combat experience is vast and it will aid you. I will also let you retain a portion of energy, approximately 10 years' worth. Consider it. 10 years' worth of readily available power, that was tempting. The elk's martial value was unclear. To Thea it looked like an old stag, not some legendary weapon. But the promise of 10 years of steady magical reserves. That could save a decade of struggle, far better than losing everything or worse, being stranded in debt with time itself. Your Majesty, Thea asked cautiously, I arrived here by accident. Will my lineage cause temporal trouble once I leave the island? I don't want to step out and explode into ash, nor do I want to be trapped here forever. Her concerns were practical. The goddess was siphoning power from her, and time always demanded accounts be squared. The projection seemed to anticipate the worry and answered proudly, divine power can change the rules. We honor time, but we do not fear it. Using the permission you hold with the lords of time, I will fix your power within a stable value. Even returning to your original timeline, it will not spiral out of control, nor will it stun your future growth. That portion will be yours henceforth. The goddess even knows of the Time Lord's Council. Thea was surprised. These weaklings managed to draw Artemis's notice. They're not exactly amateur hour. I only know that they are not as simple as you see. Beyond that, my knowledge is limited. Clearly, deeper waters churned beneath that remark. Thea felt something stir. Let Rip Hunter and the others handle the temporal council. Majesty, what must I do? I will loosen the anti-magic bond on your body. You must release your power into me as quickly as possible. When Thea confirmed she was ready, the goddess touched her from afar. Whoa! Power surged out and shook the high-dimensional plane. Thea had been through similar upheavals before. She summoned the still confused unicorn and merged once more, pulling the swelling magic tight. Amazing strength. It's hard to imagine you are mortal. Ah! There is a trace of divinity about you, though not of the Greek pantheon. The goddess had not expected Thea's power to reach such levels. Stabilizing the trembling space, she watched the union between woman and beast with a thoughtful eye. Chapter 208, Artemis's Strongest Strike. She reached out and stroked the elk's ear. She's a good child. She will accomplish great things in the future. She won't be mistreated if she follows you. The elk gave a couple of low, approving calls. Though it had only caught a brief glimpse of the creature that had been yanked out of time, it recognized kin, distant, a little goofy, but kin nonetheless. Where it had once treated Thea with mild friendliness, it now regarded her with a quiet, grudging respect. Thea hadn't known they were discussing her. She'd thought the fusion would go smoothly, until a hitch appeared, a trace of warlike divinity absorbed by the unicorn. The age of the old gods had ended. Faith-made deities had become legend, raw power now ruled. People like Jin Chao ranked by force rather than priesthood. He wasn't a god, but he could beat the gods. Thea found herself stranded between eras, the old gods dead, the new ones not yet born. Divine nature, the sum of a god's personality, creed, and manner, was normally beyond her reach. But the unicorn had taken on a tiny sliver of that divine quality, and through the fusion it passed a fraction of that nature into Thea. Compounding that, Thea already carried a shard of Horus's ocular divinity, and the odd marriage of the two left her with a faint brush of godhood. Had she absorbed more, Horus might even have used her as a conduit for rebirth. Fortune favored her this time. Horus wasn't a war god, and most of the warlike divinity had been taken by the Dragon Queen. After that and the unicorn's dilution, only a whisper of god nature remained in Thea. No amount of that whisper would let her crown herself war goddess tomorrow. But in time, if she nurtured it, that whisper could distinguish mortal from divine. For now, she wrestled to stabilize what she'd gained. Full understanding would take ages. She slid the slightly gaudy golden armor back on. The warlike trace had made the armor's filigree more intricate, a fitting, if awkward, embellishment. Hurry, we don't have long. Give me your hand. The goddess barked the reminder as Thea lingered over the plates. All right. Thea felt her magic draining at an alarming rate. In less than a heartbeat the full suit had shrunk to a half plate, then mail, until at last only leather remained. Only the cloak held on stubbornly. It was small comfort. It felt like tilling a field for a harvest, only to have the crop snatched at the last second. Gods, however, kept their bargains, or at least they didn't toy with mortals for amusement. Artemis did not simply leech Thea dry. Gradually, she began to stabilize a portion of Thea's vital energy, using techniques Thea half understood but felt as a tasteful, ancient cadence. Enough. Artemis shoved Thea back gently and stepped aside. Even for a deity, converting such vast magic into godly force was not a trivial task. Thea was left with nothing but rue. She had braced herself, but the sense of loss, of power stripped back to the true, personal core, was painful in a way words couldn't convey. The elk, apparently well practiced in comfort, patted up and nudged her hand with its broad forehead. You're comforting me too. Fine, I'm strong. Ow, don't butt me. Okay, I'm a little sad, my unstoppable magic. Thea grumbled, trying to boast, but the elk saw through her act and exposed the fraud. Mortals have many tricks, gods and beasts see through most. After a few moments of roughhousing, Thea checked herself. Artemis had not lied. The power she'd lost had been vast but diffuse. What remained felt like her own flesh and blood, immediate, responsive. Where before her power had been grand but unwieldy, now the energy fit like a limb. A few days of settling and it would be wholly hers. Her attention drifted back to Artemis. The goddess's shadowing form traced arcane sigils in the empty air. One by one images coalesced, a young dancer, an old huntress, a queen in her chariot, fragments of selves across epochs. Each stepped forward as if called, then poured a shard of their essence into a new composite, a hunter in a green robe, a silver bow at her back, the face blurred and unknowable. Thea pulled away from the elk. She knew what came next, the elk's timeline would be severed and reshaped. She felt, viscerally, the terrifying weight of tampering with time. Artemis's summons drew her very core tight. Artemis's method was not mystical trickery so much as temporal engineering. She gathered versions of herself from multiple eras, each lending a sliver of power that, when blended with Thea's time grant, formed a living avatar, and Thea could feel the new figure's power towering above the earlier Horus manifestation. How much stronger? Hard to say. The hunter raised her bow. Thea frowned. Why the green robe? The image oddly reminded her of Oliver from Purgatory Isle. Had Green Arrow been the true devout? She let the thought hang. It was not the time for jokes. Suddenly Artemis drew. The bowstring sang. A vast vortex tore open behind her. The spatial tremor this time was far stronger than when Thea had first surged her power, cracking the ground and warping the chamber. Oh God, what am I seeing? Thea's earlier underestimation of the task dissolved. Severing a time thread was not a tidy clerical job. The goddess's projection had been only bait, it had called her full self across the ages. The vortex roared as energy poured through. This, Thea realized, was the goddess Artemis's full-strength strike, a pinnacle force capable of breaching time itself in its prime. Chapter 209, The Chosen of Artemis. The elk lay trembling on the ground, its legs folded beneath it. It wasn't afraid, not of its goddess, not of her bow. It shook because it hurt, heartbroken that its mistress had burned so much divine power just to free it. Its low, mournful cry was thick with grief. And then it came. The spectral goddess drew to her full height. The string sang. The vortex behind her echoed the same sound, another bowstring, the sound of her true self. A shaft of light faster than lightning, faster than thought itself, tore from the maelstrom. It didn't just break the sound barrier, it broke the concept of speed. One arrow struck the ground just before the elk. The other landed behind it. Two resonant notes rippled through Thea's mind. Not sound, meaning. The elk's past and future had just been cleaved apart. From within the vortex burst a spectral image, another elk, identical in every detail. The two forms collided and merged, becoming one once more, complete and whole. The green-robed goddess closed the vortex. Her bow and arrows dissolved, as if they had never been. She reached out, stroking the elk's cheek. "Child," she whispered, "you are free now. Go, and live your new life." The creature hesitated, glancing back again and again before padding toward Thea. Artemis touched both their foreheads, woman and beast. "It will remain with you until your life's end," she said. "It will accompany you back to your own time. Treat it well." Thea's heart leapt. "So I can go back?" She seized the chance. "Your Majesty, could you send me back to my original timeline? Or, if not, maybe help me contact the time ship I came with." The goddess fell silent. Her eyes, or the faint glow that suggested eyes, turned inward. After a long pause, she shook her head. "I am sorry. I could not find their trail. My divine sight cannot reach far enough into the future, but I feel they no longer exist on the same timeline as you." Thea's breath caught, despair rising, until Artemis continued. "However, when you leave this place, you may take my bow. Within the quiver forged by my father lies one sacred arrow, blessed with his power. Once it has absorbed enough divine energy, that arrow will open a temporal passage. With your authority under the Time Council, you should be able to locate your original moment." Wait, her bow. Surely she didn't mean, your bow, your Majesty. You mean, your bow. A soft laugh, light as wind chimes. "Yes, little one, exactly that. I no longer need it. My hunt is long over. Your spirit aligns with mine, though next time you roast a boar, perhaps don't invoke my name quite so casually." "Ah." Thea slapped a hand over her mouth. She heard that. The time she'd muttered something stupid about barbecuing in Artemis's name, the goddess had actually heard it. These deities really have nothing better to do. Forcing a sheepish grin, Thea bowed hastily, pouring out apologies. "Just mortal nonsense, your Majesty, childish talk. No disrespect meant, truly." Artemis nodded, seemingly amused rather than offended. But then her tone shifted, calm and cold. Tell me, child. Where does the divinity within you come from? If I'm not mistaken, it smells of Egypt. There's bitterness in that power, defiance. You slew a god, didn't you? Ah. Thea froze. What was she supposed to say to that? But remembering what she'd learned from Diana, that the Greek and Egyptian pantheons were long-standing enemies, she made a quick decision. She lifted her chin slightly. Yes. Horus. For a moment, silence. Then the goddess's voice rose, almost triumphant. Remarkable. A mortal who can strike down a god, that is truly extraordinary. You deserve a reward. Bingo. Thea grinned inwardly. She'd gambled right. They were enemies. If there was ever a time to play the enemy of your enemy card, this was it. She could almost hear the sound of divine loot piling into her bag. Weapons, relics, armor, maybe even a blessing or two. Who knows? Maybe now I could even take Zod in a fight. Her imagination was just hitting its stride when Artemis sighed, and Thea's heart sank. Unfortunately, I have little left to give. My essence is nearly spent. The energy I drew from you still remains, however. Wait, what? Her own power recycled as a reward. Thea wanted to laugh and cry all at once. Your divine majesty, where's your dignity? Still, beggars can't be choosers. She was about to nod anyway when Artemis went on. That power has been transmuted into divine force. You couldn't use it as is even if I returned it, What to do? Thea stood there like a student awaiting a teacher's verdict, her emotions seesawing wildly. This goddess wasn't mocking her, she was genuinely broke. Watching a deity frown and think hard about how to compensate you was almost awkward. Finally Artemis looked up. Young traveler through time, she said. Would you be willing to become my chosen? Chosen. For a second Thea pictured Moira back home, recruiting wide-eyed citizens into her divine outreach program. But no, that wasn't what Artemis meant. Thanks to Diana, she'd recently been cramming divine lore and could follow the implication. Chosen weren't servants. They were protégés, allies, extensions of a god's will. A far cry from the submissive priesthood. What would being your chosen require of me? Thea asked carefully. There's always a price. Artemis waved her hand dismissively. I have already fallen. My chosen own no duties. Spread my name if you wish, don't, if you'd rather not. I won't mind either way. That generous? Thea's heart stirred immediately. Free power, no strings attached, who would say no? And the goddess sweetened the deal. I had assumed you aligned with light, hence why I drew more of your energy. But now I see your soul carries shadow as well. If you become my chosen, you will command all spells born of moonlight, their power increased by 1/3. I accept. Thea dropped to one knee. I will be your chosen. Power with no cost. Who in their right mind would refuse? Ahem, you can stand, Artemis said, sounding faintly embarrassed as she reached down to lift Thea to her feet. Then, more solemnly, traveler of time, tell me your name. Thea blinked, a twitch forming at the corner of her mouth. Seriously? We've been talking all this time and you never asked. Then again, she couldn't complain, Horus had died without ever knowing hers. Chapter 210, The Silver Moon Bow and the King's Quiver. Gods, Greek or Egyptian, all seemed to share the same irritating habit, sheer, unshakable arrogance. To them, mortals were like mayflies. A century of human life was a blink of the divine eye, not even worth remembering. There was a perfect phrase for it, they looked down on everything beneath heaven. Thea sighed, stood straight, and cleared her throat. Your Majesty, my name is Thea. Thea Queen. Ahem. I shall remember it. Now, kneel. Suppressing an exasperated groan, Thea sank down again on one knee. Thankfully, this time the goddess didn't pull any surprises. A spectral bow formed in her hands, resting gently on Thea's shoulder. Her voice was solemn, calm, and radiant with authority. I am Artemis, daughter of Zeus and Leto, goddess of the hunt and of the moon. I bless you, Thea Queen, as my chosen, now and forever. Thea half expected some Western wedding-style cue like I do, but no, divine proclamations didn't require consent. When a god decreed, reality simply obeyed. Artemis repeated the incantation in two strange languages that Thea didn't recognize, each syllable vibrating with layered power. Then a silvery beam of moonlight arced between their foreheads. Thea gasped as knowledge flooded her mind, torrents of it. She saw visions, formulas, rites. Dark element incantations. Rituals of the Olympians. The anatomy of beasts and the art of the hunt. Dance steps, wine-making secrets, even ancient feast songs. What the hell is all this? Thea thought blankly. These gods looked lofty and divine, but honestly. They were just bored out of their immortal skulls. 70% of the knowledge Artemis transferred was about leisure and indulgence. Eat, drink, dance, repeat. No wonder Ares had managed to beat an entire shipload of them by himself. Still, it wasn't fair to say the blessing was useless. Amid the trivia lay genuine power. A new spell-like ability etched itself into her mind, Eternal Night. Every 3 days, she could invoke it. The ability ignored all existing conditions and reshaped the world within 10 miles into a moonlit night. Beneath its glow, all female entities gained a 30% boost to physical and magical power, while males suffered a corresponding reduction. Blatantly discriminatory, yes, but practical. Against a male opponent, it could tip the balance. Against a truly powerful foe, the percentage might shrink, but the debuff would still sting. Other perks trickled in, minor resistances, extended lifespan, immunity to illusions, yet Thea skimmed past them. The goddess's form was fading, her outline dissolving like mist. Artemis had spent the last of the magic she'd taken. The divinity you drew from Horus, the goddess said softly, I have transformed it into true divine power. Remember this, child, divinity fades, God force endures. Should you ever seize another spark of divinity, use the spell I give you now to fuse it wholly with your essence. A glowing orb drifted from her hand and sank into Thea's chest. Farewell, my chosen. Meeting you in the dusk of my existence has been a rare blessing. Walk beneath the stars, and find your path anew. When Diana is in need, aid her, for my sake. Her palm extended, growing, vast as a sky. Thea felt herself shoved backward, falling through light, spinning through distance. Ah. When her consciousness snapped back, she was lying on the cold stone floor of the cave. No divine plane. No goddess. Only the soft, pained whimper of the elk. So it's over. Her power felt thin, barely a tenth of what it once was, yet stable, tangible, truly hers. She released the unicorn's fusion, knelt, and hugged the elk's neck. Come on. Let's go. The creature bowed once toward the darkness, then followed her out, hooves echoing on the stone with steady resolve. Outside, Diana's worried face was the first thing she saw. Thea opened her mouth, but before she could speak, 2 streaks shot across the sky, one silver-white, the other deep blue, trailing comets' tails straight toward her. What now? Before she could react, 2 objects slammed into her waiting hands with perfect precision. Diana gasped, her eyes wide. Artemis's silver moon bow, and, by the gods, the king's quiver. Thea blinked down at the items, then up at Diana, who looked about ready to faint from jealousy. The Amazon still wore only her twin bracers. This was long before she'd assembled her full divine arsenal, and now here was Thea, arms full of celestial-grade gear. The silver moon bow. Smooth to the touch, yet not metal, more like a blend of celestial oak and stardust, equal parts strength and elasticity. Its 1.5-meter body was carved in the ancient style, each limb engraved with fine patterns and crowned at the grip by twin deer antler motifs, Artemis's mark. Thea drew the string. A spectral arrow of pure magic shimmered into existence. She could feel the weapon's name echo in her mind, Starlight's Fall, the silver moon bow of Artemis. Auto-generating arrows. I love it. She turned to the quiver next. Where the bow radiated calm acceptance, the quiver pulsed with arrogance. Deep blue, alive with lightning. It radiated energy the way Zeus radiated ego. From the instant she touched it, faint arcs of blue sparked across her wrist, the divine king's handiwork, loud and unsubtle. Inside were only 2 arrows, or rather, 2 kinds of arrows, each self-replenishing once used. The first was the path arrow, its head shaped like a forked lightning bolt. When charged with divine power, it could tear open a time channel, her ticket home. On ordinary days, it worked perfectly well as a thunderbolt. Artemis's own words echoed in her mind, Father's power is inscrutable, even he never fully understood this arrow's limits. The second was the arrow of vengeance, crimson as fresh blood. Artemis had blessed it herself, once intended to punish the impure. Its enchantment was lethal to women who had broken vows, fallen maidens, as ancient myth put it. Later, public outrage among the gods had forced her to modify the target parameters to evildoers among women. Still. Thea eyed the scarlet tip uneasily. That's extreme. Maybe don't shoot that one unless absolutely necessary. Both weapons recognized her instantly, binding themselves to her aura. They could rest within her soul, immune to theft or separation, and even in her home timeline, their originals would vanish, existing only with her. Unless she died, they were hers alone. She didn't store them yet. No, she wanted to walk out holding them proudly, to see the faces of those arrogant priestesses who'd doubted her. Let them look upon the mortal who'd walked into the god's domain, and come out carrying their weapons. Chapter 211, Joining the Tribe. Thea strolled up to the 3 priestesses with an easy smile. Didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? If you don't mind, then maybe we can. Before she could finish, the tall, muscular woman dropped to her knees with a thud. She held out her short sword with trembling hands, tears welling up in her eyes. You are the only true representative of Artemis in this world. I am willing to renounce my divine name and become your eternal servant, to continue serving the huntress. Please, please accept me. Thea blinked, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. No one looked like they'd prompted this, it was purely the warrior's own choice. Smart move, Thea thought. The woman was quick on her feet, cutting her losses and shifting her allegiance before anyone else could react. She'd lose her divine title but keep her honor. And since Thea wasn't leaving the island anytime soon, Northwest One could drive her away. Of course, that whole eternal servant thing, a bit heavy-handed. Probably she figured Thea wouldn't live long anyway. Too bad for her, between divine blessings, the chosen status, and the life bond she shared with her unicorn, Thea could easily live for millennia. Still, it wasn't a bad plan. The woman clearly wasn't all brawn. Should I accept her or not? Out of the corner of her eye, Thea caught Queen Hippolyta giving her a slight nod. Thea was never one to obey blindly, but since she wasn't particularly opposed, the queen's gesture made up her mind. What's your real name? The warrior hesitated, her voice low. Niobe. Thea took the short sword, flipped it once, then handed it back. I am Thea Queen, the chosen of Artemis. As the sole earthly executor of her divine will, I accept your loyalty, until your life's end. You may continue to serve the goddess. Then she lightly brushed Niobe's shoulder with her silvermoon bow. Rise, warrior of the goddess. Now, your first task. Niobe looked up, bewildered. Thea pointed toward the elk. You'll be in charge of feeding it from now on. Yes, that was the real reason Thea decided to accept her. She wasn't about to waste her time playing zookeeper. If this muscle-bound woman already had a bond with the elk, she could handle the feeding duty from now on. The entire exchange happened so quickly that the crowd barely caught up. Niobe had willingly given up her divine name, effectively ending the contest. Moments later, a wave of shocked murmurs rippled through the audience. The chosen. That's an honor only ancient heroes could earn. The goddess's voice on earth, her living emissary, by the heavens. The three old priestesses stood there, utterly deflated. Their most powerful warrior had just defected, and the remaining Amazons now looked at them with open doubt. Even if the chosen was appointed by a single deity, her authority was absolute. The priestesses had always claimed to speak for the 12 Olympians together. But now, Artemis had her own representative. They couldn't very well announce divine decrees on behalf of the 11 gods. That would shatter their 5,000-year tradition. It felt unreal, like the ground had vanished beneath them. Thea didn't bother with their existential crisis. All she wanted was to get back and study her new divine abilities, and that silvermoon bow. But before she could slip away, Hippolyta caught her by the arm, raising it high. In a loud, solemn voice, the queen declared. From this moment forth, she is our Artemis, our sister. The crowd erupted. Artemis. Artemis, they chanted. Diana's voice was the loudest of all. So. I'm in now. Thea thought, watching the excited faces around her. This wasn't just reputation anymore, having received the goddess's name, she was officially one of them. By law, by emotion, by every measure, she was now an Amazon. And honestly, since she'd be stuck here for a few more months, that wasn't so bad. She accepted their cheers with grace, even the priestesses forced congratulations. Hippolyta ignored their sour faces. Diana, take Artemis to change clothes. The rest of you, follow me, prepare the ceremony to welcome our new sister. Come on, Thea, oh, wait, Artemis. Let's go. They'll be ready soon. Diana grabbed her hand and dragged her off, the elk trotting after them. Niobe sighed and followed close behind. Diana, just call me Thea. No. Diana snapped, cutting her off. You must show respect to the goddess, and then launched into a full lecture. Thea tuned her out. Respect the goddess? Please. The woman was maybe one step above a cosmic troll. And Diana's devotion? Totally one-sided. For all the divine talk about sisterhood, Artemis hadn't even mentioned Diana until the very end of her oracle, proof that even 1,000 Dianas wouldn't outweigh that dear. The so-called blessings of the gods were probably just Zeus forcing everyone to humor his favorite daughter. Thea sighed inwardly. She needed to fix Diana's worldview fast, or she'd end up getting flattened by her next divine half-brother down the line. The 3 women and 1 elk dashed down the tower steps. Thea, now unshackled by the island's magic restrictions and bolstered by divine power, could feel her strength surging. She might not have Diana's 6-fold blessings, but with her 10 years of stored magic and a spark of godly essence, she was already stronger than a suppressed Diana. The elk was born to run, Niobe was fast as ever, and within minutes, they reached their quarters. Diana tossed her a set of Amazon armor. Here, change into this. Thea sighed. Uniformity, of course. If she was joining the club, she had to look the part. Can't I at least wear underwear? She asked, eyeing the half-armor suspiciously. Diana hesitated. They tried it with Thea's black undergarments, but she quickly shook her head. No, no good. The straps show through the back. You'll just have to get used to it. Well, at least ancient Greece had shorts. She wasn't completely exposed under that battle skirt. Still, the fresh breeze look wasn't exactly her style. Thea's frame was slimmer than most Amazons, but her height helped. She wasn't as tall as Diana, who stood a full 6 feet, but she blended in well enough. Once she finished putting on the Amazon uniform, she checked herself in the bronze mirror. Not bad. Throw on a cape, grab a spear, shout Sparta, and she could walk straight onto a movie set. Finally, she tucked the mechanical arm components safely into her storage space with a flicker of magic. After all, this ceremony valued simplicity, and too many accessories would only make her stand out. Chapter 212, The Initiation on Paradise Island. Thea changed into her new outfit and followed Diana at a run. Why are we coming here? Isn't the temple the other way? She asked as they stopped before a massive cavern. The place looked oddly familiar, close to where they had once had their rather frank philosophical discussion a few days ago. This is where all our sisters were first born, Diana said simply, stepping inside without further explanation. So the Amazons were literally made from this dirt. Thea's eyes flicked across the stone walls, the mineral seams, the damp soil underfoot. Maybe I should take a sample home for testing. They wound their way through narrow tunnels for several minutes before the cavern suddenly opened up. Whoa, this place is huge. Thea gasped. The cave stretched like an underground plaza, the ceiling 20 meters high. Hundreds of Amazon warriors knelt in unison, chanting an ancient hymn in low, rhythmic tones. Queen Hippolyta opened her eyes as they arrived and gestured toward a shallow pool before her. Step into the water. Thea took 2 steps, but Diana stopped her. What now? Diana tilted her chin toward the pool and whispered, clothes. You have to bathe. Thea blinked. Right now. No changing room. You mean I just take it all off and walk in? Diana nodded firmly. No negotiation. Oh my God, you people really take that whole ancient Greece thing seriously. But the bow was drawn, no turning back. Thea grit her teeth, muttered a silent prayer to modern modesty, and stripped. Fine. They're all women anyway, no big deal, right? She handed her clothes to Niobe, her newly appointed servant. Having renounced her divine name, Niobe wasn't allowed to participate in the ritual, she could only stand by and watch. Shoes, too. Diana reminded. Thea sighed and kicked them off. The cave wasn't cold, but she could still feel every chill of the air and every pair of eyes that followed her. 30 meters to the pool, normally she'd cover that in a second. Now it felt like a 30-minute trek. She could feel their gazes, on her back, her legs, and plenty of other places. Her bare feet pressed against sharp gravel, and though her God-touched body wouldn't be harmed even by walking over blades, she still felt phantom stings beneath her soles. Her nerves were stretched tight, her face composed only through sheer willpower. At last, she reached the pool. At Hippolyta's signal, Thea stepped in, sinking until the cool water reached her neck, and only then dared to breathe again. Thankfully, the bathing was brief, they couldn't very well have 1,500 Amazons watching her scrub herself raw for half an hour. A quick rinse, and she was pulled out again, half-dressed, half-dazed. Then came the chanting, a long, ceremonial hymn in praise of Zeus. Fine, Thea thought. The old guy's arrow quiver was decent enough, I'll humor him. She hummed along, more or less in tune. Queen Hippolyta led the formal welcome, and one by one, 1,550 sisters, came forward to offer blessings. By the time it ended an hour later, Thea's hair was nearly dry again. As the crowd dispersed, she exhaled in relief. Finally done. But then. Diana, take Artemis to the temple to leave her image, Hippolyta commanded. Thea froze. There's more? When they reached the temple and spoke with several Amazons, the truth dawned on her, this image was a statue. One to stand beside the goddess herself. If this were still the age of divine worship, she'd practically be halfway to godhood already. Well, Artemis has treated me decently, pet, bow, blessings, having my statue next to hers isn't embarrassing. So Thea agreed without hesitation. She shouldn't have. What do you mean, take my top off? It's just a statue. Thea stared in disbelief. The sculptor, a capable woman who could pass for a professional artist even in the modern world, gave a helpless smile. She'd already spent half an hour explaining. From art theory to ritual symbolism to religious doctrine, she'd covered it all. She even took Thea on a tour of the hall to show her that every single statue wore little more than a strip of cloth around the waist. Seeing Thea still hesitate, the sculptor launched another passionate speech, about aesthetics, honor, and the power of faith. Thea tuned most of it out, except that last part. The power of faith. That got her attention. Divine faith might not crown new gods anymore, but belief still carried strength. Over time, that strength accumulated, and Thea, who planned to return to her original era a century later, could convert that into a serious amount of divine energy. All right, she said after a moment's thought. But can we at least do this inside the temple? Impossible, the sculptor gasped. The dust would defile the sanctity of the temple. The plaza is perfect, open air, sunlight, inspiration. She was immovable. Thea weighed her options and sighed. Fine. For faith energy, I'll risk it. She glanced up at the sky. The gods are gone, the watchtower won't launch for another 100 years, no one's watching. So, for the second time that day, she removed her armor. Wearing only a linen wrap around her waist, she stepped into the sunlit plaza. Then came the final indignity, the quiver strap. It was slung diagonally across her chest, the leather strap pressing right between, well, two very sensitive points. She tugged at it, adjusted it several times, until it was just barely tolerable. Then she raised the silvermoon bow, trying to look fearless and divine while her heartbeat pounded like a drum. Hold that pose. Perfect, the sculptor called, picking up her hammer and chisel. 3 hours later, Thea was still holding the same stance. The sculptor was nowhere near finished. Thea's arms ached, her breath steady only through sheer control. She'd tried casting a haste spell on the woman, but the island's magic field instantly dispelled it. So, only self-casting works here. Great. As the sun dipped low, Amazons finishing their training passed by the plaza. Each one paused to salute the new goddess in mid-pose. It was torture. Holding a heroic expression while half the island admired her divine form was, without question, the most excruciating acting exercise of her life. So Thea did what she always did under pressure. She buried herself in thought. If she couldn't move, she'd at least brainstorm new combat techniques. Anything to keep from dying of embarrassment.